Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by johnsspur on Wattpad. Now let's start. 𝗏𝗏 was walking down the street when a gust of wind swept her handkerchief from her grasp. A tall man bent down to retrieve it and introduced himself as Asahi Shigaraki. 𝗏𝗏, feeling a blush rise to her cheeks, shared her name and explained that she was on her way to work when the wind had played its trick. Grateful for his kindness, she thanked him, and he smiled, asking if she would join him for a drink later. They exchanged numbers, and what began as a blissful romance soon blossomed into love. Asahi was kind, and the house he built for them was grand, featuring 5 bedrooms and sprawling 4 acres of land. However, for years later, everything changed. Asahi revealed his true nature, becoming a figure of pure evil known as 𝗓𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏 found herself trapped. Their child had just turned 4 when she witnessed Asahi use his quirk for the first time, realizing she had to escape with her son at all costs. As she plotted their getaway, her room door suddenly swung open, and a man burst in, pointing a gun at her. He shouted that he intended to kill her for what her husband had done. 𝗏𝗏, feeling a surge of desperation, looked at the man and declared that she didn't care if he killed her, but he had to take her son to safety. The man fell silent, taken aback by her words. Tears filled 𝗏𝗏's eyes as she pleaded for him to save her son, who was in grave danger. The man lowered his weapon and urged her to hurry and come with him. He knew he was risking his life, but if he could get her out of the house and thwart 𝗓𝗏's plans, it would be worth it. As they approached the window through which he had entered, they were spotted. The man drew his gun and shot the first person who entered the room, yelling at 𝗏𝗏 to run. She held Izuku tightly as she leaped from the window and sprinted away as fast as she could. As she ran, she heard more gunshots and the chilling sounds of the man screaming in pain. Though she didn't know his name, he had helped her escape, giving her a chance to save her son. Back at the house, Dr. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 entered 𝗓𝗏's office and calmly informed him that his wife had escaped with their son. He added that he had analyzed the child's quirk, which ranked off the charts, revealing total area spatial manipulation down to the molecular level. With proper training, he would become a formidable force. 𝗓𝗏, however, had other plans. He demanded that the child be brought back to him, indifferent to what happened to 𝗏𝗏. Dr. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 acknowledged the order, promising to ensure the child's return. Before leaving, he heard 𝗓𝗏's stern warning to make sure no harm came to his son, or he would deal with it personally. The doctor agreed and departed, while 𝗓𝗏 contemplated the betrayal of 𝗏𝗏, vowing that if she were brought back, she would never make such a mistake again. 𝗏𝗏 continued to run, hiding in alleys as she sought refuge at the police station or with a pro hero. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her leg and looked down to see a dagger embedded in her calf. Clutching Izuku tightly, she pressed on, only to feel 2 more stab wounds in her side. Despite the pain, she kept running, gasping for breath as her vision began to blur. 𝗓𝗏 spotted her as she fled, holding her child. Just then, 2 daggers struck her from the side, and the child cried out. He rushed toward her, catching her before she collapsed. 𝗏𝗏 pleaded with him to protect her child from his father, Shigaraki, at all costs. As her grip on Izuku weakened, 𝗓𝗏 gently laid her down and took the child into his arms. 2 assailants emerged from the alley, weapons drawn, their eyes widening in fear at the sight of 𝗓𝗏. He swiftly incapacitated them and secured them before contacting the police. Tragically, 𝗏𝗏 passed away in his arms, leaving 𝗓𝗏 heartbroken as he held the child, who cried out for his mother. 𝗓𝗏 felt a lump in his throat as he had to tell the child that he couldn't save her. When the police arrived, 𝗓𝗏 held the grieving child, covering 𝗏𝗏 with his cape to shield him from the sight of her. As the officers searched her belongings, they discovered a picture of 𝗏𝗏 holding the child in an 𝗓𝗏 onesie, along with her ID, revealing her name as 𝗏𝗏 Shigaraki. When the police attempted to take the child from 𝗓𝗏, he recalled 𝗏𝗏's last words about keeping him away from his father, Shigaraki. Realizing the gravity of the situation, All Might decided he couldn't risk putting the child in police custody or foster care, knowing that 𝗓𝗏 and his minions would find him. Determined to protect Izuku, All Might looked into the child's wide eyes and asked if he would like to live with him for a while. The little boy nodded eagerly, and All Might took him home. Meanwhile, at 𝗓𝗏's residence, Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 knocked on the door, and 𝗓𝗏 instructed him to enter. The doctor delivered the news of 𝐒𝐭𝐻's death and how All Might had rescued the boy. The wooden desk creaked as 𝗓𝗏 pressed both hands down on it, inquiring about the two individuals who were supposed to bring Izuku home. Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 informed him that they were currently in jail. 𝗓𝗏 insisted that they should not survive to see their court date and dismissed the doctor, stating he needed to figure out how to bring his son back home. As All Might entered his house with Izuku, he realized two crucial things. The child had no clothing and he was unaware of what Izuku liked to eat or if he had any allergies. He decided to reach out to some friends at UA for assistance in gathering everything needed to care for a child temporarily. Once his phone call was complete, he showed Izuku around the house, pointing out his new room. When he asked Izuku if he was hungry, the child replied no, but All Might could still see the pain in his eyes. For the first time in his heroic career, All Might felt completely lost. He never anticipated taking in a child and had no idea how to raise one. However, he knew he couldn't fail at this, so he looked into Izuku's eyes and smiled. He explained that if Izuku wanted to grow up big and strong like him, he needed to eat. He suggested making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with a glass of milk, to which Izuku nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. When All Might opened it, he found Dean Nizu, Recovery Girl, Midnight, and Mr. Aizawa standing there, each carrying bags filled with clothing, food, and toys. Dean Nizu looked around and asked where the child was. All Might informed him that Izuku was asleep in a spare bedroom. He then recounted everything that had happened, including the mother's warning and Izuku's description of his father. The professors were left in stunned silence. All Might asked Recovery Girl if she could check on Izuku's health and advise on where to have his quirk tested. She smiled and requested to be led to the child, assuring him she would handle everything. Izuku woke when he heard the door open, seeing All Might and a short woman dressed like a nurse. He quickly sat up, and All Might encouraged him to relax. Izuku looked at the nurse, who smiled back, making him feel a little better. She asked for his permission before proceeding, which eased his anxiety. After drawing some BLD and administering a couple of shots, she reached into her pocket and handed him some candy, which delighted him. She then informed All Might that she was finished. All Might asked Izuku to follow them, and he got out of bed to join. In the living room, more people were present, and All Might introduced him to everyone. They gifted him with nice clothing and toys to play with. After about an hour, they left, leaving Izuku and All Might alone once more. All Might suggested watching some television together. Before they knew it, days turned into weeks and weeks into months. All Might would leave for work, and one of the professors from UA would come to teach Izuku. Upon returning, All Might would train Izuku in various martial arts, and they would share meals together. After a year of living together, All Might had developed a deep love for Izuku. Before heading home one day, he stopped by the court to bring home adoption papers. After their daily routine, All Might asked Izuku if he wanted to be his son. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and he began to cry as he nodded in agreement. Once they completed the paperwork, it was official. He was now Izuku Yagi. This was all done in secret to keep 𝗓𝗏 from discovering Izuku's whereabouts. Occasionally, All Might would take Izuku out with him, though he knew it was risky. He felt guilty that Izuku spent so much time indoors. Although Izuku never complained, All Might understood that he needed a broader social circle beyond himself and the professors. Izuku loved visiting town and playing in the park, and even when All Might wasn't in costume, he always attracted a crowd. There were a few instances when 𝗓𝗏's minions spotted them and attempted to take Izuku, but All Might easily thwarted them, though it always left him feeling anxious. One day, Izuku asked All Might why those people were trying to take him. All Might invited him to sit down and explained everything. Izuku responded by saying it was all his fault again. All Might placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's small shoulder, insisting that none of this was his fault. Meanwhile, Dr. 𝗬𝗓𝗏𝗏 entered AFO's office to provide an update on the search for his son. AFO expressed his growing impatience, questioning what nonsense All Might be filling Izuku's head with. The doctor calmly reminded him that they were up against All Might himself, and they knew this wouldn't be easy. However, they had come close to success a few times. They just needed a bit more patience. AFO sighed, acknowledging that as the child grew older, his quirk would strengthen. He considered this might work to his advantage, allowing him to acquire Izuku's quirk once it matured. AFO then proposed a different strategy. Instead of trying to take the child, they should attack him, not to kill but to hurt him, forcing him to use his quirk and become stronger. The doctor agreed, noting that this plan would serve two purposes, keeping Izuku isolated while also pushing him to grow stronger. Back at All Might's house, Izuku was training with All Might, practicing his martial skills. All Might praised him for his improvement but noted that he needed to practice using his quirk. When he asked why Izuku hadn't attempted to use it over the past year, Izuku explained that his mother had told him to hide it from his father. All Might smiled and reassured him that they needed to train his quirk to ensure he was well-rounded. Izuku hesitated, questioning if it was truly safe. All Might placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, as he always did, and encouraged him. The only way for Izuku to truly defend himself was to harness all of his power and learn how to use it in real combat, All Might explained. They knew what his quirk was, and now it was time for him to learn how to utilize it properly. Training commenced, and as the days passed, Izuku mastered the art of creating a defensive shield and learned how to bend light around him to become invisible. All Might was impressed by the versatility of Izuku's quirk and understood the necessity of keeping him away from AFO. To enhance Izuku's martial training, All Might incorporated the new skills he had acquired into actual combat scenarios. During practice, All Might would have Izuku disappear mid-fight, and if he failed to execute it correctly, All Might would flick his nose as a gentle reminder. They trained tirelessly until Izuku could vanish at will during combat. The next phase of training involved All Might testing Izuku's shield by striking it with normal strength, gradually increasing his power to 3% at first. As Izuku grew comfortable, All Might incrementally raised his strength, pushing it to 5%, then 8%, and eventually up to 75%. All Might then invited Recovery Girl to teach Izuku about healing the human body. Izuku absorbed the lessons quickly, displaying an eagerness to learn. One evening, All Might returned home from work to find Izuku preparing dinner. When Izuku turned to face his father, he suddenly vanished. All Might stood still, listening intently, and in an instant he was in front of Izuku, flicking where his nose should be. Izuku exclaimed in surprise, wondering what had given him away. All Might chuckled, noting that it was the sound of his footsteps, but otherwise, it had been perfect. Curiously, All Might asked why Izuku hadn't raised a shield. Izuku pondered the question and admitted he hadn't thought of it. All Might smiled, encouraging his son to use his intellect and reminding him it was time to change into training clothes. During dinner, Izuku inquired why they hadn't begun offensive training yet. He acknowledged the progress they had made but pointed out that one couldn't always win fights defensively. All Might looked at his son and reassured him that his primary goal was for Izuku to be able to defend himself. He expressed a wish that his own power had the flexibility of Izuku's, admitting he was only adept at smashing through obstacles. However, he believed that Izuku would be capable of overcoming challenges with stealth, healing, defense, and combat skills. Izuku gazed at his father in admiration, feeling a mix of pride and confusion at All Might's humility. Concerned, All Might asked what was troubling Izuku. The young boy hesitated before asking if his mother's death was related to his quirk. All Might knelt down to meet Izuku's gaze and explained that his mother had sacrificed herself to save the most precious person in her life. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izuku began to cry, still haunted by the memories nearly 2 years later. All Might embraced him tightly, expressing gratitude for his mother's bravery, which had led to the bond they now shared. Izuku's sobs turned into heartfelt declarations of love for his father. As time went on, All Might trained Izuku in offensive combat using his quirk. Even as a preteen, Izuku had become a formidable force, relentless in both training and learning. It became clear that the only limitation to Izuku's abilities was his knowledge. All Might recognized that Izuku needed to spend more time with peers his age, as he was becoming increasingly solitary in his dedication. One day, All Might returned home to find Izuku in the kitchen preparing dinner again. This time, without turning his head, Izuku vanished. All Might froze, listening intently, and then felt a tap on his back. When he turned around, he saw Izuku smiling triumphantly, having successfully sneaked up on him. All Might laughed, praising his son for the stealthy approach. Curious about the sound he had heard, All Might learned that Izuku had used his quirk to shuffle his slippers quietly. All Might instructed Izuku to change his clothes as it was time for training. Izuku's shield had become strong enough to withstand All Might's power at 90%. Although Izuku was faster than the average person due to his training, he still couldn't match All Might's speed. Nevertheless, he was able to hold his own during their training sessions, thanks to his quirk. After one training session, as they relaxed, All Might asked Izuku if he would like to enroll in a regular school. Izuku's eyes widened at the suggestion, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. All Might reassured him that he had improved significantly and could defend himself against most opponents. He then presented Izuku with a necklace featuring a small pendant, explaining that if he ever found himself in real danger, pressing the jewel would send an emergency signal to all pro heroes in the area, as well as directly to All Might's phone, equipped with GPS. Izuku smiled, questioning whether it was excessive. All Might informed him that he had enrolled him in 𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗺 Junior High School, a good mixed school with both boys and girls. Izuku beamed with excitement at the prospect of being around kids his age. However, All Might felt a twinge of concern, knowing the lengths AFO would go to achieve his goals. He was aware of Izuku's growing power and hoped he would be able to make friends in this new environment. All Might promised to take Izuku school shopping the next day, but for now, they would relax and watch some television. As the first day of school approached, Izuku felt a wave of nerves wash over him. This was the first time since he began living with All Might that he was attending a regular school. He had been homeschooled by the professors at UA since he was 4 years old. As he walked to his classroom, he noticed students chatting with their friends. He found his seat number and sat down, looking around, unsure of what to expect. Suddenly, a loud student entered, excitedly discussing the latest All Might battle, where he had single-handedly fought 5 villains and saved 20 people during a bank robbery. Izuku had never heard anyone speak about his father in such a way before, and it filled him with pride to be All Might's son. However, his father had instructed him to keep their relationship a secret for safety reasons. If anyone asked, Izuku would say his father was a high manager at Mitsubishi and that he had lost his mother when he was a child. When the homeroom teacher arrived, he had all the students introduce themselves. The loud student, Katsuki Bakugo, introduced himself in the most arrogant manner Izuku had ever encountered, calling the rest of the class extras, unworthy of his time. Bakugo declared that he would become the greatest hero once he graduated from UA, the most prestigious hero college. Unable to contain himself, Izuku chuckled, which drew Bakugo's ire. Bakugo turned to Izuku, questioning where he came from, as he had never seen him before. Izuku explained that he had been homeschooled and that his father thought it would be beneficial for him to be around kids his age. Bakugo retorted that Izuku's dad was probably tired of keeping a loser like him at home and wanted him to see what a real winner looked like. Izuku was taken aback, struggling to understand why Bakugo was being so mean. He didn't even realize he was clenching his fists. Noticing this, Bakugo taunted him, suggesting that if Izuku thought he was tough, he would beat the truth into him. Just as Izuku was about to respond, the homeroom teacher took control of the class and started the day. Izuku found his classes easy compared to what the UA professors had taught him. At the end of the day, he warped the light around him and vanished to avoid any confrontation with Bakugo. When he got home, he changed into his training clothes and began practicing his fighting techniques. When All Might returned and noticed Izuku wasn't in the kitchen preparing their meals as usual, he went to their home gym and found Izuku working out, drenched in sweat as if he had been training for hours. All Might called out to him, concerned, asking if he was all right. Izuku paused, lowered his head, and softly asked if he was a loser, wondering if his father had sent him to school to see how the other kids were better than him. All Might pulled Izuku into a gentle hug, careful not to hurt him, and reassured him that he was very proud of him, questioning where he had gotten such a silly idea. Izuku shared his experiences from the day, and All Might explained that the boy who had insulted him was a bully and advised him not to let it bother him. Izuku admitted he was so angry that he hadn't even realized he was clenching his fists. All Might looked at him seriously, reminding him that he had been trained to fight in a way that most couldn't compete against. He advised Izuku to avoid fights whenever possible, but if he had to fight, to be cautious, as people often feared those who were much stronger than they were. Izuku looked into his father's eyes and asked why people weren't scared of him. All Might, gazing back at his son's earnest expression, explained that villains feared him, but regular people didn't because he was a hero. As Izuku contemplated his father's words, he felt a growing longing to follow the path of a hero himself. He strengthened his resolve and declared that he wanted to become a hero too. All Might, serious now, asked if he was sure, reminding him that this life was not easy and that he would have to be tougher on him during training. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he realized his training would become even more challenging. He exclaimed that he thought All Might was already being HRD on him. All Might chuckled, reassuring him that just because he had ensured Izuku's shield could withstand a few of his punches didn't mean he had been tough on him. He promised they would start working on that beginning tomorrow. As the days passed, Izuku adjusted to school life, and true to his word, All Might's training became significantly more rigorous. His father was a formidable fighter, his movements fluid and overwhelming. All Might even mentioned that he was still holding back, but he acknowledged Izuku's improvement. As time went on, Bakugo continued to provoke Izuku, trying to draw him into a fight. However, Izuku felt himself growing stronger, not just physically and mentally, but also in his quirk, learning to control more aspects of it. As weeks turned into months, tragedy struck when a villain spotted Izuku on his way to school. The villain made a phone call, and the voice on the other end introduced himself as Dr. 𝗬𝗓𝗓. The doctor listened intently and instructed the caller to find out what class the child was in, promising to inform the boss. He warned not to fail, reminding them of the consequences faced by the last two who had failed. The doctor hung up and made his way to 𝗓𝗋's office, entering without knocking. He waited for AFO to acknowledge him before reporting that they had finally located his son, who was attending Nyanbashi Junior High School. He asked when they should retrieve him. Meanwhile, Izuku was making friends after his 3rd month at school. Being homeschooled had made him a bit shy, especially after unintentionally upsetting Bakugo on the first day. Today, while taking an English test, the classroom door burst open. A villain with a bullet quirk entered, locking eyes with Izuku. As the villain raised his hands to attack, Izuku had already begun to move. Izuku created a barrier between the villain and his classmates as he leaped from his chair, rushing toward the threat. Bakugo followed closely behind, but Izuku's speed allowed him to reach the villain first. The villain was taken aback when his bullets ricocheted harmlessly away. He was astonished that none of the students were harmed. Izuku seized the villain and delivered a swift blow to his throat. As the villain instinctively raised his hand to his neck, Izuku struck just below his ribs and followed up with a precise punch to his temple, causing the villain to collapse. Hearing footsteps approaching, Izuku used his quirk to render them silent. Bakugo peered into the hallway, searching for both Izuku and the villain. Izuku reached into his shirt, retrieving his pendant and pressing the button. He heard the teacher call out to Bakugo, urging him to close the door if Izuku was not outside. Bakugo complied, but the building suddenly shook, followed by an explosion that obliterated part of the classroom. He rushed back inside to find the wall had vanished, with students hiding behind the teacher. Bakugo lay unconscious on the floor as 3 more villains entered the room. Upon spotting him, one villain shouted that they would be rewarded handsomely for bringing him to their emsu. Izuku positioned himself protectively between the villains and his classmates, declaring that if they left the others alone, he would not be too harsh on them. The villains laughed, dismissing his challenge. A woman with hair like 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝐻 lashed out at Izuku, but he halted her attack with his quirk, yanking her toward him. Once she was within reach, he struck her in the gut and delivered an uppercut, knocking her out cold. The other villains stood in shock, astonished that this middle schooler had taken down one of their own so effortlessly. One of the remaining villains threatened Izuku, saying that if he wanted to keep his classmates safe, he would have to come with them. Izuku glared at the villains, asserting that they would not harm anyone if they wished to avoid the same fate as their fallen comrades. His classmates watched in awe, realizing that the shy and quiet Izuku was capable of such strength. He had transformed from the person they knew, standing up to protect them against overwhelming odds. Another villain charged at Izuku, but he was swiftly taken down in a flurry of punches. A loud crash echoed from outside, and Izuku glanced past the last villain, his heart seething with anger at the sight of the man responsible for his mother's death, his biological father, all for one. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 smirked at him, commenting on how much he had grown and demanding that Izuku come with him or face the destruction of the entire school. Izuku turned slightly to check on his classmates, noticing someone pulling Bakugo back while the teacher stood in front of the students, trying to shield them from harm. With a heavy heart, Izuku lowered his hands, prompting 𝗕𝗏𝗄 to smile and praise him. Suddenly, a voice called out, and in the blink of an eye, 𝗕𝗏𝗄 vanished, replaced by All Might. Just as quickly, All Might was gone again. Izuku took the opportunity to attack the last villain, knocking him out before sprinting through the shattered wall, where All Might and 𝗕𝗏𝗄 were locked in a fierce battle. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 glared at All Might with intense hatred, proclaiming that Izuku was his to control. He questioned whether All Might understood the true potential of Izuku's quirk. All Might felt a surge of anger, reminding 𝗕𝗏𝗄 that he had killed Izuku's mother right before his eyes. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 callously dismissed her death, claiming she was weak for running away. He expressed his longing to claim Izuku's quirk, offering All Might the chance to keep him once he had it. This was the moment All Might snapped, delivering a punch that shattered nearby windows. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 was propelled back, using his quirks to soften the impact. He realized that this fight had escalated to a deadly level. He needed to focus entirely on All Might to survive. The two charged at each other, exchanging blows that shattered concrete and glass around them. Izuku watched in horror as his biological father fought against the man who had adopted him, both doing their utmost to stop one another. More heroes arrived to evacuate the area, but Izuku remained frozen, warping the light around himself to remain unseen. He was unable to move, witnessing the man he admired, the one who had saved him, battle the man who had caused him so much pain. Then, a sound shattered his resolve. All Might took a hit to his ribs, and the sound of bones breaking echoed in his ears. All Might coughed up blood and fell to one knee as 𝗕𝗏𝗄 looked down at him, a cruel smile on his face, reveling in his opponent's suffering. All Might recognized that he had sustained at least 4 broken ribs and other internal injuries. 𝗕𝗏𝗄, growing more confident, taunted All Might about his perceived weakness and questioned how he could train Izuku properly. All Might knew he had to end this quickly. It was a matter of all or nothing. As 𝗕𝗏𝗄 advanced, All Might patiently waited, listening to his monologue. When 𝗕𝗏𝗄 stepped within striking distance, All Might unleashed a powerful punch, feeling 𝗕𝗏𝗄's ribs crack beneath the force. As 𝗕𝗏𝗄 doubled over, All Might struck again, feeling the impact resonate through 𝗕𝗏𝗄's skull. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 crumpled to the ground, and All Might fell to his knees, astonished by the strength of his own blow, questioning whether he had truly killed him. Izuku noticed the pain etched on All Might's face and felt compelled to approach him. As he ran forward, All Might raised a hand, attempting to halt his advance. Izuku hesitated for a moment, then swiftly closed the distance without a sound. He leaned in close to All Might and inquired about his well-being. All Might responded that he believed he had sustained multiple rib fractures along with other internal injuries. Izuku's heart sank. The man he admired, who seemed invincible in his eyes, was seriously hurt. Encouraging All Might to endure the pain, Izuku focused intently. He could hear All Might grunt as he activated his quirk to mend the hero's bones. Izuku was aware that this process would be excruciating as he painstakingly realigned the shattered fragments and fused them back together. Heroes began to gather around All Might, prompting Izuku to step back while still maintaining a close enough distance to continue his healing. He had developed a control range of 6 feet with his quirk. As Recovery Girl rushed toward All Might, he ceased his healing, having just finished repairing the ribs and some internal organs. Stepping away from the gathering heroes, Izuku reappeared near his classmates, who regarded him with newfound respect. He could overhear their whispers about his decisive victory in battle. Deep down, Izuku realized that his brief period of normalcy had vanished. Returning to school would no longer be an option. He glanced back at All Might, who was being placed on a stretcher and loaded into an ambulance. Fighting the urge to sprint away, as he had been taught to avoid drawing attention, he walked away, ignoring the calls from students and teachers urging him to return. As All Might was being transported, he heard Recovery Girl mention that AFO was still alive, albeit barely. AFO was placed on a separate stretcher and taken to a different ambulance, bound for a maximum security facility to prevent any chance of escape once he recovered. Once Izuku was outside the school grounds, he began to run, pulling out his cell phone and dialing the first number on his speed dial. Dean Nizu, the head of Hero University, answered and asked for his location. After providing it, Izuku learned that Professor Aizawa would arrive in 10 minutes to take him to his father. A weight lifted from his chest, and his knees weakened as he found a bench to sit on. His nerves began to settle, and without realizing it, he started to cry. For the first time since losing his mother, Izuku felt lost and afraid. After what seemed like an eternity, a car pulled up. It was Professor Aizawa, who stepped out and assured Izuku that All Might would be okay. Feeling a burden lift from his shoulders, Izuku followed Aizawa, who encouraged him to see All Might, knowing how much the hero wanted to see him too. Meanwhile, AFO was en route to the maximum security hospital when his SRT was ambushed, and the ambulance was forcibly opened. Dr. Qiutai entered and reassured AFO that he would take care of him. Once healed, they would seek revenge on those responsible for the attack, ensuring All Might would suffer. Upon arriving at the hospital, Aizawa and Izuku made their way to the waiting room, where they encountered Dean Nizu, Recovery Girl, and Professors Midnight and Present Mike. Midnight was the first to spot Izuku, rushing over to envelop him in a tight embrace. Overwhelmed, he began to cry again, comforted by the presence of those who had raised, taught, and trained him. He felt safe once more. Recovery Girl approached, gently wiping his tears and assuring him that his father would be fine. She explained that All Might was fortunate someone had healed the worst of his injuries before they became irreversible, then smiled and mused about who could have performed such healing without being seen. Recovery Girl expressed her hope that Izuku would reconsider his path, suggesting that with more training, he could become one of the greatest healers. She believed he could save more lives through healing than through combat. Izuku met her gaze and shared that his father had wished for a quirk as versatile as his own. He wanted to honor All Might by following in his footsteps and becoming the #1 hero, allowing him to retire peacefully, knowing everything would be all right. Just then, a doctor entered, announcing that the surgery was complete and that All Might was in his room. They followed the doctor through the extensive security measures to reach All Might. As Izuku entered the room, he saw All Might sitting up, bandaged but alert. He rushed to his father and embraced him tightly. All Might returned the hug and expressed his gratitude, which stunned Izuku. He questioned why All Might was thanking him, believing the attack had been aimed at him. All Might smiled and placed a hand on Izuku's head, explaining that he had done what he was supposed to do by activating the pendant's alert, which had saved lives. He had arrived in time to prevent significant harm. All Might praised Izuku for stopping when he raised his hand, which had protected him from being publicly linked to the situation. He acknowledged that Izuku's healing had been crucial to the success of the surgery, allowing him to be present and recover. Izuku, tears streaming down his face, smiled at All Might, expressing his relief that he was all right. Recovery Girl then urged All Might to speak with Izuku about reconsidering his future. With a few more years of training, he could become one of the world's greatest healers, and she encouraged him to think about all the lives he could save. All Might looked at Recovery Girl and smiled, knowing that his son had chosen his path. He was determined to train him with all his strength to become an even better hero than himself. However, he acknowledged that he would need her assistance as well. Izuku's quirk was far more versatile than his own, and All Might intended to help him harness that versatility. The more Izuku understood how things worked, the more he could accomplish with his quirk. His only limitations were his range and his knowledge. Professor Aizawa glanced at All Might, curious about his words. All Might explained that Izuku's only limits were his range, and if he comprehended how something functioned, he could manifest it within his sphere of influence using his quirk. He had been training Izuku to be adaptable, teaching him techniques like creating shields, turning invisible, and generating fog. Recovery Girl had been guiding him in healing, but All Might knew he could achieve so much more. All Might instructed Izuku to disappear, and without hesitation, Izuku vanished. Then, All Might commanded him to create fog, and within moments, the room was enveloped in a thick mist. All Might smiled and told Izuku to dispel the fog, which he did effortlessly, gathering it into a ball before it vanished, allowing Izuku to reappear. Dean Nizu observed Izuku with newfound respect, admitting that while he anticipated strength, he hadn't expected such versatility. He announced that they would resume Izuku's training, this time expanding beyond combat. The dean informed Izuku that upon graduating high school, he would attend UA University. The prospect thrilled Izuku, as it meant specialized training from UA professors and guaranteed entry into the same institution where his father had earned his hero certification. He resolved to work hard and make everyone proud. Suddenly, All Might's cell phone rang, and upon answering, his expression turned serious. Izuku inquired if everything was all right, and All Might revealed that All for One had been freed by some villains and was now missing. He advised Izuku to take the next 2 weeks off to enjoy himself, believing that no one would be foolish enough to act during that time. After the break, All Might planned to focus on Izuku's training while the professors concentrated on his studies. Before Izuku could respond, Dean Nizu agreed with All Might, although the professors had reservations but chose to remain silent, recognizing Izuku's capabilities and responsibility. Izuku turned to his father, questioning the wisdom of the decision, especially after the recent attempt on his life. All Might reassured him that they had just wounded their leader, and the villains would be hesitant to act without his permission, knowing he was not forgiving if things went awry. Meanwhile, Dr. Qiudai completed his second round of surgeries. Unfortunately, he could not save All for One's eyes. The damage was irreparable. One lung was completely destroyed, while the other was partially collapsed, necessitating a respirator. Aware of the extensive work ahead, he decided to rest for a few hours before continuing. He instructed that All Might and the boy be left alone until their leader was ready to confront them, warning that disobedience would result in severe consequences. He dozed off, contemplating the tasks awaiting him. Once All Might received his discharge from the hospital, they left with Professor Aizawa. After being dropped off at All Might's house, the two settled on the sofa in front of the television. A silence enveloped them until All Might inquired about Izuku's well-being. In a soft voice, Izuku admitted he was not all right. He felt terrified, fearing he might lose All Might and be left alone, a thought he found unbearable. All Might spoke gently, reminding Izuku that this was the world he aspired to join. Being a hero did not guarantee victory. Death was a reality he would face daily in the costume. Today, he had witnessed that truth firsthand. All Might asked if Izuku was certain about his chosen path, emphasizing that it was not too late to reconsider. He encouraged Izuku to take the next 2 weeks to live like a normal child, enjoying time with kids his age at the park after school, and then to give him his answer. Izuku went for a walk through a park, observing mothers playing with their children. He began to wonder what his life might have been like if his mother had not passed away. Would he be like those kids, playing happily, or would his father have taken his quirk and left him a mere shadow of himself? As he left the park, he pondered how different his life would be if All Might had not saved him. Passing by a mall, Izuku decided to go inside. He made his way to the second-floor arcade and started playing a game he had heard his classmates mention. He lost track of time and, feeling hungry, walked into a cafe nearby. To his surprise, the staff was dressed as various cats. Before he could leave, a charming girl dressed as an orange tabby cat took his arm and led him to a table. Izuku thoroughly enjoyed his first visit to the cafe and considered bringing All Might along next time. Upon returning home, Izuku found his father in conversation with Professor Aizawa. All Might greeted him with a smile, asking how his first day out had been. Izuku shared everything, including his feelings of fear. He and All Might had always been open with each other, and he didn't want to change that. All Might listened attentively, smiling as Izuku recounted his experience at the cat cafe. Professor Aizawa also smiled, recalling that cafe's reputation for having the best desserts in town. Once Izuku finished, All Might expressed his happiness that Izuku had enjoyed himself and suggested he change so they could watch a movie together. Izuku smiled as he exited the room. Professor Aizawa turned to All Might, expressing concern about allowing Izuku to wander the streets unsupervised. All Might reassured his friend, stating that it was important for Izuku to experience life beyond the confines of heroics and villains. He sighed, explaining that if Izuku didn't have the opportunity to enjoy life with ordinary people, he would never truly relax. Izuku already carried the weight of his mother's death and All Might's injuries, and All Might wanted him to learn how to have fun and embrace childhood. Professor Aizawa regarded All Might with a newfound understanding. While he initially thought All Might was being reckless, he realized that All Might was giving Izuku a chance to experience normalcy. When Izuku returned to the room, he found Professor Aizawa saying goodbye. Concerned, Izuku inquired if everything was all right. All Might told him the truth. The professors were simply ensuring Izuku's safety while he was unsupervised. Honesty had always been the foundation of All Might and Izuku's relationship, keeping things uncomplicated. Grateful, Izuku thanked All Might for allowing him this time. For the first time, he felt a sense of normalcy. He asked his father if he could have similar opportunities once his 2 weeks were over. All Might smiled and agreed that weekends would be free for such outings, but during the weekdays, Izuku would need to focus on school and training. They settled down to watch a movie, but halfway through, All Might's phone rang. After answering, he told Izuku that work called and he would return as soon as possible before disappearing in a flash. Izuku turned off the movie and retreated to his room. The 2 weeks passed quickly, and training commenced. All Might had been serious about the intensity of the training. The UA professors arranged for Izuku to be homeschooled while still earning a regular high school diploma. He began to look forward to weekends, particularly enjoying the maid cafe where several friendly girls worked, some even playfully flirting with him. He cherished walks in the park, often resting against a tree while observing mothers with their children, imagining his own mother playing with him. Sometimes he would read a book under that tree. Between school and training, weekends became a highlight for him. Although he didn't have any close friends, he exchanged greetings with some kids he played with. However, after the incident at school, he kept his distance, pained by their fearful glances and whispers. Izuku was determined that no one else should suffer because of him, vowing to become strong enough to protect those he cared about. He aimed to train hard so that his father could retire peacefully. One day, Izuku asked All Might why he continued to work as a hero when he could easily retire and enjoy a life of luxury from his earnings. All Might looked him in the eyes and explained that he had never pursued heroism for money. As long as people needed help and he was able, he would be there for them. That day, Izuku understood the true essence of a hero, not for financial gain, but for the chance to make a meaningful difference in the lives of others. Inspired, he pushed himself both mentally and physically. 5 years later, Izuku graduated high school. Excitement filled him as he prepared to watch the entrance exams for new students alongside All Might. Earlier, he had taken his own exam against other recommended students and achieved the highest score. Upon entering the monitor center, Professor Midnight greeted him with enthusiasm, pulling him into a warm embrace. All Might intervened, asking her to let Izuku breathe. Once released, Izuku felt his face flush crimson as Midnight teased him about not being accustomed to female affection. Dean Nizu entered, congratulating Izuku on his impressive exam score. Soon, the monitors lit up, showcasing students eager to join UA's hero course. By chance, Izuku spotted a familiar face, Achiko Uraraka, a girl from the cat cafe he frequented on weekends. She had always been kind to him, even asking for his number once, which he had to decline since he didn't own a phone. Izuku shared this with Midnight, who playfully teased him as the exam began. As Izuku watched the monitors, he noticed Bakugo was also taking the exam. He focused on Achiko's monitor, cheering her on. She was performing well until Dean Nizu pressed a large red button, unleashing a massive robot that rolled down the street towards her. A section of a building collapsed, trapping Achiko's leg and causing her distress as the robot advanced while everyone else fled in fear. Panic surged within Izuku as he wondered why no one was helping her. Professor Midnight challenged him, asking what he intended to do about it. Without hesitation, Izuku activated his quirk, lifting the ground beneath him and propelling himself forward. He manipulated the thick ballistic glass, turning it into sand, and shot out of the room like a bullet. All Might turned to Midnight, commenting on her provocation of Izuku. Dean Nizu observed the scene with a smile, while one of the heroes questioned why Izuku had taken a piece of the floor with him. All Might explained that although Izuku couldn't fly, he could control the ground beneath him. He expressed relief that Izuku hadn't destroyed the entire room in his haste to help. Achiko watched as the robot reached out to grab her. In a moment of desperation, she called out for help and instinctively covered her head with her hands, bracing for impact as she heard metal crunching. When she looked up, she was astonished to see the boy from the cafe floating just above her, his expression fierce as he crushed the robot's hand. The robot recoiled, activating its weapon systems and targeting Izuku. With determination, Izuku used his quirk to lift the wall off Achiko's leg and then elevated her into the air, positioning her safely behind him. Achiko remained in shock as she witnessed the robot's hand crumple just before it could reach Izuku. Now free from the wall, she floated behind him, who remained focused on the robot, now armed and ready to attack. As they soared into the air like cannonballs aimed at the robot, Izuku concentrated, multitasking like never before. He focused gravity into a point in front of him as they propelled toward the robot. All the students watched in awe as the pair collided with the robot, creating a hole in its chest and blasting through its back. The gravity point worked effectively, crushing the robot's circuitry as they flew through it, rendering it powerless. Slowly, Izuku turned to check on Achiko, asking if she was all right. She admitted that she thought her leg was broken, and as she drifted toward him, Izuku cradled her in his arms, surprised when she wrapped her arms around his neck. Once they touched the ground, Izuku released his quirk, and the other students gathered around them. Recovery Girl was walking down the street when she spotted Izuku carrying a girl. She wondered why he hadn't healed her himself but kept her thoughts to herself. Approaching Izuku, she examined Achiko's leg and requested that he follow her to the recovery room for treatment, then began checking on the other students. Despite the fatigue from using his quirk extensively, Izuku continued to carry Achiko as he followed Recovery Girl. Achiko apologized for needing to be carried, but Izuku smiled and assured her it was no trouble. She mentioned not having seen him at the beginning of the exam, to which he explained that he had been recommended and was able to observe the exam due to a favor. He had seen her in trouble and couldn't let the robot harm her. Besides, she had taken such good care of him at the cafe. Achiko felt herself blush, grateful he wasn't looking at her, or she would have turned into a puddle. Upon arriving at Recovery Girl's office, Izuku gently placed her on the treatment bed and stepped back to allow her to examine Achiko's leg. Recovery Girl smiled and told Izuku he could leave now, causing him to blush at being called out just as All Might walked in. Achiko immediately entered fangirl mode as All Might greeted Izuku, inquiring about the girl and whether he was ready to go. Recovery Girl confirmed that Achiko would be all right, and Izuku expressed his readiness to leave. He glanced at Achiko, hoping to see her again soon, and they exited the room. In the hallway, Achiko exclaimed in excitement, realizing that All Might was there. As All Might and Izuku walked together, All Might remarked that the dean was very impressed with how Izuku handled the rescue. He praised Izuku for shielding Achiko with his body and quirk, noting how smart it was to keep her directly behind him during the attack. Curious, All Might asked why Izuku had taken her with him while attacking the robot. Izuku explained that the environment was unstable, and he wanted to ensure nothing fell on her while she was out of range of his quirk, making it safest for her to be right behind him. All Might smiled, acknowledging Izuku's thoughtful approach. Dean Nizu then joined them, complimenting Izuku on his improved multitasking and expressing gratitude that he had turned the glass into sand instead of shattering it. He informed Izuku that when the semester started, he would be placed in Class 1A and had high expectations for him. Izuku glanced at his dad, jokingly commenting on the pressure. All Might reassured him that he would be fine, as the dean saw great potential in him, especially since he had been training with the professors. Izuku smiled and asked if he could visit the cafe the next day. All Might agreed but mentioned that the girl might not be there. Izuku blushed, clarifying that she wasn't the only reason he went there. They had the best desserts. He invited All Might to join him, but All Might had to decline, saying he was on patrol that weekend. They settled on meeting the following weekend instead. Later, as they returned home, Izuku sat on the couch and dozed off. The next morning, after his workout, he set off for the cafe. On his way, he noticed a little girl being attacked by a slime villain. Before he could react, the girl's older sister pushed her out of the way, only to be engulfed by the slime. Something snapped within Izuku as he recalled his mother holding him. He dashed toward them while the crowd fled, calling for help. Once within range of his quirk, Izuku used it to pull the older girl out of the slime's grasp, sending her flying toward him. He placed her safely beside her little sister and turned to face the slime villain, who looked at him in shock. Izuku declared that if the villain liked picking on girls, he would show him why that was a mistake. The slime felt itself being compressed, unable to move as Izuku approached calmly, anger evident in his eyes. The villain attempted to squirm, but it was as if he were locked in place. Izuku spotted a large soda bottle someone had dropped. He opened it and poured out the soda, then pointed the bottle at the slime, using his quirk to force the villain into the bottle before sealing it tightly. Once he finished, he placed the bottle on the ground and turned to check on the girls. The older sister was holding her younger sister, both of them in tears. Izuku approached them to see if they were all right, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The pro-hero 𝗓𝗏 arrived to a cheering audience, capturing the moment of a boy comforting two girls on camera. The fight had concluded, leaving a soda bottle in the middle of the street. As Izuku spoke with the girls, he learned that the older one was 𝗬𝗓𝐴zui and the younger one was 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗓𝗓𝗍𝗓. The little girl hugged him tightly, crying and thanking him for saving her sister. Izuku returned the hug, reassuring her that everything was okay now. He complimented 𝗬𝗓 for her bravery in putting herself in danger to protect her sister. 𝗬𝗓 blushed and asked her sister to let him go, then paused to ask for his name. Once Satsuki released him, he looked into her eyes and smiled, causing her to blush as she introduced herself. 𝗬𝗓 then exclaimed that 𝗓𝗏𝗏 was there, but when she turned back to where Izuku had been, he had vanished. Satsuki gasped, wondering where he had gone just as 𝗓𝗏𝗏 approached them, inquiring about what had happened and where the boy had gone. Izuku had barely made it halfway home when his cell phone rang. It was All Might. Upon answering, Izuku was surprised that his father had learned about the incident so quickly. He assured All Might that he was fine and hadn't been hurt, but he was curious how All Might found out so fast since he planned to call once he got home. All Might explained that the incident had spread across social media and news outlets, with everyone talking about the mysterious boy who saved the girl and then disappeared, leaving behind footage of the fight. Izuku felt a sinking feeling. He knew he needed to be licensed to use his quirk for saving others. All Might asked what Izuku had been thinking. Izuku shared that seeing the girl protect her sister reminded him of his mother trying to save him. He expressed a longing to speak to a therapist, someone not connected to UA. All Might felt a lump in his throat and agreed, asking what Izuku planned to do next. Izuku stated he would turn himself in to the police, recalling All Might's lesson about doing what is right, not what is. He expressed his love for his father and promised to call once he had his phone call. After hanging up, Izuku headed to the nearest police station to turn himself in. Dr. Kyudai Garaki entered the treatment room of All for One and informed him that his son had been located. He had appeared on the news rescuing a girl from a villain with a slime quirk. All for One, speaking through his respirator, instructed to leave him alone for now, revealing that he had been preparing a surprise for both Izuku and All Might. He noted that he wasn't ready yet but would be soon, vowing not to make the same mistake as before when All Might had defeated him. Excitedly, Achiko called for her mother, urging her to see the news about the boy who had saved her during her UA exam. Her mother rushed into the living room to see the boy her daughter had been raving about. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her hope that he wouldn't get into trouble for his actions. Her mother reminded her that the law stated only licensed heroes could use their quirks to save people. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 frowned, defending the boy's character, describing him as humble, kind, shy, and bashful, hoping this wouldn't ruin his chances of getting into UA through recommendation. A news flash appeared on the TV, announcing that the boy who rescued the girls had turned himself in to the authorities. A police representative stated that the boy, who had broken the law by using his quirk to save a girl and capture the slime villain, would be released after agreeing to complete 2 weeks of community service instead of facing court. His father had been notified and agreed with the punishment. 𝗬𝗎 watched the news announcement, tears streaming down her face as her father walked in from work. Concerned, he asked why she was crying. Her mother, sitting beside her, explained that they had been waiting for him to come home to share the news. 𝗬𝗎 and Satsuki had been attacked, and the boy who saved them had turned himself in, facing community service for using his quirk. Her father asked if they were all right, expressing concern for Satsuki. 𝗬𝗎 reassured him that they were both fine, but she regretted not having the chance to thank him. 𝗕𝗏 sat next to his daughter, asking why she was upset. 𝗬𝗎 admitted she felt guilty for the trouble he was in after being so kind to them. 𝗕𝗏 decided to call the police station to see how he could assist the boy. Just then, Satsuki entered the room, running to her father and excitedly sharing what had happened that day. 𝗬𝗎's mother received a phone call and answered, introducing herself as 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗍. The voice on the other end was familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. The caller introduced himself as Toshinori Yagi, mentioning that a mutual friend had recommended her to help his son, who wanted to speak with a therapist about some past issues. 𝗬𝗏, initially hesitant about taking new clients, agreed to help, asking if this was a good number to reach her. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 confirmed it was and thanked her before hanging up. 𝗬𝗏 expressed her eagerness to meet the boy and thank him personally. Izuku stood hesitantly in front of his house, feeling uncertain about stepping inside for the first time in his life. He took a deep breath and walked inside, bracing himself for his father's disappointment or anger. To his surprise, he was lifted into a strong embrace. His father expressed relief that he was unharmed and shared how proud he was of him. Izuku was taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. 𝗷𝗺 acknowledged that Izuku had acted according to his principles and faced the consequences without hesitation. Once 𝗷𝗺 set Izuku down, he noticed they were not alone. Dean 𝗍𝗍 was present. Dean 𝗍𝗍 informed Izuku that they had not contacted the police to ease his situation. They waited until he was released to learn about the community service, as they were inundated with calls from people outraged by the punishment he received for doing the right thing. Although he couldn't publicly endorse Izuku's actions, Dean 𝗍𝗍 praised the footage of Izuku rescuing a girl, calling it heroic work. He looked forward to seeing what Izuku could achieve with proper training but advised him to stay out of trouble for the next 3 weeks. Confused, Izuku asked why 3 weeks when he would finish community service in 2. His father reminded him that school started in 3 weeks, prompting Dean 𝗍𝗍 to check the time and announce he had to leave, promising to see them at the university. Izuku turned to his father, expressing his belief that he would be angry with him for almost jeopardizing his chance to enter UA. 𝗷𝗺 reassured him that he had raised him to do what was right, not what was easy. Izuku reflected on the look in his mother's eyes when she entrusted him to his father, vowing not to let the girl he saved experience the same fear. 𝗷𝗺 embraced Izuku one last time, mentioning that he had arranged the appointment Izuku requested and would receive a call soon. The next morning, Izuku woke up early, struggling to sleep. After completing his morning workout and breakfast, he left for his community service at Takoba Municipal Beach Park. As he gazed across the sand, he sighed at the years of trash littering the beach. Using his quirk, he began collecting and compacting the debris. Around lunchtime, 𝗷𝗺 arrived with a takeout box from Izuku's favorite cafe, prompting a smile from him. He used his quirk to fashion 2 seats from scrap metal found on the beach. 𝗷𝗺 sat on one and handed Izuku a letter. Confused, Izuku inquired about its origin. 𝗷𝗺 chuckled, explaining that the girl from the exam had asked him to deliver the note after expressing concern for Izuku's well-being. Blushing, Izuku thanked his father and asked what the girl had sent. All Might revealed that she had prepared his favorite meal and dessert, which made Izuku's ears turn red. He tucked the letter into his pocket and enjoyed lunch with All Might. After they finished, All Might reminded him about his appointment with the therapist the following day. Grateful, Izuku resumed his work, and the day passed quickly, leaving him excited to read the letter later. The next morning, Izuku returned to the beach, feeling uplifted by the letter from Achiko, which made him feel like a true hero. She had expressed a longing to see him again. As noon approached, he paused his work and headed up to the street. At the top of the stairs, his father pulled up in the car, asking if he was ready. Izuku climbed in, and they drove to his appointment. Upon arrival, All Might asked if Izuku wanted him to accompany him to meet Dr. Azouis. After considering it, Izuku decided against it this time, knowing how people reacted when meeting All Might for the first time. All Might smiled and offered to pick him up afterward. Izuku declined, assuring his father he would see him at home, and entered the building. Dr. Azouis was in her office when her phone rang, signaling that her appointment had arrived. She instructed the assistant to show him in. When Izuku entered, she was astonished to see the boy who had saved her daughter. She expressed her gratitude, revealing that she had long wanted to thank him. Izuku was momentarily speechless, recalling that the girl he saved was named Azouis. He returned her hug and explained that he had only done what he believed was right and was relieved her daughter was safe. 𝗏𝗏 invited him to sit in one of the chairs in her office, and as he did, she asked what was on his mind. As Izuku shared his thoughts, 𝗏𝗏 felt her heart ache. This kind boy had witnessed his mother's death and endured the trauma of his real father attempting to harm his adoptive father. She listened intently, marveling at how he maintained his kindness despite such pain. Izuku carefully avoided mentioning names, but he felt a sense of relief as he spoke. When their time together ended, 𝗏𝗏 expressed her longing to have more sessions with him, which Izuku welcomed, feeling it would help him. Before leaving, he asked 𝗏𝗏 to convey his apologies to Tsuyu and Satsuki for not arriving sooner. Izuku conveyed his feelings of no regret for his actions, only wishing he had arrived sooner. 𝗏𝗏 smiled and shared that Tsuyu had mentioned Izuku was a kind person, suggesting that his adoptive father must be a strong and kind man to raise him with such values. Izuku beamed, affirming that his dad was indeed the strongest and kindest man he knew. When Izuku opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of his father, with the secretary informing him that she was with a client. All Might announced his arrival to ensure that Izuku completed his community service, and they departed without further discussion. 𝗏𝗏's jaw dropped in surprise. She recalled Izuku's words about his father being the strongest man he knew. Could All Might truly be his adoptive father? Izuku looked at his father, expressing his belief that they had agreed to meet at home. All Might, concerned for his son's well-being, reassured him that he would always be his boy and that he would always care. Izuku smiled, grateful for his father's unwavering support and guidance, which had shaped him into who he was today. 𝗏𝗏 entered her house, still in shock from meeting the boy who had saved her daughters and realizing that All Might be his adoptive father. She called for Tsuyu and Satsuki to join her in the living room, sharing her encounter with the boy who had saved them and passing along his message. She chose not to reveal that he was now her patient. Tsuyu expressed her happiness that he wasn't upset with them, recalling how kind he had been while comforting Satsuki. Satsuki wished she could see him again, admiring his bravery and kindness. It took Izuku a week and a half to completely clean the beach, and the probation officer confirmed that his community service was officially complete. To celebrate, Izuku went to his favorite cafe and called his father to join him. Upon entering the cafe, Achiko's face lit up as she rushed over to hug Izuku, causing him to blush while All Might teased him. Achiko shared her excitement about her last day of work there, revealing that she had been accepted into UA and would start in a week. Izuku congratulated her, and when she asked if he would be attending UA, he assured her he would. Achiko smiled, hoping to see him in school. As she went to fetch their drinks, All Might remarked that it had been a long time since he felt ignored, chuckling at the attention they were receiving. Izuku blushed, noticing the stares from everyone around them. All Might commented on the price of fame, surprised it had taken Izuku so long to notice. 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 was soon surrounded by other waitresses eager for her to ask for 𝗕𝐼𝐧𝐿's autograph. They inquired about how she met him, and one girl questioned why the boy with 𝗕𝐼𝐧𝐿 looked so familiar, recalling the incident where he had used his quirk to save someone. 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 promised to get their drinks and would try to secure an autograph for them. After their meal, 𝗕𝐼𝐧𝐿 signed a few autographs, and Izuku asked if he could take a picture with 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 while she was still in her uniform. She blushed as she found herself between Izuku and 𝗕𝐼𝐧𝐿 for the photo. Once they left, the girls rushed to 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵, bombarding her with questions about her relationship with Izuku. The first day of school arrived, and 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 arrived early to find her seat. A boy with blonde hair and a lightning design began flirting with her. As more students entered, she spotted the girl Izuku had rescued. A loud blonde boy with spiky hair entered and sat on a table, sparking an argument with a tall boy wearing glasses. 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 felt a wave of relief when Izuku finally walked in. Tsuyu approached Izuku with a smile, and when he raised his hand for a handshake, she surprised him by hugging him instead, expressing her gratitude. 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 was taken aback, even more so when Izuku returned the hug, saying he was glad she was okay. After stepping back, he inquired about her sister. 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 hugged him again, not out of jealousy, but simply because she wanted to. Suddenly, Katsuki Bakugo's voice cut through the air, calling Izuku a nerd and questioning why he was in his class. Professor Aizawa entered, explaining that Izuku had scored the highest among the recommended students. He instructed everyone to change into gym clothing for a test that would determine who would remain in the class and who would be sent home. 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 let go of Izuku, asking if Aizawa was joking, to which Izuku replied that he was not one to joke around. Bakugo, after changing, searched for Izuku and found him surrounded by several boys asking if he was dating one of the girls. Anger surged within Bakugo. He remembered Izuku as the boy who had left his class after the fight and never returned. Izuku had supposedly fought 4 villains and emerged victorious, even defeating the one who had previously bested him. Bakugo was determined to prove he was better than Izuku, believing that his earlier loss had been a fluke. This test would demonstrate his superiority, as he was the top scorer at the entrance exam. Professor Aizawa smiled, announcing that the student in last place would be sent home. Bakugo asked if they could use their quirks, and the professor confirmed they could. Confident in his abilities, Bakugo prepared to win. After the exam concluded, Minoru Mineta finished last, while Izuku claimed first place, with Bakugo coming in third, fueling his frustration. He had never placed so low before. He lost to Izuku in the dash, and Izuku could lift heavier weights on the bench than he could. He also lost to him in the throw. Izuku only came in second in one event, where he was outperformed by a girl named 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 during the ball throw for distance. 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 had the ability to control gravity, and the ball never landed, which frustrated Bakugo even more because he couldn't understand Izuku's quirk. Professor Aizawa gathered the class and expressed his approval, stating that they had impressed him enough that he wouldn't send anyone home. Bakugo, feeling skeptical, thought Aizawa was bluffing, but Izuku reminded him that Aizawa had expelled an entire class once for not meeting his standards. Mineta, relieved, swallowed hard, thankful that he wasn't among those sent home. Tsuyu stood close to Izuku and inquired about how he knew so much about Professor Aizawa. Izuku explained that Aizawa was like an uncle to him, sharing many stories about students who failed to meet his expectations. 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵, Tsuyu, Bakugo, and a few others began to look at Izuku differently. Bakugo started to see Izuku in a new light. He realized that Izuku was well-connected, and if his old classmates were even partially correct, Izuku was a highly skilled fighter. This raised questions for Bakugo. Why had Izuku left his class behind, and why wouldn't he fight back when provoked? He felt he needed answers before he could even consider forgiving him. Izuku excused himself to change, mentioning he had an appointment, and left the room. 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 watched him go. A new voice caught their attention. Mina Ishido, a girl with pink skin and horns, wondered if there was more to Izuku than he let on. 𝗂𝗃𝐁𝐵 shared that she had met him during the entrance exams, explaining how he had rescued her from a giant robot and how he had managed to watch the exam. Izuku arrived at Dr. Azui's office for his counseling session. She asked him how he was feeling and how he was connecting with the other students. His responses saddened her, Izuku was afraid to connect with others, not out of antisocial tendencies, but because he feared that anyone who got too close might be hurt by his biological father. He had never allowed himself to form close relationships, especially after the conflict between his adoptive father and his real father. He had never had a girlfriend or any real friends his age. Dr. Azouis could see the pain in his eyes as he spoke about this. He expressed that he wouldn't let anyone get too close until he was strong enough to protect them from his past. When she asked about his father, pride shone in his eyes as he shared stories of the great teachers his father had brought into his life. Dr. Azouis then asked if he felt comfortable enough to bring his father to the next session. Izuku smiled and agreed, stating that he and his father had an honest relationship where they never hid anything from each other. As their time together came to a close, Izuku stood to leave, feeling lighter. Dr. Azouis invited him to dinner one day, mentioning that her daughters would love to thank him. Izuku smiled and noted that Tsuyu was in his class and had already expressed her gratitude. Dr. Azouis added that her other daughter and her husband would also like to thank him. Izuku looked slightly troubled but eventually agreed to the dinner invitation. Dr. Azouis smiled and told him to be at her house at 7 p.m. on Friday. As he reached the door to leave, he turned back and asked if he should bring anything. Dr. Azouis replied that he should just bring his appetite and requested that he not tell her daughter he was her patient. When Izuku got home, he was surprised to find his dad already there. They talked about his therapy session, and Izuku mentioned the dinner invitation he had accepted. All Might was taken aback that Izuku had agreed to go, as this was not the first time he had been invited to a dinner or party, but he usually declined. Izuku accepting this invitation made All Might happy. He knew Izuku needed to learn how to enjoy life. When 𝗵𝗃 got home, she shared with her family that she had invited Izuku over for dinner on Friday. Satsuki smiled, unable to hide her excitement, while Tsuyu looked shocked, her cheeks turning red. Her little brother, 𝗬𝗵𝗲, noticed her blush and began teasing her. Their father told him to stop teasing his sister and expressed his excitement to finally meet the young man who had saved his daughters. Meanwhile, Bakugo logged onto his computer at home, determined to find information about Izuku. He was surprised to discover that there were no records of him anywhere, not even at the school they both attended. He recalled Izuku mentioning that he was homeschooled. Eventually, he found records of Izuku's high school diploma, noting that he had never participated in any sports programs or after-school clubs. Bakugo scoffed, thinking that Izuku sounded like a loser and that Deku was a fitting name for him. However, he was puzzled about how Izuku had managed to outperform all the recommended students. It must have been a completely different test. The lingering question for Bakugo was who would recommend someone like Izuku, who had no sports or martial arts background and nothing academically setting him apart from others. Frustrated, Bakugo shut down his computer, now filled with more questions than before. He speculated that Izuku might be the son of a politician trying to become a hero for political reasons. Bakugo was determined to uncover Izuku's secrets and expose him in front of the class. The first week of school flew by, and Izuku was surprised by two things. He didn't know as much about heroes as he thought he did, and he was significantly ahead of the other students, making it almost unfair. When Friday arrived, Izuku was taken aback when his father walked into the classroom in his hero costume. All Might announced that he would be in charge of their training that day, which would focus on combat. He then instructed the students to look like heroes, pushing a button that caused briefcases to slide out of the walls. Tenya Ida, a tall student with glasses, confirmed that these were their hero costumes. All Might smiled, telling them they had 10 minutes to change and meet at Training Ground Beta. As All Might waited, the students began to arrive, showcasing their costumes for the first time. He was eager to see his son in his outfit. While speaking with one of the students, he heard Ichiko gasp in surprise. Looking up, he saw his son, and pride swelled within him. Ichiko approached, commenting on how she barely recognized him, while Tsuyu added that the costume looked great on him. Izuku blushed and expressed his gratitude, noting that it was tighter than he had expected but relieved that he didn't look silly. After taking a moment to admire his classmates, he complimented both girls on their appearances. All Might then cleared his throat to address the students. He explained that they would be participating in a team battle, with the rules set for heroes versus villains. The students drew lots to determine their partners and opponents. 𝗂𝐭 and Izuku found themselves on the same hero team, facing off against Bakugo and Aizawa, who were the villains. Bakugo was eager to settle the score with Izuku for what he perceived as a betrayal. He instructed Aizawa to guard the bomb while he took on the other team. When All Might signaled the start of the battle, 𝗂𝐭 activated her quirk, lifting both of them through a window on the second floor. As they adjusted their strategy due to the open window, Izuku realized too late that he had become too focused on 𝗂𝐭 and was unaware of his surroundings. He quickly grabbed her and leaped aside just as an explosive attack struck nearby. Bakugo was not holding back. He intended to incapacitate them. 𝗂𝐭 noticed that Izuku's costume was torn and still smoldering, but she remained unharmed, having been shielded by his body. His demeanor shifted entirely. He was now completely focused, reminiscent of when he had battled the giant robot. Izuku urged 𝗂𝐭 to carry out their plan, promising to join her shortly. After a moment's hesitation, she sprinted down the hall. Izuku then confronted Bakugo for the first time, questioning his motives and expressing concern for 𝗂𝐭's safety. Bakugo's anger flared into rage, challenging Izuku to prove he could withstand his attacks. Bakugo charged, swinging wildly, but Izuku countered each strike. Surprised by Izuku's agility, Bakugo began to unleash his explosions, but Izuku skillfully evaded them. Bakugo took a step back, declaring that Izuku was good at dodging and pulled the pin on his gauntlet. Izuku used his quirk to redirect the explosion away from himself, lunging forward to land a punch on Bakugo's chest and then his jaw. Bakugo instinctively raised his hands to defend himself, but Izuku struck just beneath his ribs, causing him to drop to his knees. The last thing Bakugo heard before losing consciousness was Izuku's apology. Aizawa was quick, maneuvering the bomb around the room with such speed that 𝗂𝐭 struggled to keep up. She received a message through her earpiece from Izuku, who asked for her location. When she informed him that she was 3 stories up and time was running out, Izuku used his quirk to traverse the floors rapidly. He communicated that he would be coming up through the center of the room, urging her to be ready. As Aizawa sprinted away from 𝗂𝐭, the center of the room suddenly erupted, with Izuku emerging and shouting for 𝗂𝐭 to jump. She leaped toward him as he extended his hand, and he turned, launching her at Aizawa. The timing of the attack caught Aizawa off guard, allowing 𝗂𝐭 to seize the bomb with mere seconds to spare. All Might's voice echoed over the intercom, announcing that the heroes had won. Reflecting on his mistakes, Izuku joined the rest of the class to observe the remaining trials. He realized he had become careless by focusing too much on 𝗂𝐭. In contrast, 𝗂𝐭 was thrilled about their victory. Bakugo, however, was devastated. This was the first time he had lost a fight since his freshman year in middle school against a villain. Once all the students were in the observation room, All Might asked who had performed well, who had made mistakes, and who deserved to be the MVP. A tall girl with a ponytail, Momo Yaoyorozu, criticized Bakugo for his massive explosion that had destroyed a significant portion of the building and for his lack of teamwork. Deep down, Bakugo recognized her words were true. She then pointed out Izuku's structural damage from breaking through the floor but praised his teamwork with 𝗂𝐭. Momo only noted that 𝗂𝐭 could have thought more carefully before entering the room with the bomb but commended her for trusting her partner. Aizawa was awarded MVP for his ability to keep the opponents away from the bomb for as long as he did. All Might was impressed by Momo's insights, which reminded him of Izuku's keen understanding. Izuku observed closely as the rest of the class completed their trials, eager to learn about their various fighting styles. Meanwhile, Bakugo realized for the first time that he was not the strongest in the class. This revelation unsettled him. He had always been the best without much effort, but now he had tried hard to win and still lost. To make matters worse, he recognized that Izuku was not the only one he couldn't defeat. After the testing concluded, Izuku found himself surrounded by classmates discussing the intensity of his fight. Ijiro Kirishima asked how he had managed to dodge that massive explosion and close in for his attack so quickly, noting that the explosion had blinded the camera. Izuku simply explained that when Bakugo pulled the pin, he had slammed himself against the wall and got lucky. Excusing himself, Izuku mentioned he had a prior commitment. 𝗂𝐭 grabbed his arm, causing him to stop. Looking into his big green eyes, she asked if he was seeing anyone. Izuku was taken aback by the question, and before he could respond, Momo interjected, suggesting that someone like him couldn't possibly be single. Blushing, Izuku clarified that he wasn't seeing anyone and admitted he had never even had a girlfriend. Everyone paused, and Izuku seized the opportunity to slip into the changing room to prepare for his dinner with the Azouis family. All Might was driving him to their house, and they discussed the recent team match. All Might pointed out things Izuku could have approached differently and inquired why he wasn't utilizing his quirk to its fullest potential. Izuku explained that he preferred his classmates not to know the extent of his abilities, fearing they might see him differently once they realized he was on a different level. All Might understood this concern and reminded him that he couldn't win every battle alone as they arrived at the Azouis residence. Izuku acknowledged his father's words, expressing his longing not to instill fear in his peers as he stepped out of the car. He picked up the flowers and chocolates his father insisted he bring and assured All Might that he would call when he was ready to return home. All Might mentioned that Izuku could have borrowed the car, to which Izuku smiled and admitted that he was simply nervous, and this made him feel better. Izuku knocked on the door, and Tsuyu opened it. Upon seeing the flowers and chocolates, her cheeks flushed bright red. Satsuki spotted Izuku and rushed to him, jumping into his arms, which he instinctively opened to catch her, causing her to squeal with delight. Ru and Ganma entered the room, playfully asking Satsuki to let Izuku in before they overwhelmed him. Ru took the flowers and chocolates, while Ganma shook Izuku's hand when Satsuki finally released him. Izuku turned to Tsuyu, checking if she was alright, which made her blush even more. Her younger brother, 𝗬𝗵𝗲, walked in and asked if Izuku was her boyfriend. Tsuyu croaked in surprise at the question and scolded her brother, pointing out that he had brought her flowers and chocolates. Izuku blushed, clarifying that the gifts were for the family. Ganma thanked him and announced that dinner was ready, inviting everyone to the dining room. As they sat at the table, Satsuki took a seat next to Izuku. He began to relax during the meal as they chatted. Ganma asked how Izuku had saved his daughters during the fight, recalling the news footage where he had vanished. Izuku felt a bit uncomfortable but decided to share the truth with her father. He lifted his hand, and the flowers he had brought floated over to Satsuki. Then, he vanished and reappeared next to Tsuyu, causing her to gasp. He explained that his quirk was quite versatile and that he trained hard every day to improve. Ganma smiled, expressing gratitude for what Izuku had done for them, assuring him that he was always welcome in their home. Izuku thanked him and returned to his seat, feeling a wave of acceptance that was new and somewhat overwhelming. The only people he had ever felt truly comfortable around were his father and his teachers. As these emotions washed over him, he felt a lump in his throat. Ru noticed his struggle with these feelings and understood how emotionally reserved he was. After finishing the meal and chatting a bit longer, Izuku called his father to pick him up. 20 minutes later, All Might honked the horn as Izuku said his goodbyes. Satsuki looked a bit sad, and before he left, she asked if she would see him again. Izuku knelt down, smiling at her, and assured her that she would. This time, he pulled her into a hug, and she whispered something in his ear before he stood up. Ru smiled at the scene, not just for her daughter but for Izuku as well, recognizing how hard it was for him to open up, even if just to bring happiness to a little girl. All Might asked Izuku if he had enjoyed himself. Izuku admitted that he felt awkward at first, but as the evening progressed, he began to enjoy it. He then shared how Satsuki had whispered in his ear that he was her hero when he hugged her before leaving. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗲 sat in the living room, gazing out the window, lost in thought when her mother joined her and inquired about her feelings. Tsuyu confessed that she felt embarrassed when Izuku arrived, blushing and even croaking in front of him. She worried that he might think she was strange. Ru hugged her daughter as Tsuyu continued, revealing that she had just learned he was single and had never had a girlfriend. She liked him but wondered if someone like her had a chance with him. She recalled how the other girls had looked at him with interest when he mentioned being single, as if he were a rare find. Ru smiled at her daughter and encouraged her, saying that she would never know unless she tried. She then asked if Tsuyu had noticed Izuku blushing when her brother asked if he was her boyfriend. Tsuyu smiled, asking if he really blushed. Baru suggested she ask her brother if she didn't believe her. This thought made Tsuyu happy, and she kissed her mother on the cheek, wishing her good night. That night, Achiko struggled to sleep, reflecting on the fact that Izuku was not only single but had never been on a date. It seemed unbelievable. How could someone like him remain unattached for so long? She remembered when she had asked him for his number while working at the cat cafe, and he had said he didn't have a phone. Did his parents not allow him to date? She wanted to ask him out, but her family was already facing financial struggles, and she didn't have the means to go out. Why would someone like him be interested in a girl whose family was barely getting by? She sighed as she stared up at the ceiling before finally drifting off to sleep. When Momo arrived at her mansion, she was filled with excitement after seeing the footage of Izuku saving Tsuyu. In her mind, a guy like him was always taken. She was surprised to learn he was single and had never been on a date. Izuku was intelligent, strong, a great fighter, and not a playboy. She had noticed him in class. He never looked at any of the girls inappropriately like some of the boys, especially Mineta and Kaminari. He was respectful, humble, and treated everyone equally, always willing to help those in need. He was genuinely a great guy, and in the brief time she had known him, she couldn't understand why he was single. She realized she needed to learn more about him before introducing him to her family. Izuku sat in his room, reflecting on how he felt when Satsuki referred to him as her hero. For the first time, he truly understood why his father loved being a hero. He wanted to meet that little girl's expectations. He felt a strong longing to become stronger and better so that his father could retire and enjoy life. He couldn't shake off the look Achiko had given him when she inquired if he was dating someone. He wondered why she was curious about his relationship status and decided to ask his dad about it later. For now, he needed to focus on his goal, becoming the best hero he could be. With that thought, he turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next few weeks passed quickly as they reviewed their mistakes in the combat course and discussed tactics. They alternated between focusing on their quirks and hand-to-hand combat. Izuku spoke with Professor Aizawa to learn more about how his neutralizing quirk worked. He understood that mastering his quirk would make capturing villains easier. Bakugo concentrated on larger attacks after Izuku skillfully dodged his big moves. Izuku also spent time with Recovery Girl, learning various healing techniques. In their hand-to-hand classes, they practiced striking and receiving blows. Mineta attempted to partner with a female student, but Professor Aizawa announced that no quirks would be allowed during this portion of the class. Bakugo protested, calling it stupid, to which Professor Aizawa responded, challenging him to attack. Bakugo asked if he could use his quirk, and Professor Aizawa agreed, saying he would regret it. With a wicked grin, Bakugo charged in, attempting a jab. When he missed, he tried to activate his quirk, but it failed. Professor Aizawa used his scarf to bind Bakugo, stating that a true hero could still fight without their quirk. He then addressed the class, reminding them that they never knew when someone could neutralize their abilities like he could. He emphasized the importance of honing their hand-to-hand skills or facing dire consequences. The class watched in astonishment as he easily subdued Bakugo, taking the lesson to heart and committing to their training. The following Monday, Izuku was not himself. He appeared downcast, and when Tsuyu asked if he was okay, he offered a quick smile, insisting he was fine. However, she could tell something was off. Tsuyu took her seat and leaned back, asking Achiko if she knew what was wrong with Izuku. Achiko mentioned that she had asked him before entering and received the same response. Momo inquired with Mina, who was usually in the loop about gossip, but even she was unaware. Mina approached Tsuyu and Achiko, asking if they had any insights. After class, Izuku quietly packed his bag and left. Achiko, Tsuyu, Momo, and Mina decided to follow him. Izuku entered a flower shop and emerged with a bouquet of appealing flowers. He boarded the train, disembarking at Koyasan Station, and walked into the Okanoin Cemetery. The girls continued to follow him discreetly. He approached a grave and began to clean it, reaching into his bag to pull out some incense, a candle, and a picture, which he gently placed on the grave. To their astonishment, the incense and candle lit up on their own. He knelt down and began to speak, but they were too far away to hear his words. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled them. All Might revealed that he came here every year to talk to his mother. Professor Aizawa explained that they always gave him some time alone before joining him, as he preferred not to be seen at his most vulnerable. All Might thanked the girls for their concern but advised them not to let Izuku know they were there, as he didn't like this part of his life. The professors then approached Izuku, who began to weep. As the girls left, Momo made a phone call, and soon a large SUV arrived. She invited the other girls to join her. Once inside, Momo requested to be taken to her house. 𝗧𝗂𝐵 wondered what All Might meant when he said Izuku didn't like this part of his life. Momo suggested they discuss it upon arriving at her home and called to have tea and cake prepared for 4. When they arrived, 𝗧𝗂𝐵, Tsuyu, and Mina were in awe of the size of Momo's house. Once in her room, the conversation resumed. Tsuyu asked why the professors were there, and Mina inquired about what had happened to Izuku's mother. Momo noted that Aizawa was like an uncle to him, questioning if that meant the teachers were raising him. 𝗧𝗂𝐵 speculated that All Might was the one looking after him. It all made sense to her now. All Might had sought him out after the entrance exam, bringing food and visiting her at the cat cafe. Now he was at the cemetery with him, she realized. The girls stared at her in disbelief as she pieced it together. Momo asked if she was just now realizing this, to which 𝗧𝗂𝐵 blushed, admitting she hadn't thought about it before. She had assumed All Might was responsible for keeping an eye on him due to his past mistakes. Momo agreed that it made sense when framed that way. Mina, barely containing her excitement, exclaimed that they now knew the biggest secret in the school. No, the biggest secret in Japan. Momo cautioned her not to tell anyone, warning that the professors would know if one of them leaked Izuku's secret. 𝗧𝗂𝐵 felt saddened by the thought, realizing he would never forgive them if they revealed it. Tsuyu looked at Mina, expressing that she couldn't tell anyone, as her sister would be devastated if she couldn't see him anymore. Momo exclaimed in surprise, asking if Tsuyu's sister was dating him. Tsuyu raised her hands in a mock surrender, showing the girls a picture of herself with her little sister. All 3 of them exclaimed how cute the little girl was. Tsuyu mentioned that her mother had invited a boy over for dinner after he had saved them, and her sister had developed a huge crush on him. It would break her sister's heart if he walked away from them because of this. The 4 girls vowed to keep this secret among themselves. As Izuku, All Might, and the professors left the cemetery, Izuku expressed that he thought this would get easier over time, but it still hurt. Midnight looked at him and advised him to learn how to let go of the pain. Otherwise, it would eventually break him. She reminded him that it wasn't his fault and that his mother wouldn't want him to be alone and sad. She had sacrificed her life so he could have one, so he needed to learn to live for her sake. Izuku lifted his head and promised to try. Midnight pulled him into a comforting embrace, and this time he didn't struggle to escape. He hugged her back and softly thanked her as she held him a little tighter. AFO summoned Dr. Garaki to his room and informed him that the class would soon be heading to the USJ. He instructed Dr. Garaki to prepare Shigaraki, as he was handing All Might and his students to him on a silver platter. AFO encouraged Shigaraki to enjoy himself and take as many pawns as he desired, but he needed to bring All Might and the heroes pain. All he had to do was ensure that AFO's son was returned in one piece. Dr. Garaki smiled and confirmed he would inform Shigaraki to be ready, asking how much time he had to prepare. AFO replied that they had 2 weeks before All Might and 2 more teachers would arrive. As Dr. Garaki left, AFO smiled, looking forward to seeing how his son had grown. As the students loaded the bus in their hero costumes, excitement filled the air. They were going to train in rescue operations. Izuku was particularly eager to try out his new techniques, having worked hard to extend his sphere of influence, which now reached 18 feet. Few sat beside him on the bus, while 𝗧𝗂𝐵 and Momo sat together, feeling a bit jealous of her, especially when Tsuyu fell asleep on Izuku's shoulder and snuggled in. Mina took out her phone and snapped a picture, claiming she now had blackmail material. The girls noticed that many other girls were being especially nice to Izuku after word spread that he was single and had never been on a date. Even at lunch, girls from different classes attempted to sit next to him. Izuku, being oblivious or too kind, would often move to another table, unaware of their intentions. Momo found his naivety adorable, while Izuku and 𝗬𝗓 felt jealousy towards the attention he was receiving. Mina was conflicted. She wasn't typically attracted to nice guys, but Izuku was different. His genuine nature and the image of him in the cemetery lingered in her mind. Upon arriving at the unforeseen simulation joint, or USJ, Professor Aizawa was already there as the students unloaded from the bus. Izuku approached him to ask where All Might was, and Aizawa explained that a mission had come up that required All Might's presence. Izuku nodded and joined his classmates. As they entered the USJ, they were awestruck by the various sections and the potential applications of the facility. Once everyone was inside, the doors shut, and Pro Hero 13 approached the students to begin their safety briefing. Suddenly, everything went wrong. An inky black form emerged at the bottom of the stairs, and numerous villains began pouring out of it. Among them were a large creature with its brain exposed and a tall figure with hands covering its body. Izuku's stomach dropped. He recognized who was behind this. Professor Aizawa instructed the students to stand back, and Izuku realized this wasn't Aizawa's area of expertise. He decided to hold back for now. Reaching into his costume, he pressed the button on his pendant and pulled out his cell phone, only to find there was no signal. Aizawa was formidable in a fight, but the odds were against him. Just as Izuku was about to act, the inky darkness engulfed the entire class. The next thing he knew, he found himself in water, with Tsuyu's tongue wrapping around his waist, pulling him out. Tsuyu and Mineta were on a boat surrounded by enemies. Izuku looked towards the shore where Aizawa was fighting for his life and quickly devised a plan to reach him. Tsuyu was crucial to the plan's success, and Izuku knew he would have to showcase more of his power than he was comfortable with, but he had no choice. When he explained his plan, Mineta's eyes widened in shock. Tsuyu agreed and prepared herself. Izuku closed his eyes and focused, lifting the entire boat out of the water. The villains froze, caught off guard by the sheer power. He elevated the boat 40 feet into the air and shouted for Tsuyu, who was carrying Mineta, to run and leap with all her strength. Izuku pushed the boat down with all his might, and it crashed into the water, shattering from the impact. Tsuyu shot her tongue around Izuku's waist, using the momentum to slingshot him towards Aizawa, who was in dire straits, being held down by the brain creature. Aizawa thought to himself that this creature was as strong as All Might, even without a quirk. The man covered in hands approached them, demanding to know where All Might was, promising a quick death if Aizawa didn't comply. Aizawa replied that All Might was not present and offered himself in exchange for the students' safety. The strange man dismissed this, stating he would start harming the students until All Might showed up. Suddenly, a splash caught both men off guard, but the ice spear that pierced the brain creature's shoulder, forcing it off Aizawa, surprised the strange man even more. Aizawa looked at Izuku and urged him to run. Izuku gazed at the man he regarded as family and firmly stated that he would not leave him. The strange man, revealing his name as Tamura Shigaraki, expressed his disdain for what had been done to his Nomu and declared his intent to bring Izuku's father home. Izuku positioned himself protectively between Aizawa and Shigaraki, asserting that no harm would come to Aizawa. Shigaraki commanded the Nomu to attack, and in an instant, it charged at Izuku with incredible speed. Izuku raised his hand, and as the Nomu approached, it suddenly halted, frozen in place. With a powerful motion, Izuku propelled it out of the arena, hoping it was as formidable as it appeared. Shigaraki cursed, realizing that Izuku had outsmarted him, expressing surprise at Izuku's strength. Izuku warned Shigaraki to surrender or face the consequences. Without turning back, he instructed his allies to ensure Professor Aizawa's safety. Tsuyu and Mineta carefully lifted Aizawa and moved him away, leaving Izuku to confront Shigaraki alone. Shigaraki, eager to fulfill his father's wishes, lunged at Izuku. However, Izuku easily dodged the attack and countered with a punch that staggered Shigaraki. Shigaraki, furious, vowed to eliminate Izuku and his friends. Noticing Shigaraki's gloves beginning to disintegrate, Izuku retreated closer to the water. Shigaraki charged again, but Izuku utilized his quirk to lift droplets of water, freezing them and launching them at Shigaraki's legs. The icy projectiles struck with precision, causing Shigaraki to cry out in pain as he fell to his knees. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the area as the doors to the USJ burst open, revealing All Might, his expression filled with anger. An inky cloud enveloped Shigaraki, and he vanished. All Might, a blur of motion, swiftly incapacitated the remaining criminals. By the time the rest of the staff arrived, most of the villains had been captured. As Shigaraki emerged from the darkness, he acknowledged that Izuku was far stronger than anticipated, having effortlessly taken down the Nomu. He recounted how he barely escaped thanks to Kurojirai. AFO inquired about the Nomu's proximity to Izuku before it was launched away, and Shigaraki confirmed it had come within 3 feet. AFO expressed disappointment in Shigaraki's performance, expecting more from him after all this time. Dr. Garaki entered the room to examine Shigaraki's legs, noting the entry wounds but no exit wounds. Shigaraki speculated that Izuku had used ice, nearly severing the Nomu's arm with a spear of ice. Dr. Garaki concluded that Izuku had transformed water into ice and shot it with remarkable force, suggesting that Izuku might be stronger than he appeared. AFO advised Shigaraki to focus on what to do next rather than dwell on his defeat. Meanwhile, Izuku was tending to Professor Aizawa when the ambulance arrived to take him to the hospital. The rest of the class was with All Might, providing statements about the incident. As Izuku jogged toward his classmates, Bakugo shouted, demanding to know the nature of Izuku's quirk. Mineta mentioned Izuku's impressive feat of lifting a yacht and creating a spear of ice from water. Before Izuku could respond, All Might called for everyone's attention, instructing them to board the bus to return to UA for further investigation. On the bus, Izuku found himself between Achiko and Momo, both snuggling in as Tsuyu had done earlier. Mineta stared at Izuku, feeling envious of his attention from the girls. Kyokajiro called him out on his behavior, suggesting that if he weren't such a pervert, he might have a girl sitting next to him. That afternoon, upon returning home, Izuku almost forgot about his appointment with Dr. Azui. He called his father to pick him up. When Dr. Azui heard a knock on the door without the usual phone call, she felt a bit puzzled. Upon opening the door, she found Izuku and All Might standing there, the latter out of costume. Izuku smiled, affirming that All Might was the strongest and kindest man he knew. Dr. Azui invited them in and asked them to sit as she composed herself. She inquired if Izuku had the ability to make others disappear as well. Izuku replied that he was diligently working on improving his skills. Dr. Azui then asked All Might why Izuku had never been on a date or struggled to open up to people. All Might explained that Izuku feared that anyone who got too close might be hurt by his past. He had tried to provide Izuku with a normal life, but his father had made that difficult. Izuku interjected, clarifying that the man he referred to as father had only brought him pain, and that All Might was the one he truly considered a father figure, the one who raised him and provided him with a safe haven. Dr. Azui was taken aback, realizing that it was Izuku's choice to distance himself from his past. Curious, Dr. Azui asked why Izuku trained so hard to improve when he was already strong, suggesting he should spend more time with friends. Izuku explained that he could have prevented 2 criminals from escaping if he had mastered Professor Aizawa's technique. He believed it was acceptable to fail while learning a new skill, but not to fail due to a lack of effort. Dr. Azui was impressed by Izuku's determination and felt a pang of sympathy for any woman who might fall for such a dedicated young man. Just then, Professor Aizawa entered the classroom, surprising everyone. Though bandaged, he appeared much better than he had after the villain attack. The professor announced that next week, the class would embark on a road trip with Class 1B for joint training, lasting a week. Mineta's imagination ran wild with the thought, envisioning the girls around him. Izuku was intrigued as well, he was eager to learn about their quirks. Meanwhile, Bakugo remained frustrated with Izuku for not discussing his quirk and felt a simmering anger since he had saved Professor Aizawa from a dangerous creature on his own. Momo contemplated how she could find a moment alone with Izuku, unaware that she wasn't the only girl considering ways to capture his attention. As the day progressed, Izuku changed into his gym clothes in preparation for combat training. Bakugo was itching for a chance to fight Izuku, but the professor had a randomizer program that determined the pairings for the students. During the combat session, Izuku found himself matched against Toru Hagakure, who was perpetually invisible. Feeling awkward, Izuku hesitated to engage in the fight, not wanting to accidentally touch her inappropriately. However, Toru had no qualms about attacking him. She landed a punch to his gut and then another to his jaw. While the hits didn't hurt him significantly, he disliked being struck in the face. He sensed her movements around him but struggled to counter her attacks since they were prohibited from using their quirks in close combat. Toru playfully challenged Izuku, suggesting that if he couldn't land a single hit during their match, he would owe her a kiss. The other girls in the gym paused, some missing their own opportunities to strike, captivated by the exchange. Izuku responded that this was a fight, not a date. Toru proposed an incentive to make the match more interesting, teasing him about his hesitation. Izuku, with a slight smile, agreed to try for just one hit and closed his eyes, ready for her to make her move. He remained still, focusing intently. Toru circled him quietly, inching closer until she struck him in the ribs. Reacting instinctively, he countered with a punch, surprising her with his speed. Realizing she needed to be cautious, Toru continued her assault. When she kicked at him, he managed to grab her leg and landed a punch on her thigh. A collective sigh of relief echoed from the other girls, who resumed their sparring, now that Izuku's lips were safe. Toru felt disappointed, having missed her chance for a memorable moment with Izuku. Later, in the locker room, the girls surrounded Toru, eager to hear about her bold move. She smiled, explaining that one couldn't blame her for trying. She felt overshadowed by the others and thought that if she had the chance to steal Izuku's first kiss, she had to take it. Tsuyu asked if she had feelings for him, to which Toru admitted he was cute, shy, and had a great physique, but he kept everyone at a distance. The other girls nodded in agreement. Momo then inquired how Tsuyu managed to invite Izuku over for dinner. Tsuyu explained that her mother had run into him and invited him as a thank you for saving her and her sister. After gym class, Bakugo approached Izuku, boasting that he was fortunate not to have to face him in a fight, claiming he would easily defeat him. Izuku, having finished changing, simply acknowledged Bakugo's comment and walked away, leaving Bakugo seething with frustration, unable to provoke Izuku. Back in the classroom, Izuku found Professor Aizawa waiting for him. He attempted to cancel the professor's quirk, and after months of effort, he finally succeeded. Overjoyed, he expressed his gratitude for Aizawa's guidance. The professor met his gaze and acknowledged Izuku's efforts, reminding him that their time was limited and he didn't want to keep him from recovery girls' lessons. With that, Izuku left, and the rest of his day passed quickly. Meanwhile, the girls of Class 1B gathered to strategize on how to capture Izuku's attention away from Class 1A. They unanimously agreed that he deserved better than the girls of Class 1A but struggled to devise a plan. Flirting had proven ineffective, as he would simply blush and change direction in the hallways. They realized that if they attempted to lure him away, the girls from Class 1A would intervene. Even their attempts to leave notes in his locker had failed, as he never showed up. However, they resolved to have a plan in place by the following week. When Class 1A boarded the charter bus for their 2-week training trip focused on their individual quirks, they stopped at a scenic lookout. There, they spotted a large SUV with 2 women standing beside it. Professor Aizawa instructed the students to disembark for introductions. Izuku recognized the women, not from personal encounters, but from their impressive records in wilderness rescue, which he had studied. The women introduced themselves as Pixie Bob and Ragdoll, retired pro heroes now dedicated to rescuing lost hikers in challenging terrains. Ragdoll pointed toward a distant mountain, indicating that their base camp was located a few miles away, and mentioned they would reach it in about 4 hours on foot. As Ragdoll finished speaking, Izuku noticed his area of influence had vanished. When he glanced at Professor Aizawa, the professor simply stated that their training had begun. Suddenly, the entire class was propelled off the side of the cliff due to Pixie Bob's quirk. Ragdoll encouraged them to use their quirks as they would meet at the camp. Exhausted from the unexpected descent, the class arrived at the camp, limping in for dinner, where the aroma of food lifted their spirits. Izuku found himself being guided by the girls in his class, too tired to resist their enthusiasm. While eating, Izuku noticed a young boy, around 10 years old, struggling with his chores. The girls chatted among themselves, but Izuku found himself reflecting on how he could improve. He saw the boy, 𝗂𝗳, having difficulty lifting a box and decided to offer assistance. When Izuku approached, 𝗂𝗳 insisted he didn't need help, expressing his frustration. Izuku respected his pride but suggested a trick to lift the box instead. 𝗂𝗳 watched as Izuku demonstrated, and when he tried again he managed to lift it successfully. Izuku walked alongside 𝗂𝗳, discreetly using his quirk to assist him without the boy realizing it. Once 𝗂𝗳 finished, he turned to Izuku and reiterated that he didn't need help. Izuku smiled, acknowledging the boy's independence, and began to head back to his seat. 𝗂𝗳 called out to him, asking for his name, and Izuku turned to share it. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed the girls staring at him. Toru asked if he was always this kind. Caught off guard, Izuku inquired what she meant. She pointed out that he had used his quirk to help someone who had initially rejected it. Izuku smiled again, explaining that it felt right to help, especially since he had no siblings to support him. He added that kindness costs nothing. After finishing his meal, he announced he was going to take a shower and said goodbye to the girls as he left them to discuss him. Izuku was the first to reach the shower and then the open-air bath. When the other boys from his class arrived, they were preparing to leave. Kaminari chatted with Izuku just long enough for him to witness Mineta tumble off a wall while trying to peek at the girls, startled by 𝗂𝗳. However, 𝗂𝗳 slipped, and Izuku reacted quickly, catching him thanks to his quirk. When 𝗂𝗳 opened his eyes, he saw the young man who had helped him earlier carrying him, with his Aunt Shino nearby. Izuku gently placed 𝗂𝗳 on the sofa and covered him with a blanket. 𝗂𝗳 expressed his gratitude, apologizing for being rude earlier. Izuku reassured him that it was okay and asked for his name. 𝗂𝗳 introduced himself and thanked Izuku for saving him. Izuku smiled, wishing him a good rest. Shino was astonished by 𝗂𝗳's change in demeanor. He usually disliked anyone associated with heroes. She asked Izuku what he had done to earn 𝗂𝗳's gratitude, noting that he typically harbored resentment towards heroes. Izuku explained that he had simply shown 𝗂𝗳 how to lift the box. Shino thanked him, sharing that 𝗂𝗳 had been angry since losing his parents, who were both pro-heroes killed by a villain while saving lives. She expressed concern that 𝗂𝗳 might leave them when he grew older because of their hero backgrounds. Izuku smiled again, assuring her that he would help 𝗂𝗳 whenever possible. Meanwhile, the girls were discussing Izuku after learning he had saved the little boy from falling. Tsuyu remarked that Izuku was one of the kindest people she had ever met, recalling how he comforted her little sister when he could have easily walked away. Mina admitted she had initially thought his kindness was an act. Achiko shared her own experience of how nice he had been when visiting her old job after saving her. The other girls were surprised to learn he had saved Achiko too, and they all agreed that this was truly who Izuku was. As Class 1B arrived at the training area, they found Class 1A hard at work. However, Izuku and Toru were nowhere to be found. Toru was being pursued by Mizo Shoji, leaving Izuku unaccounted for. When lunchtime arrived, Izuku emerged from the woods, visibly tired but smiling when Momo called him to join them in line. The girls from Class 1B followed him, lining up behind him. One girl, Pony Tsunatori, introduced herself, expressing her admiration for him after witnessing his act of kindness. Izuku blushed and lowered his head, feeling embarrassed by the compliment. Pony reassured him that she hadn't meant to embarrass him, and Izuku apologized, admitting he wasn't used to receiving such praise. Nito Monoma teased him about enjoying the attention, but the girls from Class 1B quickly defended Izuku, asserting that he was one of the most humble and kind individuals they had ever met. The girls from Class 1A pushed Izuku to the front of the line to shield him from Monoma. 𝗂𝗳 overheard Tsuyu standing up for Izuku, realizing those were not typical words spoken about heroes. He felt the need to clear his mind and decided to take a walk. Izuku returned to the woods to strengthen his quirk by lifting heavy boulders and dropping them onto his shield. Realizing it was dinner time, he made his way back to camp, where Achiko called him over to the table, presenting him with a plate of food. He thanked her, and the other girls from his class joined them. The girls from Class 1B were still upset with Monoma for disrupting their chance to sit with Izuku. After dinner, Izuku went to the fire pit at the center of the camp, starting a fire and sitting down while humming a tune. The girls from his class soon joined him. Mina asked about the song he was humming, and Izuku explained that it reminded him of his mother. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked if he was feeling homesick as the girls from Class 1B arrived. Pony thought it was sweet that he missed his mom, prompting Achiko, Tsuyu, Momo, and Mina to recall their time at the cemetery with him. In a soft voice, Izuku admitted that he did miss her. 𝗬𝗁𝗏 then asked if he could sing the song for them. Izuku admitted that he wasn't a great singer. Pony asked him if he could sing a song for her. Looking around the fire pit, Izuku noticed that all the girls were watching him, so he decided to comply. He shared that the song was Where the Shadow Ends by Banners. Achiko, Tsuyu, Momo, and Mina were moved to tears, while the others were puzzled by the somber tone of the song. Once he finished singing, Izuku quickly excused himself to gather his thoughts. Using his quirk, he vanished and lifted himself into the air, finding a plateau on the side of a hill near a cave. Sitting there and gazing back at the camp, he felt tears streaming down his face when he heard Koda's gentle voice from the cave's entrance. Koda asked if he was okay. Izuku hastily wiped his tears away, apologizing for intruding and mentioning that he thought he was alone. Koda inquired about his tears, prompting Izuku to reveal that he missed his mother, who had passed away when he was still a child. When Koda asked if his father had also died, Izuku clarified that his father was alive but had not been part of his life. Koda shared that he could relate, having lost both his parents to a villain who had died saving others, leaving him behind. He expressed his disdain for the place, where people trained to become heroes, risking their lives for strangers. Koda then asked Izuku why he wanted to be a hero, noting that everyone said he was kind. Izuku explained that he wanted to become a hero to prevent villains from hurting others, ensuring that no more children would lose their parents like they had. Koda sat beside Izuku in silence, both of them now looking toward the camp. Itsuka observed the girls, Achiko, Tsuyu, Momo, and Mina, and remarked that Izuku's feelings were deeper than just missing his mother. Achiko suggested that it wasn't their place to share his story and advised them to avoid bringing it up for a while. Pony then asked the girls from Class 1A if they knew whether Izuku was still single. Momo questioned her curiosity, and Pony smiled, explaining that she felt touched when she saw him comforting Koda. Mina suggested that Pony could choose from the many boys in Class 1A instead. The girls from Class 1A regarded the girls from Class 1B as potential rivals for Izuku's affection. As the girls extinguished the fire and returned to their cabin, Momo expressed concern that Pony was getting too friendly with Izuku. Mina playfully asked Momo to sing for her with those big flirty eyes. Tsuyu insisted they needed to keep the other girls away from him. Meanwhile, the Class 1B girls discussed how Pony had made Izuku blush and how adorable he looked when embarrassed. Reiko proposed a plan for a test of courage, suggesting they could get Izuku alone in the woods, allowing them to capture his attention without Pony monopolizing it. The next morning, they successfully convinced Class 1A to join the test of courage. Izuku was in the woods, focusing on tracking everything moving within his sphere of influence. He soon realized he was not alone, sensing someone trying to sneak up on him. To protect himself, he created an illusion of himself sitting cross-legged while he quietly moved away, invisible to anyone watching. When he heard a twig snap, he used his quirk to cancel out everyone else's powers in his vicinity. However, when he heard a surprised squeal, he realized he had made a mistake. Toru appeared, blushing and surprised, leaning in to kiss the illusion just as she became visible for the first time since her quirk had manifested. Izuku turned bright red as their eyes met, and when his illusion faded, he noticed her striking hazel eyes and full lips. He immediately apologized, while Toru squatted, trying to cover herself. As Izuku released his quirk, she vanished again. In a fluster, Toru picked up a branch and threw it at him, exclaiming her disbelief that he had seen her. She then hurried back to camp, leaving Izuku mortified and skipping lunch. Toru rushed into the camp and found Mina training. She ran straight to her, recounting what had happened. Mina gathered all the girls from Class 1A to share the story. Toru expected them to be upset with her for the incident, but instead, they were curious about her appearance. Toru expressed her embarrassment and wished to avoid Izuku, feeling relieved when he didn't show up for lunch. However, when he arrived for dinner, she hid in the cabin, refusing to participate in the test of courage. Izuku approached Ochako, asking if she had seen Toru because he wanted to apologize again. Ochako noticed his defeated expression, her heart sinking at the sight of his hurt. She reassured him that it was an accident and that they understood he meant no harm. When the other girls arrived and saw his sorrowful face, Tsuyu echoed Ochiko's sentiment, trying to uplift him, but their efforts fell short. Izuku excused himself and walked away. As the test of courage commenced, Izuku found himself alone, realizing that his class was one member short. Entering the woods, he caught the scent of smoke and heard students rushing out, warning of a massive fire. Ragdoll was calling for Koda, and Izuku knew he was at the cave. He called out to Ragdoll, promising to find Koda and urging her to gather the other students. Using his quirk, he lifted the ground beneath him and propelled himself toward the cave. Koda stood on the plateau, looking out over the trees when he spotted the fire. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him, a large man in a hooded jacket. The man complimented Koda's hat and demanded he give it up. Fearful, Koda refused, stating that his parents had bought it for him. When the man pulled back his hood, Koda recognized him as the villain who had taken his parents from him. Koda confronted the large man, expressing his anger about the loss of his parents. He revealed that his parents were heroes, known as the Water Hose Heroes, and accused the man of killing them. Muscular laughed, dismissing Koda's claims and taunting him about joining his parents soon. Izuku, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of determination as he saw Muscular advancing toward Koda. In a moment of panic, Koda called out for Izuku, who rushed to his side just as Muscular launched a powerful punch that created a massive explosion where Koda had been lying moments before. Now behind Izuku, Koda identified Muscular as the villain responsible for his parents' deaths. Izuku felt a wave of anger wash over him as Muscular continued to mock them, assuring that they would soon join Koda's parents. Izuku urged Koda to close his eyes, not wanting him to witness the impending confrontation. As Koda complied, Izuku prepared to show Muscular true fear. Muscular challenged him, but before he knew it, Izuku transformed, growing to an imposing height and surrounded by a dark aura, his eyes glowing white. The heat radiating from Izuku's new form caused Muscular to scream in terror. In a swift motion, Izuku reached out and grabbed Muscular, lifting him effortlessly and throwing him into the mountainside. Muscular struggled to free himself from the rubble, but Izuku seized him again, taunting him about his strength. With a powerful throw, Muscular's body fell limply to the ground. Izuku released the illusion and turned to Koda, checking if he was all right. Koda opened his eyes and reassured Izuku that he was okay. Izuku knelt down and embraced Koda, expressing his relief but emphasizing the need to leave quickly. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗵𝗆 froze at the sound of Muscular's fearful scream, wondering what could frighten such a formidable villain. An explosion followed, causing part of the mountain to collapse. Toga looked at 𝗕𝗵𝗆, questioning their next move since he was supposed to cover their escape. Spinner expressed his reluctance to confront whatever had caused the chaos. Mange urged them to hurry before heroes intervened. 𝗕𝗵𝗆 agreed, insisting they find Izuku before whatever had happened decided to join the fray. They split up, each taking on their assigned tasks. Izuku was carrying Koda when he spotted Professor Aizawa and quickly called out to him. Aizawa halted, surprised to see Izuku. Izuku asked him to take Koda back to camp, but Aizawa reminded him that the villains were likely after him. Izuku acknowledged this but insisted he had to help. Koda pleaded with Izuku to stay, fearing for his safety. Izuku reassured him that he needed to protect all the students, just as he had protected Koda. With that, he soared into the air, searching for others in need of assistance. Izuku soon spotted Momo, who was struggling against a Nomu. He dove down, using his quirk to send the Nomu crashing back into the woods. He quickly helped Momo to her feet, healing her injuries as he heard the Nomu charging toward them. He positioned her against a tree, instructing her to stay put. When the Nomu burst through the trees, Izuku used his quirk to uproot a tree and struck the Nomu with it, shattering the tree on impact. He returned to Momo, urging her to run back to camp. Momo hesitated, asking about Izuku's safety. He assured her he would do his best to return. As Momo sprinted toward the camp, Izuku ran parallel to her, making noise to draw the attention of the Nomu. His plan worked as two Nomu charged at him from opposite sides. Izuku formed a shield with his quirk, deflecting the first Nomu's attack. He retaliated with a punch that sent the Nomu crashing into a tree, splintering it. The second Nomu dropped to its knees from a powerful bolt of energy Izuku unleashed. However, the first Nomu was already charging at him again. Izuku lifted himself off the ground, flying closer to the camp while keeping the Nomu at bay. He declared that they wouldn't get past him and challenged them to show their strength. Momo reached the camp, witnessing the professors battling villains. She realized Izuku was not there and quickly used her quirk to create a net gun, capturing a lizard-like villain engaged with Ragdoll. Momo asked Ragdoll who they were looking for when Aizawa emerged from the woods, carrying 𝗂𝗬. Ragdoll rushed to embrace 𝗂𝗬, checking if he was alright. 𝗂𝗬 explained that Izuku had saved him from Muscular and entrusted him to Aizawa. Ragdoll inquired about Izuku's whereabouts, and Aizawa explained that he stayed behind to help rescue more students and distract the stronger villains. Momo confirmed that Izuku had saved her from one of the brain creatures. Outside, powerful explosions echoed through the woods, catching Bakugo's attention as Kirishima remarked that explosions were usually Bakugo's specialty. Bakugo remarked that it was going to be an intense battle. Izuku felt frustrated, pondering how he could stop the opponents without causing them harm. He had tried breaking their limbs, but they merely healed themselves. Even when he used his quirk to sever one of their limbs, it grew back instantly. As he concentrated on the two Nomu, he failed to notice the third one approaching until it was too late. It struck him, but Izuku managed to raise his arm just in time to deflect the blow, resulting in his arm shattering as he was propelled toward the camp. 𝗂𝗬 watched in horror as Izuku flew in from the tree line, bouncing as if he had been thrown. Quickly recovering, Izuku faced the woods just as three Nomu burst forth after him. His left arm hung limply, yet he stood resolute, determination radiating from him. The villains froze at the sight of him standing against three Nomu. 𝗂𝗬 cried out for Izuku to run. Turning his head slightly, Izuku caught a glimpse of 𝗂𝗬's terrified face and made his decision. This battle would end now. Izuku charged at the three Nomu as they rushed toward him. He waited until they were within 10 feet, then shouted to cancel their quirks while simultaneously launching spikes from the ground. The spikes pierced the Nomu's legs, torso, and arms, preventing them from healing this time. Izuku then used his quirk to encase the Nomu in rocks, fusing them together to form a massive boulder. 𝗬𝗏 could hardly believe his eyes. Izuku had defeated the Nomu and likely caused Muscular to scream in fear. He pressed a button on his collar, and black ink enveloped him, making him vanish. Toga was captivated by Izuku's battered appearance as she too was taken away by the ink. The rest of the villains shared her fascination, except for the Nomu. Upon their return to the hideout, Tamura awaited them and inquired about Izuku and the Nomu. Toga reported that Izuku had defeated the Nomu and excitedly asked her team if they had seen how he fought. She wanted him for herself. 𝗬𝗏 cautioned her to control her enthusiasm, then turned to Tamura, noting that they hadn't been informed of Izuku's strength. He had taken on three Nomu alone and made Muscular scream. Tamura shouted in frustration, feeling that Izuku had cheated again. He demanded to know what Izuku's quirk was. A voice crackled through the radio, reassuring him not to worry about that and to keep trying to capture Izuku. 𝗬𝗏 was asked how close the Nomu had been when Izuku defeated them. He replied that they were about 10 feet away when the spikes shot up and they hadn't been able to heal. The voice commended 𝗬𝗏 for improving and urged him to demonstrate his abilities. Tamura was instructed to have his men rest and devise a new plan, emphasizing that these failures would only make them stronger and smarter. Izuku dropped to his knees, crying out in pain as the Nomu finally ceased their attempts to escape. All the staff and students stared at him, breathing heavily while clutching his limp arm with his functioning one. Aizawa instructed Ragdoll to account for everyone and report any missing individuals. The girls from Class 1A rushed toward Izuku, while the girls from Class 1B looked on in awe. The boys from Class 1A approached to check on him. Bakugo regarded Izuku with disdain, wondering if he would vanish again like he had before. When Professor Aizawa reached Izuku, he had to ask the students to make way. Momo was the first to kneel beside him, performing first aid by securing his arm in a splint. Aizawa looked at Izuku and remarked on how hard he had pushed himself. Izuku lowered his head, admitting that he had become careless and hadn't noticed the third Nomu sneaking up on him until it was nearly too late. Aizawa reassured him that he had done well, managing to save Koda from muscular. Momo gently cupped Izuku's face in her hands, expressing her gratitude for saving her from the Nomu. Izuku felt a rush of warmth and pain as someone hugged him. It was Koda, thanking him. Izuku replied that he needed to rest now, closing his eyes as darkness enveloped him. He fell forward into Momo's embrace, who caught him to prevent him from hitting the ground. Momo held him until Ichiko touched him, causing him to float. Ichiko declared she would take care of him now. Mineta, feeling frustrated, grumbled that even unconscious, Izuku received all the attention. Ichiko gently rolled Izuku over so his head faced upward, positioning herself on his uninjured side. She carefully guided him back to the nurse's office and laid him on a bed. Tsuyu retrieved a blanket from the locker and covered him up. Soon after, heroes began arriving, with All Might being the first. After a brief update from Aizawa, he headed straight to the nurse's office, finding Koda guarding the door. Upon entering the room, he saw 4 girls sitting by Izuku's bedside. Mina noticed All Might and placed a finger to her lips, whispering that he was asleep. The other girls turned to see who had entered, having been keeping the other students from waking him, particularly the girls from Class 1B. All Might smiled at the sight of the girls watching over his son, feeling a sense of pride. He hadn't expected anyone to get so close to Izuku, not even himself at that moment. He asked how Izuku was doing, and Tsuyu replied that he was fine considering the extent of the fighting he had endured. Momo added that he had saved her life that day. All Might stood a little taller, filled with pride, and decided to leave them in good hands. As he exited the nurse's office, Recovery Girl approached him, inquiring about Izuku's condition. All Might informed her that he was asleep for now and being watched over by his classmates and Koda. Recovery Girl stated she would check on him to see if he needed any healing. In his mind, Izuku envisioned himself walking hand in hand with his mother, feeling small again. She expressed her pride in him, saying he was becoming a great man. Izuku longed for her presence, wishing she could be with him. Inko reassured Izuku that she would always be with him in his heart, but it was time for him to wake up. Izuku, feeling desperate, pleaded for her to stay. The girls, Momo, Ichiko, Mina, and Tsuyu, were moved to tears as they heard him call out for his mother, completely unaware of Recovery Girl entering the room. Noticing the girl's distress, Recovery Girl rushed to the bed and asked what was wrong. Their heads snapped towards her at the sound of her voice, and Tsuyu was the first to respond, explaining that Izuku had been calling for his mother. As Izuku sat up, he opened his eyes to see Recovery Girl, Momo, Ichiko, Mina, and Tsuyu around him. All Might burst through the door, and Izuku's tears flowed freely. Recovery Girl requested the girls to leave, and despite their protests, All Might had to gently guide them out. Before re-entering the room, he informed Koda that only teachers and staff were allowed inside for the moment. All Might quickly moved to Izuku's side, asking if he was okay. Izuku looked at his father and shared that he had a dream where his mother walked with him and expressed her pride in him. All Might embraced his son, affirming that he was proud of him too. Recovery Girl then examined Izuku's splinted arm, inquiring about who had taken care of it. Izuku mentioned that Momo had helped him. Recovery Girl complimented Momo's efforts and asked All Might to step aside so she could treat Izuku and remove the splint. As Recovery Girl leaned in to kiss Izuku's cheek, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he thanked her as she worked on his arm. Curiously, he asked what had happened while he was unconscious and how they had managed to stop the fires. All Might smiled, explaining that Koda had used his quirk to extinguish the flames. Izuku's heart warmed at the thought. Professor Aizawa entered the room, noting that the troublesome student had awakened. Izuku felt the need to defend himself, insisting he wasn't a problem child. All Might chuckled and Recovery Girl stifled a laugh, though Izuku could still hear her amusement. Recovery Girl advised him to rest that night, assuring him that he could resume training the following day. The next morning, as Izuku stepped out of the nurse's office, his classmates from Class 1A rushed to him, eager to know how he was doing. Before he could respond, Toru approached him, asking if they could speak privately. Izuku agreed and followed her, while the boys were curious but the girls insisted they needed to sort things out. Toru turned to Izuku and expressed her apologies. Izuku was taken aback as she explained that she regretted trying to steal a kiss and was startled when she became visible, revealing herself to him in such an unexpected way. Izuku lowered his head, feeling the weight of the moment, and reassured her that it wasn't her fault. Toru suggested that if she truly felt bad, she could make it up to him. Izuku, eager to mend things, agreed to anything she proposed. Rejoining the class, Toru asked Izuku to do something for her, and for the first time, the entire class witnessed her visible form. Bakugo, frustrated, shouted at Izuku, demanding to know what his quirk was, having seen him perform incredible feats before. Izuku responded, reminding Bakugo that he had only ever threatened and insulted him, and therefore had no intention of sharing. Bakugo felt the weight of his classmates' stares, realizing how his actions made him appear, and walked away, grumbling to himself. Professor Aizawa called the class to gather around, announcing that a few heroes had volunteered to assist with their training. He instructed everyone to change into their gym clothes and prepare for combat without using quirks. Bakugo felt a surge of excitement, finally getting the chance to face Izuku. As the class paired up for their matches, Aizawa explained that they would fight for 5 minutes or until one of them was knocked out or surrendered, while everyone else would observe and learn. The matches began, with Achiko facing Mineta first, followed by Momo against Shoto. Izuku was set to fight Bakugo next. Aizawa stood in the center of the makeshift ring, signaling for the first two to take their places and begin. Izuku was not surprised when Aizawa had to intervene to stop Achiko from retaliating against Mineta after he crossed a line. She unleashed a flurry of punches until he was down, and even after that, she continued her assault. The next match between Momo and Shoto showcased their skills, but Shoto's training ultimately gave him the edge, leading to his victory. As Bakugo prepared for his match, he taunted Izuku, reminding him that if they were using their quirks, the fight would be over quickly. Izuku smiled, recalling their last encounter where Bakugo had used his quirk and still lost. When the match began, Bakugo charged at Izuku, relying on his speed and reflexes. He attempted a knee strike, but Izuku sidestepped it, narrowly avoiding the follow-up punches. Bakugo's frustration grew, causing him to become reckless, and that was when Izuku seized the opportunity. As Bakugo swung a powerful right hook, Izuku countered with an uppercut, followed by a series of precise strikes to Bakugo's torso and head. Bakugo's vision blurred, and he barely registered the punch that knocked him out. Izuku caught him before he fell, gently placing him on the ground and stepping back as Aizawa began the count. Once the match was declared over, Izuku approached Bakugo and used his quirk to heal the minor concussion he had sustained. He then stepped out of the ring, while Aizawa splashed cold water on Bakugo, who jolted awake, swinging his arms in confusion. Realizing he had lost, Bakugo grumbled about having to fill the bucket to wake the next student who would be knocked out. The bucket was used 3 more times before the fighting concluded. The class engaged in discussions about the matches, and Izuku was asked about the techniques he employed against Bakugo. He mentioned that he utilized boxing, Muay Thai, and Krav Maga. Some of the boys expressed interest in having matches, but Professor Aizawa quickly redirected their focus. After the discussions wrapped up, Professor Aizawa announced that starting tomorrow, they would be fighting using their quirks. Izuku made his way to the showers, eager to clean up before dinner, when he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Was 𝗧𝗏, asking him to wait. 𝗧𝗏 wanted to know how Izuku had become so skilled at fighting, mentioning that he was raised in a family of heroes and understood the dedication it required. Izuku smiled and explained that he had been training since he was young. 𝗧𝗏 remarked that with Izuku's hand-to-hand skills and quirk, he was glad Izuku chose the side of heroes, or he would be quite intimidating. Izuku shared that he had known from a young age that he wanted to pursue this path, which prompted 𝗧𝗏 to commend his dedication. 𝗧𝗏 then asked if he could pose one more question. Izuku agreed, and Lita inquired why Izuku tended to avoid spending time with them after class or training. Izuku replied that he didn't feel strong enough to keep his friends safe yet, so he needed to become stronger before he could comfortably do that. As he turned to head into the showers, Lita was left to ponder Izuku's words. He found it hard to understand how someone as strong as Izuku felt the need to become even stronger to maintain friendships. Perhaps he should talk to Achiko to see if she had any insights. Izuku sat alone at one of the tables when Achiko joined him, asking how he was doing. He looked up and assured her he was fine, expressing his surprise that she hadn't harmed Mineta after his antics. Achiko blushed at the memory of Mineta's behavior. She then asked if she could pose a question. Izuku agreed, and she asked why he felt he needed to be stronger than he currently was to have friends. Izuku glanced around, ensuring no one was close enough to overhear. He noticed that Mina, Toru, Momo, and Tsuyu were making sure they were left alone. Lowering his head, he confessed that he was afraid of losing the people close to him. He had already experienced too much loss, and it would devastate him if anything happened to those he cared about. Before Achiko could respond, Izuku looked into her eyes, revealing the hurt and loss he felt. He admitted that this was the first time he had allowed people to get close to him, and it frightened him. He expressed that if anything were to happen to her, Tsuyu, Momo, Mina, or Pony, he didn't know if he could ever forgive himself. A tear rolled down his face, leaving Achiko at a loss for words. Izuku excused himself and left. The girls approached Achiko, asking what had happened. She suggested they head to the cabin to talk. Meanwhile, Izuku found All Might speaking with Aizawa, and he reappeared, asking his father to schedule an appointment with Baru. All Might, noticing the concern on Aizawa's face, asked if everything was all right. Izuku admitted he wasn't sure. All Might reassured him that he could talk about anything. Izuku opened up about his feelings, and All Might agreed to call Baru, suggesting that she would likely support the idea of Izuku dating and having real friends. He then invited Izuku to spar, believing it would help him feel better. Achiko explained to the girls of Class 1A what Izuku had shared, but was interrupted by Toru, who grumbled about not being mentioned by Izuku after he had seen her. Mina quickly pointed out that he had mentioned Pony. Kyoka looked at her classmates and questioned what they saw in Izuku, expressing skepticism about his seemingly dopey act. While acknowledging that he was good-looking, she doubted that someone so strong could genuinely be that kind and clueless. Tsuyu was the first to respond, recalling that after Izuku saved her, he could have vanished but chose to stay to comfort her little sister. Kyoka was surprised to hear this. Tsuyu continued, sharing that after turning himself into the police, Izuku had told her mother to inform her and her sister that he was sorry for not arriving sooner. Achiko chimed in, recounting how Izuku had shielded her from a Zero robot before defeating it and carrying her to the nurse's office. Momo added that after rescuing her from the Nomu, he acted as bait to keep it from attacking her again. Toru reminded them that they had all witnessed him helping Koda, a boy who had been unkind to Izuku. They reassured Kyoka that Izuku's kindness was genuine. He was simply a kind-hearted, shy individual. Suddenly, a thunderclap startled the girls, signaling All Might's rapid movement as he smiled and prepared to strike Izuku. The last bolt of lightning Izuku had unleashed had been close. As All Might's punch hit Izuku's barrier, it forced him down into the ground. Izuku smiled as he released his barrier and launched himself at his father. Aizawa, observing the spar, noticed students and staff rushing out to see if there was an attack. He reassured them that it was just a sparring session and there was no need for concern. Izuku landed a glancing blow, enhanced with kinetic energy, that knocked All Might back. All Might acknowledged Izuku's improvement and prepared for another strike. He took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful punch that sent Izuku flying back into the woods, taking down several trees in his wake. Aizawa advised All Might to tone it down a bit, as 4 trees came crashing toward him. Izuku burst forth from the woods, charging directly at his father. All Might leaped, clearing away the trees as Izuku aimed to strike his father. The force of All Might's kick created a crater in the ground. After landing, he approached his son and extended his arm. Izuku reached out and took his hand, expressing that he thought he had him that time as they both climbed out of the crater. The students from Class 1A and 1B stood in shock at the display they had just witnessed. Momo noticed the look in Izuku's eyes. It was the happiest she had ever seen him. She was not alone in this observation. Achiko, Tsuyu, and Mina noticed it too. Pony was outside, enjoying the night air when she spotted Izuku and All Might walking toward the edge of the camp to stretch. She barely heard Professor Aizawa say to begin, and the bolt of lightning Izuku unleashed startled her. She ran to stand beside Professor Aizawa, staring in awe at the two men fighting. Other students rushed out, but she hardly noticed them. Izuku was incredible, and he looked genuinely happy. It was the first time she had seen a real smile on his face, and she felt herself falling a little more in love with him at that moment. Monoma approached her, commenting that Izuku was showing off again. Pony dared him to say that to Izuku, but Monoma declined, especially when he saw Izuku emerging from the crater. Pony watched as Izuku headed to the hot spring after finishing with All Might. Once in the hot springs, Izuku relaxed. The sparring had cleared his worries and doubts. Koda joined him, expressing that he had never seen a fight like that before and was worried Izuku might get hurt. Izuku smiled, reassuring Koda that he had been training to fight since he was his age and felt good, though he acknowledged that compared to All Might, he was still a rookie. Both boys froze when they heard a girl's voice. Kendo entered with the other girls from Class 1B, barely covering themselves with towels. Koda turned bright red and fainted, but Izuku caught him with his quirk. When Izuku saw Pony enter, looking shy and blushing, he felt a rush of warmth spread across his face. He tried to speak, but no coherent words came out. Pony asked if he was okay, and Izuku turned an even deeper shade of red. As Pony watched Izuku approach the hot spring, Kendo walked over and inquired what she was staring at. Kendo's grin widened as she saw Izuku heading toward the hot spring. She called for Kodai, asking her to hurry and flip the curtain sign. Kodai, noticing Izuku's direction, smiled and rushed off. Kendo instructed her to flip the curtain back once Izuku entered, assuring her that she would bring her towel and shower bag. Kodai was about to flip the curtain when Koda showed up, and she waited for him to join Izuku before flipping the curtains. Komori remarked on Izuku's boldness for entering the girls' side of the hot spring, while Shiozaki suggested he needed to be punished. Izuku apologized, claiming he thought he had entered the boys' side. He wished he could use his quirk to lift himself and Koda over the wall, but he knew that could ruin the hot spring. As the girls entered the water, Pony sat down right next to Izuku, who was struggling to remain calm. Yanagi teased him, asking why he acted like he had never seen a girl before. Izuku admitted he had only seen one girl by accident. Pony nuzzled into his shoulder, feeling reassured by his honesty. 𝗬𝗪𝐻 asked if it was true that he had never had a girlfriend, to which Izuku swallowed before answering that he had not. Pony then asked if he had ever kissed a girl, and he replied that he had not, trying to keep his towel in place while feeling overwhelmed by the presence of so many appealing girls. The atmosphere shifted when Mandalay, Pishibob, and Ragdoll entered. Izuku quickly used his quirk to lift Koda out of the water and place him against the wall. Pony still felt Izuku beside her as the three women walked in, surprising Mandalay, who commented on not expecting anyone to be there so late. Ragdoll noted that after a fight like that, it was understandable. Pishibob expressed concern for Koda, who had passed out in the water. As the girls made room for the three women, Pony shifted onto Izuku's lap, while Kendo took her previous spot and Shiozaki settled on the other side of Pony. Izuku struggled to maintain control, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Pony noticed and blushed when she felt his reaction. Yanagi remarked that they had all been a bit restless after the fight and decided to come to the hot spring to relax. Pishibob expressed surprise at Izuku's fighting abilities, while Ragdoll inquired about his character. Pony described Izuku as kind, shy, gentle, and humble, noting that he got embarrassed easily. Kendo added that it was surprising for someone with such strength to be so modest. The girls discussed how they didn't get to spend much time with him, but all the girls in his class spoke highly of him. Izuku felt a mix of emotions as he listened to them talk about him, especially as Pony shifted closer, making it difficult for him to concentrate. Fortunately, after about 20 minutes, Mandalay announced that it was time to call it a night, reminding everyone of the early morning ahead. She was the last to leave, picking up 𝗂𝐳 as she exited. Izuku took deep breaths, trying his hardest to calm down. He remained invisible as he left the hot springs, primarily to conceal his presence. Just before reaching the cabin, he released his quirk and tried to forget everything he had witnessed as he settled down to sleep. The girls of Class 1B were animatedly discussing the close call they had just experienced. Pony lay in her bed, lost in thoughts about Izuku, unaware that Kendo was calling her name. When Kendo tapped her, Pony nearly jumped out of bed, prompting laughter from the other girls. Kendo teased that Pony must have been thinking about sitting on Izuku's lap, causing her to blush while the girls giggled. Kendo continued, asking how it felt, and Pony admitted that she felt everything, unable to stop squirming. Shiozaki and Kodai both rolled their eyes and fainted. Pony expressed a longing to apologize to Izuku, but Yanagi suggested that he might be dreaming about her that night. Kendo reminded everyone to get some rest, as the next day would be challenging. Pony had vivid dreams that night, while Izuku woke up looking exhausted. He struggled to fall asleep, and when he finally did, his dreams were filled with thoughts of Pony. Determined to clear his mind, he got dressed, left the cabin, and began practicing various martial arts forms, fluidly transitioning between strikes and blocks. Achiko was the first of the girls to wake up. After getting dressed, she stepped outside to find Izuku already training, moving with surprising grace. The other girls soon joined her, and the instructors began to gather. Professor Aizawa announced that they would be fighting using their quirks, with the simple rules of knocking out their opponent or making them submit. All Might added that any use of lethal force would result in immediate expulsion. Ragdoll called out the matchups: Mineta vs Shisida, Tokoyami vs Komori, and Tokage vs Izuku. Mineta was disheartened to face another guy but thought that if he could win, the girls might be impressed. To everyone's surprise, Mineta won, albeit by accident, and celebrated by blowing kisses to the girls. Izuku had to use his quirk to free Shisida from the sticky ball, allowing him to move without losing more hair. Tokoyami was doing well against Komori until mushrooms began sprouting all over his skin due to her quirk. When Izuku stepped into the ring, Tokage called out to him, playfully teasing him. Izuku was confused by her words, but the girls of Class 1A understood and felt a wave of determination. Tokage sprang into action, splitting into small pieces and rushing at Izuku, landing blows to his face, chest, and legs before reforming. Izuku shook off the hits and complemented her attack, prompting Tokage to assure him that she had more tricks up her sleeve. As Tokage split again, Izuku vanished, and she attempted an area attack with her body parts. After a moment, she let out a soft sound and began to pull herself back together. Izuku reappeared, inadvertently holding onto a part of her. Embarrassed, he quickly let go, while Professor Aizawa face-bombed. Mineta, feeling unfairly treated, lamented that Izuku got to interact with Tokage. Izuku apologized, but Tokage reassured him that it was all part of the fight. Determined to end the match, Izuku used his quirk to put her to sleep. As she fell forward, he caught her and carried her to her side of the field before returning to his class, where he was greeted by the girls of Class 1A. After the matches concluded, Professor Aizawa reminded everyone to pack their belongings, as they would be leaving early the next morning. During lunch, Izuku shared what had happened, explaining that the absence of conflict was due to his insistence that the girls behave. The girls of Class 1A took turns skirting him, and when he went to shower, they followed suit. While in the hot spring, the girls of Class 1B joined them. Kendo spoke up, revealing that they wanted to give Pony a chance to be close to Izuku without interference. Tokage added that Izuku didn't belong to any of them, which Tsuyu agreed with, emphasizing that while he was a nice guy, what had happened was wrong. Achiko asked Pony why she had sat on Izuku's lap, causing her to blush as she recalled the sensation. Pony explained that she didn't want anyone else to accidentally sit on him. Momo suggested a truce, and all the girls agreed. Momo then surprised everyone by asking if Izuku was really that impressive, to which Pony turned red and softly confirmed. The girls erupted into giggles, and when Izuku heard them, he finally relaxed. As Izuku headed toward the bus, 𝗂𝐭𝐲 ran up and hugged him, asking if he could visit again. Izuku happily agreed and gave 𝗂𝐭𝐲 his number 4. Future conversations. He embraced Koda one last time before boarding the bus. When the buses arrived at UA University, the students noticed a luxurious Maybach parked just ahead. Momo was the first to exit the bus, eagerly seeking her parents. When Izuku finally stepped off, Momo called him over to meet her family. As he approached, her father extended his hand, expressing gratitude for saving his only child. Her mother then stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him and inviting him to dinner. Izuku, feeling bashful, insisted they didn't need to go out of their way to thank him, stating that anyone would have done the same. Her father took a moment to reassess the young man, disagreeing with Izuku's modesty. He remarked that not many would risk their safety to save another. Her mother looked at Izuku and insisted that he join them for dinner next Saturday, noting how highly Momo spoke of him and understanding why. Izuku blushed and humbly accepted, excusing himself to allow Momo some time with her parents. Momo's mother observed him as he walked away, commenting on his humility, which she found endearing. Her father inquired if Momo was sure about her feelings for him, causing her to blush in surprise. Her mother added that Momo wouldn't have called them to introduce someone unless she had strong feelings and wanted their approval. Before giving her blessing, she expressed a longing to see how Izuku was during dinner. Momo shyly mentioned that Izuku had never had a girlfriend or even kissed anyone, just in case they were wondering. Both parents looked at her in astonishment, with her mother asking if she was certain. Momo affirmed, explaining that multiple girls had tried and failed to win his affection. Izuku felt relieved to be back home, finally having some time to himself. By the end of their training camp, he was stressed, not from the training itself but from the attention he received from the girls. All Might had mentioned a new maid cafe, and Izuku decided to check it out. After his workout and shower, he headed out. As he approached the cafe, a little girl dressed in rags and bandaged up suddenly ran out of an alley and collided with him. Izuku knelt down to pick her up, noticing the fear in her eyes. He froze, asking if she was okay, but she shook her head. A voice from the alley called out, demanding the girl return or face punishment for running away. The girl, Eri, scrambled to hide behind Izuku's leg. He gently lifted her, feeling her trembling fear, and hugged her a little tighter. He asked who she was, and a man in a plague mask stepped forward, claiming to be her father and requesting his daughter back. Eri shook even more, so Izuku cupped her head and held her against his shoulder. He suggested calling the police to resolve the situation but made it clear he wouldn't let the girl go, as she was terrified of the man. The man warned him to return the child or face consequences. Izuku sensed the man's threatening demeanor when another man emerged from the shadows, whispering to the first. The first man warned Izuku that he would regret crossing him, stating that just because he stopped a weak criminal didn't mean he had power. Both men then faded back into the shadows. Izuku held the little girl tightly, just as All Might had done for him, and she began to weep. Meanwhile, the girls from classes 1A and 1B decided to go shopping together to strengthen their bonds after what they referred to as the Izuku incident. Achiko spotted him first, asking if that was Izuku. The other girls turned to look as they saw the little girl in rags run out of the alley. They marveled at how he picked up the frightened child. Before they could react, the man stepped out of the alley, and they could sense his threatening presence from across the street. Izuku remained steadfast, even when the second man appeared. Once both men left, Izuku continued to hold the crying girl. Momo dashed across the street, followed by the other girls. Tsuyu was on the phone with local law enforcement as she ran. Izuku had his eyes closed, gently stroking the little girl's hair and softly assuring her that everything would be all right. When he sensed a lot of people entering his area, he opened his eyes, prepared to defend if necessary. Upon seeing who it was, he relaxed, but the girl in his arms began to breathe heavily and tremble again. He asked the girls to stop and explained that the little girl was scared. Izuku returned his focus to her, speaking soothingly to calm her down. The girls watched how tenderly he cared for the little girl, and any doubts they had about his kindness melted away. Chisaki questioned why Izuku had prevented him from taking Eri back, while Chrono noted that he had seen footage of Izuku saving those girls. He warned that Chisaki would have been captured in a direct confrontation. Chrono stated it was his job to advise 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 until relieved of that duty. 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 demanded to know everything about Izuku, including his family and friends, vowing to get Eri back. Chrono assured him it would be done. As the police arrived, Izuku was still holding the little girl, who had finally fallen asleep in his arms. The sound of the sirens startled her awake, and before she could pull away, Izuku spoke gently, stroking her hair to soothe her. Eri began to calm down, holding on to Izuku as if her life depended on it. Momo stood in front of Izuku when he asked her to reach into his front pocket, hit the number 2 on his speed dial, and say she needed help. Momo complied, pulling out his phone and following his instructions. All Might's phone vibrated, and before he could respond, a girl's voice requested assistance. He quickly hung up and activated Izuku's GPS, spinning and leaping into action. As an older police officer arrived, the girls explained what had happened. When the officer attempted to take Eri from Izuku, everyone looked on in surprise as she began to visibly age backward. Izuku used his quirk to cancel the powers around him, noticing the fear in Eri's eyes. He reassured her that everything would be all right and that he would protect her. All Might landed just in time to hear Izuku's declaration and approached him. A wave of nostalgia washed over All Might as he saw Izuku holding the little girl in a manner reminiscent of how he once held Izuku. Izuku looked up to see his father approach, a tear in his eye. The girls watched in astonishment as All Might walked up to Izuku. Eri, seeing All Might, was awestruck by the tear in his eye as he regarded her. Izuku explained everything to his father, including how Eri had made the police officer appear about 15 years younger in mere seconds. All Might stated that since Eraserhead was unavailable, Eri would need to stay with them while they ensured her safety. He mentioned calling Recovery Girl to make arrangements, noting that Eri likely wouldn't let go of Izuku anytime soon. Izuku told his father he would head to UA and meet him in Recovery Girl's office. All Might glanced at the girls and then back at his son, teasingly asking if he was on a date with all of them. Izuku turned a deep shade of red as All Might leaped toward UA. He then apologized to the girls for involving them in his troubles. Tsuyu offered to accompany him to UA so he wouldn't be alone, and he gratefully accepted. Before anyone else could volunteer, Izuku used his quirk to lift the ground beneath them and shot off toward UA. The remaining girls exchanged stunned glances, surprised by Izuku's sudden departure. Achiko huffed in frustration, feeling it unfair that Tsuyu got to go while they did not. Momo realized she still had Izuku's phone and decided their shopping day was over, planning to meet again on Monday. She called her parents to pick her up for dinner and to share the day's events. Izuku and Tsuyu landed at UA and walked toward Recovery Girl's office, with Eri having fallen asleep once more. Tsuyu expressed surprise that Eri had managed to sleep despite being lifted with Izuku's quirk. Izuku explained that he had put her to sleep to spare her any fear, but it was now time to wake her. Eri felt gentle strokes on her head, waking up in the arms of the man who had saved her. She reached up to touch his face, seeking reassurance that this was not just a wonderful dream but a reality where she was safe. Izuku noticed her touch and smiled down at her, asking how she felt. Eri replied that she was hungry. He promised to get her some food after she was checked by the doctor. Eri began to tremble, recalling the experiments she had endured. Tsuyu comforted her, assuring her that everything would be all right. Eri pressed her face against Izuku, feeling safer now that they weren't alone. Izuku cancelled her quirk just to be cautious and reassured her that he would be with her every step of the way and that no one would harm her. Eri asked if he promised to stay, and he affirmed that he did. As they entered Recovery Girl's office, All Might was waiting alongside her. Eri felt nervous as Recovery Girl approached and began her examination. All Might was struck by how Izuku was caring for the little girl. He had always been kind, but seeing him display such compassion was remarkable. He felt immense pride for his son. Tsuyu's heart melted at the sight, and she realized she had fallen completely in love with Izuku after witnessing this side of him. Once the examination was complete, Tsuyu said she would see him on Monday but had to leave for now. Izuku asked her to wait outside for a moment so he could take her home. Her heart raced at the request, and she agreed, stepping out of the office. Izuku used his quirk to put Eri back to sleep and turned to his father, expressing his longing to care for the little girl. All Might cautioned him that raising a child was not easy, especially while training to be a hero. He mentioned reaching out to Aizawa, who had agreed to oversee Eri due to the potential danger of her quirk. Izuku passionately argued that All Might had saved him in a similar way and that he wanted to pay it forward. He insisted that Eri trusted him, recalling how she had looked at him when he woke her up. All Might gazed deeply into his son's eyes, took a deep breath, and ultimately agreed. Tsuyu saw Izuku stepping out of Recovery Girl's office with Eri asleep again. As they walked out of the school, she asked what would happen to the girl. Izuku smiled down at Eri and assured her that he would take care of her, using his quirk to lift them both on a small patch of ground and flying Tsuyu home. Recovery Girl turned to All Might, questioning whether that was the right decision. All Might admitted uncertainty but believed it would be good for Izuku, noting he had never seen such compassion in his eyes. Recovery Girl observed that Izuku only seemed truly happy during their sparring sessions. All Might acknowledged their efforts in raising him, and Recovery Girl agreed, affirming they had done their best. Tsuyu invited Izuku inside but politely declined to stay this time, promising he would visit soon before lifting back into the air and disappearing. Baru was seated in the living room when Tsuyu entered and inquired about her day with friends. Tsuyu looked at her mother, settled beside her, and shared everything, including how she felt when she noticed the compassion in his eyes. She had previously mentioned her feelings for him, but now she believed she was truly in love. Just then, 𝗵𝗲 walked into the room and asked who she was in love with, specifically if it was Izuku. Baru glanced at her husband and reminded him that this was a mother-daughter conversation, suggesting he take out the trash to allow them to finish their discussion. 𝗵𝗲 grumbled but complied with her request. Meanwhile, Momo and her parents were dining at a restaurant when she recounted her day. She explained how she was shopping for a new dress for their dinner with Izuku when they spotted him. Momo described how he had lifted a little girl and defended her from some men, feeling their malice from across the street. She recalled how comforting he was to the girl, practically glowing as she remembered him stroking the child's hair. Her father remarked on how brave and compassionate Izuku seemed. He admitted that he initially thought Izuku had saved her from the Nomo because of her family status. Momo's mother asked if she was sure about giving her heart to this young man. Momo replied that it might be too late, expressing how looking into his eyes made her feel like she was drowning in kindness, compassion, and honesty. She felt safe when he saved her from the Nomo. Her father gave his blessing for her to pursue him. Eri awoke to the enticing aroma of food cooking. Uncertain of her surroundings, she found the sofa quite comfortable. Curiously, she followed the scent to the kitchen, where she spotted the man who had saved her. She greeted him softly. Izuku turned slowly and smiled, explaining that he had made her egg drop soup with rice and fish since she mentioned being hungry. Eri's stomach rumbled, causing her to blush. He introduced himself and welcomed her to her new home, reassuring her that she was safe there with him and his father, whom she would meet soon. He promised to buy her new clothes and other necessities the following day, inviting her to sit at the table to eat. As Eri looked at Izuku for the first time, she felt a sense of safety. He had driven away the bad men and assured her this was her new home. Achiko called her parents to share her day, surprised when her mother revealed she was about to call her. Her mother informed her that her father's company had won a bid, securing their financial future. Overjoyed for her parents, who had worked tirelessly, Achiko then mentioned the young man who had saved her and how he had rescued a little girl that day. She asked if it would be all right to ask him out on a date, to which her mother enthusiastically agreed. Eri enjoyed the meal Izuku prepared, feeling full and satisfied. Afterward, he gathered the empty plates to wash them. He informed Eri that it was time for her to shower and offered her one of his shirts to sleep in. He led her to the bathroom, providing her with a towel and a shirt. He asked if she needed help with her bandages, and she nodded. As he knelt to unwrap them, he felt a surge of anger at the sight of her scars. He gently cupped her face, reassuring her that she never had to hide anything from him and that he would protect her from further harm. Using his quirk, he began to remove her scars, and Eri's eyes widened in amazement as they started to fade. When All Might returned home, he found Izuku in the living room, visibly hurt and angry. He knelt in front of his son, asking what was wrong. Izuku expressed his frustration, fearing he might hurt the person responsible for 𝐬𝐻𝐸's injuries. He shared the story of 𝐬𝐻𝐸's scars and how she had received them. All Might placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder, helping him understand his feelings. He reminded Izuku about his appointment with Baru on Tuesday and asked what he wanted to do about 𝐬𝐻𝐸 during that time. Izuku decided to bring her along and keep her asleep during the meeting, ensuring she wouldn't be separated from him until she learned to trust those who would care for her. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 entered the living room just as All Might stood up, introducing himself as Izuku's father. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 was in awe of All Might's size and kindness. Izuku approached her, asking if she had washed her hair, to which she replied no, explaining her dislike for shampoo in her eyes. He reassured her and offered to wash her hair. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 stepped back into the tub, filled it, and sat down, calling for Izuku. He entered with a small bucket used for washing hair and asked her to close her eyes as he filled it and began to wash her hair. 𝐬𝐸 had never experienced such gentleness before, and when he finished, her hair transformed from a dull gray to a brilliant white. Izuku emerged from the bathroom, allowing 𝐬𝐸 the privacy she needed to dry off. He then guided her to his room and tucked her in, reassuring her that he would be in the living room if she needed him. He gently kissed her forehead, a gesture he had seen many mothers use to comfort their children at the park during his childhood. Later, while Izuku was napping on the sofa, he felt a gentle tugging at his blanket. He awoke to find 𝐬𝐸 standing beside him, expressing that she had a bad dream. He pulled the blanket off, lifted her up, and settled her on his chest, covering them both. As he softly stroked 𝐬𝐸's hair, she gradually fell back asleep. The following morning, All Might entered the living room and smiled at the sight of Izuku sleeping with 𝐬𝐸 nestled against him. He couldn't resist capturing the moment with his phone. Izuku woke up to the enticing aroma of breakfast and noticed 𝐬𝐸 drooling on his chest, which made him smile at her cuteness. He began to gently pat her head, prompting her to wake up. 𝐬𝐸 lifted her head, wiped the drool from her chin, and greeted him with a cheerful good morning. He suggested they brush their teeth before heading to breakfast. All Might smiled as they entered the kitchen and asked Izuku if he had received the pictures he sent. Izuku checked his pockets and realized he had forgotten to retrieve his phone from Momo. He mentioned that he would call it after breakfast. Meanwhile, Momo noticed 2 messages pop up on Izuku's phone and couldn't resist opening them. Her heart melted at the sight of Izuku sleeping with 𝐬𝐸, and the second picture of 𝐬𝐸 drooling made her giggle. She quickly forwarded the images to her phone, knowing her friends would love to see them. Izuku's phone rang, and when Momo saw it was his father calling, she answered. Izuku asked if she could meet him at Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall by the entrance. Momo agreed, trying to keep her voice steady, and they arranged to meet at 10. After hanging up, Izuku asked his father if he could borrow the car and if his old car seat was still in the attic. All Might confirmed it was there and handed Izuku a black credit card, telling him not to worry about prices and to ensure 𝐬𝐸 enjoyed herself. Grateful, Izuku hugged his father. Momo hurried into the study where her parents were. She asked her mother for help with her makeup and hair for her meeting with Izuku. Her mother assured her that once she was done, Izuku wouldn't be able to take his eyes off her. Momo's father playfully requested that she show some restraint until they learned more about him. Momo blushed as her mother took her hand and led her back to her room. The large SUV dropped Momo off at the mall entrance, where she spotted Izuku approaching with 𝐬𝐸, who was wearing one of his shirts. Momo imagined Izuku with their future children, causing her to blush. When Izuku greeted her, he complimented her appearance and introduced 𝐬𝐸. 𝐬𝐸 shyly buried her face in Izuku's neck and quietly said hello. Izuku explained that he wanted to buy clothes for 𝐬𝐸 since she had none and asked Momo to help him choose. Momo eagerly accepted, smiling at 𝐬𝐸, who then complimented her beauty, making Momo's smile widen. As they entered the mall, Momo's heart fluttered when some store attendants referred to her as Izuku's wife. Izuku didn't correct them, believing Momo would clarify. Momo blushed again when an attendant suggested shoes for 𝐬𝐸. 𝐬𝐸 tried on various outfits, and when Izuku asked her preference, she expressed her love for them all. Izuku decided to buy everything, and Momo noticed the credit card he used was the same type she had, knowing it had no limit. Despite this, Izuku never flaunted his wealth, which warmed her heart. Momo reached for 𝐬𝐸's hand, and to her surprise, 𝐬𝐸 took it, allowing Izuku to carry the shopping bags. Now dressed in a lovely outfit and cute boots, Eri looked transformed, matching Momo's colors. Momo inquired about their next stop, and Izuku mentioned they needed to visit a furniture store for a bed and dresser for Eri. Momo confidently led the way, knowing the perfect place. After Eri chose her bed and Momo selected a dresser, Izuku made the 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝗧 arrangements. He then invited Momo to join them for dinner, and she suggested a nice place nearby. After putting their purchases in the car, they headed out for a meal. As they drove home, Izuku thanked Momo for her help, while Eri slept soundly in the back seat. Momo turned to Izuku, finally asking the question that had been on her mind all day. She wondered why he hadn't corrected anyone when they referred to her as his wife or thought Eri was her daughter. Izuku's smile turned bittersweet as he explained that he had noticed Momo, Tsuyu, Achiko, and Mina following him to the cemetery. He had learned to be observant out of necessity after losing his mother at a young age. He felt that, for a brief moment, they had given Eri a sense of family. He admitted that he had enjoyed the misunderstanding and found it nice not to correct anyone. As they arrived at her mansion and parked, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and unspoken connections. Izuku expressed his gratitude to Momo, acknowledging how she had made the day special not just for Eri but for him as well. Momo's eyes glistened with emotion as she embraced him, feeling appreciated. After their hug, Izuku took a moment to admire her beauty before mentioning that he would see her the next day, inviting her to meet him by the gate with Eri, who was still shy but would be excited to see Momo again. Momo glanced back at the car, noticing Eri asleep in the back seat, and confirmed she would meet them at the gate as she stepped out of the vehicle. As Momo watched them drive away, she reflected on Izuku's words, feeling content. Today, she had the joy of being seen as his wife and the mother of his child, a thought that filled her with happiness as she looked forward to sharing the news with her mother. Upon arriving home, Izuku parked in the garage and opened the trunk. He carefully lifted Eri from the back seat and used his quirk to carry the shopping bags inside. All Might greeted him in the living room, inquiring about Eri's day. Izuku replied that she had enjoyed herself, though she had grown tired quickly from walking and had fallen asleep after their meal. All Might, with a knowing smile, asked if Izuku had asked Momo out on a date. Izuku clarified that he had only asked her to meet him to retrieve his phone, which led to their shopping trip and dinner afterward. All Might encouraged him to enjoy himself and reminded him to put Eri to bed and prepare for school the next day. Momo entered the backyard to find her mother engrossed in a book. Her mother inquired about Momo's day, and Momo shared how people referred to her as Izuku's wife and the mother of his child, noting that he hadn't corrected them. Her mother expressed surprise, recalling that Momo had mentioned Izuku had never been with anyone. Momo explained that he was caring for the little girl he had saved, who possessed a quirk that could make someone appear significantly younger in a matter of seconds. Her mother marveled at Izuku's abilities and questioned whether he could truly manage the responsibility of caring for a child. Momo reassured her that he used a credit card with no limit, emphasizing his kind and humble nature, along with his wealth and powerful quirk. Her mother playfully suggested that he might be lacking in some areas, which caused Momo to blush as she recounted the hot springs incident where a girl had commented on Izuku's impressive physique. Momo shared how Izuku had told her that she made the day special for both him and Eri. Her mother encouraged her to hold on to someone as rare as Izuku and mentioned planning a special dinner for him on Saturday. Momo then offered to show her mother a picture of Izuku with Eri, pulling out her phone. Her mother's heart melted at the sight of the two of them peacefully asleep on the couch. The next morning, Izuku was preparing Eri for school, reassuring her about being around other people and promising to protect her. He made breakfast and packed lunches for both of them. Eri squealed with delight as he used his quirk to lift them both and soar towards Yua. Momo smiled as she saw Izuku and Eri approaching the gate, greeting them with a cheerful good morning. Eri returned the greeting, and Izuku thanked Momo for meeting them. Momo blushed, assuring him it was no trouble, and took Eri's hand as they all headed to class together. As they walked, Tsuyu and Achiko spotted them holding hands, and their hearts sank. Achiko called out to Izuku, who waved them over. Eri shyly hid behind Izuku's leg as they approached. Izuku introduced Eri to his classmates, and Tsuyu asked if Eri remembered her. Eri recalled that Tsuyu had been there when she visited the doctor. Izuku lifted Eri again, reassuring her that Tsuyu and Achiko were nice and she had nothing to fear. Eri looked up at Izuku, seeking confirmation, and he promised her everything would be all right. Achiko then asked Eri if she had ever floated before, to which Eri replied no. After receiving Izuku's encouragement, Eri nodded, and Achiko used her quirk to make Eri float in place. Eri squealed in delight as Achiko took her hand, asking where they were headed. Izuku informed them they were going to class. Eri held onto Achiko's hand while reaching for Izuku's, and together they made their way to class. Bakugo felt frustration as he watched Izuku enter the classroom, holding hands with a floating girl, accompanied by Achiko, Momo, and Tsuyu. The news had circulated about a man saving a little girl from danger, but no photos were released for their protection. Lita informed the class that it was Izuku who had saved her, mentioning that his brother, a pro hero, had witnessed the event. Bakugo seethed at the thought of Izuku, the one he considered a coward, receiving all the attention. Professor Aizawa addressed the class, announcing that a young guest would be joining them for a while. He reminded them not to worry about that but to focus on the upcoming open house next week, where all their parents had been invited, and most would be attending. Izuku noticed a small table with coloring books and crayons set up next to his desk and excitedly suggested to Eri that she could sit and color there. Eri mentioned that she needed to go to the bathroom. Achiko offered to take her, and Tsuyu decided to join them, noting that Izuku wasn't allowed in the girls' restroom. Eri looked at Izuku, who smiled reassuringly and told her that they would take care of her. Eri reached out with both hands, and Achiko and Tsuyu took her hands as they left the classroom. Bakugo asked Professor Aizawa about the parents who couldn't make it. Aizawa replied that it was none of Bakugo's concern while casting a glance at Izuku. Bakugo noticed the look and laughed, suggesting that even Izuku's parents didn't care enough to show up for open house. Izuku, feeling the tension, reached out toward Bakugo with his right hand, canceling out everyone's quirk. Bakugo found his arms pinned to his body and was pulled forcefully toward Izuku's open hand. Professor Aizawa shouted in alarm as he rushed to intervene. Bakugo's throat collided with Izuku's palm, and Izuku began to apply pressure. Despite his efforts, Bakugo couldn't move. Izuku locked eyes with him and, in a low growl, warned him that if he ever mentioned his parents again, he would regret it. Bakugo gulped in response, understanding the gravity of the situation. Aizawa grabbed Izuku's arm, asking him to release Bakugo. After a tense moment, Bakugo was thrown back but halted just before hitting the wall, regaining control of his body. Fear was evident on Bakugo's face as he rubbed his throat. Izuku lowered his arms and stated that this was Bakugo's first and only warning. Professor Aizawa then shouted for Izuku to go to the dean's office and for Bakugo to head to the hallway. Izuku finally realized that Aizawa was still holding his arm, and shame washed over him as he looked at the man he considered family. He lowered his head and acknowledged Aizawa's authority. The class witnessed the shame and pain on his face as he exited the room. Momo stood up, offering to see him after picking up Eri. Aizawa agreed, and Momo hurried after Izuku. Aizawa approached Bakugo, skirting him out of the classroom. He warned Bakugo that he had provoked Izuku, explaining that Bakugo had no idea what Izuku had endured. Aizawa noted that Bakugo was fortunate Izuku had let him go, as he had cancelled out everyone's quirk, including Aizawa's. If Izuku had chosen to retaliate, no one, not even All Might, could have intervened. Bakugo retorted that it wasn't his fault if even Izuku's mother couldn't take time off to visit her son's school. Aizawa's voice dropped as he revealed that Izuku's mother was deceased, having been killed right in front of him when he was still a child. Bakugo lowered his head, realizing the weight of his ignorance. Aizawa emphasized that there was much about Izuku that Bakugo didn't know, and it was none of his business. He warned Bakugo that if he thought Izuku was strong, he should understand that Izuku had been holding back to avoid frightening others. Aizawa advised Bakugo to count himself lucky that Izuku was a genuinely nice person and that this was all that had happened to him. Momo spotted Eri and the girls approaching her. She called out to Eri, inviting her to join so they could meet up with Izuku. Achiko inquired if everything was all right, to which Momo shook her head and indicated they would talk after class as she bent down to pick Eri up. As Momo turned the corner, She heard sniffles and found Izuku sitting on the floor, tears in his eyes. Eri squirmed until Momo set her down, and she ran to Izuku. When he saw her, he opened his arms, and she embraced him tightly. Momo watched as this little girl comforted Izuku. Eri asked why he was crying, and Izuku explained that he felt weak for losing his temper and for knowing better. Eri reassured him that he was not weak because he had made the bad people go away. Izuku responded that strength was not just about stopping bad people, it also involved controlling oneself when angry and pushing forward despite fear. Momo approached them and added that sometimes, one had to accept their humanity and work on their weaknesses. Izuku looked up at Momo and expressed his longing to be better for Eri's sake, acknowledging that what he did was wrong on many levels. Momo noticed that he continued to hold Eri close, stroking her hair as she nestled into his chest. Kneeling down, Momo told Izuku that he was one of the nicest people she knew and the kind of man she hoped to marry one day. However, she reminded him that he was still human and needed to learn from his mistakes. To her surprise, he took her hand, allowing her to help him to his feet while still holding Eri in his other arm. Izuku thanked Momo, admitting he needed to hear her words, but he had to go to the dean's office. Momo offered to walk with him, and he accepted. Together, they headed toward the dean's office. Izuku knocked on the door, and the dean instructed him to enter. As Izuku walked in with Momo following and shutting the door behind them, the dean asked how he could help. Izuku explained that Professor Aizawa had sent him after an incident in class. The dean scratched his chin and requested that Izuku step out so he could hear Momo's side of the story first. Momo clarified that she wasn't involved in the incident. She had just scolded Izuku after bringing Eri to him. The dean acknowledged that she had witnessed what happened and wanted to hear her account before hearing Izuku's. After Momo recounted the events, the dean thanked her and sent her back to class, asking Izuku to come in. Izuku, still carrying Eri, who was still hugging him and enjoying his gentle strokes through her hair, sat down as instructed. He apologized for losing his temper, acknowledging that he let everyone down. The dean reassured him that he was not the first student to have an argument in class and would not be the last. It was more than just a disagreement, Izuku thought. Professor Aizawa entered the room and stood beside the dean as Izuku expressed his feelings. The dean reminded him that he was in a class with powerful young adults aspiring to be heroes, and tempers would naturally flare. Aizawa added that Izuku was not the first student to have an altercation in class. However, he emphasized that Izuku was too powerful to lose control like that and mentioned that he wouldn't overlook the fact that Izuku had cancelled his quirk, implying that Izuku owed him for that. Aizawa decided that since Izuku had not resorted to violence, his punishment would be informal, allowing him to return to class with the promise of a later discussion. Dean Niza shared with Aizawa what Momo had told him about finding Izuku in the hallway and how Eri seemed to have a calming effect on him. Aizawa questioned whether it was wise for Eri to stay with Izuku. The dean expressed uncertainty, suggesting that while they had trained a warrior, Eri was helping him become a compassionate person. Aizawa acknowledged that Izuku had always been kind, but the dean pointed out that All Might had taught him well, even if he struggled to express his feelings. The dean noted that Izuku only appeared truly happy when sparring with All Might or discovering new applications for his quirk. Aizawa agreed, but the dean remarked that for the first time, he had seen genuine compassion in Izuku's eyes, thanks to Eri. Aizawa cautioned that if anything were to happen to Eri, they might not be able to help Izuku recover. Eri enjoyed her coloring books during class. When the lesson ended, Izuku and Eri approached Tsuyu, and Izuku inquired if Satsuki would be home the following day, as he wanted to introduce her to Eri. Tsuyu smiled, assuring him that Satsuki would be delighted to see him and would love to meet Eri. Izuku mentioned he had to leave but would see her the next day. He picked Eri up, and as they left, Momo called over Achiko, Tsuyu, and Mina. She recounted what had happened after they left with Eri, starting with how Izuku was aware they had followed him to the cemetery and how Eri had calmed him down. Achiko expressed a wish to have seen that moment. Momo pulled out her phone, smiling as she revealed she didn't have that picture but had one that they would love. She showed them the images of Izuku and Eri peacefully asleep on the sofa. Tsuyu insisted that Momo send them the picture, while Mina asked how she had obtained it. Momo explained that she had Izuku's phone after he ran into 𝗧𝗓𝗓, and he left before she could return it. His dad had sent him the pictures, which she then forwarded to herself. The images of Izuku sleeping with 𝗧𝗓𝗓 quickly spread among their classmates, making the hearts of the girls in both Class 1A and 1B flutter, as Izuku rarely displayed his softer side at school. When Izuku arrived home, he told 𝗧𝗓𝗓 to change into play clothes because he planned to take her to the park. After changing himself, he waited by the door for 𝗧𝗓𝗓, who came running out, and they left together. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 had never been to a playground before and felt a little anxious about going down the slides for the first time. Izuku waited for her at the bottom, and when she slid down, he caught her and swung her into the air. For the first time in her life, 𝗧𝗓𝗓 experienced true joy. The mothers at the playground couldn't help but admire the well-built young man playing with the child, hoping he would return often to brighten their days. Across the street, two figures paused upon recognizing 𝗧𝗓𝗓, realizing that the boss would be pleased to learn they had found her. They discreetly left the area before anyone noticed them. Two members of the 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝐼 entered their headquarters and reported to 𝗓𝗁𝗁stasis, informing him that they had seen 𝗧𝗓𝗓 at a playground with a strong young man. 𝗓𝗁𝗁stasis recognized the young man, having spent the last 3 days trying to gather information on him without success. He instructed his underlings to set up surveillance on the park for the next 3 weeks, wanting to know their arrival and departure times, but advised against following them for now. He suspected the young man was well connected, and if he caught wind of their surveillance, they might lose 𝗧𝗓𝗓 again. 𝗓𝗁𝗁stasis planned to inform Overhaul of their findings and commended his men for their efforts. When Izuku and 𝗧𝗓𝗓 returned home, she confided in him that she had never been allowed to play outside before. Although bad people had given her toys, no one had played with her. These past few days felt like a dream to her. She cherished the moments when she would tell him about her bad dreams, and he would pick her up and hold her on his chest, where she could hear his heartbeat, which helped her fall back asleep. For the last 2 nights, 𝗧𝗓𝗓 had ended up resting on his chest. Izuku had intended to buy her a large teddy bear to hold but decided against it after hearing her feelings. He told her that he would introduce her to a girl her age the next day so they could play together, which excited 𝗧𝗓𝗓. However, he reminded her that she needed to take a bath and wash her hair first. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 asked if he could wash her hair again, expressing her appreciation for how he didn't get soap in her eyes. Izuku agreed, telling her to let him know when she was ready in the tub. When All Might walked in, he found Izuku sitting at the kitchen table in shorts and a t-shirt, focused on his homework. All Might asked where 𝗧𝗓𝗓 was, to which Izuku replied that she was asleep in her room for now. All Might inquired further, and Izuku explained that 𝗧𝗓𝗓 had been having bad dreams and would come into his room, where he would hold her on his chest until she fell back asleep. He shared that 𝗧𝗓𝗓 had mentioned hearing his heartbeat calmed her down. All Might smiled at his son, affirming that he was doing a great job, noting that the child didn't remember what it felt like to be loved. She had never understood what a safe place felt like until she met him. He continued, reflecting on their past. Izuku wondered if he had ever acted that way when he was younger. All Might confirmed that he had, but not for long. Izuku glanced at his father, then lowered his head, admitting that he had made a mistake at school that day. All Might sat beside him, listening intently. Once Izuku finished explaining the situation, All Might embraced him, expressing his regret for not being there as a father. He acknowledged that if he were more present, people might think Izuku was receiving special treatment, which wasn't fair given how hard he had been working. Izuku felt a bit better from the hug, but their moment was interrupted by a small voice saying she had a bad dream. All Might smiled at Izuku, stating that a father's job is never done, and promised to see him in the morning. Izuku got up and walked over to 𝗧𝗓𝗓, who lifted her arms for him to pick her up. He laid down on his bed with her resting on his chest, gently stroking her hair until she fell asleep. Izuku smiled and soon drifted off himself. When morning came, he woke 𝗧𝗓𝗓, telling her it was time to get up. After she got dressed, he fixed her hair, a skill he had learned from watching videos online. He had been awake for a while, sparring with his father. As he made breakfast, All Might packed their lunches and advised Izuku to drive to school instead of taking the train for now, explaining that 𝗧𝗓𝗓 needed to get used to normal transportation like he had. All Might tossed Izuku the car keys and reminded him of his appointment. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 felt a bit sad about taking the car, as she enjoyed being in the air with Izuku. When they arrived at the school gate, they spotted Achiko, Momo, Mina, and Tsuyu waiting for them, which brightened Eri's mood. As they walked to class, Izuku noticed many female students staring at him and Eri, whispering and giggling as they passed. Curious, he asked the girls if they knew what was going on, but they pretended not to understand. Bakugo, upon seeing Izuku, felt his anger shift to fear. He realized how intimidating Izuku had become. Remembering the professor's words, his anger turned to self-disgust, recognizing that he might have reacted much worse than Izuku had. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Izuku approach him. Izuku expressed his longing to apologize for his behavior the previous day, acknowledging that he had been wrong. Bakugo was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Kirishima broke the silence, praising Izuku for his manliness in apologizing. Bakugo dismissed it, reminding Izuku that this didn't make them even. Izuku chose not to respond further and returned to his desk, where Eri asked if she could sit on his lap. He obliged, and the girls in the class began taking pictures just as the professor entered and started the lesson. Later, Izuku, Eri, Tsuyu, Achiko, Momo, and Mina were seated at a table in the cafeteria when Pony approached them. Eri leaned into Izuku, feeling shy. Pony complimented Eri, saying she wanted to pinch her cheeks. Izuku reassured Eri that Pony was very nice. Eri noticed Pony's horns and pointed out that they were similar to her own. Pony smiled and said Eri had a cute horn, asking if she could touch it. Eri agreed, and as Pony leaned down, Eri gently touched her horns, then her own, noting they felt the same. Pony then asked if she could touch Eri's horn, to which Eri consented. After Pony confirmed they felt alike, she admired Eri's hair and asked who styled it. Eri proudly stated that Izuku did it. The girls turned to him in surprise, and Izuku explained that he had learned by watching videos online. Pony remarked that she thought Eri's hair was gray, to which Eri replied that Izuku had washed it. Realizing the time, Izuku quickly announced that it was time to return to class. After class, Izuku placed Eri in her car seat and headed to his appointment with 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Eri fell asleep during the drive, and he used his quirk to keep her that way. Upon entering 𝗵𝘃𝗲's office, he sat down with Eri on his lap. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 was not surprised to see Eri, as Tsuyu had informed her of the situation, but she was taken aback by how gentle Izuku was with her. Izuku opened up about his inner conflict. He genuinely wanted friends but was terrified of losing them. He recounted how he had lost control in class when Bakugo insulted his parents. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 marveled at how well Izuku had turned out, a testament to All Might's parenting. Izuku was strong yet kind, always prioritizing others' needs over his own. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 reassured him that it was okay to have friends and normal to feel worried. She reminded him that everyone in his class was training to become heroes and didn't need his protection, encouraging him to gradually let them into his life. When their session ended, Izuku stood up with Eri, who nuzzled against his chest in her sleep. He smiled down at her, promising to see her later as he left. Tsuyu opened the door when she heard a knock, finding Izuku standing there with Eri partially hidden behind his legs. Eri beamed upon seeing Tsuyu. When Satsuki spotted Izuku, she ran to him and hugged him tightly, surprising Eri. Izuku introduced Satsuki as Tsuyu's little sister, and Eri greeted her. Satsuki asked if Eri liked dolls, to which Eri enthusiastically replied yes. The two little girls then dashed off to play. Izuku thanked Tsuyu for allowing him to bring Eri over and inquired about her brother. Tsuyu explained that he had a baseball game and should be home soon. Just then, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 entered with an armful of groceries, prompting Izuku to quickly assist her. She expressed her gratitude for his help as he carried the groceries to the kitchen, with Tsuyu following to help put them away. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 expressed surprise at Izuku's visit and inquired about his reason for coming. Izuku mentioned that he wanted to introduce Eri to someone her age. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 insisted that they stay for dinner. While showing Satsuki her room and favorite dolls, Eri shared that Izuku had saved her from some bad men. Satsuki revealed that he had saved her and her sister too. Satsuki wished Izuku would visit more often, as he was really nice. Eri offered to ask him to bring her over again, and Satsuki eagerly took her hands, expressing her longing to play together once more. Eri smiled and promised to ask Izuku. When Satsuki inquired if Eri lived with him, Eri confirmed with a smile. The two girls began to play, delighted that they both got what they wanted. Dinner was ready, and Izuku and Tsuyu went to fetch the girls. Izuku, distracted, tripped over a skateboard, causing Tsuyu to reach out to catch him, resulting in both of them tumbling down. Izuku instinctively pulled Tsuyu close to protect her. When Tsuyu opened her eyes, she found herself just inches away from Izuku's face. He looked into her eyes and asked if she was okay. Baru heard the commotion and rushed in, exclaiming in surprise. Just then, Eri's father and brother entered through the front door. Tsuyu turned bright red, her embarrassment evident. Eri and Satsuki rushed into the room to see what had happened, and everyone's attention turned to the two on the floor. Ganma asked for an explanation of the situation. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up as he realized how close he was to Tsuyu, especially with the entire family watching them. Thankfully, dinner proceeded smoothly, with everyone enjoying the meal and conversation. Ganma found himself respecting the young man more. Not only had he saved Eri, but he was also raising her. Izuku demonstrated his character by instinctively protecting Tsuyu during their fall. Satsuki asked Izuku if he was going to be Eri's new dad. He looked at Eri and smiled, affirming that he was. Eri jumped out of her seat and hugged him tightly. When they returned home, Eri was still beaming at the thought of Izuku being her new dad. Upon seeing All Might, she rushed over to him, and he knelt down to embrace her, declaring that it made him her grandpa. Eri looked a bit puzzled until he explained that it meant he was Izuku's father. Although she didn't fully understand, it filled her with happiness to know her little family had grown. No longer alone, she now had a father and a grandfather who loved her. Izuku reminded Eri that they had to keep the fact that All Might was her grandpa a secret while at school. As they waited by the gates, Eri spotted the girls approaching and excitedly told Tsuyu how much fun she had the previous day and how eager she was to play with Satsuki again. Mina, Achiko, and Momo looked at Tsuyu, who explained that they had arranged a playdate for Eri to have someone her age to play with. Eri commented on how cute it was when Tsuyu fell on top of Izuku, making both of them blush. The other girls froze when Eri referred to Izuku as her daddy. Tsuyu recalled that it had been mentioned at dinner but hadn't expected Eri to call him that at school. Achiko finally spoke up, her mind catching up to Eri's words, teasingly mentioning Tsuyu's blush from the earlier incident. Satsuki expressed disappointment that Tsuyu hadn't kissed him. Izuku, feeling the heat of embarrassment, picked Eri up and suggested they head to class before they were late. As they walked into the classroom, Momo, Achiko, and Mina began to question Tsuyu about the earlier incident. All Might burst into the classroom with his usual flair, causing Eri to leap from her seat in excitement. She didn't call him grandpa but ran up to him, arms outstretched. All Might knelt down and scooped her up in a hug, eliciting a joyful squeal from her. The class thought nothing of it. Every child gets excited to see All Might. He announced that it was time to change into hero costumes and head out to the training ground. After setting Eri down, she ran back to Izuku. Achiko approached Eri, inviting her to join her since she wasn't allowed in the boys' changing room. Izuku knelt down, assuring Eri it was okay to go with Achiko, and he kissed her forehead. Eri reached out, and Achiko took her hand as they walked out. In the girls' locker room, the girls chatted about how adorable it was that Izuku had leaned in to kiss Eri like that. Eri sat next to Achiko while she changed into her hero costume, complimenting her on how pretty she looked. Achiko blushed and thanked her. Momo approached Eri, asking if she wanted a costume like Izuku's. Eri enthusiastically agreed, referring to Izuku as daddy. Tsuyu confirmed that Izuku was indeed Eri's new dad. Momo's chest glowed, and an Eri-sized costume appeared. Eri thanked Momo and asked for help putting it on, as her daddy usually assisted her with dressing. Momo smiled and agreed, starting to help Eri out of her clothes while Achiko placed Eri's clothes in her locker. When Eri emerged, dressed in her new costume alongside Achiko and Momo, Izuku was waiting by the door. His eyes lit up at the sight of Eri in his costume, and he picked her up, spinning her in the air with joy. He couldn't quite explain why this moment brought him so much happiness. He turned to Momo, asking if she had made the costume with her quirk. Momo blushed and confirmed that she had. Izuku hugged Momo, squeezing Eri between them, causing Momo to turn bright red while Tsuyu and Hachiko felt a pang of jealousy over the embrace. After releasing Momo, Izuku encouraged Eri to follow him, mentioning he knew someone who would love to see her in her new outfit as they headed toward the training grounds. When All Might spotted Eri, he couldn't help but smile. He invited her to join him in assisting with the class, and Eri ran over, thrilled as he picked her up, joking that she had taken him hostage and it was a race to save him. The class found it amusing that Eri had taken Izuku hostage, eagerly anticipating who would reach him first. All Might assigned the groups and then looked at Eri, asking her to hold on. She hugged him tightly, and he leaped toward the center of town. Group 1 consisted of Izuku, Bakugo, Shiro, and Lita. Bakugo glanced at his competitors and declared that they should prepare to lose. All Might's voice rang out, signaling the start of the competition. Everyone sprang into action. Explosions erupted as Bakugo soared into the air. Lita sprinted forward with his mufflers glowing from the speed, and Shiro swung through the town using his tape. Izuku lifted the ground beneath him and propelled himself toward the center faster than his classmates. Izuku was the first to arrive, followed closely by Shiro, Bakugo, and finally Lita. Eri squealed with delight upon seeing her father rushing toward her. Izuku jumped off his platform and knelt as Eri ran to him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Bakugo's approach startled her with his loud explosions, but Izuku embraced her, providing a sense of safety. When Bakugo landed nearby, Eri remarked on how loud he was. Bakugo glanced at the little girl, then at Izuku, and kept his tone civil, explaining that his quirk was naturally loud before walking away. Eri looked up at her father, concerned that she had done something wrong. Izuku thought back to middle school, realizing Bakugo had never changed. He reassured her that she hadn't done anything wrong, explaining that some people were just that way. He promised to take her to the park once school was out, which made Eri smile. After school, Izuku took Eri to the park again. She loved playing on the swings, and he pushed her, eliciting joyful squeals. A little girl her age approached and asked if Eri wanted to play. Eri looked at her father, who smiled and encouraged her to have fun. The mothers in the park admired how the young man engaged with the child. One mother sent her daughter to invite Eri to join them. Izuku sat on a bench, watching Eri enjoy herself when a woman approached him, asking if Eri was his little sister. Izuku smiled and clarified that she was his daughter. Another woman joined them, inquiring about Eri's mother. Izuku simply stated that she was no longer with them. One of the mothers then asked if he was single, causing Izuku to blush as he noticed two men slowly approaching where Eri played with the other kids. The first member of the Shy Hasiaki group commented on how Izuku didn't look tough and suggested they could easily take Eri before anyone noticed. The second member cautioned against it, reminding him of Chrono's orders. The first member insisted on the potential clout they could gain by capturing Eri. The second member hesitated, expressing concern about explaining their failure to Chrono. The first member proposed a plan to use their powers to snatch Eri and escape before the heroes arrived. As they focused on Izuku, they began to feel uneasy when he suddenly stopped talking and stared at them. The women and children around them also turned their attention toward the men. Izuku's eyes glowed green, and soon the eyes of the women and children followed suit. The criminals felt a wave of fear and began to back away, not wanting to be caught in such an unnatural situation. Both men fled the area, eager to escape the unsettling gaze. Izuku released the illusion, and the women and children remained unaware of what had transpired. He watched as the men retreated, then smiled at the women, informing them that he had to leave but would see them again soon. He called for Eri, and she came running, asking if they could return. Izuku smiled and told her not today, but they would come back for her to play again. Eri took his hand as they left. Upon arriving home, Izuku went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, instructing Eri to wash up. All Might arrived just as they were setting the table. Eri was already in her All Might pajamas. After washing his hands, All Might joined them at the table. Izuku asked if he could get Eri a pendant like the one All Might had bought for him. All Might immediately understood and agreed. He turned to Eri and asked her favorite color. She replied that it was green, like her father's eyes. All Might smiled and confirmed he would get her one. After dinner, They settled in the living room to watch one of Eri's favorite movies, How to Train Your Dragon. When it ended, Izuku told Eri it was time for bed. She got up to hug All Might and give him a goodnight kiss before asking Izuku to tuck her in. Once he finished, he sat next to All Might and recounted the events at the park. All Might was always impressed by the versatility of Izuku's powers, but this time he was particularly amazed by how Izuku had used his abilities to create an illusion that frightened the villains, all while keeping the bystanders unaware. Meanwhile, Ochako sat in her apartment, feeling as though she was falling behind the other girls vying for Izuku's affection. Momo was set to have dinner with him that weekend, and Tsuyu had already shared dinner with him twice. Plus, her little sister was Eri's friend, which meant Izuku would visit again for Eri to play with her sister. Suddenly, it struck her that her parents would be in town for an open house at school. She decided to invite Izuku to meet them, and the thought warmed her heart. She pulled out her cell phone and called her parents, asking them to bring nice clothes for dinner. She was finally going to introduce them to Izuku. Momo was nervous about Izuku coming over for dinner the next day. She and her mother meticulously went over the details to ensure everything would be perfect. Her father walked into the great hall, observing the two women he loved working together with smiles on their faces. He complimented their efforts but noted that Izuku didn't seem like the type to appreciate anything too fancy. Momo looked at her father and firmly stated that it was no excuse not to put their best foot forward. The father softly remarked on how much the young man meant to his daughter. She affirmed that he was truly amazing and unlike anyone she had ever met, noting his humility. Only she knew of his wealth, as he selflessly assisted others, prioritizing their needs above his own. She expressed her longing for her father to like him and hoped to earn his affection in return. Izuku awoke to Eri nestled against his chest. He gently stroked her hair, and she lifted her head to greet him with a cheerful, "Good morning, Daddy." He recalled a time when he had tried to sneak out of bed, which had caused Eri to panic, thinking he had left her. Fortunately, he had been in the gym with the door open and heard her cries. He had calmed her down, promising to wake her before he went to exercise. He informed her that he was going for a run and would return soon. Eri responded with a sleepy, "Oh, Daddy," and settled back down. Izuku was quick on his feet, capable of running a 4-minute mile for 7 miles before needing to slow down. After 27 minutes, he returned home and began lifting weights. Eri entered the gym just as he was finishing his workout, announcing her hunger. Izuku smiled and asked what she would like to eat. She requested a cheese omelet, which happened to be his favorite breakfast as well. All Might had introduced it to him during his time in America. As Izuku prepared breakfast, All Might walked in, complimenting the delicious smell. Eri was focused on cracking eggs, trying her best not to make a mess. Izuku offered to make a cheese omelet for All Might, who gratefully accepted. The family gathered around the table, enjoying their meal filled with laughter and conversation. All Might inquired if Izuku would be having dinner with Momo and her family that evening. Izuku confirmed that he would. He then asked Eri if she would like to stay with her grandfather, watching movies and enjoying ice cream while he was out. Eri's face lit up at the idea, and All Might assured her that they would have a great time together. After Izuku agreed, Eri hugged him tightly, playfully commenting on his smell. He decided to take a shower before their outing. Once he was clean, he took Eri to the park, where she delighted in him pushing her on the swings. As they played, other children arrived with their mothers. Izuku allowed Eri to join them while he sat nearby, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. The mothers began chatting with him, expressing admiration for how he interacted with Eri, wishing their husbands would do the same. Noticing the time, Izuku called for Eri, and she ran to him, taking his hand. They bid farewell to the other children before heading home. After preparing for his dinner with Momo's family, he watched Eri shower and change into her favorite All Might pajamas. As he kissed her forehead before leaving, All Might entered the room, encouraging him to enjoy himself and assuring him that Eri would be well taken care of. Momo was thrilled when the maid announced Izuku's arrival. The butler opened the door for him, catching Izuku off guard as he hadn't even knocked. He noticed the butler's impressive physique and the earpiece he wore, indicating a security presence. Following the butler, Izuku admired the tasteful artwork adorning the walls. Upon entering the grand hall, he was astonished by its size, larger than his gym at home. Observing the maids, he recognized their disciplined demeanor, suggesting they were trained in martial arts, all wearing similar earpieces. The head maid, tall and striking, exuded an air of authority. When Izuku finally laid eyes on Momo, he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty, causing her to blush. Her parents watched closely, noting how he seemed to take in every detail, especially when he looked at their daughter. Momo's mother smiled, pleased with his reaction, while her father invited Izuku to sit beside Momo. Izuku politely suggested they call him by his first name, and Momo's father introduced himself as Hiko, with his wife being Tomo. Izuku expressed his gratitude for their hospitality before taking his seat. He complimented Momo, causing her blush to deepen as she returned the sentiment. Tomo inquired about Eri's whereabouts, to which Izuku explained that she was spending time with her grandfather, who wanted to enjoy his day off with her. He added that he believed All Might wanted to give him a chance to relax and enjoy the evening. Hiko expressed surprise at Izuku's decision to take in Eri, finding it sweet. Tomo asked how he was adjusting to being a single father. Izuku admitted it had been challenging at first, mentioning Eri's nightmares that often led her to seek comfort in his bed. Tomo acknowledged having seen a picture of Eri sleeping on him, which caught Izuku off guard. Momo explained that she had forwarded the pictures from his father's phone, causing Izuku to blush. Curious about Izuku's background, Hiko asked about his father's profession. Izuku replied that he worked in upper management for the Mitsubishi Corporation. When Tomo asked about his mother, Izuku lowered his gaze, revealing that she had passed away when he was still a child. Tomo expressed her sympathy, recognizing the pain still evident in his expression. Izuku reassured Momo that he had a wonderful relationship with his father. The three of them enjoyed their meal, and once they finished, Momo's parents expressed their gratitude to Izuku for joining them. He thanked them for the invitation, and Momo offered to walk him to the door. Upon reaching the entrance, she asked if he would mind following her for a moment. Izuku smiled and agreed. Momo gently took his hand and led him to the grand fountain. Looking into his eyes, she apologized for sending the pictures to herself. Izuku smiled back and inquired about who else had seen them. When she revealed the names, Izuku blushed, realizing why he had received those peculiar looks. Momo removed her shoes and stepped into the fountain, relishing the cool sensation on her feet. Izuku admired her and commented on how appealing she looked that evening. Meanwhile, Momo's parents observed from the security cameras, wishing they could hear their conversation. They noticed Izuku extend his hand to assist their daughter out of the fountain and give her a hug before stepping back to leave. Tomo turned to her husband, noting that he was indeed a gentleman, as he hadn't attempted to steal a kiss goodbye after helping Momo. Hiko continued to watch the young man depart, pondering why he had lied about his father's profession. However, he recognized Izuku as a good young man and decided to offer him a position in their company, believing that someone with his keen insight would help lead the company alongside their daughter when the time came for them to retire. Tomo smiled, leaning into her husband. Momo entered her house feeling elated, cherishing the way Izuku had looked at her as he approached and helped her out of the fountain. She was taken aback by the hug he had given her, feeling that he had grown stronger since their last embrace. Upon entering, she found both of her parents waiting for her. Momo approached them, and her father asked what Izuku's father did for a living. Caught off guard by the question, Momo's father smiled and remarked that Izuku seemed like an honest person, noting how uncomfortable he appeared when discussing his father's job. He added that if she wanted him to accept Izuku into their family, she should let him know, as he was already aware of her feelings. Momo lowered her head, and her mother approached her, lifting her chin and explaining that they needed to know because her father intended to offer Izuku a significant position in the company. Tears welled up in Momo's eyes as she asked if that was true. Her father confirmed that he was a good judge of character and wanted to expedite the paperwork for Izuku's acceptance into the company. Momo hugged her mother and softly revealed that Izuku's father was All Might. Her mother pulled back in shock, and her father embraced Momo, expressing his surprise at accepting the first boy she introduced to them. He praised her for bringing home such a respectable and powerful young man, the son of the #1 hero, and he couldn't be prouder. Meanwhile, Izuku returned home to find All Might and Eri engaged in a tea party at a small table. Izuku smiled as Eri noticed him and exclaimed that he had arrived just in time. He joined them at the table, and after a while, they put Eri to bed. Izuku then shared the details of his night with his father. He sought advice, expressing uncertainty about his feelings for Momo while also admitting he liked 3 other girls. He felt the weight of responsibility for Eri, who needed him more than anything at that moment. All Might looked deeply into his son's eyes, recognizing the bottled-up emotions within him. He admitted he wasn't the best person to answer that question but reminded Izuku that his next appointment with Baru was on Wednesday. Grateful, Izuku smiled and hugged his father, thanking him. The following morning after breakfast, Izuku asked Eri if she would like to visit the mall to help her overcome her fear of crowds. He assured her that if it became overwhelming, they could leave. They arrived at the mall just in time for lunch, ordering taishaku meals. Eri chose fish while Izuku opted for beef. After finishing their meals, they began exploring the mall. Achiko's parents arrived at her apartment at 10. When Achiko opened the door, her father pulled her in for a hug, and her mother asked if she was hungry. Achiko replied affirmatively, suggesting a great place in the mall before they went dress shopping for when they invited Izuku and Eri over for dinner. Izuku bought Eri an ice cream cone for being brave. As Eri held his hand, she spotted Achiko and called out to her, waving with the hand that held her ice cream, causing it to tumble onto her shirt and the floor. Eri's eyes filled with tears, not only from dropping her ice cream but also from staining her favorite shirt. Achiko's father noticed Eri waving to his daughter and pointed her out. Achiko and her mother turned just in time to witness the mishap. They were surprised by Izuku's response as he knelt down, gently wiping the tears from Eri's eyes and lifting her chin to kiss her forehead. He reassured her that he would get her another ice cream. Eri lamented about her dirty shirt, but Izuku used his quirk to remove the stain, making it much better before standing up. He then cleaned up Eri's mess just as Achiko and her parents approached. Achiko introduced her parents to Izuku, who bowed his head and greeted them. He then asked Achiko to watch Eri for a moment while he went to get her another ice cream. As he headed to the 3rd floor, 2 members of the 𝐒𝐻𝗫𝐁 spotted Eri and approached her. One drew a large knife while the other pulled out a gun, threatening her. They greeted her with familiarity, warning that if she didn't come quietly, others would be harmed. Achiko quickly embraced Eri and firmly warned the 2 men that they should walk away if they knew what was good for them. The gunman pet his pistol and declared that it didn't look like he was playing a game. Eri, in a moment of desperation, called out for her father. Izuku, hearing her cry, rushed out of the store and vaulted over the guardrail. As he landed from the 3-story drop, a surge of anger coursed through him at the sight before him. The gunman threatened to shoot the girl if he didn't get Eri, and as he fired, the bullets halted just inches from Achiko. The criminals stared in disbelief as Izuku positioned himself in front of the bullets, looking like a force of nature as he reached out and caught one. He demanded to know who dared to fire a weapon at his daughter, instructing Eri to close her eyes, to which she obediently agreed, unaware of the chaos that was about to unfold. Earlier that day, Achiko's mother had mentioned needing to use the restroom, prompting her father to agree that it was a good idea. Upon exiting, they were met with the alarming sight of Achiko holding Eri while a man aimed a gun at them. Time seemed to slow as Eri's scream pierced the air. Achiko's mother cried out in horror as the gunman pulled the trigger. Meanwhile, Pony was at the mall with her parents, excitedly showing them around when she heard a familiar voice call for her father. Izuku dashed out of the store, leaping over the guardrail without hesitation. Pony's parents gasped in shock as he plummeted 3 stories. Just as they reached the guardrail, the sound of gunfire echoed through the air. Everyone watched in astonishment as Izuku landed in front of Eri, plucking a bullet from the air while the remaining bullets hovered around him. He instructed Eri to close her eyes, and in that moment, a transformation began. Green fur sprouted, his already impressive physique grew even more formidable, and claws extended from his hands. He resembled a creature from a nightmare, causing the 2 criminals to retreat in fear. One of them charged at Izuku, wielding a knife and attempting to stab him. Izuku caught the man's arm and slammed him to the ground, the impact rendering the criminal unconscious. The gunman, in a panic, threw his empty weapon at Izuku, who effortlessly caught it and crushed it in his powerful grip. He then lunged forward, seizing the gunman by the chest and lifting him off the ground. In a voice that was both inhuman and commanding, Izuku demanded to know who had sent him. The criminal, trembling, pleaded for his life, revealing that it was Chrono from the 𝗓𝗂𝗂 and begged for mercy. All Might burst into the mall after hearing reports of gunfire. He quickly spotted the large green figure holding a man and called out his presence. The criminal, terrified, screamed for help, asking to be arrested to escape the monster's wrath. Izuku pulled the criminal closer and then hurled him toward All Might, who moved like a blur to catch him, earning cheers from the crowd. Izuku released his transformation and turned just in time to catch Eri, who was running toward him at full speed. He enveloped her in a tight hug and then walked over to Ichiko, pulling her into a one-armed embrace. Ichiko felt her heart race as Izuku thanked her for protecting Eri, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Ichiko's parents rushed to them, and Izuku let go of Ichiko so her father could check for any injuries. He embraced his daughter, and her mother joined in, tears of joy streaming down her face at the sight of her daughter being safe. As All Might secured the two criminals, Ichiko's mother approached Izuku, still emotional, and hugged him, expressing her gratitude for saving her daughter once again. Her father stepped forward after her, waiting for his wife to release Izuku before shaking his hand. He invited Izuku to join them for dinner on Tuesday, wishing to thank him properly. Izuku smiled and replied that he would love to, but insisted that Ichiko was the one who protected Eri, and he felt indebted to her. Ichiko blushed at the compliment. After putting Eri down, she ran to Ichiko, reaching up for a hug and thanking her for keeping her safe. Pony then shared with her parents that Izuku was the young man she had feelings for. Her mother observed the situation and noted how evident it was that Ichiko was also smitten with him. She advised Pony to act quickly if she wanted to pursue her feelings, as it was clear that others noticed Izuku's admirable qualities. Pony gazed at Izuku and expressed to her parents how he was the strongest, kindest, and most compassionate person she knew. She recounted how he had fought 3 Nomu to protect them during the camp attack and how he had rescued Eri from the Yakuza, now raising her on his own. Her father expressed a longing to meet Izuku at school the next day, impressed by his bravery. Pony smiled, happy that her father wanted to acknowledge such a remarkable young man. All Might and a police officer approached Izuku and Ichiko to inquire about the incident. Ichiko recounted how the two men had threatened her and Eri, leading to Eri's desperate call for her father. Izuku explained that he had heard Eri's cry and acted without hesitation. The police officer assured them that, given the circumstances of his protective actions, no charges would be filed against Izuku for using his quirk to confront the criminals. Izuku expressed his gratitude to the officer and informed Eri that it was time for them to head home. He bid farewell to Ichiko and her parents, leaving the mall while holding Eri's hand. Upon arriving home, Izuku felt a surge of anger in his gut. Those criminals had attempted to take Eri from him. They had even threatened Ichiko with a gun and fired while Eri stood in front of her. If he had been even a moment slower, one or both of them could have been harmed. Izuku felt a gentle tug on his arm and looked down to see Eri gazing up at him with her big eyes, asking if he was okay. Her words struck him deeply. He picked Eri up and hugged her tightly, admitting that he was not okay and that he had been scared they would hurt her. Eri's response took him by surprise. She looked into his eyes and assured him that she wasn't afraid because she knew he would protect her. She reached out and touched his cheek, and he leaned into her tiny hand. When All Might returned home, he found Izuku sitting on the couch with his head bowed. He sat beside his son, who leaned into him, and All Might felt Izuku's body tremble. He wrapped Izuku in a comforting hug. Izuku spoke softly, asking if this was how All Might felt every time he went out alone, worried that he might be taken. All Might answered without hesitation, confirming that it was indeed the case. He explained that he trained Izuku so he would be strong enough to defend himself until All Might could reach him. Izuku looked up at his father, offering a weak smile and expressing his gratitude. He then got up to check on Eri. All Might watched as his son walked to her room, feeling a mix of pain and anger that Izuku had to learn such a harsh lesson at a young age. Eri woke up slightly confused, not recalling how she ended up in her room. She looked at Izuku and asked why he was there. He smiled and explained that he had a bad dream, which made her laugh for reasons she couldn't quite understand. Izuku then began his morning training routine before getting ready for school. Eri enjoyed helping with breakfast, and after they ate, they packed their lunches and set off for school. Upon arriving, Izuku noticed that none of the girls were waiting by the gate, remembering that their parents would be attending today. He contemplated skipping class to spend the day with Eri but decided against it, knowing it would set a poor example for her. As they walked to class, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. Turning around, he saw Pony waving, accompanied by her parents. Eri waved back as they approached. Pony's father introduced himself as 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, mentioning that his wife was 𝐎𝐻𝑝𝗃. He noted that his daughter had spoken highly of Izuku, joking that he thought she was just talking up a crush. He continued, expressing his admiration for Izuku's bravery at the mall, where he had protected Eri. Izuku glanced at Pony, who was blushing but remained silent. 𝗓𝗏 invited them to join them at a karaoke bar after school, and Eri, curious about what a karaoke bar was, became excited when Izuku explained it. He agreed to meet them later. 𝗎𝗑𝗫 approached Izuku, looking him in the eyes as if searching for something. She knelt down and asked Eri who had fixed her. Eri smiled and replied that her daddy did. 𝗎𝗑𝗫 complimented Eri's cuteness before standing up, expressing her anticipation for later. Pony requested Izuku's phone number to inform him where to meet them, then led her parents to Class 1B. As Izuku entered Class 1A, he found all of his classmates' parents already engaged in conversation. One parent commented on the presence of a child's desk until they noticed Eri walking in. Izuku observed Momo's parents deep in discussion with Achiko's parents. Eri approached Achiko, thanking her for trying to protect her the previous day. Achiko picked Eri up and embraced her, with her mother joining in to praise Eri's bravery. Eri confidently stated that she knew her daddy would protect them because he was strong. Momo's father inquired about the events from the day before, and Achiko's mother recounted how Izuku had leaped from the third story to save Eri and Achiko from danger. All eyes turned to Izuku, making him feel uncomfortable under the sudden attention. Whispers spread among the parents and students. Achiko's mother took Eri from Achiko and approached Izuku, asking if his parents would be joining them, as they wished to meet the people who raised such a brave young man. Izuku replied that his mother had passed away when he was a child and that his father could not attend. Bru noticed the pain in Izuku's expression but admired his strength as he kept his head held high and smiled. Momo's father then approached Izuku, offering to stand with him since his father could not be there. Achiko's father also expressed his pride in standing beside Izuku after what he had done for his daughter. Izuku looked at both men and thanked them, though he felt they should be with their daughters. Momo's father asked Momo if she would mind if he stayed with Izuku, to which Momo blushed and said no. Achiko quickly chimed in, saying she wouldn't mind at all. The two fathers agreed it was settled. Professor Aizawa entered the classroom looking refreshed, followed closely by All Might. Before class began, Momo reminded her parents that only 5 people knew about All Might being Izuku's father and to keep it a secret from the class. Achiko greeted Momo and introduced her parents, and shortly after, Izuku walked in with Eri. Achiko noticed the pain in his eyes when her mother approached him, asking to meet his parents. The class murmured when Izuku revealed that his mother had died when he was still a child. Thankfully, Professor Aizawa entered just then, surprising everyone as he was followed by All Might. Izuku beamed at the sight of All Might, knowing his presence was a show of support. All Might smiled back at his son, feeling a pang of guilt that 2 men stood beside Izuku because he wanted to keep their secret safe. Izuku felt a wave of happiness knowing he wouldn't be alone, thanks to the presence of 2 supportive men. All Might greeted the parents warmly, informing them that they would be heading to the gym to meet the rest of the faculty, allowing the focus to remain on the students. Professor Aizawa introduced himself, instructing the students to guide their parents to the gym, and invited any questions from the parents either now or later. To Izuku's surprise, Momo's father approached Professor Aizawa, inquiring about Izuku's performance in class. Achiko's father joined the conversation with a smile. Aizawa glanced at Izuku, who nodded, prompting him to share his thoughts. Tsuyu's father joined the other men, curious about Izuku's progress. Izuku and Eri led the three fathers to meet their various professors. This made Izuku feel happy. Although he would have preferred his own father's presence, he appreciated having people genuinely interested in his school life. After the day concluded, the professors announced that there would be a demonstration in the gym the following day. Izuku's phone rang. It was Pony, inviting him to meet at 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐁𝐵 Shibuya at 5. Pony's family arrived early at the karaoke bar. Pony's mother observed her daughter and remarked that while the young man might appear kind, strong, and fearless, he was deeply troubled inside. Pony looked at her mother, pleading for assurance that she hadn't used her quirk on Izuku. Her mother admitted she had, explaining that her quirk allowed her to see a person's emotional state through their eyes. She revealed that Izuku was honest, kind, strong, and brave, but also fearful, angry, fragile, and hiding something significant. Pony asked if her mother knew what he was concealing, but her mother replied that while she didn't know, he was like a diamond, hard, but capable of shattering if struck just right. Pony's father placed a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder, reminding her that nobody is perfect, but the fact that Izuku was honest and kind was a good sign. They decided to enjoy themselves and pick out songs to sing. When Izuku and Eri arrived, Pony's family was busy selecting songs. Pony's father called Izuku over to sit next to Pony and choose a couple of songs. After selecting the songs, Pony's father invited Izuku to join him in ordering food. Izuku turned to Eri and asked what she would like. Eri requested 𝗓𝗓𝗙, and with that, Izuku left with Shio. Pony asked Eri if Izuku always styled her hair, to which Eri beamed and confirmed that he did. Pony's mother inquired how Izuku treated her, and Eri responded that he was very nice, never getting mad when she had bad dreams and woke him up. She explained that he would hold her close and gently pat her head until she fell back asleep. Eri added that he was teaching her how to cook, helping her with spelling, and taking her to the park to play. Pony's mother was surprised by how much this young man did for Eri and smiled at her daughter, suggesting a song she wanted Pony to sing for him. When Izuku and Shio returned, Eri was smiling and sitting next to Pony's mother. The fun began as Pony's parents performed a duet of "Don't Go Breaking My Heart" by Elton John and Kiki D, making Eri giggle as they danced and sang. It was Izuku's turn next. He chose a song that reminded him of his adopted father, intending to sing it for his birthday. He announced to everyone that he would be singing "In Case You Don't Live Forever" by Ben Platt. The song resonated deeply with Pony's parents, who hadn't expected such emotion from someone who bravely faced danger without regard for his own safety. They applauded him, praising his performance. Pony, feeling a bit hesitant, was encouraged by her mother and began to sing "Fix You" by Coldplay. She looked into Izuku's eyes as she poured her emotions into the song, noticing tears glistening on his cheeks as he focused on her. Eri leaned into Izuku, her eyes also welling up. When Pony finished, she gently touched Izuku's face and kissed his forehead before stepping back and bowing. Izuku was lost in the moment, captivated by Pony's singing, and didn't realize he was crying until Eri pointed it out. Embarrassed, he wiped his tears away, feeling flustered that Eri had seen him cry. Eri then innocently asked Pony if this meant she was now her mommy, causing Pony to blush even more. Izuku, equally flustered, questioned Eri's reasoning, noting that no other girls had kissed him. Pony's mother found amusement in the little girl's candid remark, while Pony's father cleared his throat, explaining that a kiss didn't make her a mother, but they would see what the future held. Pony sat next to Eri and asked if she enjoyed the song. Eri admitted she liked it, though it made her cry. Meanwhile, Momo was having dinner with her parents when her father asked if she knew that she and Izuku were in close competition for top academic honors. Momo's mother expressed her surprise, saying she was impressed by Izuku's diligence in his studies, especially since he was also raising Eri without letting his grades slip. Momo beamed with pride, and her mother inquired when the two of them would make their relationship official. Momo felt a rush of warmth on her cheeks before her expression shifted to one of concern. She expressed uncertainty about the situation, noting that even during dinner, he hadn't made any advances. Her mother confirmed their suspicions, while her father pointed out that he clearly had feelings for her, evident in the way he looked at her. Momo pondered what to do next, and to her surprise, her father offered advice. He suggested that she ask Eri about his interests and go from there. He recommended that Momo prepare a homemade bento for lunch the next day and share it with Izuku and Eri. The 𝗓𝗃𝗁 family had dinner with the Azouis family, and the fathers enjoyed engaging in conversation while accompanying Izuku. 𝗓𝗃𝗁's father learned that Izuku had saved his daughters from a villain, and how he had reached out to apologize for not arriving sooner. Intrigued by this young man, he invited the Azouis family to join them for dinner. Izuku seemed almost too good to be true, as even his teachers noted how he helped struggling students catch up. 𝗓𝗃𝗁's father shared the story of how Izuku leaped from the 3rd floor to rescue both Eri and 𝗓𝗃𝗁, transforming into a fierce protector to confront the villains. While the men conversed, the mothers were curious about their daughter's feelings for Izuku. They found amusement in the girl's embarrassment. 𝗓𝗃𝗁's mother reminded her of the hug in the mall, recalling how Izuku had whispered something to her. Tsuyu's mother chimed in, recalling how Tsuyu had fallen onto Izuku, causing both to turn bright red. The girls blushed further as the women giggled. Baru pointed out that while Izuku was doing a wonderful job caring for Eri, she still needed a mother figure in her life. This comment made both girls blush even more as they exchanged glances. When Izuku returned home from the karaoke bar, he carried a sleeping Eri, who had thoroughly enjoyed herself. He recalled the warmth of Pony's kiss on his forehead, but his father's voice brought him back to the present. His father noted that Eri seemed exhausted and inquired about their evening. Izuku explained that they had gone to a karaoke bar with Pony's family, where they sang and had fun. He shared how Pony had sung a poignant song that had moved him to tears, and how she had kissed his forehead afterward. Eri had then innocently asked if Pony would be her new mother, leaving Izuku feeling embarrassed. As he drove home, Izuku contemplated whether he should start dating to find a mother for Eri, realizing she deserved that support. All Might looked into his son's eyes and advised him not to rush into a relationship for Eri's sake. He suggested that Izuku think about what he wanted in a relationship and consider dating, emphasizing the importance of how a potential partner would treat Eri. Izuku thanked his father and went to put Eri to bed. All Might reminded him to be prepared for a challenge the next day, as he would be participating in the show Professor Aizawa had mentioned. Momo woke up early and headed to the kitchen, where the family chef guided her in preparing a bento box for Izuku and Eri. Despite being a quick learner, she felt nervous about whether Izuku would enjoy her cooking. The chef's corrections helped her regain focus, and she completed the meal, even including an apple for Eri. After finishing, she got ready for school. Izuku woke Eri to prepare for school, pleased to see that she had stayed in her room all night, indicating progress in her recovery. He realized he needed to enroll her in a regular school to help her socialize with children her age. All Might entered, announcing that breakfast was ready, but he quickly left for work, leaving Izuku to realize they didn't have time to pack a lunch, so cafeteria food would have to suffice. When Eri arrived in class, Momo called her over. Eri released Izuku's hand and approached Momo, who asked if she knew what her father enjoyed doing. Eri smiled, sharing that he liked to work out in the mornings, play with her in the park, and sing. Momo then invited Eri and her father to lunch, to which Eri eagerly agreed, promising to ask Izuku. Izuku approached Momo, expressing concern about imposing on her parents, but Momo reassured him that her parents had a meeting they couldn't escape, and she had prepared a bento box. Izuku smiled and accepted the invitation. Professor Aizawa entered the room, instructing Izuku to prepare himself while the rest of the students were to lead their parents to the gym for an event with the freshman classes. Momo called for Eri to join her, and Izuku gently encouraged Eri to go with Momo, explaining that she couldn't accompany him to the locker room. Eri happily complied, and Izuku left for the locker room. As the students filed out, Momo's mother asked Eri if her father could sing. Eri beamed and confirmed that he was quite talented, recalling how everyone had clapped for him the previous day. When Momo inquired further, Eri explained that they had gone to a place where people sang, and Pony's performance had moved both her and her father to tears, even leading to a sweet gesture when Pony kissed Izuku's forehead. Momo's heart sank at the thought of Pony kissing Izuku, realizing he hadn't reacted at all. Momo's mother placed her hand on Momo's shoulder, glancing at the bento box she carried. Momo realized it was time to express her feelings to Izuku, and she was determined to do it today. The parents lined the second level of the gym, while 4 students stood in each corner of the gym, 3 seniors and Izuku. Suddenly, a blur rushed into the gym and took center stage, All Might, in his Silver Age costume. He announced that everything was fine now because he was there, prompting cheers from everyone, including the parents. All Might smiled and introduced UA's top fighters, who would showcase their talents that day. The student with the best performance would earn a one-on-one fight with him. Mirio Togata, Nijire Hado, Tamaki Amajiki, and Izuku Yagi exchanged surprised glances at All Might's announcement. Mirio felt excitement, while Nijire was nervous. She wanted to perform well but was apprehensive about fighting All Might. Tamaki pulled his hood over his head, feeling overwhelmed by the crowd, while Izuku was eager to win, having not sparred with his father since the class trip. Bakugo's anger began to bubble up again as he watched Izuku bask in the spotlight, getting a chance to fight All Might. He couldn't understand how Izuku was considered a better fighter when he hadn't faced anyone in their class. Just because he had fought those Noma didn't make him superior. Cementos entered the center of the gym and set up an obstacle course with targets for the students to take down. Once finished, he explained that the student who took down the targets in the fastest time would win. Each student stepped up when their name was called, with all but one giving their best effort. When the results were announced, Tamaki Amajiki placed 4th, Nijire Hado 3rd, Mirio Togata 2nd, and Izuku Yagi claimed 1st place by a narrow margin. Bakugo seethed with rage. Convinced that the seniors were merely placed there to make Izuku look better, Eri cheered for her father, exclaiming that he had won. Izuku looked up, smiled, and waved at her. Pony stood nearby, praying for Izuku's victory. Her heart raced as he took down target after target, captivated by his focused expression. She felt herself blush when he smiled at her, and her mother's hand on her shoulder reminded her of the kiss that had left a strong impression on Izuku. Pony turned crimson, smiling back. Achiko and Tsuyu stood together, cheering for Izuku. When he won, they bounced with joy until they noticed Pony's reaction to Izuku's smile. Confused, they wondered if something had happened. Their thoughts were interrupted when Professor Aizawa announced that, for safety reasons, the next event would take place in the arena. Izuku floated over to Eri on a large piece of concrete, telling her that Professor Aizawa wanted to show her something in the arena. He then turned to Momo, smiling as he expressed his excitement about having lunch with her before shooting toward the arena like a bullet. Upon arriving outside the arena, Izuku spotted Professor Aizawa playing with a few kittens. Eri's eyes widened at the sight, and she asked Izuku if she could play with them. He advised her to ask Professor Aizawa, who smiled and granted her permission. Eri dashed off to play with the kittens, and Izuku reminded her to listen to the professor. Entering the arena, Izuku approached his father with a smile, expressing his eagerness for the match. All Might returned the smile, noting that it had been too long since they had sparred. As parents and students filled the arena, Momo's parents noticed Eri playing with the kittens and questioned why she wasn't inside. Momo approached Professor Aizawa, who explained that they didn't want Eri to witness Izuku and All Might sparring. Momo wondered what was wrong with that, recalling the last time they sparred when Izuku had thrown trees at All Might, who had countered with a powerful kick that created a crater. Momo's parents paled at the thought, with her father commenting that if that was how they sparred, he wouldn't want to see a real fight. Momo reflected on that match and the smile on Izuku's face as they fought. All Might faced Izuku, both men smiling at each other. Professor Kayama Midnight approached, reminding them to restrain themselves and avoid accidentally destroying the stadium. Both men laughed at her comment, which earned a scowl from Midnight. When she called for the match to begin, All Might leaped into the air, descending toward Izuku with a punch that shattered concrete. To All Might's surprise, Izuku didn't attempt to absorb the hit. Instead, he dodged, using his quirk to rip up 2 large pieces of concrete and hurl them at All Might. Rather than punch through the debris, All Might skillfully dodged both pieces and charged at Izuku, impressed by his son's strategic thinking. Izuku raced toward All Might, surprised by his father's agility but maintaining his focus. All Might threw a punch that could have leveled a building, but Izuku created a shield with his quirk while shifting his weight to the right, causing All Might to slightly overextend. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku aimed a kinetic energy-enhanced punch at All Might's ribs. All Might anticipated the punch and rotated his body, countering with a spinning elbow that sent Izuku flying. The parents and students watched in awe as the two fought, marveling at how a freshman could hold his own against the #1 hero. Tsuyu and Achiko stood side by side, captivated by Izuku's fighting prowess, momentarily forgetting that the kind-hearted boy was a fierce competitor in battle. Pony's parents were astonished to see the young man they had seen singing with them just yesterday holding his own against All Might, genuinely enjoying the sparring match. Momo's mother clutched her shoulder, witnessing the quiet, shy boy who had dined at their home reveal his true colors. She realized she had been holding her breath until All Might finally landed a direct blow. Izuku, using his quirk, formed an arc with the concrete and launched himself back at All Might with momentum. All Might observed the concrete structure of the arena and smiled as Izuku charged towards him. In an attempt to throw Izuku off balance, All Might struck the ground, causing it to shatter. Izuku, utilizing his quirk, launched debris at All Might before leaping into the air. All Might followed suit, both of them executing powerful kicks aimed at sending the other flying. With his longer legs, All Might gained the upper hand once again, propelling Izuku away. Professor Kayama called out for them to stop as Izuku collided with the concrete wall. All Might was there in an instant, extending his hand, which Izuku grasped. All Might pulled him from the rubble, and the onlookers watched in awe as Izuku smiled while All Might brushed debris from his shoulders. All Might praised Izuku for avoiding the major blows and using his agility to his advantage. Both of them waved at the families as they exited the damaged arena. Professor Kayama approached and inquired whether it was too much to ask them not to destroy the arena. Momo hurried to find Izuku, her parents having sent her ahead so she could have lunch with him privately. Spotting him with All Might, she called out, and Izuku turned to her. All Might smiled and decided to leave them to their conversation. Momo blushed and asked if he and Eri still wanted to join her for lunch since it was almost time. Izuku smiled and replied that he would change and then they could get Eri. Once he was ready, they found Eri, and Izuku used his quirk to lift all three of them to a park he liked on campus. The aroma of the food amazed Izuku, and Eri was thrilled that Momo had packed her an apple. This gesture made Izuku happy, and he smiled at Momo. As they ate, Izuku looked at Momo and asked if she had made the food herself. Momo blushed and confirmed that she had. Izuku remarked that she would make a wonderful partner one day. Momo looked at Izuku as he reclined after finishing his meal. Taking a deep breath, she asked if he was dating Pony Tsunatori. Izuku sat up and met her gaze, stating that he was not. He admitted that he wasn't sure if he was ready for a relationship, explaining that the closest he had come to a date was when they went shopping for Eri. He expressed that he had been focused on being a good father and becoming a hero. Momo then asked if he had ever considered being in a relationship. Izuku admitted that he had, even discussing it with his father. Curious, Momo asked what was holding him back. Izuku glanced at Eri, who had just finished her apple and was excitedly pointing at a crepe vendor, asking if she could have one. Izuku handed her some money, assuring her that he would keep an eye on her as she dashed off. Turning back to Momo, he explained that he came with a lot of complications. He had people trying to take Eri from him and some frightening individuals actively pursuing him. He expressed that he would be devastated if someone he cared about got hurt because of him, his smile fading as he spoke. Momo felt a pang in her chest at the sight of his smile disappearing. Eri returned with her crepe, and Izuku closed his eyes, lying back down, lost in thought. After a moment, Momo asked if he had any plans after class. Izuku replied that he did not. Momo then asked if he would like to go out with her. Izuku sat up, concerned about her parents still being in town. Momo blushed and explained that it was their idea. Izuku expressed his longing to join her but mentioned that he didn't have anyone to watch Eri that night. Momo turned to Eri and asked if she would like to join them. Eri paused her crepe eating and asked if they could go to that place where she could hear her daddy sing again. Momo smiled, agreeing that it sounded like fun. Izuku checked his watch and said they needed to leave to meet up with the class. As they entered the classroom, Izuku and Eri took their seats. Professor Aizawa entered and announced that the tour had concluded, encouraging parents to reach out with any questions and wishing everyone a pleasant afternoon with their children. After class was dismissed, Izuku approached Momo and her parents, inviting them to join him. Momo's father politely declined, but Izuku insisted, expressing that Momo enjoyed spending time with them. He also wanted to thank them for accompanying him to meet his teachers, which meant a lot to him. Eri took Momo's mother's hand and pleaded for them to join, stating it would be fun. Her parents smiled and agreed. Izuku mentioned he would see them at the karaoke in Shibuya and promised to text them the time after making arrangements. He picked up Eri and left the classroom, where Achiko was waiting with her parents. Achiko asked if he was free the next afternoon. Izuku replied that he only planned to take Eri to the park. Achiko's father invited him to join them for a meal, and Izuku looked into Achiko's eyes, causing her to blush and look away. He then agreed to meet up with them. After sending Momo a text, Izuku felt nervous as her family arrived, Momo's earlier conversation echoing in his mind. He wondered if she liked him and if it was fair for her to step into his complicated life. Shaking off his worries, he focused on enjoying their time together. To his surprise, Momo's family could sing well. Her mother started off the group with a song for her husband, and everyone clapped when she finished. Momo's father then stood up, announcing that he wanted to see Izuku and Momo dance while he sang, which would make him feel better. Izuku blushed as Eri smiled at him. He got up, reached out his hand to Momo, and asked if he could have this dance as her father began to sing. Izuku looked into Momo's eyes, and she blushed as they began to dance, getting lost in the moment. Momo's father moved closer to Eri, singing to her, and she smiled. He then walked over to his wife, taking her hand as he sang the final verses and kissed her hand when he finished. Izuku and Momo were both breathing a little heavily after their dance. When they parted, they began to clap, and Momo decided to seize the moment, expressing her emotions through song. She chose to sing Wicked Game by 𝗵𝗃 featuring Anaka. Izuku sat next to Eri, who snuggled into him. As Momo sang, she gazed into Izuku's eyes, her heart racing. She poured all her feelings into the performance, recalling the moments he saved her, fought valiantly, and how he looked when he rescued Eri. Finally, she acknowledged her true feelings for him. When she finished, she surprised herself by walking up to Izuku and pulling him into a warm embrace. He reciprocated, savoring her warmth and the softness of her cheek against his. When she pulled back, she was taken aback when Izuku gently kissed her cheek and thanked her for the song. Momo's cheeks flushed a deep red, and her heart raced at the unexpected gesture. Izuku then mentioned that he would be next, letting her go as he began to sing, Stand By Me by 𝗵𝗃𝗁. Momo sat beside Eri as Izuku sang, locking eyes with Momo, who was still blushing from earlier. He then turned his attention to Eri, before returning to Momo, who was now an even deeper shade of red. Her parents smiled, pleased to see their daughter genuinely happy. Eri snuggled closer to Momo, watching her father sing. Izuku felt a sense of joy seeing Eri comfortable around Momo as he continued his song. He smiled and gently touched Momo's cheek as he finished singing, and she could hear her heart pounding in her ears. Eri looked up at Momo and smiled, noticing her blush. Momo's mother coughed slightly, bringing Momo back to the moment, which made both Izuku and Momo blush. Eri broke the silence innocently, asking if Momo was okay, as she could hear how fast her heart was beating. Momo's parents exchanged amused glances at their normally confident daughter now in a flustered state. Izuku's father then inquired about his plans for spring break. Izuku explained that he had put together a training regimen to improve his quirk and planned to take Eri to a couple of parks while helping her with her reading and math. Eri's eyes lit up with excitement at the mention of the parks. Momo's father then offered Izuku an internship at his company. Although Izuku appreciated the opportunity, he explained that he had no one to care for Eri, so he had to decline. He also mentioned his commitment to training to become a hero. Momo's father suggested providing childcare and a tutor for Eri. Before Izuku could respond, Momo eagerly volunteered to babysit and tutor Eri, surprising her parents. Momo smiled at Eri and asked if that was okay with her. Eri looked to her father and expressed that she wouldn't mind, as long as he took her to play with Satsuki. Momo's father emphasized the importance of the internship, suggesting it would help Izuku multitask and focus. He reassured Izuku that he didn't need to provide an answer immediately and encouraged him to call in a week with his decision. Izuku agreed to consider the offer and promised to call. Soon after, he picked up a sleeping Eri and said his goodbyes before leaving. The next morning, Izuku was working out in the gym when All Might entered. Izuku shared the job offer with his father and asked for his advice. All Might inquired about who would look after Eri, to which Izuku replied that Momo had volunteered to babysit and tutor her. All Might smiled, encouraging Izuku to take the opportunity. He reassured Izuku that he would assist with his training once the internship was over. All Might reminded him that while he had been training since childhood, he had yet to experience a real job or interact with regular people, which would be beneficial for him. They decided to prepare breakfast, anticipating that Eri would wake up soon. At noon, Izuku received a text from Achiko with her address, inviting him and Eri for dinner. He got Eri ready, mentioning that he needed to pick up a gift before heading to Achiko's apartment. Upon arrival, Izuku knocked, and her father opened the door, welcoming them inside. The aroma of delicious food greeted them, and Eri exclaimed that it smelled good. Achiko emerged from the kitchen with her mother, announcing that she had made katsudon, Izuku's favorite meal. Izuku's gaze fell on Achiko, who looked particularly appealing at that moment. She noticed his admiration and blushed, then turned to Eri, revealing that she had prepared a special dessert. Eri's excitement grew as she eagerly asked what it was. Achiko playfully teased that they would find out after dinner and led them into the living room. As they entered, Izuku spotted a gift basket on the sofa. Achiko's mother picked it up and expressed their gratitude for Izuku saving Achiko. Although they insisted it wasn't much, Izuku accepted the gift graciously, hugging her mother and shaking her father's hand in thanks. He then turned to Achiko, presenting her with a gift of his own. He wanted to express his gratitude for protecting Eri and crafted something special. Izuku took a glass ball the size of a softball and used his quirk to transform it. He pricked his finger, allowing his BLD to mix with the glass, turning it red and forming a rose with a clear stem. Achiko's parents were astonished, and tears welled in Achiko's eyes as the rose floated into her hand. Izuku explained that he wanted to give her something that represented his eternal gratitude for her protection of Eri and would last forever. Achiko wiped her tears and hugged Izuku tightly before taking the rose to her room. They then gathered at the table to enjoy dinner, and Eri's eyes widened in delight when Achiko brought out a freshly baked apple pie. Izuku relished the simple yet enjoyable evening, and Eri, feeling full, soon fell asleep on the sofa after finishing her slice of pie. Izuku expressed his gratitude to Achiko's parents for raising such a wonderful daughter. He then turned to Achiko, thanking her for the lovely dinner. As he gently picked up Eri, waking her, Achiko approached and embraced them both. She kissed Eri's forehead and leaned in to kiss Izuku's cheek. With a soft touch, she pulled his face closer and shared a gentle kiss on his lips before stepping back, her cheeks flushed as she thanked him for the gift. Izuku felt his heart race, and his ears felt warm. Eri, still half asleep, curiously asked why his heart was beating so fast. Achiko's parents smiled, noticing their usually outgoing daughter become shy and blush after kissing Izuku. They found it hard to believe that this was the same young man who had leaped 3 stories to save Eri and had fought All Might. Achiko's mother cleared her throat and remarked that Izuku acted as if it were the first time a girl had kissed him. Achiko, glowing with happiness, softly admitted that it was indeed her first kiss. Her parents were surprised until Izuku confirmed her words. Their jaws dropped when he thanked them for the invitation. He then looked at Achiko, smiled, and softly expressed his gratitude before leaving. With a goofy smile on his face, he thought about Achiko's soft lips against his. When he got home, he tucked Eri into bed, but his mind was still racing from the experience of his first kiss. He decided to head to the gym to practice his martial arts when All Might walked in, asking if everything was all right. Izuku paused to share the news about Achiko kissing him and how he hadn't shied away like he had with other girls. He recounted how he had kissed Momo's cheek and how Pony had kissed him at the karaoke club. All Might listened with a smile, recognizing the look in his son's eyes. He patted Izuku's shoulder, reassuring him to take his time and that he would make the right choice for himself and Eri. Izuku smiled back, saying he would get some rest before wishing All Might good night. The next morning, after finishing his exercises and preparing breakfast, Eri walked in. Once they finished eating, Izuku asked Eri if she wanted to go to the park. Eri eagerly agreed and asked if Satsuki could join them. Izuku smiled and suggested they stop by her house to ask. Eri excitedly dashed to her room to change. When Tsuyu heard the knock on the door, she was surprised as it was still early. Wearing her favorite house shorts and top, she opened the door and froze when she met Izuku's emerald green eyes. Izuku felt a blush rise on his cheeks upon seeing her outfit. Satsuki, curious about who was at the door, squealed with delight upon seeing Eri. Tsuyu's cheeks flushed as she invited them in, still feeling embarrassed about her appearance. Izuku and Eri entered, and Tsuyu hurried to change. When she returned, Izuku blushed and asked if she would like to join them. At the park, Izuku pushed Eri and Satsuki on the swings while Tsuyu set up a blanket and lunch basket. The girls expressed their longing to go down the slide, asking Izuku to catch them at the bottom. He smiled and prepared himself, catching both girls as they squealed with delight and spun them in the air before gently putting them down. As other children began to arrive, Eri and Satsuki joined them in play. Izuku settled down on the blanket with Tsuyu, thanking her for joining them. Tsuyu, still shy, struggled to meet his gaze. Although she was happy to be invited, she felt embarrassed about her earlier appearance. Concerned, Izuku asked if she was all right. Tsuyu admitted that she felt she kept showing him her embarrassing side and didn't want him to think less of her. He gently lifted her chin, looking into her eyes with a warm smile, and reassured her that he thought she was brave, strong, smart, and pretty. Tsuyu, touched by his words, asked if he truly believed that. Izuku confirmed his feelings and pulled her into a comforting hug. The mothers at the park watched Tsuyu with envy, trying to decipher her relationship with Izuku. They couldn't help but notice how he interacted with her, and some felt a pang of jealousy as he embraced her. Eri and Satsuki squealed in delight at the sight. Tsuyu, blushing, called the girls over for lunch, pulling out sandwiches and drinks for everyone. As they began to eat, Satsuki leaned in and whispered to Tsuyu that she should have kissed him when she had the chance. Tsuyu coughed, her cheeks reddening as Satsuki and Eri giggled. After finishing their meal, the girls ran off to play again. Izuku placed his hand gently over Tsuyu's, holding it as he watched the girls play. Tsuyu blushed and looked at him, noticing the softness in his gaze as he observed the fun. He smiled and squeezed her hand, and she slowly turned her hand to hold his. Izuku expressed his happiness that they were having so much fun. Tsuyu then turned his face toward her and asked if he had ever played like that. Izuku smiled, saying yes and no. He had played with kids his age but had never gotten close to them, fearing they might get hurt because of his past. This revelation tugged at Tsuyu's heart. She felt sadness for him, knowing he had faced hardships and had not truly experienced childhood. Inspired by Satsuki's earlier advice, Tsuyu decided to take a leap of faith and pulled Izuku in for a kiss. Unlike Achiko's quick kiss, Tsuyu's lingered, conveying her feelings for him and assuring him that he was not alone. Reluctantly, she pulled back, opening her eyes to find his large emerald eyes gazing deeply into hers. He was breathing heavily, his cheeks flushed, which made Tsuyu blush even more. Izuku held onto her hand, and in a husky voice, he asked why. Tsuyu maintained her gaze on his eyes and expressed that she noticed the pain reflected in them as he observed the girls playing. She wanted him to understand that he was not alone. She would be there for him during moments of loneliness, sadness, hurt, or anger. Izuku gently caressed her cheek, feeling grateful for her words. Eri and Satsuki, witnessing this tender moment, squealed with delight. The sudden noise startled Izuku, prompting him to spring to his feet in an instant. He moved so swiftly that Tsuyu barely had time to react before he pulled her up into his embrace, scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. Upon seeing Eri and Satsuki jumping with joy, Izuku realized he was still holding Tsuyu protectively against him. Tsuyu's heart raced. She had bravely kissed him earlier and had just promised to always be there for him. Now, being drawn into his chest made her heart feel as if it might burst. When Izuku finally released her, he apologized for his sudden action. The girls rushed over to Tsuyu, pulling her away from Izuku and bombarding her with questions, their faces beaming with excitement. This cheerful scene brought a smile to Izuku's face. Checking the time, he announced that it was time to start packing up. Satsuki and Eri let out disappointed whines, while Tsuyu folded the blanket, her smile unwavering. As Izuku drove Tsuyu and Satsuki home, Satsuki asked if they could do this again, expressing how much fun she had. Izuku agreed, and Satsuki added that her sister had enjoyed herself too. Tsuyu, feeling a blush rise to her cheeks, exclaimed Satsuki's name. Eri and Satsuki giggled, causing Tsuyu to blush even deeper. Izuku turned to Tsuyu and shared that he had also enjoyed the day, which made her face turn a bright shade of red from her ears down to her neck. When they arrived home, 𝗵𝗃 asked if they had fun. Satsuki smiled and recounted how Izuku had pushed her and Eri on the swings and caught them when they went down the slide. They had shared lunch together, and Satsuki noted how close Tsuyu had gotten to Izuku. 𝗵𝗃 looked at Tsuyu, who was blushing again, and told Satsuki to stop teasing her sister and go take a shower. Satsuki complied and left the room. 𝗵𝗃 then inquired how close Tsuyu had gotten to Izuku. Tsuyu shyly admitted that she had kissed him and shared everything that had happened. 𝗵𝗃 was taken aback by this revelation. Meanwhile, when Izuku and Eri returned home, Izuku called Momo's father and accepted the internship. The past few days had shown him that he was not accustomed to handling everyday problems or social situations. Currently, he was navigating his feelings for 4 girls but was unsure how to choose among them. 3 of the girls had kissed him, yet he had kissed the one who hadn't. Izuku hoped this internship would help him manage daily challenges, and he felt a spark of excitement. In her bedroom, Momo's mother entered with a smile. Momo greeted her as she brushed her hair and learned that Izuku had called her father. Momo's excitement grew as she learned he had accepted the internship, set to begin the Saturday after break. Momo smiled, realizing she needed to prepare a class schedule for Eri. Her mother advised her that if she wanted to win Izuku's heart, she should teach Eri in a fun way, as he cared deeply for her. Momo thanked her mother and embraced her. On Monday, when Izuku and Eri arrived at class, the buzz was all about spring break. Momo approached Eri, sharing that she had planned lessons and fun activities for her. Achiko and Tsuyu joined them, curious about the lessons Momo would provide. Momo explained that she would be tutoring Eri over the break, starting her internship that Saturday. Izuku added that Momo would be tutoring Eri for him. Bakugo scoffed, questioning why someone like Izuku would be interning anywhere, implying he was giving up on becoming a hero. Eri retorted that Bakugo was just making noise, and when he attempted to respond, he thought better of it after seeing Izuku's expression. Bakugo challenged Izuku to meet him in the music department after class to show him what real talent looked like. When Professor Aizawa entered, the class began. News of Bakugo's challenge spread quickly among the female students, who were intrigued by the quiet boy who had rescued 3 people and was now raising the little girl he saved from danger. Rumors circulated that he had never kissed or dated anyone, despite being quite handsome. By the time Izuku arrived to meet Bakugo, a crowd had gathered. Bakugo was busy setting up multiple drum sets, each more elaborate than the last. Izuku had borrowed a karaoke machine from the karaoke club and was rolling it into the room. Monoma joked about the competition, but Kendo warned him to keep quiet if he didn't want to face the consequences from Pony. Pony informed the class that they were in for a treat because Izuku could sing. Izuku looked down at Eri and asked what song she wanted him to sing. Eri smiled and suggested one of the songs her grandfather played when he thought no one was home. Bakugo declared he would go first and began playing the drums. While many male students were excited by the drum solo, most of the audience, being female, were less impressed. Eri covered her ears and, after Bakugo finished, told him he had just made a lot of noise, similar to his quirk, which made the crowd laugh. Izuku then took his turn, pressing play on the karaoke machine. As he began to sing, he noticed the surprised expressions on the faces of his audience. Most of the students were unaware that Izuku had a talent for singing, especially given the type of song he chose. A group of girls began texting their friends, urging them to rush to the music department because Izuku was singing and sounded impressive. Eri sat on Achiko's lap, while Momo and Tsuyu were right beside them. Pony was next to Kendo and 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝐁, all three swaying to the rhythm of the music. When Izuku finished, the crowd erupted into applause. Kendo turned to Pony and suggested that she would love to show him what love was, causing Pony to blush. Bakugo, feeling frustrated, realized that this nerd could actually sing and decided it was time for a rematch. He stood up and headed to the drums, determined to play something that would engage the crowd, knowing he had to change his approach to avoid being overshadowed by Izuku's heartfelt songs. When he finished, the audience clapped loudly, giving him the validation he craved. He glanced at Izuku with a sneer, feeling competitive. Izuku paused to consider his next song and asked the crowd for suggestions. A girl shouted for a sad song, and he chose a classic, beginning to sing. He walked over to Pony first, locking eyes with her as he sang, making her blush. Then he moved to Achiko, Momo, and Tsuyu, who also blushed as he serenaded them. As the song came to a close, he noticed the girl who requested the sad song had tears streaming down her face. He approached her with some napkins to wipe her tears, which elicited excited screams from the surrounding girls. The crowd went wild as Izuku stepped back and bowed, just as more students entered the room, curious about what they had missed. Bakugo shouted that Izuku was cheating by flirting with the audience, but he was determined to prove that he had real talent. He decided it was time to bring out his best performance, confident that if he didn't win this time, it would mean the audience didn't recognize true talent. Students began pulling out their phones, anticipating an epic showdown. Even Izuku clapped after Bakugo's performance, which surprised Bakugo, who remarked that Izuku should learn to be more competitive. Monoma watched the two competitors in disbelief, having expected them to be talentless. He realized he needed to re-evaluate his perception of them as Izuku prepared for his third song. He asked if there were any final requests, and a voice from the back called out for "She's Like the Wind." Izuku nodded and began to sing, moving towards Momo, Achiko, and Tsuyu, who were captivated by his performance. He then knelt down to sing to Pony, causing the girls from Class 1B to erupt with cheers. Pony turned bright red, and Izuku smiled as he continued. After finishing, he noticed many people recording him, which made him feel a bit shy. Professor Midnight approached him, wanting to know what was happening. Izuku explained the challenge, and she decided to settle it with applause. The crowd cheered loudly for Bakugo, who raised his arms to amp up the audience. Then Professor Midnight asked for applause for Izuku, and the response was deafening. Izuku blushed, unaccustomed to being the center of attention. Professor Midnight declared him the winner, and the crowd began chanting for one more song. She encouraged him to give them what they wanted, warning that there might be a riot if he didn't. Bakugo, frustrated, decided to leave. The music department was packed, mostly with girls. The crowd fell silent as Izuku selected his final song and announced that he would need a partner. Momo quickly joined him, leaving the other girls stunned by his request. As they began to sing, their voices harmonized beautifully. Momo blushed as Izuku sang to her, and when it was her turn for a solo, her voice resonated powerfully. They turned to the crowd and sang together, and when they finished, the audience erupted in applause. Izuku raised Momo's hand in appreciation and thanked her. Eri, Achiko, Tsuyu, and Pony joined him, showering him with compliments. He mentioned needing to return the karaoke machine but suggested they all go out for crepes afterward. Eri's eyes lit up with excitement, and the others exchanged glances. Izuku smiled and insisted it would be his treat, expressing his longing to talk to all of them. He sincerely thanked them for their support, explaining that it encouraged him to take the internship. He shared how happy he was to let people get close to him for the first time and expressed gratitude for making Eri feel included. Achiko smiled and replied that it was their pleasure. The girls felt content, happy that he held them in such high regard. When Izuku got home, he asked Eri if she was ready for her lessons with Momo. Eri smiled and confirmed she was. He promised to take her and Satsuki to the park as he had said. Then he asked if she wanted to go shopping with him the next day after school or if she preferred he drop her off at 𝗧𝗵𝗲's house. Eri requested that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 come along with them. Izuku reached down and playfully ruffled 𝗬's hair as they arrived at Ginza Ikokuya, one of the most exclusive suit stores in Japan. 𝗬, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and Eri smiled as they entered the store, but 𝗬's eyes widened at the sight of the prices. When greeted by the attendant, Izuku mentioned that 𝗕𝗁𝙢𝙢𝙢𝐻 had recommended this store for his formal wear for his internship. The attendant informed them that he would return shortly and invited them to take a seat. A few minutes later, the store manager entered with 3 tailors. He inquired about the type of attire Izuku needed. Izuku requested 2 formal suits and 1 dinner outfit. They were skirted to the back to ensure privacy. 𝗬 smiled as she watched the tailors work, while Izuku appeared a bit uneasy as they began measuring him. The tailors complimented his physique, and 𝗬 felt a rush of embarrassment when one of them made a comment about Izuku's appearance. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 blushed as they removed his top for measurements. 𝗬 quickly took out her phone to capture the moment. When the tailors proceeded to remove his breathes, 𝗬 instinctively covered Eri's and 𝗧𝗵𝗲's eyes, while Izuku wished he could vanish from embarrassment. After finishing the measurements, they allowed him to get dressed and set to work. The 4 of them watched in awe as the tailors utilized their quirks, working seamlessly together. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 turned to Izuku and asked if he could sing a song for her. Izuku looked a bit confused, but Eri chimed in, saying she had heard he sang at school and wanted to hear him too. 𝗬 smiled at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and suggested that they could save it for another time. Izuku then asked 𝗧𝗵𝗲 what song she would like to hear. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 replied that she didn't have a preference. Izuku smiled at her, knelt down, and began to sing. The tailors paused their work and the manager entered, watching as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 blushed at Izuku's performance. 𝗬 glanced at her little sister, who was completely captivated by Izuku. The manager asked Izuku if he performed at parties or just private events. Izuku smiled and explained that he wasn't a professional, it was just something he had picked up recently. The manager expressed interest in hiring him for his daughter's wedding in 3 months and handed him his card, asking him to consider it. Within the hour, the suits were ready, and when Izuku stepped out of the dressing room, 𝗬's heart raced. He looked sharp, and the suits enhanced his build. The tailors had him move around until they were satisfied that everything fit perfectly. Izuku turned to 𝗬 and asked for her opinion. She was too shy to respond, fearing her words might betray her feelings. Eri broke the silence by saying he looked nice, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 agreed. 𝗬 blushed as Izuku gazed into her eyes. The manager smiled, noticing 𝗬's reaction, and suggested that Izuku keep the suit on, hinting that she would be pleasantly surprised when they got home. 𝗬 turned bright red, realizing the implication, while Izuku coughed, slightly embarrassed. As they left, the manager reminded Izuku to think about his offer. The ride home was lively, with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Eri discussing Izuku's singing. 𝗬 remained flustered by the manager's comment. When she glanced at Izuku, she asked why he had chosen the internship. Izuku smiled and explained that he had never held a real job before and believed this experience would help him in his journey to become a hero. He added that he needed to work on interacting with regular people. 𝗬 smiled and thanked him for inviting her along. Once home, 𝗬 began reviewing all the pictures she had taken of Izuku during the fitting and in his new suits. She decided to share the photos, excluding the ones where he was in just his undergarments, in their group chat. She even included the video of him singing to 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Her phone buzzed with questions about how she managed to capture those moments of Izuku. The inquiries about who he was singing to made 𝗬 smile, as she cherished the special afternoon spent with him. The next day in class, Izuku noticed the girls giving him strange looks. They blushed and whispered to each other as he and Eri walked by. Momo suggested that it might be due to his singing the previous day. They hesitated to tell him that Mina had shared the pictures 𝗬 took during his fitting. As Izuku settled into his seat with Eri, Achiko leaned back and asked how 𝗬 got the pictures of him without his shirt in the dressing room. 𝗬 turned red at the memory of Izuku's embarrassment. Fortunately, Professor Aizawa entered the room, signaling the start of their day. During lunch, Izuku had to sign paperwork for his internship. Eri joined the girls for lunch, while Achiko and Mina began questioning Tsuyu about how she obtained those pictures of Izuku in the dressing room. Eri clarified that her daddy hadn't gone into a dressing room, they had taken them to the back. Mina looked at Tsuyu and asked how much she had seen. Eri chimed in, saying Tsuyu had covered their eyes when they removed his breathes. Kyoka praised Tsuyu for her actions, causing her to blush deeply. Momo stuttered, asking if Tsuyu had seen him naked. Tsuyu quickly responded that he had been wearing boxer briefs. Toru asked if those were the form-fitting kind, to which Mina replied with a playful tone. The conversation fell silent when Izuku approached their table, asking if everything was all right. He expressed concern for Tsuyu, suggesting she might need to see Recovery Girl. As Izuku ate, Kyoka tried to change the subject by asking where he had gone. Izuku explained that he had to sign paperwork for his internship. Mina pressed him for details about where he was interning. Izuku smiled and mentioned that he couldn't disclose that information due to a non-disclosure agreement. When Toru asked if it was at a hero agency, Izuku clarified that it was a regular office job and he wasn't even sure what his tasks would be yet. He then announced it was time to head to their next class, picking up Eri as he stood. Mina leaned closer to Tsuyu, promising to continue their conversation later. Tomo Yaoyorozu inquired about Izuku's role when he arrived on Saturday. Hiko replied that he had a meeting with investors that weekend. He believed it would be beneficial for the intern to shadow her and learn about her daily management responsibilities, as no one understood how to keep the company running smoothly better than she did. Hiko suggested taking him to the pharmaceutical department for a day. Tomo inquired if there was one last test. Hiko admitted he preferred not to go there unless she was with him. Tomo chuckled, noting that the department was primarily women and the only place where men often called HR. She then stated she would make the necessary arrangements and inform the staff. Teruo Hazukashi answered his office phone. It was the boss. She informed him that an intern would be following her starting Saturday and needed access to accompany her and solo access to the pharmaceutical department. After sending his information, she hung up. Teruo thought it was unusual for the Yaoyorosis to take interns, suspecting he must be a well-connected, spoiled rich kid. He felt frustrated knowing that the pharmaceutical department was filled with attractive women, a place he didn't even have access to despite creating all the badges. His computer chimed, and he checked his email, seeing the intern's picture, which irritated him. Life felt unfair. He struggled for everything while others seemed to have it easy. Women didn't take him seriously, and the boss ignored his suggestions for improving efficiency. Meanwhile, this intern would follow her around without her husband in sight. He believed he should be the one working alongside her. As class ended, Izuku and Eri stood up to leave, and Pony was waiting by the door. She mentioned that she knew he was starting his internship that weekend and offered to watch Eri if needed. Eri asked Pony if she had any dolls to play with, and Pony smiled, saying she did and suggested they could even have a tea party, which delighted Eri. Izuku thanked Pony, but Mina caught his attention, demanding he send her pictures. Pony took Izuku's arm, wanting to buy Mina some time, and asked Eri about her favorite games and snacks. Eri expressed her love for apples, playing with dolls, and visiting the park. Pony assured her that she had everything they needed at her house and would be happy to watch Eri. Izuku expressed his gratitude, and Eri thanked Pony as well. The week flew by, and on Saturday, Izuku woke Eri and dressed in his new suit. All Might whistled, joking about whether he was going to work or a wedding. Izuku laughed, explaining he would be shadowing an executive to learn about daily business tasks. Eri then announced she was hungry, and All Might informed her that breakfast was ready. After they ate, Izuku dropped Eri off at Momo's house. Momo greeted them at the door, looking quite professional. Izuku thanked her for helping him, and she offered to fix his tie before he left, taking Eri's hand and sharing the fun activities she had planned for her. Upon arriving at the Yaoyorozu Corporation, Izuku was surprised to see Tomo Yaoyorozu waiting for him with an attendant. She smiled and noted he was 20 minutes early, which was a good start, then instructed him to follow her. As they walked, the attendant handed him an access badge. Tomo explained that he would be shadowing her for the next few days to learn about her managerial tasks. She mentioned she would assign him tasks and expect them to be completed promptly, also indicating she would seek his opinion on certain matters to help sharpen his decision-making skills. Across the street, Teruo Hazukashi watched in frustration as Mrs. Yaoyorozu greeted the young man with a warm smile, a gesture he had only seen her give to her husband in the 10 years he had worked there. As they approached the building, he hurried across the street to catch up. Hearing that the intern would be working directly for her made him feel sick. Not only that, but she wanted his opinion before making decisions. Teruo felt overlooked, having suggested he work near her office for easier access to security checks and badges. He called out to Mrs. Yaoyorozu, and she turned to him. When he explained that Mr. Yagi didn't have security clearance for the pharmaceutical department, she responded that her husband had authorized the intern's access and urged him to resolve the issue quickly. Her next words struck him deeply. She asked for his name, and when he replied, she acknowledged his position but reminded him that her husband had already given the intern access. Teruo felt humiliated. She didn't even remember his name and had dismissed him in front of her attendant and the intern. Once back in his office, he granted the intern full access, his anger boiling over as he recalled her condescending demeanor. He vowed to change the situation, feeling he deserved more respect. Life had not been fair to him. He lacked a quirk that would make him a hero, and the woman he admired was married to a wealthy man who didn't even recognize his name. But she would soon realize that her quirk was not a heroic one. The more embarrassed she became, the stronger she grew. As she began to remove her clothing, she checked her computer to track Mrs. Yaoyorozu's current location and smiled. Izuku was in Tomo's office when he heard loud crashing sounds approaching rapidly. A phone call informed them that a man had knocked out the guards and was rushing toward their direction. The doors of the elevator were forcefully removed from their hinges as Tomo rushed out of her office, with Izuku closely following her. The door to the receptionist's office burst open, and Izuku quickly pulled Tomo behind him, forming a protective shield for her and the receptionist. Debris ricocheted off his shield as the man charged into the room. Tomo's eyes widened in shock as she recognized him. Teruo shouted, expressing his feelings of love and his longing for acknowledgement. He claimed he could have helped elevate the company to new heights. Izuku, trying to defuse the situation, urged Teruo to stop and turn himself in, stating that he didn't want to hurt him. Teruo, filled with anger, blamed Izuku for everything, recalling how Tomo had smiled at him. Izuku reiterated his plea for Teruo to cease his actions, promising to inform the police that Teruo had surrendered willingly. Tomo, concerned for Izuku's safety, warned him against using his quirk, recalling his previous encounter with All Might and fearing for Teruo's well-being. Teruo continued to lash out, declaring his intent to show how unstoppable he was as he charged at Izuku. Izuku moved forward calmly, canceling Teruo's quirk, but that did not deter him. Teruo took a karate stance, vowing to defeat Izuku the old-fashioned way. Izuku, feeling frustration rise, pleaded with Teruo to stop, not wanting to hurt him on what was supposed to be his first day. Teruo retaliated with a kick, but Izuku sidestepped and landed a kick of his own, causing Teruo to stagger back. Despite the pain, Teruo pressed on, growing more frustrated as Izuku skillfully avoided his attacks while landing his own. Izuku was holding back, trying not to inflict serious harm, until Teruo threatened Tomo's family. He claimed to know where she lived and threatened to take her daughter, insisting that she would learn to love him. Tomo noticed the shift in Izuku's demeanor. He was determined to stop Teruo without causing lasting damage. However, something inside him snapped, and Tomo shouted for him not to hurt Teruo. Izuku, his usual smile replaced by a serious expression, unbuttoned his jacket. In a swift motion, he delivered 3 punches that echoed through the room, leaving Teruo crumpled on the floor. Izuku used his quirk to revive Teruo, lifting him by the throat and glaring at him with intense anger. Teruo, filled with fear, nodded in understanding as Izuku warned him to stay away from Tomo's family, stating that even heroes would not be able to save him if he didn't comply. Tomo gently touched Izuku's arm, asking him to put Teruo down. Izuku complied, and Teruo collapsed to the ground, sobbing. Tomo took Izuku by the arm, leading him away from the fallen man while Izuku kept his gaze fixed on Teruo. Tomo asked if Izuku was okay, to which he responded that he should be the one checking on her. He apologized for losing control and expressed understanding if she no longer wanted him to intern there. The receptionist recognized Izuku as the young man who had saved a girl from a villain, introducing herself as Hinata and thanking him for his protection. Moments later, heroes and police officers flooded the reception area. Tomo provided her report as the police apprehended 𝗕𝗏𝗏. Hiko rushed in, embracing his wife and expressing relief that she had been unharmed, crediting Izuku for shielding her and Hinata from danger. The hero Hawks questioned Izuku about his quirk usage, to which Izuku explained that he had cancelled their quirks and engaged 𝗕𝗏𝗏 in hand-to-hand combat. He suggested contacting Dean Nizu for any inquiries regarding his martial training. Hawks understood the implication immediately. Once the police, heroes, and Hinata departed, Hiko expressed his gratitude to Izuku, acknowledging his heroics in saving both his daughter and wife. Tomo took Izuku's hand, affirming that she would not let him go for wanting to protect her and her family. She asked him to return the next day to begin his training. As Izuku left, Tomo called Momo, instructing her to invite him in and comfort him until he calmed down. Momo inquired if Tomo had fired him, to which Tomo replied that she had not, but suggested Momo ask Izuku about the events that transpired. Tomo reflected on how she understood why Momo felt safe with Izuku during battles, recalling how he had changed when 𝗕𝗏𝗏 threatened her daughter. Hiko, confused, questioned her, but Tomo explained that she had felt genuine fear for 𝗕𝗏𝗏 as Izuku shifted from a defensive strategy to delivering powerful blows. She recounted how Izuku had warned 𝗕𝗏𝗏 to stay away from her family, expressing her belief that he would protect those he loved at all costs. Hiko smiled, realizing that this was why Tomo wanted Momo to comfort him. Tomo expressed her concern for their daughter's well-being with a warm smile. Izuku approached the mansion door, where the same butler from his previous visit opened it for him. He mentioned he was there to pick up Eri. The butler invited him in, stating that the young 𝗬𝗏𝗧 was expecting him in the library and offered to guide him there. Upon entering the library, Izuku found Momo in full teaching mode, assisting Eri with unfamiliar words. Momo greeted him with a smile, complimenting his appearance in a suit. Eri, excited to see her father, rushed over to share that Momo had promised her a movie before he left. Izuku smiled, noting that he was early, and suggested they could watch a movie together. The theater was impressive, complete with a popcorn maker. Momo selected a movie for Eri and settled her into one of the recliners with popcorn while she joined Izuku on an overstuffed love seat. Momo inquired about his first day, and Izuku's demeanor shifted dramatically. His shoulders slumped, and he lowered his head, expressing his disappointment in how things had turned out. He had taken the job to work with everyday people, but instead he felt responsible for a troubling incident involving a jealous coworker attacking Tomo. Momo reassured him that it wasn't his fault. Izuku contemplated asking to end his internship, and when he shared this, Momo surprised herself by pulling him into a tight hug, which he reciprocated. He expressed his fear of causing harm to anyone ever again. Momo leaned back, pulling him with her, and asked if he had protected her mother. He confirmed softly that he had. As Izuku attempted to pull away, Momo gently held him close, and he mentioned that he thought he had frightened Tomo. Momo began to run her fingers through his hair and asked why he felt that way. Izuku nestled against her, recounting how, during the confrontation, he had lost control and nearly harmed the attacker. He credited Tomo for preventing a worse outcome. Momo wrapped her arms around him, thanking him for defending her and protecting her mother. Hearing her gratitude broke something within Izuku, and tears welled in his eyes as he held her tightly. When the movie concluded, Eri noticed her father asleep on Momo's chest, with Momo gently stroking his hair. She quietly asked if her daddy had a bad dream. Momo smiled and explained that he had a tough day, and she hugged him to help him feel better, which led to him falling asleep. Eri approached her father and ran her fingers through his hair. Momo then asked Eri if she would like to spend the night. Eri looked at her father and asked if she could watch another movie. Momo smiled and selected another film. Momo reached for her cell phone and called the head maid, requesting pillows and blankets, asking her to enter quietly. When the head maid entered, she froze at the sight of Izuku asleep on Momo's chest. Momo signaled for silence and pointed to Eri and then to Izuku. The maid covered Eri with a blanket and gave her a pillow, prompting Eri to thank her. The maid pinched Eri's cheek playfully, causing her to giggle. She felt conflicted as she looked at Izuku. Normally, she would have disapproved of such behavior, but Momo had never acted this way before, and Tomo had spoken highly of Izuku. As the maid approached Momo, who was still tenderly stroking Izuku's hair, she mentioned that Tomo had instructed her not to let him leave until he calmed down, but he had fallen asleep. Momo requested that the maid inform them of her presence with Izuku when they arrived. The maid covered Izuku with a blanket, causing him to hug Momo even tighter. Seeing a tear on his sleeping face broke her heart for him, and she took one last look before leaving the room. When Hiko and Tomo returned home, they were greeted by both the butler and the head maid, which was unusual. Hiko inquired if everything was all right. The head maid informed them that Eri was in the theater with Izuku, who had fallen asleep while hugging her. Tomo's face lit up with a smile, but she quickly asked if something had gone wrong that day, noting the tear on Izuku's face as he slept. Hiko explained how Izuku had defended Tomo from a dangerous coworker. The butler's demeanor shifted from polite to angry as he listened, and Hiko recounted how Izuku had subdued the attacker when he threatened Momo. The butler relaxed, a smile returning to his face. Tomo shared how Izuku felt responsible for losing control and unintentionally scaring her. The butler asked how badly Izuku had injured the attacker. Hiko replied that 3 punches had brought the man down, noting that this was the same individual who had previously damaged an elevator door to reach Tomo. Tomo requested tea to be prepared and brought to the dinner table, smiling as the head maid confirmed she had set 2 extra plates. Hiko and Tomo entered the theater, and Tomo paused at the sight of Eri watching a movie while gently running her fingers through Izuku's hair. Hiko joined her, smiling at the scene. Tomo cleared her throat softly, causing Momo to freeze. Momo looked up to see both of her parents standing there. Tomo put a finger to her lips and quietly instructed Momo to wake Izuku and let him know dinner was ready, assuring her they would be waiting. As Tomo and Hiko invited Eri to join them, Momo blushed, watching them leave the room. Meanwhile, in Izuku's nightmare, he found himself back at his internship. As he held Taro by the throat, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in one of the glass doors. What he saw shook him to his core. Instead of seeing himself, he saw all for one holding Taro. Suddenly, the floor gave way beneath him, and as he reached out to grab the ledge, he heard a soft His eyes widened as he saw Momo covering her mouth in surprise. He realized he had inadvertently grabbed her shirt. Using his quirk, he propelled himself backward, landing safely on the ground. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Izuku bowed deeply, apologizing profusely for the unintended contact. Momo, blushing, admitted that no one had ever touched her like that before. She stood up and approached him, gently lifting his chin to check if he was all right, noticing the distress on his face. Izuku felt a knot in his stomach as he recalled the unsettling images from his dream. Before he could respond, Momo tenderly caressed his cheek while helping him to his feet, reassuring him that it was just a dream. She then pulled him into a comforting hug, which he returned, whispering his gratitude. Their moment was interrupted by Tomo, who stood nearby with a playful smile. She expressed curiosity about their delay, causing Izuku to feel heat rise in his cheeks as he quickly stepped away from Momo. He apologized and mentioned he would fetch Eri before leaving. Tomo giggled, informing him that Eri was already at the dinner table, waiting for them to eat. Izuku noticed that the staff, who had previously maintained a professional demeanor, now regarded him with respect, bowing as he passed. Concerned, he asked Tomo to tell them to stop, feeling unworthy of such attention. Tomo explained that her staff was like family, and it would be disrespectful to dismiss their gratitude after he had protected her. As they entered the dining room, Eri was captivated by Hiko's story about how her father had saved his wife. When Izuku sat beside her, Eri leaned into him, declaring that he was her hero too. After dinner, Izuku asked Eri if she was ready to go home, but Momo suggested they could spend the night. Izuku hesitated, not wanting to impose on their hospitality, but Tomo assured him that they had plenty of room for both of them. Hiko added that Eri hadn't finished her movie yet, and with her pleading puppy dog eyes, Izuku relented. He decided to call his grandfather to let him know they wouldn't be home. Eri jumped with joy as the head butler approached Izuku, asking him to follow him to his room. Upon arrival, the butler informed him that he would find shorts, t-shirts, and a robe, and requested that he hang his suit on the door for morning preparation. The butler bowed deeply, thanking Izuku for protecting Lady Yaoyorozu and defending the young empress. Izuku humbly replied that he would never need to be thanked for doing what was right. After the butler left, Izuku called All Might before changing and rejoining Eri in the theater. Once the movie concluded, Izuku stood up, announcing that it was time for bed. Momo then asked Eri if she would like to sleep with her that night. Eri looked to her father, seeking permission, and when Izuku smiled and agreed, he leaned down to kiss her forehead, bidding good night to everyone. The next morning, Tomo and Hiko enjoyed the fresh air on their balcony when they spotted Izuku stretching without his shirt. Tomo recalled Eri mentioning that he worked out every morning, and Hiko remarked that he looked like he had been sculpted by ancient artists. Tomo noticed several maids watching him, but Izuku remained oblivious to their attention. Hiko commented that many of the maids seemed to share his sentiment. Izuku began running on their track, demonstrating impressive speed. After his run, he transitioned into martial arts forms and strikes. The head maid approached him, waiting for him to finish before bowing and inviting him to breakfast. As they ate, Hiko noted Izuku's early rising habits, to which Izuku explained it helped him focus and start his day. He playfully ruffled Eri's hair and reminded her to behave for Momo while he was at work. The head butler informed Izuku that his suit was ready and hanging in his room. After breakfast, Izuku prepared for his internship. Upon entering the building, Izuku noticed heightened security. As soon as the guards recognized him, they stood and bowed, leading him to the service elevator due to repairs on the main one. He overheard whispers among the employees, acknowledging him as the one who saved Ms. Yaoyorozu. When he reached the reception area, Hinata stood and bowed, thanking him for his protection the previous day. Izuku smiled awkwardly, encouraging her to raise her head and asking to be treated as a normal intern during his week there. Impressed by Ms. Yaoyorozu's efficiency, Izuku observed her managing the daily operations of the corporation. She sought his opinions on various decisions and assigned him tasks to complete, discussing his thought process afterward. As the days passed, he enjoyed the challenges presented to him. Eri thrived in her lessons, eagerly looking forward to them. The only time Izuku felt out of place was during his visit to the pharmaceutical department, where word of his heroics had spread. As he entered, the employees gathered to bow in respect. The manager welcomed him and showed him around, but he soon found himself the target of flirtation from several women. Watching from the video feeds, Hiko and Tomo laughed at Izuku's discomfort with the attention. Once he completed his tour, he left the department as quickly as possible, feeling out of place despite his experiences fighting formidable foes. Hiko observed that the man seemed quite apprehensive about remaining near the women for any longer than necessary. Tomo commented that the atmosphere felt like a shark tank. When Izuku returned, Hiko was waiting for him and informed him that he would be joining them for a business dinner on Friday at 7. Izuku agreed to arrange for a babysitter. Hiko requested that Izuku stop by the house at 6. After picking up Eri, Izuku called Tsuyu, who kindly agreed to watch Eri while he attended the dinner. Tsuyu inquired if he would be singing at the wedding. Izuku expressed his doubts about his singing abilities, not wanting to spoil the occasion. He added that he wouldn't feel right attending alone. Tsuyu offered to accompany him if he didn't. Izuku questioned whether they would appreciate his singing, to which Tsuyu assured him they would love it. He decided to call the manager and would update her with the time and date. On Friday, as Izuku arrived for his final day of his internship, many employees approached him, asking if he would return for the summer. With a smile, he replied that he did not think so. Hinata looked disheartened upon seeing him. When she asked if this would be the last time they would see each other, Izuku, though he enjoyed working there, explained that his heart was set on hero work. He offered her a sad smile, letting her know he truly enjoyed their time together. Hinata informed him that Ms. Yaoyorozu was waiting for him in her office, wiping away a tear. Entering Tomo's office, Izuku was greeted with a smile. She mentioned that many people were sad about his last day and that it would be a short one for him. She instructed him to head to the pharmaceutical department to pick up a package. Izuku grimaced but complied. Upon his return, he was met with a cake and a gathering of his co-workers. Overwhelmed with emotion, he struggled to manage his feelings. Hinata noticed his expression and hugged him, prompting Izuku to thank everyone before he left. When he arrived at Momo's mansion, the head maid welcomed him and informed him that Mr. Yagi was waiting for him in the den. She requested a moment to speak with him. She warned him about the family's daughter, who had a tendency to be unkind to the young miss, despite her parents' support. Izuku acknowledged her concerns and followed her to the den, where he froze upon seeing Momo, who was stunningly appealing. Momo asked if she looked okay, and Izuku blushed as he complimented her. Momo's parents entered, and Hiko asked if they were ready. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the 𝗓𝗵𝗲 family was already present. Izuku noticed Momo's expression shift when she spotted another brunette with red eyes. He took her hand and walked with her to the table, causing Momo to blush in front of her parents. Hiko introduced everyone before pulling out a chair for Tomo, and Izuku did the same for Momo. He noticed Kaguya 𝗓𝗵𝗲's reaction as Momo thanked him while he sat beside her. Kaguya's mother remarked on Izuku's gentlemanly behavior, while Kaguya's father commented on Ryo's lack of manners, noting that he was one of the top fighters in his year. Hiko proudly stated that Izuku was the top fighter in his year, having beaten the Big Three to fight All Might this year. Kaguya's face showed disbelief until Ryo recognized Izuku. Ryo recalled Izuku's past achievements, mentioning how he had fought 3 Nomu at camp and saved 2 people before even joining UA. He also complimented their singing in the music department. Izuku acknowledged Momo's influence on his academic success, stating he was ranked number 2, just behind her. Momo blushed at the praise. Hiko then shifted the conversation to business matters, while Kaguya continued to glare at Momo, her anger evident. After dinner, as they drove home, Hiko expressed his surprise at how well Izuku handled the situation, complimenting his adaptability. Izuku smiled and explained that he spoke the truth, adding that Tomo had taught him to think on his feet. He jokingly remarked that Momo was far prettier, kinder, and smarter than Kaguya, and he believed she could hold her own in a fight. Momo asked if he truly meant what he said, and Izuku affirmed his words, causing pride to swell in Momo's heart as she thanked him. Izuku knocked on Tsuyu's door, and Ganma opened it, inviting him in. Eri had fallen asleep with Satsuki in the living room, where the family was watching TV. Tsuyu's face brightened upon seeing Izuku. Asked if it was the last day of his internship, and Izuku's heart softened at the sight of Eri holding Satsuki's hand as they slept. He confirmed that it was his last day and that he had learned a lot that week. Samidare asked if it was a goodbye dinner, to which Izuku clarified that it was a business dinner. Not wanting to impose any longer, he decided it was time to leave. Gently, he lifted Eri with his quirk, floating her over to him. He expressed his gratitude to Tsuyu for watching Eri. Upon entering his home, Izuku found his father waiting for him. All Might inquired about the dinner, and Izuku shared the details as they walked into Eri's room. All Might shook his head, humorously stating he would prefer facing a villain over such drama. Izuku tucked Eri in and kissed her forehead. All Might encouraged him to relax and enjoy the weekend, reminding him that training would begin on Monday after class, emphasizing the need to be prepared. The following day, rain fell as Izuku finished his morning workout and entered the kitchen, surprised to see his father making breakfast. He asked if All Might was off that day and requested his help in watching Eri while he went to buy new boots. Izuku expressed his reluctance to take her out into the rain, and his father smiled in agreement. Upon arriving at the mall, Izuku spotted a familiar face and called out to Pony, who turned and waved. Just then, a car sped by, splashing water all over her. The sudden drenching left her shirt somewhat transparent, and she quickly attempted to cover herself, embarrassment evident on her face. Izuku rushed over, using his quirk to dry her clothes and offering her his jacket. The memory of their last close encounter, when she had kissed his forehead after singing, made her cheeks flush. Concerned, Izuku asked if she was cold as he pulled her closer, leading her into the mall. Pony nodded, grateful for the warmth as she noticed the rain seemed to avoid them. Curious, she inquired how he was managing that, to which Izuku explained he was using his quirk. She then asked if there was anything he couldn't do, and he humorously replied that he couldn't reach a pretty girl quickly enough to stop someone from splashing her. As they walked through the mall, Pony asked if she could join him. She remained close to Izuku, and when he asked again if she was cold, she admitted the water had chilled her. Izuku wrapped his arm around her, and she felt the air around her warm slightly. Looking up at him, she smiled and complimented him, saying he was truly amazing. Izuku picked up a new pair of boots and asked where she was headed. Pony mentioned a new music store that had opened and invited him to join her. Entering the store, Izuku was surprised to see various musical instruments, including pianos, guitars, and violins. When he asked which instrument she played, Pony mentioned that Jiro was going to teach her guitar. Izuku revealed he played the piano and agreed to play something for her, but requested her feedback on his singing. He sat down at a grand piano and began to play a melancholic tune, singing "The Love Is Gone" by Slander. The store fell silent as people began to record him, captivated by his performance. Izuku was lost in the moment, focusing solely on Pony as he sang. When he finished, the crowd erupted in applause, leaving him surprised and blushing. Pony wiped a tear from her eye, expressing her appreciation for his performance. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their moment, with the store manager offering a deal on the piano. Izuku politely declined but asked to see the guitars. As they left the mall, the rain continued to fall, and Izuku offered her a ride home. Pony felt nervous being in the car alone with him. When he asked why she wanted to learn guitar, she hesitated, embarrassed to reveal her true motivation. She wanted to accompany him while he sang. Instead, she simply mentioned her long-standing interest in music. Curious, she asked when he had learned to play the piano, and he explained that his father had encouraged him to take lessons until he was skilled enough to perform in front of an audience. Upon arriving at Pony's house, Izuku asked her to wait for a moment while he retrieved the guitar. He opened the door for her, using his quirk to keep them dry. Grateful, Pony thanked him for everything he had done. Blushing, Izuku brushed it off as nothing. Gathering her courage, Pony turned to him, feeling anxious about his potential reaction. She leaned in and kissed him softly, feeling his arm wrap around her. When she pulled back, she looked into his emerald eyes and thanked him again before quickly entering her house, her heart racing. Izuku stood at the door, surprised by the kiss, but smiled as he walked back to the car, thinking he would retrieve his jacket at school. At least he still had his cell phone in his pocket. Once inside her living room, Pony's mother called her over, asking if she had fun. Pony enthusiastically replied that she did and mentioned getting a discount on her guitar. Her mother teasingly asked if Izuku had given her a discount on his jacket, prompting Pony to realize she had forgotten to return it. She turned to rush back to the door, but her mother informed her that he had already left. Her mother then remarked that she was glad to see Pony finally make the first move, noting that Izuku was quite oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. Blushing, Pony asked how much her mother had seen, to which her mother replied she had witnessed everything from the moment they arrived. Eager to hear about their day at the mall, she encouraged Pony to share all the details. Meanwhile, in class, some students began to suspect that the randomizer was rigged, as Ichiko was once again paired with Izuku. Their strong teamwork was a source of envy for some. During a team event focused on rescuing a hostage, Izuku charged through the bots while Ichiko covered his blind spots. They moved in perfect harmony, and when Ichiko leaped onto one bot, she punched its chest, unaware of another bot preparing to attack her. Izuku swiftly jumped, rolling across her back to kick the other bot away. Spotting the hostage bot, he pointed it out, and Ichiko used her quirk to leap onto his arm, vaulting over several bots to grab the hostage and conclude the exercise. In the viewing room, the rest of Class 1A watched in awe. Kaminari remarked on how impressive the last part of the exercise had been, while Jiro commented that it seemed like the two had been working together for years. As Izuku and Ichiko entered the viewing room, All Might called the class together. They reviewed their actions, discussing both successes and areas for improvement. During lunch, Izuku enjoyed his meal while his friends chatted about their winter break experiences. Suddenly, an elbow struck his head, and Monoma, the school's prodigal child, made a remark about him. Eri shouted in defense, insisting that no one should hit her, daddy. Minoma noticed the intensity in Izuku's gaze and decided to shift his focus. He commented on how he couldn't browse social media without encountering Izuku's name and questioned why he was paying attention to one of his classmates when he had plenty of admirers in his own class. Just then, a large hand struck Minoma on the side of his neck, causing him to lose consciousness. Kendo apologized as she picked him up, explaining that he loved being the center of attention while dragging him away. Tsuyu asked Izuku whom he had serenaded, but Kirishima quickly redirected the conversation to Momo, inquiring about the attack on her parents' company. Achiko mentioned that her mother was safe, thanks to her personal bodyguard. Momo reassured them that the attacker hadn't gotten close. She then turned to Izuku, asking about his serenade, but he blushed as the bell rang, signaling it was time to leave. After school, Eri stayed with Midnight while Izuku accompanied his father to Training Grounds Alpha. All Might instructed him to capture him, emphasizing that there were unknown threats in the area that should be treated as hostile. Izuku was to wait for the start signal at the entrance. As soon as the signal sounded, he vanished. Nizu noted that Izuku was working smarter, just as All Might had predicted. He ordered everyone to switch to thermal optics. Hearing the sounds of destruction, Izuku rushed toward the noise. As he approached All Might, the first trap was triggered, canceling his quirk. He jumped to avoid a car thrown at him and landed, rolling to narrowly escape gunfire. Once on his feet, he had to defend himself against multiple clones of Professor Ectoplasm. When his quirk returned, he snapped his fingers, causing all the clones to collapse. He vanished again, but not before feeling a RBB bullet strike him. He winced, realizing the professors were not holding back. Another gunshot rang out, and he hardened his shield. Using his quirk, he launched himself toward the roof from which the shot had come. He uncloaked upon landing next to a surprised Professor Snipe. Izuku quickly subdued the professor and noticed he had thermal and night vision devices. Putting on the thermal vision, he scanned the roof and spotted Professor Aizawa. Izuku leaped to another rooftop and used his quirk to vanish again. As he stealthily approached Aizawa, the ground beneath him suddenly lifted into the air. 𝗵𝗲 had arrived, making it impossible for Izuku to use his quirk. To make matters worse, All Might landed nearby. Izuku sprinted toward the narrow pillar supporting Aizawa, hoping his quirk would return. Looking up, he snapped his fingers, watching as Aizawa fell from his perch into darkness. Izuku awoke to Recovery Girl standing beside him, confused about what had happened. She explained that while he was focused on capturing Aizawa, All Might had knocked him out before securing Aizawa himself. Izuku expressed admiration for his father's strength, but Recovery Girl reminded him that All Might had hit him hard enough to bounce off the pillar. She informed him he had been unconscious for 30 minutes, and Izuku knew better than to argue with her. All Might entered the room, asking how he felt. Recovery Girl hit him with her cane, stating that Izuku was fine, thanks to her care. She declared that he was clear to leave. All Might suggested they leave before Recovery Girl knocked him out as well. Outside, Izuku sat on a bench with his father, who praised him for adapting quickly to the challenges he faced during training. All Might noted that Izuku had targeted the biggest threats first, which were Snipe and Aizawa. However, he pointed out that Izuku's downfall had been his speed and attention. Izuku asked how he could improve his speed, mentioning the drills All Might had taught him. All Might smiled, acknowledging that he wasn't as quick as he used to be, a realization he had come to during his last fight with AFO. Izuku looked at his father, unsure of how to respond. All Might then posed a question. What if he could pass on his abilities so that Izuku could become the future #1 hero? Izuku was taken aback, concerned about his father's well-being. All Might reassured him that he would retire knowing the public would be in good hands. He stood up, asking if Izuku would accept his power and strive to be the future #1 hero. Izuku eagerly agreed and embraced his father. Afterward, Izuku needed to fetch Eri from Midnight before heading home. Once they arrived, he sent Eri to her room to change. All Might then plucked a hair from his head, instructing Izuku to eat it. Confused, Izuku asked why. All Might explained that he could only pass on one for all through DNA and a willing recipient. With a smile, Izuku cut his hand, playfully remarking that now his BLD ran through All Might's veins. All Might smiled, understanding the sentiment. He extended his hand, and a cut formed on his palm. Izuku took his father's hand and shook it, pulling him into a hug. After a moment, he healed the cut on All Might's hand, leaving no scar, but his own hand bore a small scar as a reminder of their bond. Curious about what came next, Izuku asked what he should do now. All Might instructed him to absorb the power of One for All into his body, suggesting they have dinner first and that Izuku should rest early, as extra training awaited him after class the following day. That night, Izuku found himself chasing 8 shadowy figures down dark paths. He was unsure of his location or destination, but he felt compelled to catch them to uncover the truth. One figure appeared familiar, but he couldn't confirm it until he caught up. He continued running until he reached an area that resembled a black hole. Unable to stop in time, he braced himself for a fall when a large hand suddenly grasped him. The shadow began to emit a soft glow, revealing the silhouette of Izuku's father, who shook his head as if urging him to stay away from the darkness. The other 7 figures began to shine like his father, though they were strangers to him. They encircled the darkness, which seemed to consume the light. The figure resembling his father leaped into the shadows, and they all struck at once. Izuku awoke from the dream, drenched in sweat, feeling a deep ache in his gut as if he had been wounded. He checked himself and found nothing amiss. It was merely a dream. Glancing at his alarm clock, he sighed and decided to get up and start his day. Ipho sat up, filled with rage and pain, realizing that his connection to his son had been severed. He had been carefully manipulating Izuku's emotions, pushing him toward anger and violence. Who, and more importantly, how had they managed to find and cut that connection? Even Ipho had only become aware of it a few months prior. He pressed a button, and moments later, Dr. Garaki entered the room. Ipho recounted the incident and inquired about what could have caused the disconnection. Dr. Garaki pondered the situation, and for the first time in a long while, neither of them had an answer. As Izuku's day progressed, he found himself feeling unusually at peace. Things that would typically irritate him did not bother him at all. He watched Momo and Todoroki participate in their team event, and the violent urges that had once threatened to harm those he cared for were now quieter in his mind. He still felt a strong longing to protect Momo and did not feel compelled to destroy the training area. After class, Professor Aizawa picked up Eri, and Izuku headed to the training grounds once more. This time, the challenge was different. Instead of needing to stop All Might, he was being targeted while walking through the town. This lesson aimed to enhance his awareness. He faced a mix of long-range and short-range attacks. As he walked, he was sometimes ambushed by professors and occasionally struck by automated defenses. One rock, launched from a slingshot, hit him unexpectedly, and Professor Midnight waved at him afterward. Izuku realized that his greatest weakness was his awareness of his surroundings. His father had once told him that even he couldn't win every fight alone. However, today, Izuku's reactions had improved, albeit slightly. As he and his father discussed the day's lesson, All Might noted that Izuku seemed more focused and calm, even when things didn't go as planned. A calm mind, he explained, is better equipped to make decisions under pressure. After picking up Eri, they returned home. Izuku began preparing dinner, and afterward, he worked on his homework while Eri practiced her spelling words. They both went to bed early, and once again, Izuku experienced a strange dream. This time, he found himself in a ring, fighting one of the figures he had chased the night before. He couldn't discern its face, and every punch and kick he threw missed. Changing his fighting style did not help either. Stepping back, he surveyed the ring and noticed the other figures watching him, as if studying him, but without any malicious intent. Taking a deep breath, he advanced and began attacking the figure. Despite his efforts, his quirk did not activate in this place. He unleashed a flurry of punches, kicks, knee strikes, and elbow strikes, but the figure effortlessly evaded every attack. Drenched in sweat, Izuku realized that the figure had not thrown a single punch. Frustrated, he attempted to speak, but no words came out. Taking another deep breath, he tried to yell, feeling a surge of heat coursing through his body. Izuku awoke to his father shaking him, finding his room in disarray. All Might rushed in after hearing the yell, noticing the green sparks resembling lightning emanating from Izuku's body. He grabbed his son and shook him gently, urging him to wake up. After calming down and taking deep breaths, All Might asked if he was all right. Izuku explained that he had experienced strange dreams for the last 2 nights. All Might encouraged him to share everything. Izuku recounted his dreams, including the pain he felt the previous night and how he had felt that day. He even described the figure that resembled him. All Might spoke in a low voice, identifying them as the vestiges. He shared that he had seen them twice, once when he first received one for all and again after fully absorbing it. His 𝗵𝗲 had told him that all previous users gathered there. He expressed relief that a part of him would always be with Izuku. Curious, Izuku asked why they would attack a part of him. All Might suggested that they were not attacking him but rather something that should not have been there. He noted that Izuku had mentioned feeling less anger lately. Izuku nodded in agreement, and All Might theorized that they had targeted something AFO had left inside him, which was gradually making him angrier and more prone to violence. He advised Izuku to get some rest, reminding him that he still had training after school. Once again, Izuku found himself in the ring, but this time 2 figures stood before him: a tall, appealing woman and the man he had struggled to hit before. The woman spoke, acknowledging that her disciple had trained him well. Izuku was surprised to learn she was his disciple. The woman, with gritted teeth, expressed her disappointment that Toshi had never mentioned her. She introduced 𝐒𝐻𝐁𝗵𝗲, whose quirk was Danger Sense, allowing him to sense incoming attacks and evade them. She explained how to use Danger Sense, and as their time drew to a close, she expressed her disappointment that Toshi had not told Izuku about her, but acknowledged that he had done a great job raising him. With a farewell, she disappeared. Izuku woke just as his alarm went off. When he entered the gym, he found his father already working out. He shared his dream with All Might, whose expression shifted from attentive to shocked to sad. Izuku remarked on the beauty of All Might's 𝗵𝗲. She was described by his father as kind and strong, and she had taught him a great deal. With a sad smile, he admitted that he should have mentioned her sooner. She had told him that he had done an excellent job raising Izuku. All Might smiled, tears welling in his eyes as he embraced his son, suggesting they prepare for their day. As Pony walked to class with Kendo and Kodai, Kendo remarked that someone had come to retrieve his jacket. Pony's smile widened when she spotted Izuku and Eri waiting outside her classroom. She had been wearing his jacket for the past few days. Izuku noticed Pony in his jacket and smiled back. It was slightly oversized for her, but she looked lovely in it. Kendo cheerfully said they would see her inside, and she greeted Izuku and Eri as she entered the classroom. Pony began to take off the jacket, thinking she should return it, but to her surprise, Izuku reached out to stop her. He pulled the jacket back up and told her it suited her well and that she should keep it. Blushing, she looked down shyly and asked if he was sure. With a reassuring smile, Izuku confirmed he was. He then mentioned needing to hurry to avoid being late for class. As Pony entered the classroom, her cheeks were still flushed. Kodai inquired about the jacket, wondering why Izuku had not taken it back. Pony explained that he had said it looked good on her, so he let her keep it. The other girls in the class squealed with joy for her, but Monoma dampened the mood by suggesting that Izuku should stick to the girls in his own class. The room fell silent as the girls stared at him. In response, Pony launched a flurry of horns at him, pinning him to the ceiling. When Professor King Vlad entered and surveyed the room, he asked where Monoma was. Hearing a weak voice from above, he looked up and said that since everyone was present, they could begin. After Professor Aizawa's lesson, he informed the class that the UA Sports Festival would take place in 2 weeks, emphasizing its importance. He explained that many heroes select interns based on this competition and noted that reporters were particularly interested in this year's freshman class due to the attention they had received. He announced that combat training would be suspended for the next 2 weeks to allow them to prepare. Excited whispers filled the classroom. After school, Izuku engaged in his training exercises, which were similar to the previous days but in a different location. Today, however, the results were markedly different. Nothing managed to hit him, thanks to his new danger sense. After finishing, he sat down, drenched in sweat. 𝗵𝗍𝗂 perched on All Might's shoulder as they approached him. The dean asked how he had managed to avoid being hit. Izuku glanced at his father, who nodded encouragingly. He explained that he had a dream in which one of the vestiges taught him how to use his quirk, danger sense. Nizu turned to All Might, asking if he had experienced something similar. All Might replied that his experience was entirely different and expressed the need to investigate further. He mentioned making a phone call to an old friend. Izuku smiled, saying he needed to pick up Eri and would see his father at home. Upon arriving home, his phone rang. It was the store manager. The manager excitedly shared that his daughter's wedding date had been moved up to next Saturday at 1 p.m. and asked if Izuku would be available to sing. Izuku agreed, curious about the change. The manager explained that the surgeries had been successful, prompting the couple to want to marry sooner to celebrate. Izuku confirmed he would see him next Saturday. He called Tsuyu to inform her of the date and time he would pick her up. He also asked Eri if she would mind staying with Pony that Saturday, to which Eri agreed. Afterward, he contacted Pony, who readily accepted the responsibility and asked to speak with Eri. Once they finished their conversation, Eri handed the phone back to Izuku, who thanked her again. With a smile, he began preparing dinner. The next morning, Izuku felt different. At the gym, the weights that usually challenged him felt light. He shattered his personal best in running without exerting much effort and nearly collided with a truck as he reached the corner stoplight much faster than expected. Eager to share his progress, he returned home only to find a note from All Might stating there was an emergency and he had to leave. Izuku understood this was the mantle he needed to embrace. He texted his father about his newfound abilities before starting breakfast and calling Eri to join him in the kitchen. Bakugo observed as Izuku entered the classroom, frustrated by how well he was performing. Izuku ranked second in grades, just behind Ponytail Girl, while Bakugo was in third. Despite his resentment, he had to admit that Izuku was one of the top fighters, second only to him in his opinion. It irritated Bakugo to see how the girls, especially Ponytail, Round Face, and Frog Girl, seemed to fawn over Izuku. Most of the boys in class admired him, except for Mineta and Bakugo himself. Bakugo noticed how Izuku helped the little horn girl while keeping up with his studies. It felt as though the gap between them was widening. During gym training, Izuku appeared to be moving much faster than before, which only fueled Bakugo's frustration. He recalled Professor Aizawa mentioning that Izuku had been holding back to avoid intimidating the other students. Determined, Bakugo resolved to push himself harder, thinking he would be the winner of the freshman competition. Kirishima snapped him out of his thoughts, asking if he was okay. Bakugo replied that he was fine, just contemplating his strategy for winning the competition. He then asked Kirishima if he noticed that Izuku seemed to be pushing himself harder than usual. Kirishima looked over at Izuku and remarked that he was indeed a beast, always striving to improve. Izuku continued to challenge himself in the gym, contemplating how to harness his new powers, speed, and danger sense. Izuku was contemplating ways to integrate his quirk when he heard a familiar voice calling him. It was his father, All Might, along with Professor Aizawa and 𝗵𝗍𝗂. He quickly jogged over to them, and his father spoke in a low voice, asking how much he had improved. Izuku smiled and replied that he hadn't found his limit yet. After class, 𝗵𝗍𝗂 informed him that instead of extra training, they would push him to his limits. Izuku nodded in agreement. Professor Aizawa gathered the class, explaining the tournament they would be competing in. There were 3 events. The first 2 were always random, but the final event would consist of one-on-one fights. Mineta voiced his concern that it wouldn't be fair, as it would likely come down to Yagi, Todoroki, or Bakugo. Aizawa reassured them that quirk usage was not only allowed but highly encouraged. He mentioned that teamwork might be involved, but ultimately, there could only be one winner. 𝗵𝗍𝗂 wished everyone the best of luck, reminding them that it wasn't always the strongest quirk that triumphed, but rather the one who used their quirk most intelligently. The girls noticed something was off with Izuku. Typically, they would walk out of school together after class, but for the past few days, he had been staying behind. To avoid detection, they asked Toru to follow him. Tsuyu stopped Izuku to ask about what he would wear to the wedding and what color he had chosen. While he was distracted, Toru rushed to the restroom to change before returning to the classroom. As she was arriving, Tsuyu was leaving, and soon after, Izuku and Eri exited the classroom. Izuku was engaged in conversation with Eri when he suddenly looked up and smiled in her direction before returning to their discussion as if nothing had happened. Toru began to question whether she had imagined the smile, as it had occurred so quickly. Toru followed Izuku to the bus that would take the students to the training grounds. The dean and 5 professors were already waiting for him. She was anxious about how to board the bus without being noticed. The professors entered the bus, and just as Izuku was about to step on, he paused to tie his boot. Seizing the opportunity, Toru slipped onto the bus. Izuku picked up Eri and boarded, and they set off for training ground Gamma. What Toru witnessed would forever alter her perception of Izuku. Professor Aizawa opened a box he had brought, revealing 4 kittens inside. Eri squealed in delight, and Aizawa asked her to watch over the kittens while they tested her father. Eri nodded seriously and began to play with them. Although she knew Izuku was strong, her jaw dropped when she saw the immense weight on the bench press. He lowered the weight to his chest and pushed it back up, and they added even more weight. The bar began to bend under the strain. All Might announced the final weight as 1,400 pounds, and Toru thought she must have misheard. They moved on to dumbbell curls, with All Might declaring the final weight as 250 pounds. Next were squats at 1,300 pounds, followed by a deadlift of 500 pounds, and a long jump of 35 feet. Izuku was sweating and breathing heavily. All Might looked at him and suggested they see how fast he could run after all that. Izuku smiled, and All Might leaped to the endpoint, calling on the radio to confirm he was in place. Dean Nizu responded, and Izuku took a sprinter's stance. When Nizu shouted, "Go!" Izuku took off, reaching All Might while breathing heavily. All Might smiled at him, stating that soon he would be as fast and strong as him, and with his spatial manipulation quirk, he would become a force of nature. Toru was close enough to Dean Nizu to hear All Might announce Izuku's time as 4 minutes and 58 seconds. Afterward, All Might declared that it was a good day for training and suggested they head back. Toru hurriedly made her way back to the bus, trying to be as quiet as possible, and sat in the middle. She felt a surge of frustration as Eri was about to sit next to her, but luckily, Izuku suggested they sit elsewhere, and Eri joined him instead. He asked her if she had fun, and Eri excitedly recounted her time with Captain Mittens, Miss Fluffy Tail, Socks, and Princess Donut. Izuku laughed at the names and asked if she had named them. Eri smiled and confirmed that they needed names. Upon returning to campus, Toru waited to sneak off the bus before the driver left, but Izuku called out to Eri, pointing out that her shoelace was loose. Toru quickly exited the bus while Izuku tied Eri's shoes. As he stepped off the bus and passed a certain bush, he remarked that he hoped what had happened that afternoon wouldn't spread beyond their class. Eri asked what he meant, and he instructed her that she could only tell Achiko, Tsuyu, and Momo about that afternoon. Eri then asked if she could tell Satsuki, knowing she would want to hear about the kittens. Izuku agreed as they walked toward the car. Toru thought to herself that Izuku had known she was there all along, and his comment was a subtle hint about who could be informed. She called Mina, Achiko, Tsuyu, and Momo, insisting they needed to meet in person. Momo arranged for all the girls to gather at her house. Their eyes widened as Toru revealed that Izuku had been aware of her presence from the beginning. She expressed her confusion about the kind of training he had been undergoing and shared his impressive display of strength and speed. She emphasized that he had made it clear they were the only ones she could tell. Achiko looked at the others and suggested that if they wanted to stand a chance in the sports festival, they should train together. The girls nodded in agreement. Mina wondered if the professors were giving him specialized training, and Toru speculated that they were gauging how strong he truly was. Tsuyu added that they were likely training him to avoid accidentally harming someone, recalling how he had stopped the Nomu. Mina couldn't forget the times he had fought All Might, and Momo shared that her mother had told her about Izuku's anger. She explained that he had protected her from a dangerous individual, and she had been afraid for the villain's safety. Momo revealed that her mother had to intervene before Izuku could seriously hurt the villain. Mina remarked that she couldn't picture Izuku being angry, to which Tsuyu replied that she could. When he rescued Izuku's sister and him, the anger on his face while confronting the slime villain was evident. However, when he approached to check on them, he returned to his usual self, though that was a long time ago, she reflected. Izuku also sensed his fury. If All Might hadn't arrived, he believed the villains would have faced serious consequences, Ichiko noted. Toru inquired if they had been attacked by the Yakuza. Ichiko confirmed this. Momo suggested that the girls spend the night since it was getting late. Izuku's days passed quickly, filled with classes and adjusting to his newfound strength and speed. He still found time to take Eri to the park. The day before the wedding, he called Pony to ensure she was ready to bring Eri over the next day. He then contacted Tsuyu to inform her of the time he would pick her up. On the wedding day, when Izuku picked up Tsuyu, he thought she looked stunning. However, upon seeing the bride, he noticed the severe burn scars on her arm, while her husband bore similar scars on the back of his neck and lower face. Despite this, they gazed at each other with pure love. The wedding ceremony was appealing, and Tsuyu remained by Izuku's side, attracting many glances from single ladies. At the reception, Izuku sang a variety of love songs. After finishing a particularly emotional song, the bride made a special request for Under Your Scars by Godsmack. She shared the story of how her husband, a firefighter, had saved her during a fire by shielding her with his body when the ceiling collapsed, resulting in their scars. This story resonated deeply with Izuku, and as he sang, the room fell silent. Tsuyu began to cry, and the women who had been watching Izuku were also moved to tears. As he approached the couple while singing, he gently took the bride's hand and placed it on her husband's, continuing his song. Once he finished, he smiled at them and expressed his longing to give them a gift, inviting them to stand and come to the table. He carefully ran his hand down the bride's scarred arm, and as the scars fell away, revealing smooth skin beneath, she began to cry, prompting her parents to rush to her side. Izuku then turned to her husband, asking him to remove his coat and shirt. He performed the same act for him, and the husband fell to his knees, astonished to find his scars gone. Afterward, Izuku took Tsuyu's hand and left. As they walked away, Tsuyu noticed he was still wiping tears from his eyes and asked why they were leaving. Once they were alone, Izuku smiled at her, tears still glistening in his eyes, explaining that he didn't want the couple to see him in that state. Tsuyu embraced him tightly, and he shared a painful memory of his mother who had died protecting him. He trembled as the memory flooded back, but gradually composed himself as Tsuyu wiped his tears away. He thanked her for being there with him, to which she reaffirmed her promise to always support him. Tsuyu insisted that he owed her a dance before they left, and Izuku chuckled as she led him back into the dance hall. The crowd watched as they re-entered, and Izuku approached the band to request a slow song. They began to play Amazed by Lone Star, and he couldn't help but sing to Tsuyu as they danced. The single women looked at Tsuyu with envy, but she was lost in the moment, captivated by his voice and gaze. As the song ended, the bride and groom, along with their parents, rushed to him, expressing their gratitude. The bride asked how they could ever repay him, to which Izuku smiled and replied that a long and loving marriage would be the best gift. The bride began to cry again and hugged him tightly. He mentioned that he had promised to sing longer but felt it was time to leave, wanting the day to be about them. As Izuku dropped Tsuyu off at her house, he thanked her for accompanying him and comforting him earlier. Tsuyu smiled and reiterated her commitment to always be there for him. He opened the door for her, taking her hand as they walked to her house. Tsuyu blushed as she looked into his bright emerald eyes and expressed her gratitude for the invitation. Izuku gazed back into her eyes and pulled her into a hug, momentarily lost in the moment. Just as he leaned in to kiss her, the door swung open, revealing 𝗵𝗲 and Satsuki. Satsuki squealed with joy while 𝗵𝗲 announced Tsuyu's arrival home with her boyfriend. Izuku quickly stepped back, blushing, and said he would see her on Monday as he walked back to his car. Tsuyu turned to scold her brother for interrupting. When Izuku knocked on Pony's door, her father answered and welcomed him inside. Izuku admired the tasteful decor of the house. Pony mentioned that she had heard he was at a wedding, and Izuku explained that he had been hired to sing there but left once his services were no longer needed. They entered the dining room, where Eri, Pony, and 𝐎𝐻𝑇 were wearing little crowns, enjoying tea and cake. Unable to resist, Izuku took a picture. Eri looked up and smiled upon seeing her father approach, asking him to sit with them. Shio commented on how well-behaved Eri was and mentioned he had to prepare for work, hoping to see Izuku again soon. 𝐎𝑗𝑢 offered his seat to Izuku, stating he wanted to talk with his husband before he left. Izuku sat between Pony and Eri, expressing his gratitude to Pony for taking care of Eri. Eri chimed in with her thanks, and Izuku asked if she was ready to go home. Eri agreed, and he thanked Pony once more for watching over her. Pony assured him she was always happy to help. Izuku appreciated her kindness. Later, when Izuku entered the gym, All Might inquired about the wedding. Izuku shared the events that had unfolded. Izuku sat beside his father on the weight bench, pondering whether he had made the right choice in healing others. All Might took a deep breath and explained that when Izuku was young, he had advised him to avoid standing out to keep him safe from All for One. He wanted his son to blend in and stay protected. As All Might continued, Izuku felt a surge of determination. His father expressed pride in Izuku's growth, declaring that the time for hiding was over. He encouraged Izuku to give his all at the upcoming sports festival, to demonstrate his true abilities so that anyone who encountered him would know to surrender or flee. All Might embraced Izuku tightly, wishing him luck and reminding him to stay limber for the competition. He suggested that Izuku take Eri to the park the following day to relax and prepare. Izuku smiled and agreed, then headed to Eri's room to tell her it was bedtime. Afterward, he lay down in his own room and soon drifted off to sleep. He awoke to find a woman gazing down at him. Nana Shimura teased him about being a lover boy, which puzzled Izuku. She stood and offered him her hand, helping him to his feet. Nana revealed that she had been watching over him and noticed how girls seemed to admire him. However, she quickly shifted the focus back to training. The next day, Achiko, Tsuyu, Momo and Mina gathered at Momo's house, enjoying a relaxing day filled with stretching and forgetting about the sports festival. Tsuyu recalled the look Izuku had given her when he dropped her off, lost in thought until Achiko nudged her, asking if she was okay. Momo inquired about Tsuyu's distraction, and Tsuyu blushed, opting to share a different memory instead. She recounted how Izuku had healed a couple at their wedding reception, the joy on their faces bringing tears to her eyes. Achiko and Momo were surprised to learn that Izuku had been with Tsuyu. Momo began searching social media for the event and found a video of Izuku singing to the couple while healing the bride. As she watched, a tear rolled down her cheek when she noticed Izuku's expression. He seemed to be holding back his own emotions. She passed her phone to Achiko, who also felt the weight of the moment. They turned to Tsuyu, eager to know what had happened after Izuku walked away. Tsuyu shared what he had told her, and Achiko's hands clenched in frustration. She questioned why someone so kind and helpful had to endure such pain, recalling the loss of his mother. Momo and Tsuyu comforted her, speculating whether Izuku's struggles were the reason he trained so hard and kept others at a distance. Achiko believed things would change after the sports festival. Izuku woke up feeling drenched in sweat, having been pushed to his limits by the vestiges he encountered in his dreams. Despite the intensity of the experience, he smiled, the movements now ingrained in his mind. He got out of bed, took a shower, and prepared for a day of relaxation. For the first time in a long while, he skipped his workout, opting instead to go through his stretching routine and make breakfast. The aroma of miso soup and grilled fish roused Eri from her sleep. All Might entered the kitchen and asked about Izuku's plans for the day. Izuku replied that he and Eri would be going to the park and then relaxing at home. All Might approved, reminding them that the next day would be significant. Eri's excitement grew as she anticipated cheering for her father during the competition. At the park, Eri played with her friends while women nearby flirted with Izuku until one recognized him. She exclaimed that he was the one who sang and healed the couple at the wedding. The others looked at him in surprise, and the woman played the video on her phone. One of them remarked that they hadn't expected a healer with his physique. Feeling embarrassed, Izuku decided it was time to leave but was asked to sing a song first. He glanced at Eri, who was enjoying herself, and chose to sing Heaven by Bryan Adams, captivating the women around him. Eri paused her game to listen to her father's voice. One of the ladies asked why he was single, noting his talents. Another mentioned her sister was available and inquired if he was busy the next day. Eri chimed in, excitedly stating that she would be cheering for her father at the tournament. Izuku turned bright red and insisted it was time to go, urging Eri to say goodbye to her friends. Once home, he began to second-guess his decision to sing at the wedding, but he reminded himself that his father's words echoed in his mind. Tomorrow he would show the world who he truly was. The next day, as Izuku prepared Eri for the tournament, she insisted on wearing the hero costume Momo had made for her. All Might smiled at Eri, lifting her up and encouraging her to wish her father luck, explaining that she wouldn't be accompanying him today. Eri hugged Izuku tightly, wishing him good luck as All Might did the same, urging him to reveal his true self. As Izuku entered the locker room, Bakugo sneered at him, declaring his intent to crush Izuku and prove he would be the #1 hero. Kirishima placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, urging him to calm down, reminding him it was just a competition. Izuku chose not to respond, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. To Izuku's surprise, Todoroki approached him, stating that he intended to defeat him that day. Everyone fell silent as Izuku smiled at Todoroki, expressing that he couldn't allow him to win. The two locked eyes in a tense standoff until Ida intervened, suggesting they all take a moment to cool down. Today, Izuku decided to step out of the shadow cast by others, determined to prove to his father that he would become the #1 hero. As Todoroki walked away, Izuku changed his clothes and focused on the goal of defeating all his opponents. As the students gathered, Momo, Tsu, Achiko, and Mina noticed the determination etched on Izuku's face. Curious about his intensity, Achiko asked Ida about what was happening with him. Ida explained that Bakugo and Todoroki had challenged Izuku. Before Achiko could respond, the students were called into the stadium. Bakugo was summoned to the podium as he had scored the highest in the entry exam. Standing before the student body, he locked eyes with Izuku and declared his intention to win. Izuku remained expressionless as Bakugo's declaration echoed through the crowd, met with protests from Class 1B and the General Studies students. In the announcement booth, Present Mic turned to Eraserhead, expressing excitement over Bakugo's bold statement, which seemed directed at Izuku. Eraserhead acknowledged Izuku as another strong student in Class 1A, while Present Mic noted that the class had been in the news several times. He questioned whether they could live up to the hype, to which Eraserhead replied that he would let his students' actions speak for themselves. As Bakugo returned to his classmates, Mineta remarked that Bakugo was the reason everyone disliked them. Bakugo retorted sharply, insisting that if someone lacked the confidence to declare victory, they should quit. Kaminari chimed in, pointing out that such an attitude made Bakugo come off as arrogant. Siro added that without understanding the difference between confidence and cockiness, Bakugo would become the most unpopular hero. Bakugo dismissed their comments, and Present Mic announced the start of the first event, a race through an obstacle course. Eraserhead explained the route but left the specifics of the obstacles a mystery. He encouraged the students to use their quirks freely, prompting a smirk from Izuku as he sensed Eri watching him. As the race began, Todoroki unleashed a powerful blast of ice, encasing Izuku completely. He then froze the feet of Class 1B and the General Studies students to the ground. However, Class 1A surged forward before Todoroki could catch them. Present Mic questioned Eraserhead about the situation, noting that Todoroki had encased a classmate in ice and that staff would need to assist. Eraserhead reassured him that there was no need for concern. Eri cried out for her father, and All Might comforted her, assuring her of his strength. The students trapped in ice were startled by a loud pounding from within the ice, and suddenly, Izuku burst forth like a cannonball. Class 1A reached the first obstacle, giant robots. Bakugo soared over the robots using his quirk, while Todoroki froze the area and continued running. Seizing the opportunity, Class 1A followed closely behind Todoroki. Frustrated, Todoroki realized he had inadvertently created a path for his classmates and vowed to be more careful. Izuku, utilizing One for All, quickly closed the gap, becoming the first of the frozen group to reach the robots. Some classmates broke free from the ice, while others began to topple as it melted away. Izuku propelled himself forward, crashing through the chest of a falling Zero robot. As he emerged from the back, Eri cheered, calling him her daddy. Present Mike exclaimed in disbelief at the chaos unfolding, noting that Izuku had recklessly destroyed part of the obstacle course. As Izuku caught up to his classmates, he conserved energy by running, his speed enhanced by 1 for all. Many students from Class 1A slowed down as they approached the canyon section, except for Bakugo, Todoroki, and Ichigo, who used their quirks to navigate the obstacle without losing momentum. Izuku spotted Ichigo as she floated over the canyon. With newfound speed and strength, he executed a front flip at the canyon's edge, soaring to the other side. He landed on his hands, rolled, and sprang back to his feet, taking off again. His classmates watched in awe at his daring move, which inspired them to pick up their pace. Confident in their lead, Bakugo and Todoroki began to clash while running, unaware of Izuku rapidly closing in. Ichigo struggled to keep up, astonished as a green blur zoomed past her. Izuku smiled as he sped by, his focus on Todoroki, who had encased him in ice earlier. Bakugo accidentally triggered a landmine, cursing as he continued to battle Todoroki. Both were still advancing, oblivious to the green blur gaining on them. Izuku observed the chaos as classmates triggered secondary explosions from the ground. Realizing they had placed landmines, he devised a bold plan, feeling he owed Todoroki for the ice. He leaped and, before Todoroki could react, landed on him, pushing him onto a landmine. The explosion had a dual effect. It knocked Bakugo off balance, causing him to hit another landmine, and propelled Izuku forward with enough force to clear the minefield. Present Mike stood up, exclaiming that all of Eraserhead students seemed to have a death wish, marveling at Izuku's audacious move. Eraserhead contemplated re-evaluating his teaching methods. As Izuku entered the stadium, Present Mike announced him as the winner. Izuku looked up to see Eri jumping with joy, celebrating her father's victory. All Might felt immense pride for Izuku's hard-earned win. Present Mike noted that whatever Eraserhead was teaching his students was clearly effective, as the top 10 consisted solely of Class 1A. Bakugo and Todoroki were visibly frustrated with Izuku, particularly Todoroki, who was displeased about being used as a springboard. He approached Izuku, questioning what he had been thinking when he had pushed him onto the landmine. Izuku shared the same thoughts as Todoroki when he was encased in ice, prompting him to express his frustration. Todoroki had no response, so he turned and walked away. Bakugo felt anger towards himself for not noticing Izuku until it was too late. All for One listened to the sports festival and smiled, realizing that his son was not as soft as All Might. He had actually used another student as a springboard to win, and All for One considered the possibility of bringing him to his side. He pressed a button on his desk and instructed the doctor to record the sports festival to show it to his adopted child, believing that anger might motivate him further. He wanted his son to speak with him. Ichigo approached Izuku, expressing concern for his well-being after the intense interaction with Todoroki. Izuku explained that Todoroki didn't appreciate being helped, recalling how he had been encased in ice at the start of the race. Ichigo questioned why Todoroki would do that, and Izuku speculated that it was about stepping out from under his shadow. Ojiro joined them, stating that he understood Todoroki's feelings. He reminded Izuku of the times he had saved others, including Ichigo during the entrance exam, and how he had become the standard for their class. Izuku was at a loss for words, believing he was managing to hold himself back. Ojiro reassured Izuku, acknowledging his humility and willingness to help others, which made it difficult for their classmates to feel upset with him. Grateful, Izuku requested a moment alone and walked away, reflecting on his father's words about the price of strength. He resolved to show his readiness to win. After all the students completed their tasks, Present Mike informed the audience that only the first 42 students would advance to the next round. He activated the randomizer, announcing the next event, a challenging CrossFit endurance test. The test began with a 200 PND sled pull for the men and a 150 PND pull for the women, followed by a 30-foot rope climb and a 200-meter dash. The final challenge involved a chain ladder where students would lift 3 sets of weights, increasing in weight for both genders. The fastest 2 students from this obstacle would be the last to compete, as they were most likely to finish quickly. Bakugo growled in frustration, realizing that Izuku would be in the spotlight again, facing off against Todoroki while he was left to compete against others. Kirishima approached Bakugo, checking on him. Bakugo declared his intention to crush everyone, while Kirishima remained confident in his own abilities. As Ichiko lined up, she focused on her strategy, knowing the course played to her strengths. Although she was concerned about the 200-meter dash, she felt confident about the weights. When Vlad King shouted, "Go!" she touched the sled, causing it to float, and sprinted ahead. Bakugo noticed her speed and attempted to catch up using his quirk. Kirishima pushed himself with determination. Ichiko set the pace, finishing first, but soon after, she ran to the bushes to recover from overexerting herself. Bakugo finished second, dropping to his knees in frustration, upset about narrowly losing to Ichiko. As the other students completed their events, a girl from the support department impressed everyone with her inventions. Meanwhile, Izuku was working out when a large shadow fell over him. Looking up, he saw 𝗵𝗲𝗏, who questioned whether Izuku should be conserving his energy. Izuku retorted, suggesting 𝗵𝗏𝗏 should be encouraging his son. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 scoffed, insisting that pushing Todoroki to his limits was essential, and a tired Izuku would only lose. Izuku smiled, warning 𝗵𝗏𝗏 to be careful what he wished for. As the final group of 10 finished, Present Mic noticed Izuku and asked Eraserhead if he had been working out the entire time. Eraserhead confirmed this in his usual deadpan manner. Present Mic expressed concern about the state of his students. When Todoroki approached, he saw Izuku, who was glistening with sweat. Todoroki remarked that Izuku either underestimated him or was less intelligent than he thought. Izuku removed his UA jacket, ready to prove himself. Todoroki struggled to maintain his composure as he observed Izuku's impressive physique. The boys of Class 1A had often wondered why Izuku preferred to change alone, and now they understood why. Izuku had always been fit, but this transformation was remarkable. Todoroki had planned to use his ice to gain an early lead, but now he found himself second-guessing his strategy. As the 2 students took their positions, Izuku noticed 𝗵𝗏𝗏 watching him while he settled into his HRSS for the first event. He glanced at Todoroki, who had one hand positioned back and down. Izuku smiled and activated One for All at 30%. When King Vlad shouted, "Go!" it was clear that Izuku had the advantage. He was already climbing the rope while Todoroki was still struggling with the sled. Todoroki used his quirk to propel himself up the rope, then created a slide for the 200-meter sprint. By the time he reached the weights, Izuku was already finishing the last one. After completing the event, Izuku looked at 𝗵𝗏𝗏, asking if he had pushed hard enough. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 was taken aback, but his expression remained unchanged, reminding him of a similar moment in his college years when he lost to All Might. As he read Izuku's lips, his anger began to simmer. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 pondered whether this first-year student had just challenged him. The top 16 finishers would advance to the final event, which consisted of one-on-one combat in a bracket setup. This single elimination competition would unfold over 3 rounds to determine the tournament winner. A 20-minute recess was announced to prepare the stage for the final event. All Might glanced at Eri and inquired if she would like to see her father. Eri beamed and nodded in agreement. Professor Midnight decided to join them, mentioning her involvement in the next event. She gently picked Eri up, and they left the VIP booth together. As they approached the contestants, All Might heard a familiar voice suggesting that to win, one must utilize his quirk. Midnight questioned if that was 𝗵𝗏𝗏 speaking. Turning the corner, they spotted him conversing with Todoroki. 𝗵𝗏𝗏's attention shifted sharply as he noticed the 2 professors. He remarked that he was unaware Midnight had a child. Todoroki clarified that Eri was Yagi's child, the girl he had rescued from the Yakuza. Realization dawned on 𝗵𝗏𝗏, who turned to All Might and insisted they needed to talk privately. Midnight offered to take Eri to her father as she walked alongside Todoroki. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 then asked if Izuku was All Might's son. All Might confirmed this, explaining that Izuku's mother had been killed while trying to escape from his father. He had captured the villains responsible for her death and legally adopted Izuku a few months later. Endeavor inquired who else was aware of the truth, to which All Might listed Nizu, Eraserhead, Midnight, and Recovery Girl. Endeavor smiled, asserting that his son would defeat All Might's son, ensuring history would not repeat itself. All Might expressed his longing to keep Izuku's identity a secret from the students. Endeavor reassured him that he would not disclose any secrets as he walked away. Eri spotted her father jumping rope and called out to him. Izuku smiled, paused his exercise, and opened his arms wide. Eri ran and leaped into his embrace. He asked what she was doing there, and she removed his earbuds to tell him she wanted to see him and encourage him to do his best in the competition. Izuku hugged her tightly, promising to give it his all for her. After one last embrace, he urged her to go with all might as he noticed his father entering the room. Eri kissed Izuku's cheek and dashed off to her grandfather. Izuku returned to his workout, putting his earbuds back in and resuming his music as Metallica's Ride the Lightning played. His smile faded, replaced by focus and determination as he increased his pace. Achiko was chatting with 𝗵𝗃, the only other girl who had advanced. They observed the interaction between Izuku and Eri. Mei asked Achiko if the rumors about Izuku were true. Achiko inquired which rumors Mei meant. Mei explained that she had heard he was humble and kind. Achiko confirmed this with a smile. Mei noted that he looked intense, to which Achiko replied that he often got that way before a fight or during training. Mei remarked on his impressive strength, and Achiko leaned in to whisper that he was currently holding back. Mei excitedly mentioned she had some inventions she would love for him to try out. Achiko was taken aback by the term babies and coughed in surprise. Mei opened a briefcase to reveal some of her creations. In the stadium, Cementos had constructed 4 arenas. Once completed, 4 professors approached, each taking their position at a different ring: Midnight, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Vlad King. The brackets were displayed on the big screen. In bracket 1, the matchups were Yagi vs Shishida, Ojiro vs Shinso, Ida vs Uraraka, and Todoroki vs Zero. Bracket 2 featured Sato vs Kaibara, Shoji vs Tsuburaba, Hatsum vs Bakugo, and Kirishima vs Tetsutetsu. Bakugo glanced at Izuku and declared that since they were in different brackets, he would see him in 3 rounds, urging him not to lose so that he could defeat him. Izuku smiled confidently, stating his intention to win the entire competition. Todoroki approached them, informing Bakugo that he would lose to him if he made it that far. He acknowledged Izuku's surprising strength but insisted that he could not be beaten in a one-on-one fight. Todoroki aimed to prove to his father that he could win without relying on his strength. Izuku responded that he had promised his father he would win this for him and added that if Todoroki only used half of his strength, he would be defeated. Both Bakugo and Todoroki were taken aback by Izuku's bold statement as they watched him walk away. In rings 1 and 2 of bracket 1, Yagi faced Shishida, while Ojiro battled Shinso. In rings 3 and 4 of bracket 2, Sato squared off against Kaibara, and Shoji faced Tsuburaba, as present mic energized the crowd. The contestants were scooted to their respective rings by other professors, while those who did not advance sat in the stands with their classmates. Monoma grinned as Izuku and Shishida entered the arena, taunting Class 1A about how their meat shield would fare against their beast. He claimed this would demonstrate how much punishment Izuku could endure. Izuku focused on his opponent, determined to make a statement. Shishida acknowledged that he remembered Izuku's earlier assistance but asserted that he would win this fight. Izuku remained silent, simply opening and closing his hands. As soon as Vlad King signaled the start, Izuku launched himself at Shishida with incredible speed. In a blur, Shishida found himself on the ground, with Vlad King assuring him he was okay. The audience witnessed the moment in slow motion. When the match began, Shishida was pulled toward Izuku, who struck him with such force that he spun and fell. Izuku returned to his corner as Vlad King declared him the winner. Monoma shouted in disbelief, questioning how Yagi had become so fast and strong. Kaminari explained that Izuku had been pushing himself hard during training. Monoma muttered in frustration that he needed to reassess his views on Izuku. Ojiro and Shinso entered the arena next. Midnight announced the start of their match. Shinso remarked on the privilege of being in the prestigious class 1A, to which Ojiro responded with confusion. Shinso smiled and requested that Ojiro leave the ring. Ojiro complied, and Midnight declared Shinso the winner. Sato and 𝗓𝗄𝗃 then stepped into the arena. 𝗓𝗄𝗃 recognized Sato as the one who made cakes and asked him to teach him how to bake if he won. Sato, taken aback, nodded in agreement. Ectoplasm signaled the start of their match. Sato quickly opened 4 pouches of sugar, consuming them before 𝗓𝗄𝗃 charged and threw a punch. Sato sidestepped the attack and attempted to shoulder toss 𝗓𝗄𝗃, only to be surprised when 𝗓𝗄𝗃's arm began to rotate like a drill, forcing Sato to release his grip. 𝗓𝗄𝗃 smiled, confident in his abilities, claiming he could rotate any part of his body, rendering Sato's grappling style ineffective. Sato, however, quickly retreated and opened a different pouch, pulling out a chocolate ball that he consumed in an instant. 𝗓𝗄𝗃 watched in astonishment as Sato's muscles expanded dramatically, questioning whether this could be considered doping. Sato explained that he had created the chocolate himself, emphasizing that they had inspected it before the match and confirmed its highly concentrated sugar content. With newfound energy, Sato charged at 𝗓𝗄𝗃, catching him off guard and wrapping him in a sleeper hold. 𝗓𝗄𝗃 attempted to rotate his torso to escape, but Sato secured his legs around 𝗓𝗄𝗃's waist, applying pressure. Sato declared that with enough strength, one could prevent anything from rotating. 𝗓𝗄𝗃 struggled to free himself, but soon his vision faded to black. Ectoplasm announced Sato as the winner. Shoji and 𝗬𝗫𝗄𝗃 entered the arena next. 𝗬𝗫𝗄𝗃 remarked to Shoji that it was unfortunate he was facing him, suggesting that Shoji might have made it to the finals otherwise. Shoji remained composed, not responding to the taunt. As the match began, 𝗬𝗫𝗄𝗃 dashed forward while Shoji rushed to meet him. 𝗬𝗫𝗄𝗃 created an air shield that absorbed Shoji's punch. However, as 𝗬𝗫𝗄𝗃 attempted to form a shield behind Shoji, he was surprised when Shoji leaped over the shield like a fence. Once again, 𝗬𝗫𝗄𝗃 had to create a shield, this time to block Shoji's foot from striking his face. Realizing he needed to change the pace of the fight to avoid defeat, 𝗬𝗫𝗄𝗃 prepared himself. Shoji pressed his attack, extending 2 arms, one visible due to the angle of his punch, while the other moved more slowly from behind. Shoji grinned as he heard the sound of impact when he grabbed 𝗬𝗫𝗄𝗃's collar and yanked him down. He then ran forward, slamming 𝗬𝗫𝗄𝗃 into the ground. 𝗬𝗫𝗄𝗃 managed to form an air shield just before hitting the ground, but Shoji continued to strike him until he was knocked out. Ectoplasm declared Shoji the winner. Present Mike announced the next set of matches, introducing 𝗧𝗏 against Uraraka and Todoroki against 𝗧𝗏 in rings 1 and 2, while 𝗧𝗵 faced Bakugo and Kirishima squared off against 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 in rings 3 and 4. 𝗧𝗏 and Uraraka stepped into the arena, with 𝗧𝗏 apologizing and stating he would carry her spirit with him after defeating her. Uraraka, undeterred, insisted she should not be counted out yet. As the match began, 𝗧𝗏's mufflers erupted with blue flames. Uraraka knew she had only one chance to win. She needed to touch him. Unfortunately, 𝗧𝗏 was too fast, and he secured victory by ring out. Ectoplasm announced 𝗧𝗏 as the winner. Next, Todoroki and 𝗧𝗏 entered the arena. 𝗧𝗏 greeted Todoroki with a smile, assuring him the match would be quick. Todoroki agreed, and as the match commenced, 𝗧𝗏 shot his tape at Todoroki. However, a blast of sub-zero air from Todoroki froze 𝗧𝗏's tape in place and stuck his feet to the ground after Todoroki slammed his foot down. Ectoplasm inquired if 𝗧𝗏 could continue, to which 𝗧𝗏 admitted he couldn't move. Ectoplasm declared Todoroki the winner. When Bakugo faced 𝗧𝗵, he warned her that he wouldn't hold back simply because she was a girl. 𝗧𝗵 smiled and apologized in advance, revealing that she was there for sponsorship opportunities as she set down a briefcase. Bakugo protested that she couldn't bring a briefcase to a fight, but King Vlad clarified that since she was from the support department, she could use whatever she built. As the match began, Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion of fire toward 𝗧𝗵. 𝗧𝗵, unfazed, threw 3 shiny balls at the flames, which exploded and extinguished the fire. She then activated a microphone and took over the speaker system, introducing her invention, an environmentally friendly fire suppressant that removed oxygen and suffocated flames. Opening her briefcase, she pulled out a silver staff, shocking Bakugo, who realized she was treating the fight like an infomercial. Bakugo shouted threats, gathering his energy for another explosion, but 𝗏𝗵𝗲 slammed her staff on the ground, creating a wedge shield that redirected the flames harmlessly around her. 15 minutes later, 𝗏𝗵𝗲 exited the ring, leaving a breathing Bakugo behind. Bakugo growled about finding her and seeking revenge as King Vlad declared him the winner. Kirishima and Tetsu then entered the arena. UA called for a 20-minute break as Cementos rearranged the stadium, transforming the 4 arenas into one large arena. Ojiro approached Izuku, expressing the need to talk. He revealed that the opponent Izuku was about to face had done something to him, making him walk out of the arena against his will. Izuku searched for the other student but couldn't find him. Ojiro urged Izuku to put on a better show than he had. Grateful, Izuku walked away, turning to the big screen to see the updated brackets. It appeared he would be facing the peculiar student named Shinso next. The first 2 students to enter the arena were Izuku and Shinso. Midnight signaled the start of the match. Shinso looked at Izuku with disdain, remarking on how fortunate he was. Izuku stepped forward silently. Shinso taunted him about his classmate who had been unable to stay in the ring. Izuku waited until he had Shinso within his sphere of influence before canceling his quirk, stating that once the match concluded, Shinso would apologize to Ojiro. Shinso, with a smile, urged Izuku to walk out of the ring, but Izuku continued to advance. Confused, Shinso exclaimed that Izuku should be leaving the ring. Izuku replied that he didn't believe Shinso's quirk worked on him, asserting that if Shinso wanted him out, he would have to force him. Shinso growled in frustration, claiming only the fortunate could be so arrogant, and lamented his own struggles. Izuku rushed forward, landing a punch in Shinso's gut. As Shinso doubled over, Izuku whispered in his ear that he understood loss but did not presume anything. While Izuku expressed that others would give anything to have what Todoroki had, he then skillfully tossed Shinso out of the ring. Midnight announced Izuku as the winner. Ojiro smiled from the stands, watching Izuku exit the arena. Todoroki sat beside Yaoyorozu, observing the match. When Izuku emerged victorious, Todoroki noticed the warm smile on Yaoyorozu's face as he walked away, fueling his determination to defeat Izuku in the next round. Sato and Shoji then entered the arena, and King Vlad signaled for the match to start. Sato glanced at Shoji and suggested they give the audience something to remember. He quickly grabbed a chocolate ball from his pouch and ate it, while Shoji charged at him. Sato's muscles tensed as he reached forward and caught both of Shoji's hands. To Sato's surprise, Shoji pulled him in close, wrapping his 6 arms around him, obscuring Sato's view. In a calculated move, Shoji rolled backward toward the edge of the arena, with Sato struggling to escape his grip. Once at the end, Shoji stopped rolling and loosened his hold, allowing Sato to believe he had broken free. However, Sato quickly rolled away from Shoji and fell out of the ring. King Vlad declared Shoji the winner. As Todoroki and 𝗧𝗏 entered the arena, 𝗧𝗏 positioned himself at the far end. 𝗧𝗏𝗃 announced the start of the match. 𝗧𝗏's mufflers ignited with blue flames as he focused on Todoroki, knowing he had only one chance. Todoroki was determined to prove he could win without relying on his father's quirk. Izuku watched the match on a monitor in the waiting room, observing 𝗧𝗏's agile movements as he dodged Todoroki's ice attacks. However, 𝗧𝗏 soon found himself running out of space and slipped on a sheet of ice. His momentum saved him from being completely trapped, but Izuku could see the frustration growing on Todoroki's face. The longer 𝗧𝗏 evaded, the more determined Todoroki became, until he unleashed a powerful attack that froze 𝗧𝗏's legs in place. 𝗧𝗏𝗃 asked 𝗧𝗏 if he could continue, but 𝗧𝗏, unable to move, admitted he could not. 𝗧𝗏𝗃 announced Todoroki as the winner. Izuku then watched as Bakugo and Kirishima entered the arena. As soon as 𝗏𝗏 announced the start, Kirishima charged forward. Bakugo unleashed an explosion to slow him down, but Kirishima pressed on, forcing Bakugo to retreat. Izuku noted how Bakugo attempted to shift to land a counterattack, while Kirishima relentlessly threw punches. Watching Kirishima fight reminded Izuku of his own past, where he had relied too heavily on his shield for protection until a lesson from his father changed that perspective. Kirishima was about to learn a similar lesson when Bakugo finally landed a decisive blow, sending Kirishima down. Kirishima struggled to rise before the count of 10 but ultimately could not. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 declared Bakugo the winner. To Izuku's surprise, Bakugo helped Kirishima to his feet, teasing him for taking so many hits. After the fight, the new brackets were displayed: Izuku vs Todoroki and Bakugo vs Shoji. Izuku realized it was his turn again and made his way to the arena. All Might watched with anticipation, while Eri cheered for her father. Izuku walked to the far end of the arena, where Todoroki regarded him with a determined expression. Todoroki apologized in advance, and Midnight signaled the start of the match. Todoroki slammed his foot down, sending a massive glacier toward Izuku. Izuku smiled as the ice surrounded him, using his quirk to superheat the air, and began walking through the ice. Todoroki, seeing Izuku advance, felt a sense of satisfaction. Midnight began counting to 10, but when she heard no pounding from within the ice, Izuku reached the halfway point and unleashed a powerful punch, causing the ice to explode outward. Todoroki had to dodge to avoid injury, but some ice shards grazed him. Izuku then formed ice shards from the glacier and launched them at Todoroki. In a fit of anger, Todoroki melted the incoming shards with his fire quirk. Izuku acknowledged Todoroki's use of fire, but Todoroki grimaced, expressing his disdain for that side of himself. He insisted he could defeat Izuku without it. Izuku reminded him that if he didn't utilize all his abilities, he would never win. He pointed his arm forward, and ice shards shot out like bullets. Todoroki attempted to create an ice wall, but the shards pierced through it. Frustrated, Todoroki unleashed a powerful blast of fire, and Izuku warned him that relying on only half of his abilities would lead to exploitation of his weaknesses. Todoroki, determined to give it his all, declared that he would not be responsible for the consequences. For the first time, he combined both his quirks, using his ice to cool himself while unleashing fire at unprecedented temperatures. Izuku smiled and used his quirk to propel himself to the side, activating All for One at 30%. He appeared next to Todoroki and delivered a swift punch to his temple, knocking him out. Midnight announced Izuku as the winner. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 watched in shock as his son finally embraced his fire quirk during the fight, feeling a sense of pride. However, just as Todoroki began to assess his abilities, Izuku knocked him out, reminiscent of how All Might had defeated 𝗕𝗏𝗏 throughout his college career. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 resolved to personally train Todoroki, vowing that the next time they faced off, Todoroki would emerge victorious. Shoji entered the arena, aware that this was a challenging match for him. Bakugo appeared focused as King Vlad called for the match to begin. Bakugo joined his hands and unleashed a massive blast, while Shoji leaped and spread his arms wide, resembling wings. As he hoped, the force of the blast lifted him higher, helping him avoid most of the impact. Bakugo was taken by surprise when he didn't see Shoji where he expected him. Shoji closed his arms and angled his kick at Bakugo. It was too late for Bakugo to properly shift his upper body, and the kick caused his shoulder to feel dislocated. Shoji shouted for him to yield, but Bakugo retorted with defiance. Shoji charged, and Bakugo shot his left arm behind him, releasing a blast that propelled him forward and slightly upward. He caught Shoji with a knee strike to the chin, causing Shoji to drop as Bakugo spun, ready to attack again. King Vlad declared Bakugo the winner. After the fight, Bakugo went straight to where his classmates were seated. He asked Kirishima to help set his arm back in place. Kirishima rushed to his friend, instructing him to count to 3. Bakugo nodded. On the count of 1, Kirishima snapped Bakugo's arm back into position. Bakugo cursed, wondering what happened to 2 and 3. Kirishima smiled and counted 2 and 3, wishing Bakugo good luck. Bakugo assured him he would manage. Todoroki sat next to Momo and asked what he had missed. Momo informed him about the 15-minute recess and checked if he was okay. He replied that he was fine, as Recovery Girl had patched him up. Momo wondered why they didn't get patched up between fights, and Todoroki explained that during patrols, healers weren't always present, so knowing when to back down was important. He then asked who she thought would win. Without hesitation, Momo said Izuku. A knot formed in Todoroki's stomach as he questioned her confidence. Momo explained that Izuku had protected her from the Nomu and that she had seen him fight with real stakes on the line. Todoroki noticed her blush as she spoke, and once again he felt his anger rise. Present Mick's voice boomed as he whipped the stadium into a frenzy. He introduced the two strongest hand-to-hand fighters in the freshman class. The first to enter was Katsuki Bakugo, known for his explosive personality, and the crowd cheered. Next, Izuku Yagi entered the arena, prompting screams and cheers from the audience. Izuku blushed as he turned to look at the announcer's booth, and the camera zoomed in on his face, causing excitement among the female spectators. He looked back across the arena and saw the anger etched on Bakugo's face. Bakugo remarked that many girls would be heartbroken when he defeated Izuku. Izuku declared that he had promised his little girl to do his best and that he wouldn't lose. For Eri's sake, he would crush Bakugo. Before the match began, Present Mike announced additional safety precautions. Cementos and King Vlad took their positions on opposite sides of the arena. Once they were in place, Midnight shouted to begin. Bakugo knew he had to give everything he had against Izuku, but he also realized that brute force alone wouldn't secure his victory. He devised a game plan and launched an attack, resulting in a massive explosion. As the blast reached Izuku's sphere of influence, he condensed it into a ball in his right hand. Bakugo was confused, but Izuku smiled, teasing him about his love for heat. Izuku pointed his right hand upward and released the blast straight into the air. Eri asked why her father sent the fire up, and All Might explained that he was showing the world he was a real hero. If Izuku had thrown that fire back at Bakugo, he would have seriously hurt him, All Might continued. As Bakugo charged, Izuku shrunk his area of influence, blocking Bakugo's punches and canceling out his quirk. Bakugo smiled as he attempted to unleash an explosion near Izuku's head, feeling rage build when his quirk failed. He shouted in frustration, realizing Izuku had anticipated his move. Bakugo continued to throw punches, but Izuku blocked and dodged them. Bakugo demanded to see what Izuku could do. Izuku jumped back, reminding Bakugo that he had asked for this. Bakugo braced himself for a physical attack, but he was unprepared for the bolt of lightning that struck him. His body went rigid, and he dropped to his knees. Izuku looked at him and stepped back, noting that Bakugo hadn't been knocked out. Bakugo gritted his teeth, insisting he wasn't out yet. Izuku replied that he didn't need to knock him out. He couldn't defend himself or even stand. Midnight began to count, and Bakugo cursed as he tried to rise but fell forward, his world going dark. Midnight declared Izuku Yagi the winner. Izuku lifted his left arm in the same pose as his father. Nizu smiled as he watched Izuku lower his arm and walk out of the arena. All Might felt pride swell in his chest and wiped a tear from his eye as Eri bounced up and down, shouting that her daddy had won. All Might instructed Eri to stay with Nizu for now, promising to return after handing out the medals. Momo jumped out of her seat, cheering, while Todoroki stood up and quickly walked away, not wanting Momo to see the anger on his face. Achiko and Zi cheered loudly as Izuku celebrated his victory. Mina suggested throwing a party, and Kyoka agreed, proposing her place. Bakugo woke in Recovery Girl's office, furious. Not only had he lost, but it had been nationally televised. He shouted that he wouldn't go on stage, insisting he had lost. Recovery Girl calmly reminded him that he had come in second. Bakugo scoffed, claiming that meant he was the first loser. All Might, walking down the hallway, heard the shouting and hurried into the nurse's office. Recovery Girl explained that Bakugo was refusing to attend the podium ceremony. Bakugo continued to protest, but All Might found the situation amusing. A section of the field opened, and the three winners began to rise. As they ascended on their podiums, the crowd cheered until they saw Bakugo, who was muzzled and shackled. Laughter erupted from the audience. Todoroki looked unfazed as Bakugo struggled to free himself. All Might jumped down from his private booth and placed medals on the winners, encouraging everyone to train hard for next year. All Might congratulated the first-place winner, expressing excitement for their future potential. He also praised the second and third-place contestants for their efforts. Encouraging everyone to join him, he shouted, "Go beyond! Plus ultra!" The entire stadium echoed with enthusiasm as the crowd rallied behind him. When Izuku returned home after the tournament, he was surprised to find his professors waiting for him. Eri excitedly ran to her father, and Izuku lifted her into a warm embrace. His father hugged him next, expressing how proud he was of Izuku's achievements. Izuku smiled, grateful for the support and guidance he had received from everyone. He playfully mentioned to his uncle Hisashi that his antics had distracted him during the competition. Hisashi in turn pointed out that it was Shota's idea. Nizu chuckled, remarking on the amusing expression on Izuku's face when he blushed on the Jumbotron. Nemuri, known as Midnight, encouraged Izuku, suggesting that he should let her teach him how to charm the girls. Izuku politely declined, stating he was fine as he was. Izuku then revealed that he had planned to sing 2 songs for his father's birthday but felt compelled to share one of them right away. He announced that the song was Monsters by James Blunt. The emotional performance brought tears to everyone's eyes, even Nizu, who had tears rolling down his fur. All Might embraced his son tightly, feeling the weight of the moment. Nemuri commented on the unexpected turn of events, noting that it had turned the festive occasion into something more emotional. Once released from the embrace, Izuku thanked his father for his love and guidance. He looked around at everyone who had helped him grow and expressed his gratitude. Shota jokingly responded, calling Izuku a problem child, but teased that they would see how he felt the next day. Izuku was surprised to learn that there would be no break, as Shota explained that the next close combat class would simulate a worst-case scenario, being attacked by a mob in a confined space. Momo smiled as the randomizer paired her with Izuku. They found themselves on the 5th floor of the business complex, tasked with holding out for 10 minutes or attempting to escape. 10 minutes was the average time for backup to arrive, and they decided to fight their way out. Momo expressed her trust in Izuku to protect her, which made him smile in return. He assured her that he would watch her back as well. With a shared determination, they moved with a fierce grace, Momo wielding a set of tonfas while Izuku fought barehanded. Their previous dance experience allowed them to anticipate each other's movements, creating a seamless flow as they sidestepped and struck in perfect harmony. In the tight confines of the hallways and stairwells, they appeared to blend together, alternating strikes with precision. Ojiro watched in awe, wondering when Izuku and Momo had become so close. Jiro questioned him, while Lita noted that their synchronized movements required a lot of practice and trust. Kaminari pointed out that Izuku and Momo were working together better than he had with Achiko, which caused Achiko to pout in jealousy. Siro asked how they knew when to strike high or low, and Tsuyu observed how Izuku would guide Momo with subtle movements, allowing them to coordinate their attacks effortlessly. It was Hagakure who exclaimed that it looked like they were dancing. Bakugo's frustration grew as he watched their effortless teamwork. He couldn't understand how Izuku made everything seem so simple, especially since he believed Momo wasn't that skilled a fighter. Yet, the way they moved together was impressive, making it look easy as they took down their opponents. Bakugo reflected on his own experiences with Kirishima, where they had to communicate to avoid stepping on each other's toes, while Izuku and Momo seemed to have an unspoken understanding. Todoroki felt a pang of sadness as he observed their synergy. He realized that Momo was now out of his reach, especially after failing to defeat Yagi in the tournament. He had hoped to use his victory as a way to ask her out, but seeing her reaction to Yagi's win made him doubt his chances. He worried that Momo would move on and see Izuku as a better option, even though he believed he and Momo shared more in common. Sato noticed Todoroki's intense demeanor and asked if he was okay, to which Todoroki lied, claiming it was just his competitive spirit flaring up. Kirishima cheered him on, and once they exited the building, All Might gathered the class to discuss their performance, highlighting their strengths and areas for improvement. Siro made a light-hearted comment about them needing a room, which earned him disapproving looks as the screen faded to black. Momo's heart swelled with pride when they received the all-clear. She had fought alongside Izuku and emerged victorious. Catching his gaze, she felt her cheeks flush. Gratefully, she thanked him for trusting her with his back. Izuku smiled, affirming his faith in her, which made Momo's heart race as she sought confirmation of his sincerity. As they left the training area, Izuku took her hand, solidifying their bond. Upon entering the viewing station, they were met with applause from most of their classmates, with only Mineta, Bakugo, and Todoroki remaining silent. All Might called them to the front of the class to review their actions, discussing both the positives and the areas where they could improve. All Might inquired why they hadn't attempted to reach the roof. Izuku explained that if they barricaded themselves up there, a single well-placed explosive could end everything for them. All Might then asked when the two had learned to collaborate so effectively. This question caused both Izuku and Momo to blush. To All Might's surprise, it was Momo who responded, expressing her trust in Izuku and how she knew he would protect her blind spots, just as she would for him. All Might's smile radiated with pride, affirming that this was precisely what the exercise aimed to teach, trusting one's partner to cover for them while they did the same. He noted that they had set a high standard for the rest of the class. He then activated the randomizer, announcing that Miss Azouis and Siro were up next, while instructing Miss Yaoyorozu and Yagi to take a seat. Izuku observed the remainder of the class as they participated in the exercise. Unfortunately, not everyone succeeded, but everyone gained valuable lessons from both the successful attempts and the failures. When the class concluded, Jiro approached Izuku to invite him to a party at her house on Saturday. Izuku smiled, saying he would check for a babysitter. He mentioned needing to pick up Eri, who was being watched by Recovery Girl. Jiro smiled and quickly departed. Momo hurried over to Jiro, asking what Izuku had said. Jiro informed her that he needed to find a babysitter for Eri. Upon arriving home with Eri, Izuku was surprised to find Eraserhead there with his father. Concerned, he asked if everything was all right. Eraserhead reassured him that all was well and that he had a few questions he preferred not to ask in front of the class. All Might then asked how much of the recent success was due to Miss Yaoyorozu's efforts. Izuku beamed as he replied that it was all Momo's doing. She had taken down her opponents independently. He expressed his admiration for her but emphasized that he wouldn't want to give her a false sense of confidence in her abilities, recalling his father's teachings about the importance of humility. Eraserhead then asked how they knew when to strike high and low. Izuku blushed, explaining that when he brought his arm down to her waist, she would shift and strike high as he struck low, and vice versa. He trusted her to attack what he couldn't see. His father had once told him that he couldn't win every fight alone. All Might praised him for internalizing those lessons. Izuku requested that his father watch Eri for him on Saturday, to which All Might agreed, stating he would be home around. The following days were intense, with Professor Aizawa's lessons becoming progressively more challenging. They involved solo missions in various environments, with robots equipped to detect the damage they sustained. Eri watched as her father excelled in the fighting missions, navigating a hallway full of traps without a scratch. Uncle Aizawa appeared exasperated during the last mission. Bakugo observed in disbelief as Izuku single-handedly subdued a small mob without seriously injuring anyone. The next day, he watched as Izuku effortlessly maneuvered through the trap-laden hallway, while he himself was eliminated halfway through. Izuku was pulling ahead once more. As Saturday arrived, Izuku found himself at Eri's favorite park, where she was the center of attention, with other children asking her about her dad. Overwhelmed by introductions from single sisters and other friends, Izuku considered leaving but chose to stay when he saw how happy Eri was sharing her stories. He continued to smile as the women flirted with him. Meanwhile, all the girls from Class 1A were at Jiro's house, preparing for the evening's party. Toru asked Mina if she thought Izuku would show up. Mina confirmed that excitement always surrounded his name. Toru expressed her hope that he would attend, curious to see how he would act with a bit of alcohol. Jiro entered, laughing and suggesting that they might all be able to kiss him if he did. Toru and Mina turned to her, surprised by her comment. Jiro elaborated that there was only one guy in their class who garnered such attention, dismissing the others for various reasons. She highlighted Izuku's admirable qualities, his handsomeness, strength, kindness, humility, and singing ability, emphasizing that he could date anyone but was focused on raising Eri. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 mentioned setting up a microphone in the living room, eager to hear him sing. Momo, who had just entered with 𝗬𝗓 and 𝗎𝗂𝘁, expressed her longing to hear him as well, recalling how her heart melted when she saw him sing at a wedding. 𝗬𝗓 smiled at the memory of dancing with him. 𝗎𝗂𝘁 hoped he would find a babysitter for 𝐬𝐽, reflecting on how Izuku rarely got to enjoy himself due to his responsibilities. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 thanked everyone for their help and urged them to get ready for the party, wanting to be the prettiest women there. Kendo remarked to Pony that it seemed Izuku wasn't coming, noting the time. Kendo suggested they get a drink and enjoy the party, leading Pony into the kitchen. To her surprise, a blonde boy from Class 1A approached, asking where she was from. Pony replied that she was from America. The boy introduced himself as Denki Kaminari and asked if she had any fun party games to share. Pony mentioned games like Spin the Bottle, beer pong, and quarters. Kaminari expressed interest in learning how to play quarters, prompting Pony to agree to set up a game. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 noticed Kaminari flirting with Pony, feeling hurt and upset, despite not being in a relationship with him, as she had developed feelings for him. For the first time, 𝗔𝗂𝘁 felt sympathy for 𝗎𝗂𝘁, Momo, and 𝗬𝗓. She observed as a group from both classes gathered and began to drink. Looking over at Momo, 𝗬𝗓, and 𝗎𝗂𝘁, who were sipping wine and relaxing on a sofa, 𝗔𝗂𝘁 decided to join them. Izuku got dressed as the clock struck 8. True to his word, his father walked in right on time. Izuku inquired about his father's day, and All Might smiled, saying it was good. More importantly, he reminded Izuku to call him if he planned to drink, assuring him he would pick him up when he was ready to come home. Izuku smiled and hugged his father before he left. Pony was feeling a bit tipsy after losing a game of beer pong. It was Komori who suggested playing Spin the Bottle. As she explained the game, a crowd gathered around the bottle. Almost all the girls from Class 1B joined in, while Mina mingled with the growing crowd and Shiozaki stayed with the girls from Class 1A. 𝗬𝗓 asked Shiozaki why she wasn't participating in the game. Shiozaki smiled and replied that she wasn't interested in kissing random people. Pony spun the bottle, and it landed on Todoroki. She walked over and kissed him. Izuku happened to pass by the den just in time to see Pony approach Todoroki and kiss him. Kendo noticed Izuku's expression as he watched the scene unfold. He quickly turned his head and walked away. When Pony stepped back from Todoroki, Kendo informed her that Izuku had seen the kiss. Pony went pale, realizing she had made a mistake. She asked Kendo if Izuku looked angry, but Kendo shook her head, saying he appeared happy for her. This left Pony feeling confused and uneasy. Izuku entered the living room and noticed a microphone set up in the corner. He walked over, closed his eyes, and began to sing Dancing on My Own by 𝗓𝗏. Hearing his voice, Pony felt tears streaming down her face. She decided she needed to leave and called a taxi to take her away from the party. Mina approached the girls from Class 1A while Izuku continued to sing. She shared what had just happened, and 𝗬𝗓, 𝗎𝗂𝘁, and Momo became upset, realizing once again that Izuku was hurt. Instead of confronting Pony, he chose to express himself through song. Everyone paused to listen to him sing, and Todoroki smiled at the sound. However, when Izuku noticed Momo, his smile faded. She initially looked angry, but as he sang, her expression shifted to one of adoration. Todoroki decided he didn't want to stay any longer and left, knowing that if Momo found out about Pony's kiss, his hopes of dating her would be dashed. When Izuku finished singing, he opened his eyes to see 𝗬𝗓 approaching him before Momo and 𝗎𝗂𝘁 could gather their thoughts. To everyone's surprise, she hugged him, and he returned the embrace. Izuku whispered his gratitude in her ear, and 𝗬𝗓 pulled back to look into his eyes, assuring him that she would always be there for him. After releasing her, Izuku stepped back and mentioned that he should leave. Momo rushed forward, gently taking his hand and saying he had just arrived. Torn, Izuku allowed Momo to lead him to the sofa. 𝗎𝗂𝘁 announced she would get him something to drink, and before he could protest, she was gone. When she returned, she held 2 cups, one with beer and the other with a sweet spiked punch. She explained that she didn't know his preference, so she brought one of each. Izuku admitted he had never tried alcohol before, and a mischievous smile spread across Mina's face as she declared they would fix that today. Despite his build, Izuku struggled with alcohol. He tasted the beer but didn't enjoy it, while he found the punch to his liking. After finishing the first cup, he visibly relaxed and looked at Momo, asking if she could sing a song for him. Momo smiled and approached the microphone, beginning to sing "Always Remember Us This Way" by Lady Gaga. Izuku smiled as Momo sang, her gaze locked onto his as she poured her emotions into the song. 𝗧𝗪𝗄 took his hand and pulled him to the dance floor. Feeling bold from the punch, Izuku drew 𝗧𝗪𝗄 close as they danced together. She blushed, leaning into his chest, surprised by how close he held her, wishing the song would never end. Mina pulled Jiro aside, requesting a favor. She asked him to sing a couple of songs so that Momo and Tsuyu could have a chance to dance with Izuku. Jiro smiled as Momo approached the final verses of her song and walked over to the microphone. Izuku smiled at 𝗧𝗪𝗄 as the song concluded, unaware that Mina was recording their dance. Once the song ended, Jiro began to sing. Tsuyu approached Izuku and asked for a dance. 𝗧𝗪𝗄 smiled and stepped back, allowing Tsuyu to take her place as Jiro sang "The First Time Ever I Saw Your Face" by 𝗵𝗃𝗏. Tsuyu beamed as Izuku pulled her close, swaying to the rhythm of the music. She cherished every moment, resting her head against his chest while they danced. As that song finished, Jiro transitioned smoothly into the next one, "In Case You Didn't Know" by Brett Young. Momo looked at Izuku, who extended his hand to her. She took it and he pulled her close. Momo felt as if she could melt into Izuku's embrace. Being nearly his height due to her heels, Izuku leaned in and rested his head on her shoulder. Momo felt a blush creeping down her neck as she reciprocated by resting her head against him. When the song concluded, Momo asked if he could sing a song for her. Izuku smiled and walked over to the microphone, taking over from Jiro as he began to sing "You Are the Reason" by 𝗓𝗏 Scott. As he sang, Izuku glanced at 𝗧𝗪𝗄, Momo, and Tsuyu, the alcohol allowing him to express himself more freely than he would have otherwise. He even unbuttoned his top 2 buttons and pulled the microphone off the stand, walking toward the girls. As he reached the final verses, he reached out toward them but then slowly withdrew. The room fell silent as he bowed. Afterward, Izuku sat down and finished his drink. Moments later, he fell asleep. Shiozaki looked at him and wondered if someone had poured extra alcohol into his drink. 𝗧𝗪𝗄 smiled and mentioned that it was Izuku's first time having a drink. Mina, excited, announced that it was time for fun pictures. Bakugo glanced at Izuku, feeling a mix of confusion and distaste, and then asked if anyone had a marker. Mineta volunteered to get one. The girls gathered around Izuku, and 𝗧𝗪𝗄 firmly stated that no one was going to write on his face. The girls took turns keeping an eye on him. Jiro decided to end the party at 1 a.m., informing the boys that it was time for them to leave. When Mineta inquired about Izuku, Jiro reassured him that they would take him home. Kaminari questioned why only the boys had to leave, to which Jiro replied that it was her house and her rules, adding that he hadn't seemed too concerned about her when he was flirting with another girl. Kaminari was left speechless as Jiro closed the door. Mina then announced that it was time for pictures with Izuku. She explained that everyone would get 2 pictures, one with their head on his shoulder and the next one kissing him anywhere but on the lips. The girls began applying lipstick. Izuku woke up to Jiro gently shaking his shoulder, still feeling the effects of the alcohol. Momo informed him that it was time to go home. Momo and 𝗧𝗪𝗄 walked on either side of him while Tsuyu followed closely behind, ready to catch him if he stumbled. Izuku provided them with his address and called his dad to inform him he was getting a ride home. Upon arriving at his house, 𝗧𝗪𝗄 asked if they wanted to walk him to the door. Izuku smiled and assured them he would be fine. All Might beamed when he saw Izuku and quickly took a few pictures. When Izuku asked about the photos, All Might smiled and asked if he had fun. Izuku mentioned that he had removed one girl from his dating list and shared that he had tried alcohol for the first time, falling asleep before the girls brought him home. All Might suggested that more had happened than Izuku could remember, sending him the pictures with a wide grin. When Izuku saw the lipstick all over his face, All Might burst into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. He then excused himself to get the car. Izuku found himself at the park with Eri, his mind racing. He wondered if all the girls had kissed him while he slept. As he looked at the pictures again, he noticed that he had lipstick everywhere except on his lips, which made him smile until a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Tsuyu approached him, sitting down as Satsuki ran off to play with Eri. Izuku felt a mix of happiness at seeing Tsuyu and curiosity about who had kissed him. Unable to hold back, he asked who had kissed him at the party. Tsuyu regretted asking her parents to drop her off but took a deep breath and explained that all the girls had participated at the end of the party. They had ensured that no one kissed his lips but agreed it would be amusing to drop him off at home like that. Izuku chuckled, recalling how his dad had laughed until he cried. Curious, Izuku asked whose idea it was. Tsuyu hesitated to blame Mina but recalled that Mina had said she would take the blame if Izuku was upset. Tsuyu admitted it was Mina's idea, but they all went along with it. Izuku remarked that it made sense. He then asked if he had embarrassed himself at the party. Tsuyu looked into his eyes and assured him he had not. She explained that he had sung a few songs and danced with Achiko, Momo, and her before sitting down and falling asleep on the couch. Shortly after, they had taken him home. Izuku expressed concern that 2 drinks had knocked him out, but Tsuyu reassured him that it simply showed he was human, just like everyone else. She added that even he had a weakness. Being honest, Tsuyu admitted she had enjoyed dancing with him, which made Izuku blush. Meanwhile, Pony sat at home feeling distressed. She called Kendo to ask what had happened after she left. When Kendo explained Izuku's behavior, she felt guilty and realized she had ruined her chances with him. It only worsened when she told her mother about the incident, who reminded her that acting that way at parties would have consequences. Pony tried to call Izuku, but he was ignoring her calls. Achiko relaxed in her apartment, smiling as she recalled how Izuku had held her while they danced. For the first time, she had seen the real Izuku, not the one who concealed his emotions. They had glimpsed his true self during battles or when he was with Eri, but at the party he had laid everything bare through his songs and their dance. She vowed to herself that she would see more of that side of him. Momo, ever the responsible one, shared with her mother what had happened at the party. She described how she had witnessed the real Izuku and how, even while drunk, he had remained respectful. She remembered his last song and the way he had reached out to them, only to pull back at the end. Her mother smiled and remarked that he was starting to open up to them. She expressed uncertainty about what was holding him back but believed that when he finally allowed himself to be vulnerable, he would love them unconditionally. Her mother urged Momo to do everything she could to deserve his love. Momo was taken aback by the intensity in her mother's expression, which conveyed a conviction strong enough to move mountains. Her mother recounted the day when a man had threatened Momo, recalling how Izuku had reacted to protect her. Momo asked her mother what had happened that day, and her mother shared the story from the office, recounting Izuku's words and the way he had said them. Momo blushed at the thought of Izuku going to such lengths to keep her safe. Izuku made a promise to his mother that he would do everything in his power to earn his love. As he and Eri entered UA, they were approached by 3 familiar students from the gym, the same ones who had competed to see who would get to fight All Might. The blonde student greeted them cheerfully. Izuku smiled and recognized him as Mirio. Mirio expressed his happiness that Izuku remembered his name. He introduced his friends, Nijire and Tamaki, and then asked what he could do for Izuku. Mirio shared his longing to have a match against Izuku, having seen his previous fights and wanting to gauge his true abilities. Curious, asked why Mirio wanted to fight her father. Mirio knelt down with a friendly smile, causing Eri to blush, and explained that he wanted to see how strong Izuku really was. Nijire suggested that a teacher should oversee the match. Izuku agreed to the challenge, and Mirio thanked him before making arrangements and walking away. When Izuku entered the classroom, Mina quickly approached him to apologize, admitting that it was her idea and asking him not to be upset with everyone. Eri, confused, asked what Mina was talking about. Izuku explained that Mina had played a trick on him, which led to his grandfather laughing at him when he got home. Eri expressed her disapproval of the prank. Mina winced at Eri's words, but Izuku reassured her that it was okay, playfully suggesting she should use a little less lipstick next time while glancing at Achiko, Momo, and Tsuyu. Mineta interrupted, questioning why it was acceptable for Mina to write on Izuku's face while they had not been allowed to. Bakugo chimed in, suggesting they probably wrote silly things like cutie or lover. Izuku felt grateful that he only had kisses on his face. Jiro asked if Izuku had said anything about them writing on his face. Just as Minato was about to continue, Professor Aizawa entered the room, apologizing for his lateness. He informed Izuku that his match would take place in the gym right after his last class, to which Izuku expressed his gratitude. During lunch, Izuku and Eri were eating when Achiko, Tsuyu, and Momo approached, looking a bit nervous. Momo asked if they could join them, and Izuku welcomed them with a smile. He thanked them for not allowing the boys to write on his face while he was asleep and appreciated their respect in not kissing him on the lips during that time. Eri, curious, asked if they had kissed him while he was sleeping, and Achiko confirmed they had. Eri expressed her wish to have seen that moment. Momo then showed Eri pictures of her kissing Izuku's cheek, prompting Izuku to question if they all had pictures of him. Before anyone could respond, Bakugo's voice rang out, questioning how Izuku had a match scheduled after class. Todoroki also expressed interest in knowing. Izuku sighed and explained that he had been challenged by a third-year student who had made arrangements with the staff. Kirishima commented on Izuku's manliness, suggesting that the third years wanted to challenge him. Bakugo, frustrated, stormed off. Tsuyu asked if Izuku had to fight this opponent, to which he replied that he didn't have to, but the student had been polite with Eri when setting up the match. However, he admitted he was curious to see how he would measure up against the top fighter in the school. After class, Izuku approached Achiko, Tsuyu, and Momo, asking if they would watch Eri during his match. Tsuyu eagerly asked if they could watch the fight, and Izuku confirmed they could. Momo agreed enthusiastically. Izuku informed them they would be in the combat gym. He changed into his gym uniform, listening to music as he prepared for the fight. To his surprise, Mirio appeared in his hero costume. As Izuku scanned the gym, he noticed several students had gathered, but he focused on Mirio's smiling face, allowing a smirk to form on his own. Professor Kayama stood in the center of the gym, announcing that this was a school-sanctioned match. She explained that the match would end with a knockout or if a student was restrained for 2 consecutive minutes. She assured everyone that all Might and Recovery Girl were present in case of an emergency and asked if there were any questions. Both students shook their heads in response. With a loud "begin," the match commenced. Izuku charged forward as Mirio sank into the ground. He came to a sudden halt, his instincts warning him to turn around. Spinning, he executed a roundhouse kick, only to find Mirio rising right behind him, narrowly avoiding the kick aimed at his head. Mirio let the kick pass through him and retaliated with a front kick. Izuku raised his arm to block, but Mirio's foot connected with his chest, surprising him. Izuku complimented Mirio on his impressive strategy, noting how quickly he had attempted to incapacitate him. Mirio threw a punch at Izuku's head, but Izuku countered by targeting Mirio's fist. As Mirio's fist passed through his hand, Izuku shifted his head just in time to evade the punch. Using his momentum, he spun around and followed up with an elbow strike. Mirio phased to let the strike pass through him, but to his surprise, his quirk failed him. He barely managed to block the attack with his arm. Mirio jumped back, trying to activate his quirk again, and this time it worked. He scanned the gym, puzzled by the absence of Professor Aizawa, but reminded himself that a professor would not cheat for a student. Unfortunately for Mirio, his distraction led to a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying backward. Thinking quickly, he phased through the floor and shot back up just as Izuku leaped toward him. Mirio smiled when he reappeared right in front of Izuku, but Izuku canceled Mirio's quirk again and landed a solid punch to his face. Izuku felt the impact as Mirio's nose broke upon contact, causing him to fall to the ground. Mirio gasped as the air left his lungs, and his quirk failed him once more. He quickly regained his footing, took a deep breath, and snapped his nose back into place. Mirio laughed, realizing that Professor Aizawa had made his students fight without using their quirks. Now he found himself wishing he had received similar training as he tried to focus on Izuku. Izuku had prevented Mirio from using his quirk any further. With a trickle of blood running from Mirio's nose, Izuku aimed to finish the match swiftly. To his surprise, 𝗵𝗲𝗀 managed to block some of his punches. Unfortunately for 𝗵𝗲𝗀, he was unaccustomed to being hit during a fight after mastering his quirk. As he attempted to dodge a punch, he was struck by a knee to the head, and everything went dark for him. The announcement of Izuku Yagi as the winner echoed in the gym. The room fell silent, except for one little girl, Eri, who cheered for her daddy, proclaiming that he had won. Class 3B, who had come to witness 𝗵𝗲𝗀's challenge, stood in stunned silence. The top fighter in their class, indeed the best in the school, had just lost to a freshman. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki, who had followed the girls to the fight, were astonished by Izuku's improvement. He had become more aggressive and eliminated unnecessary movements. Todoroki realized that if Izuku had approached him in that manner, their fight would have ended much sooner. Bakugo felt a surge of anger at Izuku's victory, especially upon learning that he had defeated the school's top fighter. 𝗵𝗲𝗀 regained consciousness in the recovery room, where 𝗕𝗓𝗓 and Tamaki were waiting for him. 𝗕𝗓𝗓 inquired about the fight, noting that he appeared confused for a moment, allowing Izuku to gain the upper hand. Recovery Girl entered upon hearing their conversation and asked 𝗵𝗲𝗀 how he felt. 𝗵𝗲𝗀 wondered if Professor Aizawa had attended his fight, to which Recovery Girl replied that he had not. 𝗵𝗲𝗀 expressed concern that something was wrong with his quirk, as it had failed to activate twice. Recovery Girl smiled and explained that it was Izuku who had cancelled his quirk. 𝗵𝗲𝗀 was puzzled, recalling that everyone he had spoken to described Izuku as a brawler with telekinetic abilities. Recovery Girl clarified that was merely the impression Izuku allowed others to have. 𝗵𝗲𝗀 pressed for details about Izuku's quirk, but Recovery Girl playfully refused to divulge any information. Momo remarked that the last time she had seen Izuku that aggressive was when he defended her. Tsuyu and Achiko nodded in agreement, recalling how fiercely he had protected them. Eri looked at the girls, asking if something was wrong. Tsuyu reassured her that everything was fine. A few moments later, Izuku emerged from the locker room, and Eri squealed with joy as she jumped into his arms. Achiko noted that she had never seen him pursue a student so aggressively. Izuku clarified that 𝗵𝗲𝗀 was not just any student, he was the school's top fighter, strong, adaptable, intelligent, and dangerous if underestimated. He added that after this fight, he doubted many seniors would challenge him. Meanwhile, Bakugo was in the gym, striking the heavy bag with frustration. Each punch fueled his anger as he envisioned Izuku battling that senior. What infuriated him most was how effortlessly Izuku had made it look. After speaking with some students from Class 3B, Bakugo learned that 𝗵𝗲𝗀 was the real deal, having remained undefeated for the past 2 years. The fact that Izuku had defeated 𝗵𝗲𝗀 by canceling his quirk only intensified Bakugo's rage. He continued to P&D the heavy bag until his knuckles were sore, feeling the distance between him and Izuku grow ever wider. Todoroki observed Momo's expression shift from admiration to concern during the fight, which gave him hope that he might have a chance to ask her out. He realized that to enhance his own fighting skills, he would need to undertake something he had been reluctant to do. Taking out his cell phone, Todoroki called his father, requesting assistance. Endeavor answered and acknowledged his son's request, warning him that the training would be challenging and that he would need to follow his instructions. Todoroki affirmed his willingness to comply, and Endeavor informed him that training would commence the following day after school. As Izuku walked alongside the girls, he felt a newfound sense of freedom. He no longer hid his strength, and they accepted him as he was. He smiled until his phone rang again. Ignoring the call, Tsuyu asked who it was. Izuku explained that Pony had been trying to reach him since the party, and he had been avoiding her calls. Momo suggested he should call her back. Confused, Izuku asked why, and Momo encouraged him to either let her go or forgive her. Seeing the agreement in the nods of Momo, Achiko, and Tsuyu, Izuku sighed, pulled out his phone, and dialed. Pony was sitting with Kendo when her phone rang, her nerves on edge. Kendo placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, urging her to answer. When Pony picked up, her first words were an apology. The next words from Izuku shattered her heart as he expressed forgiveness but stated he was no longer interested in dating her. He thanked her for being kind to Eri and mentioned that he had enjoyed their time together, but he believed she should find someone who could truly make her happy. With a heavy heart, he said goodbye and hung up. Tears streamed down Pony's face as she set her phone down, and Kendo embraced her, offering comfort as she cried. The UA staff reviewed the fight between Izuku and Mirio for the third time. Dean Nizu presented two options: either remove Izuku from their combat class and pair him with instructors or increase the overall difficulty for the class. Aizawa suggested increasing the difficulty, noting that graduation would not be any easier. All Might concurred, while Recovery Girl expressed concern about potentially overwhelming the students. Ectoplasm and 13 supported her view. Vlad King sided with Aizawa, arguing that tougher training would better prepare them. Midnight, Cementos, and Power Loader also agreed with Vlad. Ultimately, Niza decided to raise the difficulty for the entire class, granting Aizawa the freedom to implement changes and take notes on their effectiveness. He announced plans to revise the freshman curriculum using Class 1A as a model. Upon returning home, Izuku felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The girls were right, expressing his feelings to Pony had brought him relief. He called out to Eri, suggesting they start preparing dinner to surprise their grandpa with his favorite meal. As the girls arrived at Momo's house, they felt a sense of relief knowing that Izuku had forgiven their prank and was grateful they had prevented the boys from writing on his face. Tsuyu was the first to ask how they should proceed with their feelings for Izuku, prompting Achiko to inquire what she meant. Tsuyu's expression shifted from joy to seriousness as she revealed that they all genuinely liked Izuku. Tsuyu expressed her deep affection for the bond she shared with both Achiko and Momo, revealing her fear of losing their friendship, which was evident in her expression. Achiko glanced between Tsuyu and Momo, feeling a similar sentiment. Momo then shared her feelings, stating that she had come to care for both of them as well. She recalled her mother advising her to do everything possible to earn love, and she expressed her willingness to share their connection with Izuku. Achiko and Tsuyu were taken aback by Momo's words, realizing the uniqueness of their situation. Momo acknowledged that their relationship was unconventional, but emphasized that they were the only ones Izuku truly trusted. Achiko reminded them that Izuku had saved them, suggesting it was time for them to help him overcome his loneliness. Tsuyu agreed, expressing her willingness to support the idea. Achiko looked at her friends and nodded in agreement, pondering how they could get Izuku on board with their plan. Meanwhile, Overhaul observed the UA sports competition for the 15th time, angered to see the boy who had taken Eri from him. He felt grateful to Chronostasis for advising him, as a one-on-one confrontation would likely have ended poorly for him. The boy's speed and strength were extraordinary, and his telekinetic abilities made him a formidable threat. Overhaul was frustrated that the students' identities were concealed during the event, making it nearly impossible to gather information about them. However, he had tracked down the park and mall Izuku frequented. Now, he thought, it was time to apply pressure on Izuku's loved ones to reclaim Eri and collect on the favors owed to him. Professor Aizawa reached out to the Hero Commission to enroll his class in the Hero Certification Test, aiming for them to earn their hero certifications and work alongside pro heroes, a privilege typically reserved for second- and third-year students. He also sent an email to all hero agencies in the region, announcing that Class 1A would be available for internships in 2 months. With Dean Nizu granting him full authority, Aizawa was determined to provide his class with as much real-world experience as possible. Endeavor reviewed the matches of his son and Izuku, drafting training regimens that would incorporate both fire and ice quirks, as well as martial arts to enhance close-quarters combat. He also recognized the need for a weight training regimen, noting Izuku's similarities to All Might. Endeavor was convinced of Izuku's lineage, observing their shared build and mentality. He contacted Dean Nizu to confirm All Might's claims, suspecting that All Might had begun training Izuku shortly after adopting him. The only distinction between them was their fighting styles. All Might relied on overwhelming force, while Izuku was precise and agile, employing multiple martial arts techniques. After surprising his father with his favorite dinner, the three of them settled down to watch a movie. When Izuku went to bed, he was greeted by the smiling face of Nana Shimura, who praised him for his performance that day. She affectionately called him Lover Boy, which puzzled him since he did not have a girlfriend. Nana playfully remarked on his cuteness but quickly shifted the focus to his training, announcing that she would teach him how to use her quirk, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Once he grasped the basics, she planned to incorporate combat training. Eager to begin, Izuku was ready for the lessons. Nana started by teaching him how to activate her quirk. Once he mastered it, she transitioned into the combat portion of the training, pushing him to his limits. She was relentless, demonstrating a stark contrast between ground fighting and aerial combat. Her attacks were swift and unpredictable, coming from various angles, and she would sometimes grab him and send him tumbling to the ground. Despite his danger sense alerting him to her moves, Izuku struggled to defend himself. When she finally paused, she complimented him, indicating that tomorrow they would begin serious training. Izuku, feeling a mix of apprehension and determination, wondered how today's lesson could be considered anything but intense. Nana teased him, suggesting that today was a lesson in navigating emotions. Once again, Izuku awoke drenched in sweat, confused by Nana's final words. Just as he began to ponder their meaning, his alarm rang. He questioned whether the previous night's training counted as his workout. As Class 1A entered the classroom, they found Professor Aizawa already waiting for them. The students quickly took their seats, and Aizawa announced some exciting news with a grin. Due to the attention their class had garnered, he revealed that they would be taking the certification test. Following the exam, they would have the opportunity to intern with a pro hero for 2 weeks. Mineta inquired if they could choose their heroes, to which Aizawa explained that heroes would reach out to them, allowing them to select their mentors. Izuku asked what would happen if they didn't get picked by their preferred hero, and Aizawa reassured them that they could appeal to the hero directly. Kaminari expressed concern about not being chosen, but Aizawa assured the class that everyone would receive a mentor. After class, Todoroki approached Momo, offering her an internship at his father's agency after the certification exam. Achiko and Tsuyu exchanged glances, curious about Momo's response. Momo smiled but politely declined, feeling it wasn't the right fit for her. Todoroki, surprised and confused by her decision, blurted out an invitation to dinner. Momo smiled, causing Todoroki's hopes to rise, but she quickly added that Pony would likely enjoy joining him for dinner before turning away and leaving. Todoroki felt the weight of a lingering kiss as he lowered his head and walked away. Meanwhile, Izuku was at Training Grounds Alpha, diligently practicing the techniques he had learned from Nana. He was determined not to be defeated again, sweat dripping down his face as he visualized her movements. All Might and Nizu observed his training, with Nizu commenting first that he never would have believed Izuku could become such a formidable hero. All Might smiled, noting Izuku's strong work ethic and his longing to become the next symbol of peace upon his retirement. Todoroki entered his father's hero agency, where Endeavor greeted him with a stern remark about his tardiness. Endeavor emphasized the importance of time and asked what day Todoroki wanted off after he mentioned asking Momo Yaoyorozu out on a date. When Todoroki revealed that she had rejected him, Endeavor inquired about the reason. Todoroki explained that he had kissed a girl at a party, which led to Momo suggesting he ask her out. Endeavor chuckled, suggesting that such actions might only make Momo more interested, especially when Pony bragged about her fun. However, he quickly redirected the focus to training, outlining a rigorous schedule that included physical training, martial arts, and quirk training. When Todoroki questioned why his quirk training was last, Endeavor bluntly stated that he needed to build strength and endurance, as he would be at a disadvantage in a hand-to-hand fight. He mentioned having reviewed Izuku's fights, including one against a third-year student, and insisted they begin training without further complaints. Meanwhile, Overhaul summoned Chronostasis to his office, informing him of upcoming guests. Chronostasis asked who was coming, and Overhaul mentioned the group 𝗵𝗲, recalling how they had assisted them previously. He revealed his plans to eliminate quirks and that the group was eager to help. Overhaul instructed Chronostasis to send a message to a boy, demanding the return of Eri, with the threat of punishing everyone close to him if he refused. Chronostasis was tasked with sending Yuhojo, who could intimidate multiple targets due to his durability. Bakugo entered the Kempo dojo, determined to bridge the gap between himself and Deku. He recognized that if he didn't push himself harder, he would fall behind. Although Bakugo had always relied on instinct rather than formal training, he resolved to work on his fundamentals to prove he was the best. At Momo's house, Achiko, Tsuyu, and Mina discussed Todoroki's feelings for Momo, with Mina confirming that Jiro had been right. They shifted the conversation to their exam preparations, acknowledging that Izuku was currently training and that they needed to train harder to stand alongside him. Momo devised a plan and called her butler for assistance with close-quarters combat training, starting at level 2. The butler confirmed the arrangements, and Momo explained that he had retired from the Japanese Special Forces Group, specializing in counterterrorism and hostage rescue. Achiko marveled at Momo's wealth. That night, Izuku awoke to find Nana inches from his face, teasing him about his training. Despite his improvements, he still found himself on the losing end of their sparring match. Afterward, Nana praised Toshi for choosing him but reminded him that her experience was what led to his defeat. Izuku expressed his gratitude, and Nana suggested one more match. As he stood up, she unexpectedly punched him in the stomach, causing him to bend forward. She then pulled him up and, in a surprising moment, kissed him deeply, leaving him stunned. Nana playfully warned him that she would hold him accountable for making her do something so embarrassing. The next day, Todoroki entered class looking exhausted, as if he had been through a grueling ordeal. He shot a glare at Izuku that could curdle milk. True to his word, Endeavor began their training with weight exercises, pushing Todoroki through a series of demanding routines. After completing the first circuit, Todoroki was given a brief water break before repeating the circuit. By the third circuit, he collapsed, prompting Endeavor to remark on his weakness and instruct him to rest, leaving Todoroki frustrated and drained as he returned home. Todoroki felt as though his legs were weighed down. As he entered the classroom, he spotted Izuku sitting there, the source of his discomfort. Izuku appeared completely at ease with his daughter. Todoroki resolved to endure the pain, determined to wipe the smug expression off Izuku's face. Shortly after, Bakugo entered the classroom, moving with a fierce intensity that contrasted sharply with Todoroki's heavy steps. Bakugo glared at Izuku, blaming him for the situation. Upon entering the dojo, Bakugo was questioned about his fighting skills. He confidently declared that he would take on anyone in the dojo. The sensei smiled and explained that this was a Kempo dojo where quirks were not permitted in fights. The sensei called up one of his students, stating that this match would demonstrate Bakugo's abilities. However, Bakugo quickly realized how reliant he was on his quirk during actual confrontations. In class, he often won without using his quirk, but those fights were drawn out. His match against Izuku had been one-sided, and now he found himself on the mat, with his opponent standing over him, urging him to stay down. Bakugo stubbornly refused, getting back up, only to be knocked down again. The sensei intervened, expressing concern over Bakugo's misplaced confidence and informing him that he had much to learn. Despite the setback, the sensei reassured Bakugo that he possessed a strong fighting spirit and would help him become a formidable fighter. Bakugo began to describe Izuku to the sensei, who then paired him with another student and provided specific instructions. Bakugo warned his new opponent not to go easy on him, and the training commenced. All Bakugo could think about was landing a punch on Izuku's irritating grin. During lunch, Kirishima approached Bakugo, inquiring about his injuries. Bakugo hesitated, debating whether to reveal the truth. Knowing Kirishima genuinely cared, he decided to be honest, bracing himself for laughter. Instead, Kirishima placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and asked which dojo he had attended. Confused, Bakugo asked why it mattered. Kirishima expressed his longing to join Bakugo in training. Bakugo, exasperated, revealed the dojo's name. After class, Izuku took Eri to the park, where the mothers flirted with him. He noticed a well-built man enter the park, who scrutinized both Eri and Izuku. The women regarded the newcomer with caution. Izuku excused himself and approached the man, who insisted they talk privately. Izuku replied that they could converse right there. The man revealed that Overhaul wanted Eri handed over to him, threatening that only Izuku would face the consequences if he refused. Izuku's anger surged as he questioned what would happen if he declined. The man ominously stated that everyone Izuku had come into contact with over the past 3 months would be punished. As Izuku took a step forward, he heard a thwack against a nearby tree, causing him to freeze. The man warned that if Izuku attempted to stop him, he would target the women and children. Izuku noticed a crystal embedded in the tree and asked for the man's name. The man introduced himself as Yu-Hojo but insisted it was unimportant. Yu demanded to know Izuku's answer. Izuku, now fully aware of Yu's quirk, cancelled it, causing Yu to step back in surprise. Izuku's voice turned icy as he confronted Yu about threatening his child and her friends. Yu attempted to use his quirk to escape, but it failed to activate. Izuku clenched his fist, and Yu felt an invisible grip tightening around him. The pressure intensified with each movement of Izuku's hand, leaving Yu unable to scream as he felt his bones strain. Izuku informed him that he was about to make a crucial decision. Yu protested that it didn't matter what Izuku did to him, but the pressure increased, causing him to panic. Izuku demanded answers, threatening to break Yu's bones one by one if he didn't comply. Yu insisted that heroes couldn't act in such a manner, but Izuku coldly reminded him of the number of bones in the human body, revealing that he was not a hero yet. The women observed the interaction, initially tense but gradually relaxing, knowing that Izuku had triumphed in the tournament and that this man posed no real threat. Yu screamed in agony, glancing at the women for help, but Izuku assured him they couldn't hear his cries. As Izuku snapped another finger, he asked if he was aware of Eri's scars and her ongoing nightmares. Tears streamed down Yu's face as he sobbed, admitting he didn't know. Izuku noted how easy it was to answer his questions, but as another finger snapped, Yu's terror grew. Izuku warned that he was running out of fingers and would soon target Yu's forearms. Yu began to plead for mercy, promising to divulge everything. Izuku remained skeptical, snapping another finger and insisting that Yu wouldn't even answer simple questions. In desperation, Yu agreed to share what he knew. When Izuku calmly inquired who had sent Yu, real fear gripped him. Having spent years in gangs, he recognized the demeanor of those who dealt with troublesome individuals. Yu understood that this young man was not to be underestimated. He had begun to break Yu's fingers before even asking a question, and now he felt compelled to answer honestly. Yu revealed that Overhaul had given the order. Izuku was determined to retrieve Eri. He could almost hear Professor Aizawa's voice advising him to remain calm during interrogations, to avoid idle threats, and to use logic to persuade the person to cooperate. Yu was demonstrating that this approach could be effective. When Izuku inquired if Yu's boss believed his thugs would intimidate him, Yu quickly replied that they did not. He revealed that they had contacted the group 𝗵𝗲, and their leader along with 6 followers would arrive at their base in the next few days. Curious about the hideout's location, Izuku pressed on. Yu hesitated, stating that he couldn't disclose that information because Overhaul would kill him. Suddenly, 3 of Yu's fingers snapped simultaneously, causing him to cry out in pain. Izuku, unfazed, remarked that there were worse fates than death and noted that Yu had only 1 unbroken finger left. He ominously mentioned starting with Yu's forearms. Yu finally divulged that the hideout was the 𝗵𝗲 𝗫𝗍 building in Toyama, which appeared to be an office building from the outside. However, beyond the first hallway, it transformed into a large home where Overhaul spent most of his time. Grateful for the information, Izuku touched Yu's head, and miraculously, all of Yu's injuries healed without a trace of damage. Yu, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, asked what would happen next. He was eager to inform Overhaul that they had underestimated Izuku. When Yu questioned if he would be allowed to leave, Izuku's smile sent a shiver down his spine. He assured Yu that he would be free, but he would not remember any of their encounter, well, most of it. By touching Yu's forehead, Izuku erased an hour of his memories and replaced them with what he wanted Yu to report, that he had not been there and had not given his name to anyone. Izuku then implanted a haunting vision in Yu's mind, one that no amount of distraction could erase. In this nightmare, Izuku loomed over him, his eyes glowing like emeralds. His hero costume was tattered, and he appeared dirted and battle-worn. Sinister energy crackled around him as he began to inflict pain, not just on Yu's fingers but also targeting his ribs. When Izuku lifted his fingers from Yu's forehead, He simply instructed him to walk away and deliver the message. As Izuku rejoined the others, they inquired about what had transpired. He smiled and explained that he recognized the man as a local criminal and advised that if he was seen entering the park again, they should contact the police. The group praised his bravery, and Izuku suggested they head home for safety. He needed to inform his father about the situation and research the 𝗵𝗲 gang. Todoroki was not fond of his father under normal circumstances, but at that moment he felt a deep resentment. Endeavor had decided to focus on strengthening Todoroki's core, selecting rigorous exercises like crunches with a medicine ball, leg tosses, elevated leg lifts, and mountain climbers. Each exercise was timed, pushing Todoroki to the brink of exhaustion but not to the point of collapse. He wondered if Izuku had felt this way when he first began training. When Todoroki asked his father why such intensity was necessary, Endeavor explained that a stronger core allowed for greater physical capability and enhanced quirk performance. Just as Todoroki took a sip of water, Endeavor announced that break time was over and they needed to continue. He barely completed his second set when Endeavor declared that they were done for now and could go home. Once in the car, Izuku called his father to discuss his encounter with the gang member. All Might urged him to hurry to UA. Upon arrival, All Might was waiting in his hero costume, and they headed straight to Dean Nizu's office. Recovery Girl was there, taking Eri with her to her office. Inside the dean's office, Professors Aizawa, Midnight, and Present Mike were already present. Dean Nizu invited Izuku to sit and requested a detailed account of everything that had happened from the moment he confronted the criminal until he let him go. Izuku recounted the entire ordeal, and Aizawa felt a swell of pride as he realized Izuku had applied his lessons effectively. Izuku had interrogated the criminal and gathered valuable information about their location and impending threats, concluding with how he had wiped Yu's memories. Present Mike was curious about when Izuku had learned to do that. Aizawa explained that it was a skill they had worked on with him during his younger years, both as a test of his abilities and as a precaution in case he ever needed to escape from criminals. Dean Nizu inquired about any other abilities Izuku had not disclosed. Izuku mentioned that he could control a person's body, including making them speak against their will. The room fell silent as everyone processed this revelation. Nizu pressed Izuku on why he had not shared or trained these abilities. Izuku admitted he was uncomfortable using them. Midnight asked if he could compel criminals to tell the truth, to which Izuku replied that he could not. All Might cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. He asked Aizawa about the preparations for their upcoming plans. Aizawa confirmed that everything was ready and that the pro heroes were eager to train the freshman class. Nizu smiled, suggesting they would need to adjust the general studies competition to accommodate this. He turned to Izuku, advising him to continue his training and act as if nothing had happened. Confused, Izuku asked why. Nizu smiled again, explaining that he intended to contact the pro heroes to monitor Overhaul's base, planning to take them down all at once. Afterward, Izuku picked up Eri and returned home. All Might arrived shortly after. Once Izuku had settled Eri into bed, All Might asked how he was coping. Izuku looked at his father and expressed his anger, revealing that he had struggled to restrain himself from inflicting more pain on you. All Might placed his hands on Izuku's shoulders, acknowledging the restraint it took to hold back. He assured Izuku that he could have done much worse, and no one would have been able to prove otherwise. Looking directly into Izuku's eyes, All Might expressed his pride in his son. Izuku embraced his father, expressing his gratitude. Momo, Tsu, Achiko, and Mina were catching their breath as Momo's butler, 𝗂𝗵𝗲, reviewed their performance. He provided them with advice on how to enhance their teamwork and fundamental skills. Achiko inquired why he had them focus on teamwork first. Sebastian explained that he wanted to assess their ability to control their quirks in close quarters, which would help him tailor their training. With their break concluded, he signaled the start of their next session. That night, Izuku awoke to find a tall, bald man observing him. The man introduced himself as Daigoro Banjo and mentioned that he would be training Izuku for the next few days. In his hero days, he was known as Lariat. He noted that Izuku would need to learn how to capture multiple targets simultaneously. Lariat demonstrated his quirk, revealing black tendrils extending from his forearms. He explained that his quirk was highly versatile and excelled in apprehending criminals. The more familiar Izuku became with it, the more tendrils he could control at once. With that, Lariat signaled the beginning of their training. Once again, Izuku woke up drenched in sweat. He had to place a plastic cover on his mattress due to the frequency of these occurrences. When Izuku and Eri arrived at school, the general studies students were buzzing with excitement. The school monitors announced that their competition was set to take place in 2 weeks. A very enthusiastic girl rushed up to him, asking if she could use him for one of her projects. Izuku froze, struggling to understand her request. Before he could respond, she complimented his physique. Eri, sensing the situation, pulled Izuku back, asserting that he was her father. The girl apologized and offered Eri a candy apple, which made Eri's eyes light up with delight. Achiko approached, commenting that Izuku had met 𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲. Izuku turned to see Achiko, Mina, Tsuyu, and Momo walking toward him. The girl introduced herself as Mei. Momo quickly intervened, urging Mei to stop her actions, to which Mei explained that she was merely assessing Izuku for her project. Izuku turned bright red, while Momo and Tsuyu were taken aback, and Mina remarked on Mei's boldness. Once Izuku regained his composure, he agreed to assist Mei with her competition. When Professor Aizawa entered the classroom, he informed the students that they had 2 days to submit their plans for the upcoming competition. For the first time in a while, the entire class stayed after school. Momo led a brainstorming session, where ideas ranged from excellent to absurd. Mineta suggested that Izuku sing while the girls performed a dance, which resulted in a swift reprimand from his classmates. Some of the top ideas included a cat cafe, a slow dance with a chosen partner, a martial arts competition, and a dance-off. Jiro proposed a song and dance routine, and Ojiro noted that everyone would expect Izuku to sing. Jiro smiled, clarifying that Izuku would actually be dancing. Izuku shrugged in response. The class quickly finalized the details, and Momo informed Professor Aizawa of their decision. Mei approached the door of Class 1A, where students were beginning to exit. She made her way over to Izuku and Eri, who stood protectively in front of her father, extending her arms to block Mei. Eri declared that Mei wasn't allowed to touch her dad like that again. Mei smiled and explained that she only needed to take his measurements. Izuku glanced at Momo, Achiko, Tsuyu, and Mina, inviting them to join. The girls hesitated, clearly wanting to participate, but Achiko reminded them of their training obligations, while Momo noted that their instructors were strict about the schedule. With reluctant expressions, the girls turned and walked away. Mineta watched Izuku. With envy, feeling frustrated that all the girls in his class had shown affection toward him, and even some from Class 1B had joined in. To make matters worse, 3 of the most popular girls in their class had developed crushes on him. Mineta suggested to Kaminari that they follow Izuku to see what he was up to. Kaminari agreed, curious about the situation. Mineta expressed his annoyance at Izuku monopolizing the girls' attention, and they began to trail him from a distance. Eri positioned herself between Izuku and Mei, determined to prevent any further unwanted contact. Upon arriving at Mei's lab, Eri's eyes widened at the sight of the various inventions scattered around. Izuku seated Eri in a chair as Mei retrieved a tape measure. She instructed Izuku to change into his underwear. Although he considered walking away, he remembered his promise to help and complied. Mei took his measurements, and once again she placed her hands on his chest. Eri reminded her of the promise not to do that, to which Mei responded with a playful smile, claiming she couldn't help but try. Kaminari peered through the windows until he spotted Izuku. Mineta, frustrated by his own height, noticed the expression on Kaminari's face and felt a surge of jealousy. Mineta urged Kaminari to record everything happening inside. Kaminari grew irritated as he watched Izuku prepare to change. When he explained the situation to Mineta, Mineta looked ready to explode. However, as Mei began taking Izuku's measurements, Kaminari relaxed, suggesting they leave before getting caught. The boys walked away, unaware that if they had stayed, they would have witnessed Mei's final, accidental touch. Mei instructed Izuku to return in 3 days. As he dressed, he wondered if his father had experienced similar situations. After leaving with Eri, Mei began sketching, envisioning a design that would complement Izuku's physique while providing protection. She considered his fighting style and incorporated Kevlar forearm protection into her design. As her ideas flowed, she added more protective features while ensuring maximum flexibility, integrating some of her technology. She included pouches on his belt for carrying her gadgets. Satisfied with her creation, she felt ready to begin her work. Izuku took Eri to her favorite park, eager to let her play with her friends and check on their well-being. He felt a wave of happiness seeing that everyone was safe and enjoying themselves. Eri dashed off to join her friends, and Izuku smiled, delighted by the joy radiating from her. As the women continued to attempt to set him up with their friends and family, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 approached 𝗷𝗏𝗏 and remarked on how popular his son seemed to be with the ladies. 𝗷𝗏𝗏 acknowledged this with a chuckle, pulling out his cell phone to show 𝗧𝗵𝗏 a picture of Izuku covered in lipstick. 𝗧𝗵𝗏 returned the phone, expressing surprise at feeling jealous of a freshman. 𝗷𝗏𝗏 scoffed, noting that sometimes popularity could feel more like a burden than a blessing. 𝗧𝗵𝗏 recognized the wisdom in 𝗷𝗏𝗏's words, and both men continued to observe Izuku from the rooftop of a nearby building. That night, after Izuku had gone to sleep, he found himself in a dream with 𝗕𝗏𝗢𝗏. Although 𝗕𝗏𝗢𝗏 was a strict instructor, he was not as heavy-handed as Nana. He guided Izuku on his technique, concentration, and application, expressing his admiration for Izuku's progress. Initially skeptical of Nana's claim that Izuku was exceptional, 𝗕𝗏𝗢𝗏 soon realized that Izuku embraced training with remarkable enthusiasm. He wished he could witness Izuku's growth firsthand. 𝗕𝗏𝗢𝗏 dedicated himself to training Izuku to the best of his abilities. The next day, as Izuku and Eri made their way to class, they encountered a disheveled Mei approaching them. She excitedly invited Izuku to her shop the following day, prompting Izuku to ask if everything was all right. Just then, Tsuyu, Achiko, Momo, and Mina joined them, and Mei explained that she needed Izuku to try on a prototype for his new combat costume. The girls exchanged puzzled glances, with Mina being the first to inquire about the combat costume. Mei beamed, declaring her intention to ensure that the future #1 hero would be equipped with the best armor available. She introduced herself as Izuku's exclusive costume and gadget designer. Mina was astonished by the idea of Mei being the exclusive designer for the #1 hero. Mei confidently pointed out Izuku's charisma, strength, and impressive quirk, expressing her belief that 𝗷𝗏𝗏 would eventually retire, leaving Izuku as the hero to watch. She explained that as his exclusive designer, other heroes would be clamoring for her costumes. When Momo asked how many heroes Mei intended to design for, Mei replied that she would only work with 10 to maintain exclusivity. Achiko questioned why she would limit herself, to which Mei explained that having more than 10 would dilute the exclusivity of her designs. She also mentioned that 10% of her earnings would be exclusive to Izuku, while the rest would be available to other hero agencies after receiving feedback from him. With a flurry of excitement, Mei rushed off to work on Izuku's costume. Momo turned to Izuku, asking if they had discussed all of this the day before. Izuku admitted that he had only been measured for his costume. Tsuyu cleared her throat, teasingly asking if it was similar to when he had been measured for his suits. Izuku grimaced, confirming her assumption. The girls shot Mei glances filled with a mix of annoyance and jealousy as she walked away confidently. As the 5 of them entered the classroom, Mineta rushed over to the girls, eager to share what Izuku had done the previous day. Tsuyu interrupted, stating that they already knew he had gone with Mei for fittings. Unfazed, Mineta continued, revealing that Izuku had changed into his underwear. Achiko reacted with disgust, confirming that they were already aware. Mineta, taken aback, questioned why they were not angry with him. Momo clarified that Izuku had informed them of his plans before leaving Mineta confused as he shot Izuku a disapproving look and walked away. Todoroki, overhearing the conversation, hoped that Momo would express anger toward Izuku. However, once again, Izuku emerged unscathed. To make matters worse, Eri had been present as well, preventing Mineta from embellishing the story. Todoroki pondered why Momo seemed unfazed by Izuku's interactions with another girl. Perhaps his father was right, He should ask Pony out to show Momo that other girls found him attractive. He resolved to ask Pony out on a date before heading to training. Before class began, Momo requested everyone's attention, announcing that they needed to meet after school to prepare for their concert. Bakugo scoffed at the idea, prompting Ojiro to remind him that Monoma had been boasting about Class 1B's superiority. Bakugo grinned mischievously, declaring that they would have to defeat them. Just then, Professor Aizawa entered, signaling the start of their day. Todoroki quickly made his way to Class 1B's classroom, waiting for Pony to emerge. When she did, he smiled and asked if he could speak with her for a moment. Pony agreed, and Todoroki expressed his longing to take her out for dinner. Pony smiled back but explained that although she had kissed him at the party, she felt it was a mistake and wasn't ready for a relationship. Todoroki offered her his number, encouraging her to call him when she felt prepared. As he turned to leave, his frustration simmered. Izuku was not even dating Pony, yet she seemed to be holding on to feelings for him. This was the second time Todoroki had faced rejection due to Izuku's influence. After classes, Izuku and Eri returned home, where Izuku began teaching Eri how to dance. Eri beamed with joy as they moved together, and Izuku hoped she would join his class for the upcoming show. Once they finished dancing, Izuku started preparing dinner. Eri quickly fell asleep after eating. After completing his homework, Izuku went to bed, only to find Nana waiting for him. She greeted him with a smile, playfully calling him "lover boy" and asking him to demonstrate what Lariat had taught him. To Nana's surprise, Izuku held his ground well. They moved fluidly, and with his black WHP, Izuku managed to throw her a couple of times, both determined not to yield. Nana acknowledged Lariat's effective training, and Izuku complimented her teaching as well. As Nana launched another attack, Izuku found himself waking up sweaty and sore, realizing that Nana was indeed a demanding trainer. After class, Izuku attempted to excuse himself, but Mina reminded him about their practice. He acknowledged her and promised to return shortly. Izuku had to meet with 𝗵𝗃, as he would be wearing her project for the upcoming competition. Momo, Tsuyu, and Achiko decided to accompany him. Mina asked Eri if she wanted to watch the class practice, and Eri smiled, mentioning that her father had been teaching her how to dance. Jiro expressed interest in seeing her dance. As Izuku left with the girls, Eri prepared to showcase her new moves. Upon entering Mei's work studio, Achiko pulled down the screen on the door window. Izuku admired the combat costume, particularly its dark color scheme that complemented his usual outfit. Instead of light green, it featured a deep green and black. He ran his fingers over the chest plate and inquired about its material. Mei explained that the outer fabric was made of dyneema and spectra, which were excellent for stopping bullets, and that they were sewn over Kevlar plates capable of withstanding 7.62 full metal jackets. She added that the inside was made of soft, breathable rayon for extended wear. Mei also mentioned that she had wired in sensors to monitor heart rates and detect injuries, urging him to try it on. Izuku hesitated, asking if she could turn around. Mei teased that she had already seen him in his underwear. Tsuyu blushed, admitting she had too, while Momo and Achiko smiled. Accepting the situation, Izuku changed into his combat uniform, which turned out to be extremely comfortable. He had expected the Kevlar to be irritating, but Mei had added padding to prevent discomfort. Mei approached him to check how it felt, and he replied that it felt great. She encouraged him to move around and let her know if any adjustments were needed. Mei then turned to the girls, suggesting that they might like her as their exclusive costume designer. Tsuyu was the first to agree, followed by Achiko and Momo, who were captivated by Izuku's movements in the costume. Mei excitedly asked Izuku to STRP for measurements, which startled the girls. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was devising a plan to capture Izuku. After a sparring session, he approached AFO, realizing he had been approaching the situation incorrectly by relying on brute force. FO encouraged him to share his thoughts. Shigaraki recalled a student from the sports festival who had won a fight without lifting a finger and proposed sending someone who could hypnotize Izuku, allowing them to capture him without a struggle. AFO agreed, instructing Shigaraki to contact Zoran Blitz, emphasizing her value and the importance of keeping her safe. After finishing his movements, Izuku noticed Mei playfully commenting on Achiko's appearance, which made him blush deeply. He decided it was time to leave, stating he would return later. Mei assured him it was fine, as she was only taking measurements. She then turned to Achiko, teasing her about her choice of sports br. Achiko was taken aback, while Izuku tried to avert his gaze. Mei continued to take measurements, playfully commenting on the situation. Next was Tsuyu, who felt embarrassed about her choice of underwear. Despite the awkwardness, she noticed Izuku's reaction, which made her feel a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Mei measured her, teasing her as well. Finally, it was Momo's turn. While Achiko and Tsuyu felt shy, Momo wanted to catch Izuku's attention and slightly arched her back. This caused Izuku to faint from embarrassment. Mei noted the situation with surprise as she measured Momo, who giggled at the unfolding events. Once the girls were dressed, Mei had them sign a contract, making her their exclusive costume designer for the first 5 years of their hero careers. A knock on the door interrupted them, and Mei opened it to find Mineta and Todoroki, who were curious about the delay. Todoroki noticed Izuku on the ground and asked about it. Mei playfully mentioned a costume malfunction. She noticed the way Todoroki looked at Momo and instructed them to wake Izuku and head to class. Mineta, suspicious of the situation, left as Achiko helped Izuku regain consciousness. Momo thanked Mei for covering for them, and Mei assured them she would always take care of her clients. She then hinted that Izuku had a crush on Momo, which caught her attention. Mineta caught up with Todoroki, expressing his doubts about the costume malfunction, pointing out the BLD by Izuku's nose. This realization sparked anger in Todoroki, who quickened his pace toward class. Izuku awoke to Achiko fanning his face, and the thought of her in her underwear made him blush again. Tsuyu checked on him, and he struggled to meet their eyes, apologizing for any embarrassment he caused. Tsuyu admitted it was a little embarrassing but that they wanted him to see them. Momo added that he was the only guy they wanted to see them like that, leaving Izuku confused. Momo suggested they discuss it after class rehearsal. Meanwhile, Shigaraki met with Zorin to share his plan for capturing Izuku, detailing Izuku's usual hangout spots and routes. Shigaraki felt satisfied when Zorin mentioned that Izuku would be so overwhelmed by fear that he would do anything to make it stop. As Izuku and the girls entered the classroom, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation for what lay ahead. Jiro assigned everyone their roles and requested Izuku's assistance in organizing everything. The girls approached Mina, who was sitting with a tired but happy Eri. Momo inquired if they had really been gone long enough for Todoroki and Mineta to come looking for them. Mina appeared confused and mentioned that Todoroki had said everyone should be present and that he wanted them to hurry. Mina then speculated that Todoroki might have felt jealous and wanted to ensure that Izuku wasn't receiving too much attention. The 3 girls blushed, relieved that he hadn't arrived earlier, as that would have been difficult to explain. Mina smiled at their expressions and insisted they share what had happened. Shigaraki asked Zorin when she would begin her task. Zorin replied that there was no time like the present and planned to start at the mall before heading to the park. Shigaraki cautioned her to be careful, recalling that the last person he sent to the park had returned in a troubled state, haunted by nightmares. Zorin simply smiled, confident in her abilities, and noted that Izuku would arrive within a few days. Mina turned to Eri and encouraged her to share the good news with her father. Eri hurried off to tell Izuku that she would be dancing with the class. Achiko recounted the events that transpired while they were away, causing Mina to laugh when she learned that Izuku had been overwhelmed and fainted. Tsuyu remarked that they owed Izuku an explanation, prompting Achiko to wonder who would deliver it. Mina suggested that it should be Momo since she had struck the pose that caused Izuku to faint. Momo protested that it was unfair, as they all wore attractive outfits that day. Achiko chimed in, mentioning her sports br, while Tsuyu teased that her outfit offered even less coverage. Mina insisted she needed to see what everyone was wearing but maintained that Momo should be the one to explain. Mineta, overhearing the conversation, felt a rush of envy as he realized Izuku had seen 3 of the most attractive girls in the class in their outfits. He approached Todoroki to share what he had heard. Todoroki's gaze turned sharply toward Izuku, and he felt a surge of frustration, questioning what Momo saw in him. He pondered the disparity between himself and Izuku, feeling anger rise within him. Bakugo, noticing Todoroki's distress, placed a hand on his shoulder and asked what was bothering him. To his surprise, Todoroki opened up about his confusion regarding Momo's interest in Izuku, especially given her background. Bakugo confirmed he was talking about the girl with the ponytail and noted their differing family statuses. Todoroki expressed his frustration about girls being drawn to him due to his family, yet the one he liked seemed uninterested. Momo approached Izuku and asked if she could speak with him. He agreed, mentioning that he and Eri were heading to the mall and inviting her to join. Once at the mall, Izuku asked what Momo wanted to discuss. Momo apologized for teasing him earlier, causing Izuku to blush and look down as they walked. When he lifted his head, he froze, his expression reflecting a deep fear. Eri, noticing his distress, called out to him with concern. Zorin reveled in her success, having ensnared him in her strongest illusion. She observed his nightmare, which revolved around the little girl, and felt a sense of satisfaction as she watched him struggle to save her. Momo shook Izuku's arms, desperately trying to pull him back to reality, while Eri began to cry, feeling helpless. Suddenly, a tall woman approached them, stating that her efforts were futile as she had trapped him in his worst nightmare. She explained that he was reliving it repeatedly and lamented that he should have approached them quietly to avoid this suffering. Eri screamed for her father. In his nightmare, Izuku was in an ice cream shop, getting Eri her treat when he heard her urgent call. He leaped over the guardrail, only to be filled with rage at the sight before him. A gunman had fired at Ochako, hitting her shoulder and then her head, before striking Eri in the chest. Izuku realized he was too late. The gunman, realizing his grave mistake, attempted to flee. Fueled by anger, Izuku shouted that the monster he had warned about was now coming for him, tears streaming down his face as green sparks of energy crackled around him. Momo pulled Eri back as lightning erupted from Izuku, witnessing his transformation from fear to fury. Black tendrils emerged, carving into the ground as Izuku's rage intensified. Momo recalled her mother's warnings about Izuku's anger and turned to the tall woman, urging her to run before he broke free. Zorin felt a surge of panic as she struggled to maintain her illusion. For the first time, she was terrified, realizing that if this powerful being escaped, she might not survive. The girl with Izuku looked at her in fear, pleading for her to run, but Zorin was barely able to keep the illusion intact. The gunman was fast, evading Izuku's attempts to ensnare him with black WHP. Izuku growled that he would not let him escape, which only spurred the man to run faster. With a heavy tone, Izuku declared he would unleash his full power, causing Zorin's illusion to shatter. As Zorin screamed in pain from the collapse of her illusion, she turned back to Izuku, her scream catching his attention. Zorin realized it was her who had attacked him, and the look of intense hatred in his eyes made it clear that she would not survive this encounter. Fear coursed through her, and she barely heard Izuku mention his power before her illusion shattered. The burning hatred in his gaze overwhelmed her. Zorin managed to leap aside just as a black tendril shot toward the spot where she had been standing. When she looked back, Izuku had vanished, only to reappear right next to her. His fist connected with her jaw, and she was propelled backward as if launched from a cannon. AFO had reinforced her bones as a gift for joining him, making them stronger than steel, yet this monster broke her jaw with a single punch. She crashed into a concrete wall, forcing the air from her lungs, unable to scream as multiple bones fractured. A black tendril violently pulled her from the wall. Momo watched in horror as Izuku began to rampage, moving so quickly that her eyes struggled to keep up. She held Eri close to her chest, shielding her from the sight of Izuku attacking the woman. He struck again, sending Zorin flying into a wall. Then, the black tendril yanked her back, and Izuku slammed her into the ground. Momo knew she had to intervene. She placed Eri down and instructed her not to move or watch, then sprinted toward Izuku, hoping to stop him before he harmed Zorin further. Zorin lay on the ground with multiple broken ribs as Izuku approached her slowly. When their eyes met, Zorin no longer saw the young man she had faced. Instead, she saw a figure in tattered clothing, drenched in blood, surrounded by slamming black tendrils and green lightning arcing from his body. His green eyes glowed like emerald flames. 𝗁 closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Suddenly, she felt a hand grab Izuku's arm and another wrap around his waist. A gentle voice urged him to stop, saying he had already won and that she could no longer fight back. Izuku turned his head slowly to see Momo holding him. The tension in his muscles eased, and his shoulders slumped. He asked where Eri was, his voice trembling. Momo called for Eri to come to them, and the sound of small feet pattered toward them. Izuku let his fist drop, and Momo pulled him away from 𝗁, not releasing him for fear he might strike again. Izuku embraced Eri, tears streaming down his face. Momo began to step back, but Izuku's arm pulled her into their hug. He spoke softly, his voice still shaking, thanking her for stopping him. 𝗁 coughed, surprised she was still alive. She watched as Izuku hugged the two people he had been with. She considered casting another illusion on him, but he released the girls and focused on her. He instructed that she be secured, and thick HNDCFFS formed from Momo's arm. 𝗁 grunted in pain as she moved her arm to press the button, and black ink began to envelop her. Izuku used his quirk to cancel all the powers around him, and the black ink ceased, leaving 𝗁 still there. She tried to protest, but her shattered jaw prevented her from speaking. Panic set in as she realized he shouldn't have been able to block her teleportation. Momo acted quickly and cuffed 𝗁. Unlike his previous interrogation, Izuku didn't heal 𝗁's wounds. He looked down at her and asked in a firm tone who had sent her. He warned her to nod when he mentioned their name, asking if it was Overhaul. 𝗁 remained still, and when he asked if it was Shigaraki, she slightly nodded. Her eyes darted around for an escape as Izuku warned her that if she moved again, he would shatter one of her legs. 𝗁 froze, understanding that he would not hesitate to do so. Heroes began to arrive shortly after. When the police showed up, one officer asked Izuku why he seemed to be involved in every incident. Izuku attempted to smile but couldn't, explaining that they might be trying to build a reputation by targeting him. The officer suggested having undercover cops follow him, and Izuku considered it. The officer handed him his card, telling him to call if he wanted to set it up. Izuku asked if he could leave, and Hawks confirmed he could. The three of them departed, with Izuku driving Momo home. Once at Momo's house, she looked at Izuku and invited him inside to calm down. He was too exhausted to argue and texted his father about the situation. The butler opened the door as they ascended the steps. Momo requested lavender tea and cakes to be brought to her room. The staff had been informed by Momo's mother that it was encouraged for her to spend time with Izuku. Eri asked if she could watch a movie, and Momo agreed. Shortly after, the head maid knocked on the door, delivering the tea and cakes before leaving with Eri, leaving Izuku alone with Momo. Momo sat beside Izuku and asked if he was okay. As his adrenaline wore off, he felt the pain throughout his body and the memories of the illusions that had angered him. The overwhelming despair of feeling too late to save Eri and Achiko consumed him. He barely managed to say he was not okay. Momo's heart broke at the sight of him like this. She remembered the last time he had blamed himself for her mother's attack. She stood up and helped him out of his shirt, shoes, and briefs. To her surprise, he didn't resist and went along with her actions. She pulled back the covers on her bed and laid him down. Momo texted her parents to inform them of what was happening. She changed into her underwear and curled up behind Izuku, holding him until he fell asleep. The UA staff reviewed all available video footage from Izuku's last fight. Nizu noted that 𝗁 was known as the best criminal illusionist in Japan, but she had barely contained Izuku for 50 seconds before he broke free. Nizu continued, stating that when he did break free, his movements and power were on a different level. Several different levels, they all agreed. Nizu asked All Might if he had any idea what illusion 𝗁 had placed him under. All Might shook his head, admitting he did not know. Nizu analyzed the movement frame by frame and noted that Izuku was actually moving faster than All Might. Aizawa mentioned that he had spoken with the doctors, who were struggling to reset 𝗁's bones because they were stronger than steel. Izuku had shattered her jaw with a single punch and had multiple broken ribs. Midnight suggested they might need to reassess him. All Might speculated that it could have been fueled by anger and adrenaline. Nizu inquired about Izuku's whereabouts, and All Might replied that he was with Miss Yaoyorozu, trying to calm down. They agreed to have him come in first thing in the morning. Izuku sat on his mother's lap as she gently rocked the chair back with her feet, wrapping her arms around him as if he were still a child. Inko asked what was wrong, her soothing voice calming the tremors in his heart. Izuku's small hands clutched his mother's hands as he expressed his fear of losing two people he cared for deeply. He admitted that something inside him had snapped, and if it hadn't been for Momo, he might have done something he would regret. Inko's voice was filled with pain as she comforted him, expressing her love and pride in the man he had become. She encouraged him to let the girls into his life, just as the child he had rescued would help him grow. Inko reassured him that she would always be watching over him, and her last words lingered in his mind as he drifted into a dream. When Izuku opened his eyes, he was disoriented and unsure of where he was. He felt a body beside him, an arm wrapped around him. Turning his head slowly, he saw Momo asleep next to him under a blanket. As he lifted his arm, pain shot through him, and he realized he was only in his underwear. He froze when he noticed that Momo was not wearing any clothes. His mind raced as he tried to recall what had happened. He remembered the illusion and taking Momo home, but everything else was a blur. As he shifted onto his back, Momo snuggled closer, her arm draping across his chest. Izuku gazed at Momo's peaceful face, marveling at her beauty even in sleep. He wrestled with the thought of whether he should allow her into his life, fearing that he might put her in danger. He questioned if he deserved happiness, knowing that those who cared for him would always be at risk. Gently, he reached out to touch her face, steeling his resolve to keep others at a distance. His hand froze when Momo murmured that she loved him. He recalled his mother's advice about letting people in. Momo opened her eyes and met his gaze, reaching out to touch his face in return. Concerned, she asked if he was feeling better. Meanwhile, Shigaraki screamed in pain as All for One struck him again. FO warned him about losing Zorin and demanded to know how he had failed to transport her. Shigaraki explained that Kurogyari had tried to pull her back but lost his connection. Frustrated, Shigaraki accused his rival of cheating. AFO responded with a backhanded slap, reminding Shigaraki that his opponent was receiving better training. He pressed Shigaraki for answers about how he had been outsmarted. Shigaraki speculated that Izuku might have a neutralizer with him. AFO landed another blow, demanding to know if Kurogyari would be punished. Shigaraki coughed and asked if Kurogyari was responsible. AFO growled that Kurogyari was not in charge and emphasized the importance of taking responsibility for both success and failure. He warned Shigaraki that without this understanding he would amount to nothing before knocking him out. AFO pressed a button, summoning Dr. Garaki, and instructed him to ensure Shigaraki was back to full strength in a few days. He ordered that Shigaraki watch the footage of his real son defeating Zorin, pleased with Izuku's performance. AFO couldn't wait to see how far Izuku would go before breaking. Todoroki pushed himself harder than ever during his father's training regimen. Endeavor observed with a smile as his son collapsed, curious about what motivated him. Todoroki felt conflicted, knowing that Izuku had surpassed him not only physically but socially as well. The girl he admired had willingly exposed herself to Izuku, while the girl he had hoped would make Momo jealous was struggling to cope with Izuku's rejection. Frustrated, Todoroki dismissed his father's assumptions about his motivations. He admitted that he had never wanted to date anyone until he met Momo, but she only had eyes for Izuku. Endeavor sat beside him, asking if Momo knew he was his son. When Todoroki confirmed this, Endeavor inquired if they were dating. Todoroki replied that he didn't think so, prompting Endeavor to encourage him to seize the opportunity, offering to set up a date. Bakugo finished his training and headed home, his thoughts lingering on Todoroki's fixation on Izuku. He understood Todoroki's feelings, questioning why so many girls were drawn to Izuku. Bakugo felt out of place. He had always been popular without trying, excelling in school, sports, and combat. However, now he found himself neither at the top of the class nor the best fighter. To make matters worse, he had only managed to make one friend. Izuku, who held second place in grades, had defeated the top fighter in school. Girls were actively pursuing him, and most of the class, except for Mineta, Todoroki, and Bakugo himself, were on good terms with him. Bakugo realized that if Izuku allowed it, he would have many friends. These thoughts darkened Bakugo's mood. He had been improving at the dojo, but he knew it wasn't enough to challenge Izuku just yet. Perhaps he would challenge Todoroki to gauge his own progress. Momo looked at Izuku with confusion and inquired about his earlier words. Izuku sat up, his body reminding him of the pain he was in. He had mentioned that while touching her face, she had expressed her love for him. Momo sat up and gazed into Izuku's eyes. She reached out to touch his face and affirmed her feelings, saying that she had loved him since the day he saved her. Her feelings deepened after he saved Eri, and the day he rescued her mother solidified her love. She recounted how her mother had told her about how he had defeated the man who threatened her. That day, she vowed to be a woman worthy of his love and to love him unconditionally. Tomo entered Momo's room and noticed Izuku sitting up in pain and without a shirt. She overheard their conversation and trusted her daughter, knowing she would never do anything inappropriate. When Momo sat up, wearing only her BR, Tomo had to restrain herself from reacting. However, seeing her daughter's response brought a smile to her face. Izuku's expression conveyed everything Tomo needed to know. He gently touched Momo's face and explained that he came with a lot of baggage, including a daughter that dangerous people were trying to take from him and powerful villains pursuing him. He promised that if she accepted him despite this, he would love her unconditionally. Tomo's heart melted as she observed her daughter's tearful smile. Momo leaned in for a hug, feeling a weight lift as Izuku's strong arms wrapped around her. They both froze when they heard Tomo cough. Izuku turned bright red upon realizing Tomo was at the door, and Momo quickly pulled up the blanket to cover herself. Tomo congratulated them on making their feelings official but questioned why they were both in their underwear. Momo explained that she had sneaked Izuku down after they were attacked at the mall, as he was mentally exhausted, and she had laid him down and covered him. Tomo then asked why Momo wasn't wearing a top. Momo blushed and admitted that she had curled up behind him in her underwear to comfort him and must have fallen asleep shortly after. Tomo looked puzzled. She recalled seeing Izuku fight when he was angry. He was formidable. She asked what had happened. Izuku explained that it had been a mental attack, placing him in his worst nightmare. Momo pressed for details about what he had seen. He described being at the mall with Eri and Achiko when the Yakuza incident occurred. Izuku shared that this time he hadn't been fast enough to save them, and in his desperation he had unleashed his full power for the first time. Momo remembered the fear on the tall woman's face and how he had broken the mental attack. She remarked that she couldn't keep up with his movements. He had been a blur, and she only saw when he struck the woman, realizing she had to stop him. Ed-Shot observed the back alley of the 𝗔𝗄𝐻 Taidaku building when he spotted the leader of 𝗵𝗲 and 6 of his top officers arriving. He contacted Nizu to inform him that everything was in place. Tomo struggled to process what she had just heard. She recalled the fight with All Might and the incident at her job. She asked Izuku how much of his power he had used during the fight at her workplace. He thought for a moment and replied that it had been about 2%. Tomo felt a shiver run down her spine. If she was afraid of 2%, she couldn't imagine what 100% would be like. Momo asked Izuku why he was in pain since the woman had never touched him. He explained that he was tense from fear and had used all of his power, which his body wasn't prepared for. Izuku's phone rang, playing his father's ringtone. Without thinking, he got up to answer it, causing Tomo to blush at the sight of him in his boxer briefs. He forgot he was only in his underwear until Momo reminded him. He quickly disappeared and reappeared fully dressed. Answering the call, he assured his father that he was okay and mentioned he was on his way home. He then looked at Momo and asked where Eri was. Tomo informed him that Eri was still in the theater room. Izuku expressed his need to see his father, told Momo he would see her tomorrow, and leaned in to kiss her before leaving the room. Tomo smiled as he departed and decided to call 𝗵𝗲𝗍 back. Momo looked at her mother, confused as Tomo explained that 𝗵𝗲𝗍 wanted to arrange a courtship between her and his son, Shoto Todoroki. Momo's expression darkened as she pleaded with her mother not to have made her go through with it. Tomo reassured her that she wouldn't have forced her but would have brought it up in front of Izuku to motivate him. Momo sighed, recalling how Izuku had told another girl that he was happy for her and wished her the best with the other guy. Tomo smiled and decided to call Endeavor back to inform him that Momo was in a relationship. Momo then revealed that she had made arrangements with Achiko and Tsuyu to share Izuku. Tomo gave her daughter a sad smile and said that if Momo believed this was how to be the woman Izuku deserved, she wouldn't argue. However, she insisted that Momo call the other girls and have them come over with their parents, wanting everything to be out in the open to avoid surprises. When Izuku arrived home, his father and Dean Nizu were waiting for him. Izuku offered to put Eri to bed after they had eaten on their way home. Upon his return, they settled in the living room where Nizu produced a recording device. His father requested that Izuku recount everything that had transpired at the mall in detail. Izuku's shoulders drooped as he began to explain, sharing the events of the day, including how he had been unable to save both girls. He described the chase and the moment he heard a scream of distress as the illusion shattered. He revealed that it was the first time he had unleashed his full power. His father frowned while Nizu appeared genuinely concerned. His father inquired why this was the first instance of Izuku going all out. Izuku looked downcast as he replied that fear had held him back. He expressed his worry about unintentionally harming someone, admitting that his anger had momentarily overwhelmed him. He acknowledged that if it hadn't been for Momo, he might have seriously hurt that woman. Nizu interjected, noting that Izuku had been fortunate. Zoran's bones were exceptionally strong, yet he had managed to break her jaw with a single punch. Nizu continued, highlighting the multiple fractures and injuries Zoran had sustained, emphasizing her luck in surviving. His father remarked that if it hadn't been for Miss Yaoyorozu intervening, Zoran might not have made it. He expressed understanding of why Izuku had resorted to such force. Nizu added that they were eager to learn why he had used so much power. Izuku explained that the illusion had felt so real that he had genuinely believed it was happening. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, asking how he had managed to break the illusion so swiftly. Izuku reflected for a moment before attributing his success to his power, stating that he had finally broken free when he went all out. He added that had the illusion depicted a normal or happy scenario, he doubted he would have escaped. All Might informed Izuku that they would be questioning Miss Yaoyorozu the following day. Izuku expressed his longing to be present for that, wanting to hear the events from another viewpoint. Nizu seemed puzzled, asking if she hadn't shared anything while he was at her house. Izuku clarified that she had comforted him until he fell asleep. All Might agreed to let him attend. Izuku, feeling mentally drained, expressed his wish to lie down. Before he left, Nizu informed him that the group 𝗵𝗲 had arrived and that they were planning a preemptive strike against them. They would be reviewing their known abilities, All Might added. Izuku asked if he could take part in the raid, to which All Might smiled and assured him he would be by his side. Izuku returned the smile, and All Might advised him to get some rest, promising to brief everyone the next day after school. Flecht turned to Overhaul, demanding to know everything about their target. Overhaul explained that the target was a hero in training and suspected to possess telekinetic abilities. He emphasized that the target was quite powerful. Flecht pressed for clarification, asking if Overhaul meant his quirk or physical strength. Overhaul confirmed it was both and offered to show Flecht all the video footage they had gathered of the target fighting on the streets. He also noted that the target had won the freshman UA tournament. Flecht appeared astonished, admitting he recorded those events to familiarize himself with future heroes' powers. He expressed disbelief that they were planning to capture such a formidable individual. Overhaul explained that they intended to eliminate a problem before he could become a future hero, adding that the target had taken something valuable from him, something that would bring the hero community to its knees. Izuku awoke to find Nana sitting beside him. He stood up, mentally bracing himself for a confrontation, but Nana surprised him by asking him to sit down so they could talk. As he complied, Nana hugged him, reassuring him that everything would be all right. The stress of the previous day finally caught up with him, and Izuku embraced her, tears streaming down his face. For the first time in a long while, he woke up feeling refreshed. While making breakfast, Eri entered the room and asked if he was feeling better. Izuku smiled and confirmed that he was grateful for her concern. All Might then walked in, prompting Eri to rush to him, excitedly sharing that her dad had defeated another villain the previous day. All Might expressed surprise, asking for details. Eri explained that while they were walking, her father had suddenly stopped, and despite her attempts to get him to move, he remained still. She described how he had appeared scared and then angry, with lightning emanating from his body. When asked what happened next, Eri recounted that dark tendrils had shot from her father, and then Momo had grabbed her, after which she lost sight of the events. All Might ruffled Eri's hair, thanking her for sharing. Eri giggled, playfully commenting that he was messing up her hair. Upon arriving at school, Recovery Girl awaited them by the dean's office. She invited Eri to come with her, revealing a surprise. Eri beamed and looked at Izuku, asking for permission to go. Izuku smiled and agreed, reminding her to behave. Shortly after, Momo approached, and All Might urged everyone to enter, noting that they were all waiting for them. Inside, Nizu, Eraserhead, Vlad King, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Midnight were present, while other instructors covered their classes. Izuku took Momo's hand as they entered together, and All Might smiled, genuinely happy for his son. Izuku sat next to Momo, and Dean Nizu asked her to recount everything she remembered about the previous day's attack. Momo detailed her recollections, describing the expressions on faces, the lightning, and the dark tendrils. She even mentioned how she had yelled for the woman to run. Snipe inquired why she had urged Zorin to flee. Momo explained that Izuku had saved her mother, who had shared what had happened when Izuku became angry. She noted the rage in his eyes and her fear for Zorin's safety. Momo affirmed that when Izuku broke the illusion, he had been terrifying. Vlad King asked her to elaborate on that. Holding Izuku's hand, Momo explained that she struggled to keep up with his movements. She realized that the power he had used when striking Zorin could have been fatal if she hadn't intervened. Eraserhead asked how she had managed to stop him. Momo blushed as she recounted that she had grabbed his arm and wrapped her other arm around his waist, speaking softly to ask him to stop. Midnight questioned why she hadn't been afraid of being hurt. Momo smiled, expressing her trust in him, to which Midnight responded with understanding. Dean Nizu expressed his gratitude to Miss Yaoyorozu, indicating that she and Izuku could head to class. He reminded Izuku not to forget their meeting in the staff office 30 minutes after school. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 and his lieutenants had just finished reviewing all the footage of Izuku's fights that Overhaul had provided. They were analyzing his quirk, searching for habits or mistakes in his fighting style. Initially, they leaned towards the idea that his quirk was telekinetic, but after witnessing his fight with Zorin, they realized he moved too quickly for that to be the case. The only consensus among them was that Izuku was exceptionally gifted. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 was aware of Zorin's reputation. The only person known to escape her illusions was All for One. Izuku had managed to break free in just 50 seconds, and the tendrils and lightning that arced from his body puzzled them. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 addressed his lieutenants, presenting two options for attacking Izuku. The first option was a surprise attack, with Barrows teaming up with 𝗧𝗏𝗏. If Barrows' arrows were insufficient, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 would use his quirk to increase their mass and subdue Izuku. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 asked if there were any questions, to which Barrows and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 responded in unison that they understood. He instructed them that if this plan failed, they should disengage and regroup at a specified point. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 then outlined the second option, which involved linking up with Serpentorse, Rogon, and Leviathan to overwhelm Izuku with sheer force. He emphasized that they should attack him and anyone nearby, knowing that Izuku would stretch himself thin trying to protect others. This strategy would provide the opportunity they needed to take him down. His lieutenants affirmed their understanding with a unified shout of agreement. With a smile, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 suggested they review the videos once more to glean additional insights about Izuku. The walk to class was quiet, and Momo cherished the feeling of Izuku holding her hand. Upon reaching the classroom, Momo paused at the door to inform Izuku that Achiko and Tsuyu needed to speak with him after class. She also mentioned that Todoroki's father had contacted her mother to discuss a potential courtship between Todoroki and herself. Izuku smiled, but Momo placed a finger on his lips, assuring him that she had been honest about her feelings for him. She explained that her mother had conveyed to 𝗵𝗲𝗏 that she was in a serious relationship. Looking deeply into Izuku's eyes, she implored him not to try to convince her to leave him. To her surprise, Izuku embraced her, and when she leaned back, he gently tilted her head up with his finger. Before she could process what was happening, Izuku kissed her, and she felt her knees weaken. When he pulled back, he promised in a husky voice that he would never try to push her away. As they entered the classroom, Izuku noticed the look Todoroki shot him, which was almost as intense as the glares from Bakugo. Now, he understood the reason behind it. Todoroki was envious of him. This realization led Izuku to ponder if this jealousy was the reason his father remained single. The campus buzzed with news about Zoran's arrest after her attempt to capture the freshman UA tournament winner. Once again, Izuku found himself at the center of attention. Midnight even took over one of the lessons to teach the class how to handle the press and police. In the cafeteria, Ojiro approached Izuku, expressing his concern about Zoran, noting her frightening quirk that trapped people in illusions of their worst fears. Achiko glanced at Izuku, feeling guilty for her part in the illusion that had ensnared him. Izuku simply remarked that it was unfortunate, but he didn't wish to discuss it. After class, Momo, Achiko, and Tsuyu approached Izuku, indicating they needed to talk. Momo led him away, explaining that she had wanted to discuss something important regarding the three of them but hadn't had the chance due to recent events. Izuku asked if everything was all right. Tsuyu was the first to speak, confessing her love for him, revealing that she had admired him since he saved Eri. Achiko chimed in, sharing that she also loved him, having fallen for him after he saved their entire class and continued to be impressed by his kindness. Izuku found himself at a loss for words. Before he could respond, Momo interjected, clarifying that she wasn't asking him to choose between them. They had all discussed it with their families and agreed to love him unconditionally. Izuku inquired if they were aware of his past struggles. Achiko confirmed they were. With a smile, Izuku promised to love them unconditionally as well. He then asked them to follow him. As they turned the last corner, they encountered Pony and Kendo approaching. Pony greeted them, expressing relief that Izuku was safe. Izuku thanked her and continued walking past. However, Pony called out to him, and when he turned, she apologized for what had happened. Izuku smiled and reassured her that he had forgiven her that night, wishing her well in her search for happiness before walking away. Momo, Tsuyu, and Achiko followed him, noticing tears rolling down Pony's cheeks. All Might awaited Izuku in front of the staff room when he arrived with the girls. Izuku requested a moment in an empty room, and All Might agreed, though he noted it needed to be brief. Once inside the empty classroom, Izuku introduced the girls as the women he was dating. All three girls gasped, and All Might was taken aback, realizing that Izuku had brought them into his personal life. He introduced himself as Toshinori Yagi and expressed his pleasure in meeting them, asking them to take care of his son. The girls bowed and promised to do so. Izuku looked at them and stated that they had much to discuss once he finished the meeting. Izuku received a message with the address for their meeting at his house. As he entered the room behind his father, he felt the weight of many eyes upon him. The gathering included several heroes and high-ranking police officers. He noticed 𝗵𝗲𝗏's intense gaze directed at him. Taking a seat with his father, pamphlets were distributed, and Nizu initiated the meeting by addressing everyone. He expressed gratitude for Izuku's successful interrogation of Yuhojo, revealing that the leader of 𝗵𝗲𝗏 and 6 of his lieutenants were en route to their location, with intentions to target Izuku. 𝗔𝗂𝗏 had confirmed their arrival. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 inquired about their current location, to which Nizu confirmed they were currently at 𝗕𝗁𝗂𝐻𝗫. Best Jeanist asked if there was any intelligence on when they might strike, but Nizu replied that there was none. Kamui Woods surveyed the room and remarked on the number of powerful heroes present, questioning the severity of the situation. Police Chief Kenji Tsuragami spoke up, emphasizing the danger posed by 𝗵𝗲𝗏, who showed no regard for collateral damage. He warned that the 6 individuals accompanying the leader were fervent zealots. He further explained that 𝗕𝗁𝗂𝐻𝗫 was a significant player in the illegal drag trade. All Might posed a crucial question about whether to lure the enemy out or confront them at their base. 𝗧𝗏𝗍 outlined the pros and cons of each strategy. He noted that attacking would allow them to confront the enemy in a consolidated area, increasing their chances of capturing more of them. However, this approach risked civilian injuries and collateral damage due to the densely populated area. He suggested that nighttime or dawn attacks could mitigate these risks. On the other hand, if they chose to lure the enemy out, they could draw them to a park or the outskirts of town, allowing them to set a trap. The downside was that the leader might not show up or could escape. To ensure their presence, Izuku would need to appear as a vulnerable target, which put him in significant danger. Nizu thanked 𝗧𝗏𝗍 for his insights and asked how they should proceed. 𝗕𝗏𝗍 turned to Izuku, inquiring about his feelings on becoming bait. Izuku expressed his willingness to do whatever it took to support the mission, prompting 𝗕𝗏𝗍 to remark on their shared determination. All Might voiced his support for an attack on the building, and the majority of heroes agreed. Nizu then requested the police chief to secure the necessary warrants, to which he responded that he would need a couple of days to approach trusted judges to prevent any leaks that could alert their targets. Later, Izuku picked up Eri from Recovery Girl's office and asked her about her first day of Quirk training. Eri excitedly shared her experiences. As they prepared to leave, Izuku spotted Mei Hatsum and called out to her. Mei turned, looking fatigued, and Izuku felt a pang of guilt for his request. He asked if she could have the prototype costume ready for combat. Her tired expression brightened with anticipation as she asked when he needed it. Izuku replied as soon as possible, and when she offered to add some of her gadgets, he declined for the moment but assured her that the costume would be field-tested. He reminded her to keep it a secret, emphasizing her role as his exclusive costume designer. Mei agreed to a fitting the next afternoon. Izuku texted the girls his address before heading home, eager to tidy up his room before their arrival. To his surprise, they were already there when he opened the gate to his father's estate, with Momo's large SUV following closely behind. Upon reaching his house, he asked how they had found him. The girls giggled, recalling that they had taken him home the night he had too much to drink. Blushing, Izuku welcomed them into his home and gave them a tour. Achiko noticed his nervousness, prompting Izuku to sheepishly admit that they were the first guests he had invited over. Eri eagerly asked if she could show them her room, and Izuku agreed. Hastily, he went to his room to tidy up, but as he did, the door swung open. For the first time, he had girls in his room. Despite feeling embarrassed, he confessed that they were the first he had ever dated and admitted his inexperience in relationships, hoping not to disappoint them. To his relief, he learned that he wasn't alone in his lack of experience. After the girls left, Izuku reviewed the information on 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and his lieutenants, strategizing how to counter them during the raid. A knock at his door interrupted him, and he invited the visitor in. His father entered and noticed the documents on the desk. All Might asked if Izuku was feeling nervous about the raid. Izuku admitted he was, explaining that while spontaneous fights were one thing, infiltrating a den of criminals felt different. All Might reassured him that everyone felt that way during their first few raids and reminded him to trust his team, emphasizing that the heroes on this mission were experienced and worked well together. All Might informed Izuku that they would meet with all the heroes the following morning at 6 a.m. to go over the plans. Izuku reflected on how he had once thought heroes simply showed up to defeat villains without much planning. All Might chuckled, wishing it were that simple, and assured Izuku he would witness the reality firsthand the next day. Namuri Midnight would be watching over Eri until Recovery Girl arrived for her Quirk training. Izuku expressed gratitude to his father, mentioning he would read a bit more before resting. In his dream, he encountered a new figure who informed him that time was limited. The man introduced himself as the third user of One for All, Bruce Lee, and offered to teach Izuku how to effectively utilize his quirk, FA gene, which significantly enhanced speed and explosive power. Izuku eagerly inquired about the man's name. Bruce Lee demonstrated a series of strikes, glowing red as he built up energy. With a final punch, he released all the energy he had gathered, sending Izuku stumbling backward, even though the punch was not aimed at him. Bruce Lee explained that this was just one way to harness his quirk. Izuku quickly regained his footing and requested further instruction. Bruce Lee noted that Nana had mentioned Izuku was a fast learner and decided to put that to the test. Suddenly, Izuku was jolted awake by his alarm, astonished by the versatility of Fa Gene. He often found it puzzling that he woke up sore after training in his dreams. After getting ready, he prepared Eri for the day. Nomiuri entered their home, greeted Eri with a smile, and embraced Izuku, asking if Eri was hungry. Eri yawned and affirmed that she was. Nomiuri suggested they see what they could cook together. When the meeting commenced, Izuku was impressed by the professionalism of the heroes, even those who typically did not get along. Sir Knight I provided updated intelligence and adjusted tactics as needed. Heroes with specialized skills contributed their insights while everyone took notes. The meeting concluded within an hour, allowing Izuku a brief meal before class. After school, Class 1A and Eri gathered in the auditorium to practice their chosen song. Mina was leading the group through the dance steps, and Eri was thoroughly enjoying the experience, especially since she was starting off with her father. Her joy was contagious, even affecting Bakugo and Todoroki. Following practice, Izuku, Hachiko, Momo, Tsuyu, and Eri visited Mei. As Izuku donned his costume, Mei shifted from her usual bubbly demeanor to a serious one, connecting a USB cord to the outfit and typing on her computer. The girls watched in awe as Izuku's vitals appeared on the screen. After disconnecting the USB, Mei had Izuku perform a series of strikes, monitoring his heart rate and other vitals. Momo inquired how Mei was obtaining the updated information, to which Mei explained that a transmitter was built into the costume. Once Izuku finished, Mei asked if any adjustments were necessary. He remarked that it felt like a second skin, and she expressed excitement for the upcoming field test. 2 days later, the day of the general studies competition arrived. True to his word, the chief of police provided the necessary warrants during the 6 o'clock briefing, and a raid was scheduled for 5 a.m. the following day. Izuku left the briefing and headed straight to Mei's work studio. The freshmen were first on the docket, and Izuku quickly changed into his combat costume while Mei conducted final tests. She draped a large robe over him for their trip to the Coliseum, where he observed other students finalizing their projects. Bakugo convinced the boys to check out Izuku's project. When Mei was called to present, she wore a built-in microphone, reminiscent of her performance during the sports tournament. With a smile, she envisioned a future where the status of heroes could be tracked in real time, injuries, heart rate, and location all monitored continuously. She declared that the day had arrived. As Izuku stepped onto the stage and removed his robe, he showcased his state-of-the-art costume, capable of stopping a 7.62 Full Metal jacket at point-blank range. With a flick of her hand, his vitals appeared on the large screen, and she opened the floor for discussions. Izuku demonstrated the costume's flexibility while his vitals were displayed in real time. Once the presentation concluded, they bowed together and exited the stage. Bakugo felt frustrated, once again seeing Izuku shine in the spotlight. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he thought Izuku's costume looked impressive. Mei had made Izuku look cool, which only added to Bakugo's irritation. He pondered where he had gone wrong and found a sense of camaraderie in his frustration with Todoroki. However, they needed to leave to prepare for their part of the competition. Izuku arrived, and several boys complimented him on how great he looked in the costume. He quickly changed and approached Eri, taking her hand and asking if she was ready. Eri enthusiastically affirmed her readiness. As soon as they received the cue, they stepped onto the stage and the music began. Eri and Izuku joyfully skipped to the center of the stage and began to dance, eliciting wild cheers from the crowd. As the curtain opened, their classmates joined in, leading to a standing ovation when Class 1A took their bow. The audience began to chant for another song. King Vlad stepped onto the stage, announcing that, due to time constraints, they would not be able to perform again. Afterward, Izuku took Eri around to the various booths before leaving. He called Tsuyu to ask if Eri could spend the night with Satsuki. After dinner, Izuku took Eri's place with Tsuyu, who welcomed him inside as Eri dashed to Satsuki's room. In the kitchen, Tsuyu asked what was going on. Izuku, opting for honesty, explained that he was going on a raid with his father and other pro-heroes, adding that Eri loved visiting Satsuki and that he trusted her. Tsuyu assured him she would take care of Eri but urged him to return safely. She leaned in and kissed him, and he wrapped his arm around her, savoring the moment. Upon returning home, Izuku retrieved his combat costume from the briefcase, reviewing it one last time before getting some rest. The heroes gathered at the police station at 4 a.m., ready for the operation. With the warrants issued, the teams mobilized. Overhaul received a wake-up call from Chronostasis, who informed him that police and heroes were surrounding the building. Overhaul reacted swiftly, instructing everyone to mobilize. The next words from Chronostasis brought a smile to Overhaul's face. Izuku stood at the front gate alongside a group of heroes. Overhaul instructed someone to notify 𝗵𝗃𝗃 that his target had arrived before ending the call. As the heroes approached the building, Izuku moved silently to the right, using his quirk to carve a 4-foot-wide section of the wall. He also cut the bottom part of the wall. Endeavor, Hawks, and Fat Gum joined Izuku, preparing to breach the wall. Izuku glanced at his father and nodded slowly. All Might addressed Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, who then used a bullhorn to inform the criminals to surrender, stating that the heroes had warrants to search the premises. One of the criminals defiantly shouted a challenge. All Might signaled to Izuku, who kicked the wall, causing it to explode outward. Endeavor rushed in after him, grunting that Izuku was just like his father. The criminals, caught off guard by the sudden collapse of bricks and debris, turned in shock at the heroes' unconventional entry. All Might counted to 5 before kicking the front gate, which exploded inward, taking out the unsuspecting criminals. All Might, Best Jeanist, and the Dragoon heroes surged inside. 𝐒𝐩𝐼𝐺 raced up the stairs, ready to confront those who dared invade their home. However, he froze, feeling his legs weaken as he spotted the man from his nightmares. Toya Setsuno called out to him, asking what was wrong, while Sorimitsu Tabe assured him they had his back. You pressed his wrists together, palms open, and a large spinning crystal formed. He poured all his energy into this shot, determined to eliminate the monster that haunted him. Izuku's danger sense urged him to look left, and he smiled upon seeing you as he advanced toward him. You shouted for Izuku to stay back, releasing his shot. To his horror, Izuku effortlessly plucked the crystal from the air, having made the air in front of him as dense as mercury. He also used a tendril of black WHP to slow the crystal down before catching it. With 80% of 1 for all activated, Izuku vanished from sight, prioritizing the unknown threats. He kicked Sorimitsu, sending him flying like a rag doll. Toya, quick on his feet, attempted to use his quirk, but nothing happened, indicating that this hero was unarmed. That was the last thought he had before Izuku's fist struck his temple. You began to mumble that Izuku wasn't real. Izuku touched Yu's head, asking where he could find 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and Overhaul. Yu divulged everything, including the location of a hidden door and the most direct route. Izuku added to Yu's nightmare, causing him to lose consciousness. All Might jogged up to Izuku, asking if he was ready. Izuku smiled, confirming that you had provided them with directions to Overhaul. All Might called out to Kamui Woods, instructing him to start securing the criminals while they prepared to enter the building. The breach squad was to follow him. Barrows and Cidero rushed up the stairs, aiming for the front windows on the 4th floor, knowing that surprise was their best chance for success. Barrows opened the window and spotted All Might standing next to Izuku. Cidero remained hidden against the wall, ready to act. She quickly knocked an arrow and fired, controlling its trajectory to arc around, intending to take out Izuku and All Might in one shot. To her dismay, Izuku caught the arrow with his bare hand without even looking. All Might leaped forward, punching Barrows and sending her back into the hallway before pursuing her. Cidero recognized this as his only opportunity. He pulled out his slingshot and used his quirk to form a steel ball, moving in front of the window to line up his shot. He fired it at Izuku, grinning as it tripled in size, catching him off guard. Izuku used his quirk to deflect the shot away, surprised by its rapid expansion. He managed to redirect it away from himself and the approaching heroes, but it required more effort than he anticipated. Izuku activated 30% of 1 for all, leaping through the window and executing a clothesline on Cidero. He spun around and punched Cidero into the next room. Cidero landed in pain, struggling to get up as fear overcame him when he saw Izuku enter the room. Izuku seized 𝗧𝗏𝗏 by the neck and approached the window, spotting Fat Gum running up. He called out to Fat Gum to catch 𝗧𝗏𝗏 and threw him. Fat Gum opened his arms, and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 sank into his body. Izuku jumped down from the window and regrouped with the breach squad, urging them to move faster. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 charged forward, bursting through the door, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire. He shouted a warning as the criminals opened fire. Fortunately, Izuku was right behind him, using his quirk to halt the bullets. Best Jeanist employed his quirk to restrain the criminals. Izuku dashed past 𝗕𝗏𝗏, heading for the door that led to the hideout. Just as he was about to open it, they heard footsteps approaching. All the heroes turned to see All Might jogging back to rejoin them. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 grunted, questioning what had delayed him. All Might explained that after subduing the archer who had targeted their young hero, he had been attacked by 20 more criminals, whom he promptly zip-tied before rejoining the group. Izuku led them to the door that would take them to Overhaul's main base of operations. It opened into a vast room with another door at the far end. Izuku walked toward the door, followed closely by All Might, with Sir Night-Eye and Fat Gum behind them while 𝗕𝗏𝗏 and Rocklock inspected the area. Suddenly, a pillar shot toward Night-Eye, but Fat Gum leaped in just in time to absorb the impact, sending both of them into a side room. The floor beneath Rocklock and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 collapsed, sending them down to the basement as the floor above sealed itself. All Might spun around but remained close to Izuku's side. Izuku scanned the area for additional traps, and when he found none, he proceeded through the door with All Might right behind him. Upon entering the room, they encountered two men, one calm and the other eager for a fight with a living legend. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 glanced at the muscular man, advising him to stay calm if he didn't want to lose. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 cast a disdainful glance at 𝗳𝗏𝗄, thinking about how defeating the kid would give him the opportunity to take down All Might. Izuku, filled with determination, expressed his longing to face 𝗧𝗏𝗏 first. All Might, with a playful grin, suggested they settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Both 𝗧𝗏𝗏 and 𝗳𝗏𝗄 were taken aback as the two began to play, feeling their seriousness undermined. All Might's smile widened when he emerged victorious against Izuku. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 proclaimed that they were the perfect sword and shield, confidently stating that the #1 hero would fall today. Izuku, unwavering, warned 𝗳𝗏𝗄 that any interference would lead to his downfall. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 felt a chill from Izuku's intense gaze, realizing this was different from the usual attention 𝗧𝗏𝗏 received. All Might interjected, suggesting that Izuku needed to work on his heroic demeanor. Izuku replied that he would maintain a heroic facade in public, but down here, he was prepared to confront anyone who threatened his loved ones. As All Might and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 charged at each other, their clash resulted in a powerful impact against a shield. 𝗧𝗏𝗏's confusion grew when the shield fell, sending 𝗳𝗏𝗄 flying across the room. Izuku stood behind 𝗧𝗏𝗏, reiterating his warning about interference. Just then, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 turned to face Izuku, only to be met with All Might's solid right hook, propelling him against the wall beside 𝗧𝗏𝗏. As 𝗧𝗏𝗏's vision faded, he noticed Izuku approaching All Might, who then looked at the wall and wondered if that door had always been there.